Chapter 62. The Convergence of True Spirit Blood. Such terror. You have merged with the true spirit, bloodline ability of the mountain giant ape. You have gained a permanent increase of 1,000 in strength, 800 in constitution, and 500 in agility. Additionally, a permanent increase of 300 in spirit and 10 in intelligence. You have comprehended the innate skill. Transformation of the true spirit, 12 changes. Giant ape transformation. Giant ape transformation of the true spirit, 12 changes. You possess a fraction of the mountain giant ape's abilities. In your giant ape form, you will gain a 10-fold progressive enhancement in strength, an 8-fold enhancement in constitution, and a 5-fold enhancement in agility. Furthermore, you will temporarily acquire a 10-fold growth in strength attribute, 1 strength 20 physical attack, along with a 10-fold resistance to both physical and magical damage, and 5,000 points of elemental spell resistance. At this moment, Li Yi is in his room, completely unclothed. His body resembles that of a boiled shrimp. Soon, the crimson hue dissipates. Li Yi opens his eyes, and within the depths of his dark pupils, the fleeting image of a golden giant ape glimmers. This time, I have truly activated a cheat. Once transformed, Li Yi will possess nearly 100-fold physical attack. This true spirit is indeed a being capable of rivaling deities. Li Yi has merely tapped into a fraction of the mountain giant ape's power. Should he gather more ancient ape spirit blood and refine it, the capabilities of this giant ape transformation could be further enhanced. Contemplating this, Li Yi flips his palm, and a small banner of black and red materializes in his grasp. Li Yi murmurs incantations, and with a single hand gesture, a stream of spiritual light enters the small banner. Instantly, dark energy surges forth. A giant ape, seemingly composed of black mist, materializes before Li Yi. Gray mist. Where is the ancient ape's lair? Gray mist is the name of this ancient ape. At this moment, the ape appears somewhat dejected, exuding an air of lethargy. Master, I am left with only the consciousness of battle. I have forgotten everything from my past life. The giant ape's voice resonates like rolling thunder. Who prompted your self-destructive path? Had you obediently entered my human emperor banner, none of this would have occurred. You had to go and split your soul. Now look, you've lost your memories. Li Yi laments in frustration. Master, please do not be angry. I shall strive to recall. The ape responds with trepidation. After completing these matters, Li Yi patiently awaits the arrival of the sorcerer's slot, anticipating the commencement of the mission. During this period, Li Yi also communicates with the national liaison officer designated specifically for him. He hands over 900,000 gold coins and the equipment he recently acquired, whether through drops or farming. The liaison will assess the value of the equipment. Once settled, Li Yi reviews the details of the upcoming mission. Mission name: Crush the Conspiracy, Taiwa Sacred Temple, Faction Mission. Mission content: the Death God cult's followers are active within Taiwa City and will conduct a large-scale sacrificial summoning ritual. Mission objective: assist Sorcerer Slot in defeating the enemy and complete temporary challenges during the mission. The better the performance, the more generous the rewards. Mission rewards: contribution points, Taiwa Sacred Temple, experience points, and equipment. Mission restrictions: neither Sorcerer Slot nor yourself may perish during the mission. Difficulty level: assess. Number of participants: 1. The Death God cult is a far more fanatical organization compared to the budding organization. Although they self-proclaim as a cult, they do not worship any deity. Their sole belief is in death itself, regarding death as divine. The teachings of the Death God cult exalt death, asserting that it is not an end, but a beginning. They believe that the most beautiful and resplendent art in the world is death. Most members of the Death God cult are living dead or undead beings, having lost the most fundamental emotions of humanity. The core members of the Death God cult consist of necromancers, liches, and death knights. All three are unequivocally undead beings. However, none of the core members of the Death God cult have undergone transformation due to some external power. Instead, they actively accepted the taint of the dead's power, willingly becoming undead. They still retain extensive memories from their human lives. They possess eternal lifespans, but have lost the sensations of bodily functions. Li Yi can foresee that. This mission will likely encounter a multitude of undead creatures. Yet, Li Yi feels a thrill. Undead creatures are renowned for their sheer numbers, primarily employing overwhelming tactics. If he could summon an endless stream of foes to bolster his talents, the effects would be immense. Butte, listen closely. This time the followers of the Death God cult are approaching with great ferocity, but they are in the shadows while we are in the light. We do not even know their exact numbers or positions. Therefore, we must exercise extraordinary caution. Otherwise, death shall be our only destination. Slot has only pinpointed the general trajectory of the Death God cult's activities in the barren plains. This location is a frigid expanse, perpetually cold, situated at a high altitude, yet with a gently undulating terrain. As for Butte, he is another member of the team, a middle-aged man in his 40s, gaunt and taciturn. His profession is that of a temple warrior, and his strength is that of a swordmaster, level 80. His role is to serve as Slot's bodyguard. Even at the level of a sorcerer, most mages still opt for a bodyguard due to their frail physiques. Should enemies close in, they can easily find themselves in dire straits unless they reach the level of a grand sorcerer, at which point they will possess numerous means of self-preservation. Within the barren plains lies a place of dark energy sealing, dungeon, known as the Frost Lost Land. Legend has it that a tribe known as the Frost Tribe once inhabited the barren plains, having survived for a millennium. The Frost Tribe was self-sufficient and seldom interacted with the outside world, possessing unique and powerful frost-related talents. However, 300 years ago, a sudden cataclysm struck, causing the entire tribe to vanish without a trace. By the time the Taiwa Sacred Temple's personnel arrived to investigate, the entire tribe had succumbed to sealing, and all members had completely lost their minds, falling prey to dark energy erosion. The temple could uncover nothing, leaving it an unsolved mystery. Ultimately, it is speculated that some legendary being discovered the Frost Tribe's encroachment upon forbidden powers and, in a fit of rage, permanently sealed the tribe underground. The trio's first destination is the Frost Lost Land, for this dungeon is the most unique location within the barren plains. If traces of the death god cult appear here, the Frost Lost Land is undoubtedly where they are most likely to scheme. Suddenly, roar! It is an Icefield Bear, level 40. Stormlance. Li swiftly conjures a storm lance in his hand and hurls it at the roaring Icefield Bear charging towards the trio. Chapter 63. The Frostbound Labyrinth. After Slot handed the dungeon scroll to Li, he and Butte ventured deep into the desolate plains without uttering a single word. Not even a cautionary remark for Li. Having accepted this arduous task, they understood the inherent risks. In Slot's mind, those seasoned veterans who had achieved success had all endured countless near-death experiences to attain their current status and prowess. Li, on the other hand, did not dwell on it. He felt that their absence would only facilitate his endeavors. He merely hoped they would survive. Otherwise, his mission would be in jeopardy. His immediate goal was to thoroughly traverse the Frostbound Labyrinth dungeon. With a tear of the scroll, a whirlwind of vertigo engulfed him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself within a labyrinth adorned with crystalline ice sculptures. You have entered the dungeon, Frostbound Labyrinth. A profound chill enveloped him, and even with his robust constitution, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Ordinary players, he surmised, would likely experience lethargy or even health loss upon entry. This map was no trifling matter. In his previous life, he had never even heard of it. The walls of the labyrinth were entirely constructed from translucent ice crystals. As he exited a corridor, Li Yi's eyes widened in delight upon spotting a throng of frost creatures ahead. Each stood at least 2 meters tall, with skin as pale as frost, clad in armor and wielding formidable weapons. Some brandished spears, others bows, and yet others wielded great axes. Frost Gunner. Level 40. Health 180, 000, 180, 000. Physical attack 895. Magical attack 895. Physical defense 800. Magical defense 800. Skills: Frost Strike, Frost Skin, Frost Erosion. Description: cursed by malevolent energies. The Frostbound descendants are doomed to exist in this lightless ice maze for eternity. They will slay all intruders in a bid to uphold a dignity that has long since faded, possessing remarkable resistance to both ice and fire elements. The attributes of these minor foes were astonishing. Their health surpassed that of the exterior ice wolves by more than double, and both their attack and defense were significantly superior to those of ordinary monsters. Upon sensing Li Yi's unfamiliar aura, the Frost Sentinels became incensed, their eyes glowing a fierce crimson. A horde of Frost Gunners, along with Frost Blades with similar attributes, charged towards him. With a flick of his wrist and a raise of his staff, he began his incantation. Light Shield, Firewall, Fire Resistance Ring. He skillfully unleashed a barrage of spells. 19, 865. 22, 563. 19, 556. The Frost Sentinels closest to him were immediately sent flying by the radiant rings of flame, crashing into the fiery barriers. At that moment, Li Yi's Storm Surge shield activated, granting him a protective barrier equivalent to 10 of his health. This shield was more formidable than any wall. In the distance, the Frost Archers drew their bows, the sound of taut strings ringing melodiously in the air. Arrows rained down like a torrential downpour. 1-1-1, all inflicting mandatory damage. Observing the Frost Sentinels flickering within the blazing inferno, Li Yi furrowed his brow, dissatisfied with the damage output. The efficiency was far too low, and a somber expression took root on his face as he began to chant a newly learned spell. Within the icy palace, an intensely heated gust of wind suddenly surged forth. The fire and earth elements in the air rallied as if soldiers welcoming their sovereign, fervent yet orderly. Lava Behemoth. In an instant, the earth and fire elements within the chamber coalesced, forming a towering figure of 8 zhang, engulfed in searing flames with a pitch-black exterior. Smash! Smash! The Lava Behemoth, a creature summoned by the holy level skill, Elemental Spirit, lava behemoth, spoke in human tongue. It possessed intelligence, having achieved a spiritual essence of elemental spirit. Whether this spirit was rendered ineffective or perished, upon remanifestation, it would retain its original form, as its essence was of the same source. The lava behemoth surveyed its surroundings with excitement, but soon its demeanor soured, seemingly displeased with the icy palace's environment. Without needing Li Yi's command, its massive fists descended upon a cluster of frost gunners. 56, 327. 63, 584. 56, 357. The crimson numbers that flashed were exhilarating. The lava behemoth's mere basic attack unleashed remarkable AoE damage. The skill's design dictated that the lava behemoth's power was directly proportional to the caster's intelligence. This revelation clarified its overwhelming strength. With a single blow, the lava behemoth swept through a multitude of foes. All the frost sentinels attempting to assault Li Yi were obliterated, resulting in significant casualties. You have slain a frost gunner. You have gained 500 experience, plus an additional 10 experience bonus. The talent effect Fate's Dominator has triggered, granting you a Gold Desert Eagle magazine. You have slain a frostblade. You have gained 800 experience, plus an additional 10 experience bonus. The talent effect Fate's Dominator has triggered, granting you 20 points of Constitution attribute. The summoned elemental spirit was not a pet, and thus did not share experience. Next, Li Yi flipped his palm, revealing a black-red banner that appeared in his grasp. With a single hand gesture, the banner transformed into a stream of light, ascending above the lava behemoth. The palm-sized banner glowed with black and red radiance, then expanded into a massive flag. The imperial banner spun incessantly, releasing ominous black smoke. From the shadows emerged a gray figure. With a roar, the celestial ape shed its former despondent demeanor, now exuding a bloodthirsty ferocity that was chilling. It was in a spirit state, though extremely weak. It possessed the strength of a level 40 epic boss. It should have been at least a level 50 epic boss. But prior to its death, it utilized the soul fragmentation secret technique, resulting in the dispersal of a vast amount of soul energy into the ether. However, it was now one of the 108 primary souls of the Imperial Banner, possessing the ability to consume souls and devour spirits. Following Li Yi, it had no other purpose but to feast upon souls. With its original spiritual potential, it could swiftly recover to its peak state without encountering any bottlenecks. This meant that Li Yi would soon possess a subordinate capable of matching a dragon in combat. The gray mist, celestial ape, seemed to have been holding back for too long, with a torrent of unexpressed fury. Its corporeal form was nearly indistinguishable from flesh. After pounding its chest a few times, it transformed into a towering black soul giant, commencing its performance of devouring the frost sentinels. Meanwhile, the Imperial Banner continued to whirl, drawing the souls of the slain frost sentinels into its depths. The lava behemoth gazed at its new companion with a dazed expression, muttering, "I also sprang forth from stone. Why am I not a monkey?" Chapter 64. A new talent, Thief's Hand with the ancient celestial ape battle spirit and the lava behemoth at his side. Li Yi's efficiency in slaying monsters surged dramatically, even though the attributes of these level 40 frost sentinels surpassed those of ordinary monsters outside. They fell like chaff before the onslaught of the two ferocious beasts. Li Yi leisurely perched upon the shoulder of the lava behemoth. As for the flames that engulfed it, they bore Li Yi's spiritual mark, ensuring no harm would befall him. Upon witnessing the lava behemoth, which seemed even more ferocious than itself, the gray mist felt a surge of pent-up frustration wash over it. It unleashed a more frenzied massacre upon the Frost Guardians, even occasionally intercepting the souls of the frost relics summoned by the Emperor's banner, devouring them as if they were glutinous rice cakes, stretching them long in its maw. The lava behemoth, intrigued by the spectacle, also yearned to taste the souls. Unfortunately, lacking the means to capture them, it found itself in a state of vexation, baring its teeth in desperation. Li Yi, on the other hand, did not hinder the gray mist's soul-devouring behavior. Consuming souls allowed it to swiftly regain its strength. Though deprived of freedom, it was not without its advantages. From the moment it became the soul of the Emperor's banner, it no longer relied on the slow passage of time to mend its wounds. Once it reached its peak, its power would undoubtedly rival that of a grand mage. In the novice village, a rather peculiar old man in tattered robes, with a beaming smile, coaxed a chubby-cheeked young girl. "Hey there, little one. I possess a hidden class transfer scroll. Activate it, and you shall embark on a mysterious and powerful hidden profession. Just return to me the gold coin you wear around your neck, and this scroll shall be yours. What do you say?" The girl, Kuer, widened her eyes, staring at the old man's gnarled, tree-like hands holding the scroll. No need, Grandpa. I have plenty. Let me show you." Kuer shook her head vigorously like a rattling drum, revealing a heap of ancient scrolls shimmering with mysterious light. The old man, taken aback, dropped his jaw in astonishment. Where did you get these?" "Hee, I just passed by a chicken coop and thought I'd gather some eggs. I didn't expect to pull out a whole bunch of scrolls." Kuer replied with a playful smile. The old man, momentarily stunned, swiftly changed his demeanor, his face now dark and ominous as he prepared to threaten her. Suddenly, The clear blue sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and bolts of lightning, akin to purple dragons, began to dance erratically within the storm. The old man froze, his face a mask of horror and fear. The wrath of thunder. In the main city, Songlei City, within a humble cabin nestled in the deep mountains. Impressive. I didn't expect you to complete the task I set for you in such a short time. Truly, you possess a one-of-a-kind swordsmanship talent, a born swordsman. The speaker's figure shimmered, obscuring their face, appearing at times ethereal and at others solid. You're too kind, master. I still have a long way to go compared to him. Li Feiyu replied despondently. Oh, who is it that makes you so self-deprecating? Your swordsmanship talent, even among the continent's elite, is truly remarkable, the phantom figure expressed, slightly astonished. Master, he shares your name. He is also called E. This left Li Feiyu speechless. Interesting. A true master always retains the heart of a student. Recognizing one's own shortcomings paves the way for a broader future. Yet, humility alone is not enough. I shall now impart to you a sword technique. If you grasp it, you will be able to traverse the void and remain invincible. If your foes are many, a single strike will cleave through them. If they are strong, a sword shall suffice to shatter them. Listening to his master's earnest teachings, Li Feiyu gleaned some understanding. But what if the opponent is insurmountably powerful? At this, the ethereal figure flickered uncertainly, as if struck by a thought, suddenly emanating a terrifying aura. Then let it be a threefold escape. In the depths of the Ayakawa plains, the cold here was even more biting than the periphery. Three figures stood there. Two oddly dressed individuals chanted peculiar and obscure incantations before a strange altar fashioned from bones. Among them, one figure was entirely shrouded in black mist, resembling a riddle, while another donned black armor, wielding a massive sword and riding a tall steed. Upon closer inspection, it was a skeletal horse, its eyes glowing with eerie green flames. The last figure, in stark contrast to the others, was an exquisitely beautiful young woman, with bright eyes and white teeth, a regal nose, and blood-red lips. Her ice-blue hair cascaded like a waterfall down her back, and her blue leather armor clung to her skin, perfectly accentuating her alluring curves. Surprisingly, her skin bore a pale blue hue. Hee, the final altar is now complete. Your Highness, we await good news from your side. The two strange figures ceased their chants, and the once glimmering altar fell into silence. At this moment, the man cloaked in mist spoke in a raspy voice. Rest assured. Within 2 hours, whims will return with the immortal holy spring. The woman's voice was chilling and devoid of emotion. 2 hours, I find myself growing impatient. After all, it is the legendary immortal holy spring, a relic of the undead. I have begun to anticipate the arrival of death. However, I am curious, how did you persuade that esteemed individual? The Church of Death rarely collaborates with others. The cold woman furrowed her brow but quickly relaxed, replying indifferently. That is not for you to know. Just focus on your own tasks. Upon hearing this, the shadowy figure chuckled ominously and fell silent, while the rider of the skeletal horse remained wordless. The blue-haired woman gazed toward the direction of her tribe, her resolve unwavering. Teacher Lysandra, forgive me, but I cannot allow my kin to remain forever exiled in the cold sepulchre, even if it costs the lives of countless innocents. I shall ensure they see the light of day once more. Kesla, I hope you have not deceived me, for if so, I shall tear you to shreds. In the frost-lost land, Li Yi, perched upon the shoulder of the lava behemoth, surveyed the spoils within his repository. I can't believe the drop rate in this dungeon is so high. He counted 197 pieces of ordinary gear, 45 pieces of good gear, and even 3 pieces of exceptional gear. However, the equipment requirements were predominantly above level 35. Notably, his talent, Fate Dominator, had procured yet another ability, though merely an A-grade talent. It was quite intriguing. Thief's Hand, A-grade talent. When activated, it allows the user to randomly obtain an item from the target. If the target's level exceeds yours, the success probability is 10. Failure results in certain detection. If the target's level is lower, the success probability is 90, with a cooldown of 3 days. The cooldown period is rather lengthy, yet this talent operates on a principle of infrequent activation, yielding significant rewards. Should fortune smile upon me, and I pilfer a top-tier item, I would soar to new heights. At that moment, a piercing shriek abruptly interrupted Li Yi's musings. Intruder. Die. Chapter 65. A new SSS-grade spell talent. The Forbidden Object. The Immortal Holy Spring. Encountering the boss is always a welcomed affair. Most of the minor creatures on this level had been vanquished, making the arrival of the boss a reasonable expectation. This boss, androgynous in appearance, was heavily crystallized in ice, towering at 3 meters, wielding a chilling blue greatsword, and adorned in formidable ice crystal armor. Frost Commander Chainer, rare level boss, level 40 health, 2, 000, 0002, 000. 000 physical attack, 1595 magical attack, 1395 physical defense, 1100 magical defense, 1300 skills, frost armor, ice revival, shattering cold slash, cold martial tactics. Description: once the supreme leader of the Frost clan, a renowned swordsman of formidable strength, level 120. He has succumbed to the corruption of dark energies. And after 3 centuries of the relentless passage of time, his prowess has diminished to a mere shadow of its former self. Though he has lost his intellect, he retains an intrinsic instinct for battle and an unwavering obsession to protect his kin. Initially indifferent, Li Yi found himself unexpectedly elated upon encountering the information about this boss. Another once mighty warrior. This was precisely the type of boss he favored. Defeating him and binding his soul to the Emperor's banner would be nothing short of a triumph. Despicable intruders. How dare you disturb the ancient Frost clan? I, Churner, shall make you pay a bloody price. The voice of the Frost leader, Churner, was chillingly fierce. Devoid of any hesitation, as he charged towards Li Yi wielding an ice-cold greatsword. Gray Mist, eliminate him. Li Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Gray Mist, grinning with anticipation, could hardly contain himself. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a deep-seated aversion to such arrogant words, as if they echoed a memory from a past life where he might have uttered something similar. Standing at 3 meters tall, the Frost leader was dwarfed by the 5-zhang stature of the Black Soul Great Ape. Yet, even as a level 40 rare boss, he was not to be underestimated. He was certainly not a foe to be dispatched in a single blow. The Great Ape unleashed a powerful punch, which the Frost leader evaded with remarkable agility. In an instant, the greatsword swung at an oddly unexpected angle, catching Gray Mist off guard. Suffering a minor setback in just one exchange, Gray Mist became exceedingly agitated. While the Frost leader might possess formidable combat awareness, the ancient Great Ape clan was renowned for their prowess in battle. Even stripped of his memory, his instinct for combat remained exceptionally potent. As the Great Ape focused intently, his entire form shimmered with dark energy, exuding an aura of ferocity. His iron fists, dark as night, seemed to harness the very might of the heavens as he struck with all his strength. This punch sealed off all avenues of escape for the Frost leader. With nowhere to flee, the Frost leader emanated an intense blue glow, executing a piercing ice slash. The ice-blue greatsword vibrated at an enigmatic frequency before unleashing a beam of sword light. However, upon near contact with the Great Ape's iron fist, the beam was utterly dispersed by overwhelming force. The colossal fist struck the Frost leader with a resounding crash, sending him flying against the icy wall. Seizing the advantage, the Great Ape surged forward, pinning the Frost leader firmly to the ground, unleashing a barrage of relentless blows. Despicable intruder. What's your name? I demand to know. The Great Ape could not tolerate the Frost leader's haughty taunts. His fists rained down like a hammer on the Frost leader, the echoes of their clash reverberating throughout the icy palace. Despicable intruder, what do you call yourself? Hearing the Frost leader's response, the Great Ape lost all semblance of reason, becoming even more frenzied and brutal. Roar. Before long, Li Yi heard the notification sound. You have slain the rare boss, Frost leader. You have gained 200,000 experience points, with an additional 50 bonus for defeating a higher level foe. The talent effect Fate Manipulator has been triggered, granting you the SSS level talent, Soul Devourer. Soul Devourer. Your spell attacks will inflict an additional 1 of the target's total health as true damage per second, and 50 of your spell damage will convert to true damage. Finally, it has emerged. After reading through the talent details, Li Yi took a deep breath. Lately, he had often questioned whether he truly was a mage. To be frank, he relished the idea of being a mage while chasing after foes wielding a hammer. Such a pursuit lacked elegance. At last, he had acquired a mage talent. Moreover, judging by its content, this was undeniably a formidable asset for both the early and mid stages of his journey. Recently, he had discovered that as he leveled up, certain hidden resistances in some bosses prevented him from dispatching them effortlessly. After all, defeating these bosses would require armies of hundreds or thousands of ordinary players. Especially with the Soul Devourer talent, which transformed 50 of spell damage into true damage, truly remarkable. He would first remove the unyielding grip and replace it with Soul Devourer to relish its effects. What do you call yourself? I demand to know. The Great Ape seemed to have lost his sanity. The Frost leader had already been pulverized into ice shards, yet he showed no signs of relenting. The lava behemoth approached and gently patted the Great Ape on the shoulder. Enough. His name is Churner, and you are Gray Mist. I am Murphet. Gray Mist. Suddenly, the Emperor's banner hovering in the air flickered with dark energy. Li Yi's lips moved slightly as he chanted, Emperor's banner. Bind him. A swirling black mist enveloped the pile of ice shards below, and a blue soul was drawn forth. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the Frost leader, albeit diminished in stature to 2 meters. Subordinate Churner, at your service, master. The blue soul knelt before Li Yi with utmost reverence. The Frost leader finally revealed his true form, a muscular figure with sharp, defined features exuding a strong masculinity. Oh, you have regained your memory? Li Yi inquired, as if recalling something significant. Indeed, master, Churner replied, his expression betraying no emotion. He was solely devoted to his master now. In the world of Eternal, many bosses possess unique mechanisms. The criterion that determines whether their essence changes upon defeat hinges on the presence of their soul's essence. For someone like Churner, whose soul and essence have been bound by the Emperor's banner. Any subsequent resurrection of a Frost leader would result in nothing more than a soulless husk, devoid of potential. So, what exactly transpired with your Frost clan? Li Yi asked, curiosity piqued. Master, all I know is that our clan acquired a forbidden artifact. And in the pursuit of resurrecting it, we resorted to using the eternal spring of undying. However, the outcome was catastrophic. While the forbidden artifact was revived, it unleashed an overwhelming wave of dark energy, tainting the entirety of my Frost clan. Churner's tone was devoid of emotion, as if recounting events that bore no personal significance. Eternal spring of undying? Forbidden artifact? Li Yi's expression shifted dramatically. The eternal spring of undying was at the very least a legendary great entity, with extensive applications. It could serve as a primary ingredient for certain potions, creating life-giving springs that extend lifespan. It could also act as a catalyst, reviving dormant sacred objects or artifacts. Furthermore, it could be used in sacrifices to summon spirits from the realm of the undead. Forbidden artifacts are typically remnants of divine beings. Thus, could it be that the machinations of the Death God sect were indeed linked to the Frost Lost Land? Chapter 66. The Frigid Realm, the Pinnacle of Legend. The Undisputed King. If that is the case, who was it that sealed you within this sunless icy palace? Li Yi sought to uncover more details. An SS-level difficulty task, even with Li Yi's advantages, would require some cerebral effort. This subordinate is uncertain, but at that time, Lady Lysandra was a guest within our clan. As Churner mentioned this name, an uncontainable respect washed over his demeanor. Lysandra, Li Yi exclaimed, his color draining from his face. In the world of Eternal, only two types of individuals are referred to as Your Majesty. One is the ruler of a kingdom, and the other is someone of legendary status or above. Lysandra is one of the backdrop figures in the world of Eternal, the undisputed king of the frigid land in the north, and the master of the Eternal Frost Mage Tower. Lysandra's strength resides at the pinnacle of legend, on the cusp of ascending to an even higher realm. Think carefully about the nature of that forbidden artifact. Is there any clue you can recall when it comes to individuals of Lysandra's stature? Li Yi dared not to be negligent any longer. Master, I apologize. This subordinate truly does not know. I recalled certain details, though I remained uncertain whether they pertained to that forbidden object. I remember that during my patrol that day, I chanced upon a conversation between the Elder and Lord Lysandra, but I could only catch snippets, finger bones and gold coins. Finger bones, gold coins? Such disparate entities. Since it is a forbidden object, could those finger bones belong to the remains of ancient sages? Or perhaps they are the bones of a deity? Yet, what of the gold coins? My thoughts became increasingly muddled. The clues were scarce, and I could only gather more evidence to corroborate my suspicions. Had anyone ventured into this ice palace? Li Yi posed the most critical question at that moment. Since the entire clan was sealed away, two groups had entered. The first, 36 years ago, consisted of a man and a woman who had slain me, only for me to be resurrected by the power of dark energy. At this juncture, Chiener paused, a flicker of resistance crossing his features. The second group entered an hour ago. They were from my Frost clan, possessing a bloodline akin to ours, which is why even in our disoriented state, we refrained from attacking him. This revelation astonished Li Yi further. From the Frost clan? Li Yi sensed Chiener's emotional turmoil, realizing he was acquainted with that individual. Who is he? Li Yi's voice resonated with authority. He is my youngest son, Chekneo Wimes, Chiener lamented, his expression a portrait of agony at the thought of betraying his own flesh and blood. Eventually, Chiener divulged the entire story. At that time, the Frost clan was but a small tribe, and the reason they could invite Lysandra to visit was due to the extraordinary ice magic talent of Princess Natalia, who had been taken on as Lysandra's personal disciple. Although Wimes displayed remarkable talent as well, he had yet to meet Lysandra's requirements. However, upon Natalia's earnest request, Lysandra made an exception and accepted him as an apprentice. It was noteworthy that Chiener mentioned that while Wimes' appearance had altered somewhat over the course of 3 centuries, the changes were minimal, as if he had not aged significantly. The situation grew increasingly enigmatic. There were individuals from the Death God sect, and now the involvement of the Frost clan as descendants, disciples of legendary figures. Forbidden objects, gold coins, finger bones, the eternal holy spring. With the confirmation that someone had indeed entered, Li Yi pondered and resolved to explore swiftly to avert any unforeseen circumstances. He released all 896 Frost souls he had captured within the Imperial banner, to foster war through warfare. Advance at full speed, in the depths of the Frost Lost Land. A blue-skinned youth seethed with fury. Curse it, he roared. Flanking him on either side were 2 figures seated upon thrones, one adorned with a crown and clad in regal robes, the other sporting a phoenix hairpin and draped in garments of golden threads. These 2 figures were none other than the king and queen of the Frost clan from yesteryear. Yet, their expressions were devoid of emotion, merely turning to glance at the youth's outburst. Your Majesties, I do not intend to, the blue-skinned youth awkwardly chuckled. The 2 bosses, unamused, returned their gazes forward. Damn it, this Kesla is insufferable. He failed to inform us that unlocking this magical seal requires 2 sacred emblems. The youth's face was a mask of anxiety, bordering on helplessness. Suddenly, he trembled, a look of shock overtaking him as he produced a crystal orb. How could this be? My father has been slain. The youth's fury surged, veins bulging in his temple. Memories of his father hoisting him upon his shoulders during his childhood ignited an inferno of rage within him. He is the one I respected above all. Whoever it may be, I shall exact vengeance. A moment's pause. Wait, father, it seems he can be resurrected? Then, all is not lost. Nevertheless, the youth's countenance turned grave. Could it be the people from the Taiwa Sacred Hall? I cannot ascertain how many have come. But anyone who enters here must be below the level of an extraordinary mage, level 50. They are not formidable, since the entire Frost Lost Land is sealed by Lysandra. Natalia and Wimes, as her disciples, surely possess the means to enter this domain with power surpassing that of extraordinary mages. 5 minutes later. What the hell? My mother has also perished. How is this possible? How many have they brought? It cannot be happening this fast. The youth's eyes widened in disbelief. His face a tapestry of shock. He was acutely aware of his mother's strength, once the clan's saintess. Even if her power had diminished over the years, she should not have been easily vanquished. Without further contemplation, the final door to the ice palace swung open. The youth, bracing himself for a confrontation with legions, fixed his gaze intently on the entrance. However, the outcome left him momentarily stunned. Emerging through the door was a lone young mage, adorned with a green spiritual crown, a black mask obscuring half his face, and clothed in a robe of sorcery. Just one person? The blue-skinned youth found it hard to believe. The Frost King and Queen, sensing the unfamiliar presence, glared with crimson eyes and intoned, "You wretched human, how dare you invade our realm?" Li Yi, unhurried, cast a glance within. Recognizing the blue-skinned youth as Chiener's son, Chekneo Wimes, he chose to disregard him for the moment, as the two final bosses had already launched their assault. Hundreds of ice spikes, conjured by the Frost Queen's incantation, hurtled towards Li Yi like a tempest. These two bosses were indeed level 50 epic bosses, indicating that this dungeon posed a nightmarish challenge for ordinary players. Li Yi sought to avoid any unnecessary entanglements. With a single hand raised and lips moving slightly, a radiant, colossal ring of flame erupted around him. The torrential barrage of ice spikes was instantaneously melted by the intense heat of the fire ring, transforming into wisps of vapor. Since the moment the door swung open, Li Yi had not ceased his incantation. Elemental spirit, lava beast, arise. A terrifying creature, towering at 10 zhong, materialized. Simultaneously, he flipped his left hand, and a black-red banner transformed into a streak of light soaring above the two bosses. After a few swift rotations, the palm-sized banner expanded to a colossal size, continuously emitting billowing black smoke. A black soul ape emerged from the depths of the haze. Gray mist, Murphet, eliminate them swiftly. Li Yi commanded icily. He then began to chant, punishment of thunder. Heavens, this is a runic spell? Elemental spirit, you are from the Taiwa Sacred Hall's elemental dominion lineage. And what manner of creature is that ape? Its appearance resembles that of the ancient apes. The blue-skinned youth's complexion shifted dramatically. Even as a disciple of Lysandra at the pinnacle of legend, he had seen enough to know the gravity of the situation. Li Yi cast a sidelong glance at the youth. Stay put and observe. Soon, I shall show you your father. Chapter 67, Sacred Emblems? I possess one as well. The blue-skinned youth felt the tempestuous surge of lightning elements in the air, grappling with disbelief. Just how profound must one delve into the study of sorcery to command lightning with such finesse? Yet the ensuing spectacle began to make him question his existence. The spell's overwhelming might was matched only by the nearly negligible incantation time of the enigmatic masked figure. Thunderous roar, let the storm unleash. Punishment of thunder, strike. A purple bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, descended upon the Frost King's head with cataclysmic force. Notably, within all the spells Li Yi cast, a subtle black radiance shimmered. 96525, 86238, 105324, 114267. That black radiance was the power of Soul Erosion, armed with the latest SSS class, Soul Erosion, Talent Enhancement. Li Yi's damage output could only be described as astonishing. 50% of the damage is converted into true magical damage, directly disregarding the opponent's elemental resistance and magical defense, coupled with a continuous real damage of 1% per second. A mere spell costing 200 mana managed to inflict nearly 1,000,000 hit points of damage on a level 50 epic boss. The crown of the Frost King was cleaved asunder, causing his health to plummet by 1/5, while he also succumbed to a state of paralysis. At that moment, that Song Yuan, with a fearsome visage, approached the Frost King. With a single slap, he sent the king flying, after which his entire body radiated a dark glow, and his iron fists visibly enlarged. The lava behemoth, on the other hand, resorted to a more straightforward approach. It slammed its massive stone fist onto the crystalline ice palace floor, instantly unleashing tumultuous waves of air. An invisible force surged toward the Frost Queen. Even though she had hastily cast a spell shield, yet, it was still unable to withstand the overwhelming tide, akin to a fragile boat tossed violently amidst a raging storm. immediately swept off the ground. Then, the flames engulfing the lava behemoth blazed with an unparalleled brilliance, rendering it almost impossible to behold. Charge! Charge! The lava behemoth transformed into a burning boulder of molten rock, hurtling towards the Frost Queen with the force of a thunderclap. Despite the Frost King and Frost Queen being level 50 epic bosses, under the collaboration of Li Yi and his two beasts, they were as easy to crush as an ant. Soon, the system announced a triumphant notification. You have slain the epic boss, Frost King. You gained 600,000 experience points and an additional 120 bonus for leveling up. The talent effect Fate Dominator has been triggered, and you obtain the skill book Blazing Sea of Flames X1. You have slain the epic boss, Frost Queen. You gained 600,000 experience points and an additional 120 bonus for leveling up. The talent effect Fate Dominator has been triggered, and you obtain the special item Spirit Ring X1. Just moments ago, Li Yi had already ascended to level 38.5 in the lower two tiers of the Ice Palace. This vast experience caused him to gleam with golden light twice. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 39. You gained 5 points to allocate freely, 3 skill points, and an additional 10 intelligence and 10 spirit. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 40. You gained 5 points to allocate freely, 3 skill points, and an additional 10 intelligence and 10 spirit. Having reached level 40, Li Yi finally turned his gaze towards the blue-skinned youth nearby. At that moment, the blue-skinned youth was engulfed by tumultuous waves of shock, and fear was evident on his face. The mysterious masked figure before him had, within mere breaths, slain both the king and queen. A sorcerer. That word flashed through the blue-skinned youth's mind. Without pondering how a sorcerer could breach the legendary mage's seal to enter this frost-lost land, his immediate reaction was to produce a pale blue rune stone. Ready to shatter it, he needed to escape. Otherwise, he would perish. However, just as he was about to crush it, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his palm, only to discover in terror that the masked man, who had just been tens of meters away, had instantaneously appeared before him and snatched the rune stone from his grasp. A teleportation rune stone? Now that was a life-saving item. Li Yi rubbed it and nonchalantly tucked it into his backpack. Who are you? And what do you wish to do with me? The blue-skinned youth stammered in fear. Since you have recognized my runic spell, is it not rather foolish not to deduce my identity? Li Yi replied calmly. Then, disregarding the youth's increasingly pallid complexion, he formed a hand seal, sending a stream of light towards the suspended human sovereign banner in the air. The banner immediately surged with vitality, releasing a vast plume of dense black smoke that swept towards the macabre remains of the Frost King and Frost Queen. Li Yi then turned his attention to the rather handsome blue-skinned youth. Come, let us have some fun, call me father. Upon hearing this, the blue-skinned youth was initially taken aback by how Li Yi knew his name, but his expression quickly darkened. A man may be killed, but not insulted. Do not think that. What, father? Just as he was about to utter defiant words, a towering figure emerged from the swirling black smoke beneath the human sovereign banner, leaving the blue-skinned youth with an expression of utter disbelief. Check now. You have truly grown up, said Shiener, his expression somewhat complex. No, this is impossible. An illusion. It must be an illusion. The blue-skinned youth, who had just displayed excitement, suddenly wore a face of suspicion. Li Yi, feeling somewhat exasperated, cast a spell to summon his mother, Lucy's soul. Although he could have directly slain the youth and then summoned his soul into the human sovereign banner for efficiency, he opted against it, considering the legendary peak powerhouse behind him. Fortunately, after Lucy recounted the fact that her child had wet the bed until he was 6, they finally recognized each other amidst tears. You will have plenty of opportunities to reminisce later. Now, Wimes, reveal your purpose for coming here, Li Yi said, growing impatient. The Chiener couple, sensing Li Yi's authoritative tone, immediately fell silent. Wimes, feeling the weight of his parents falling under the control of this unfamiliar man, felt his expression shift. If I tell you the truth, will you allow me and my parents to leave? Li Yi shook his head. You only need to know. If you do not speak, you will die? This statement immediately shocked the Chiener couple, who quickly urged Wimes to divulge the truth. All right. In fact, this operation has already failed halfway, so telling you is of no consequence. I came to obtain the immortal holy spring, to be entrusted to Her Highness the Princess and the 2 emissaries of the Death God cult. They intend to use the immortal holy spring through the rebirth altar to transform our kin within the entire frost-lost land into undead. Under the influence of the immortal holy spring, a significant portion of our people will regain their sanity. However, correspondingly, all revived kin will be transformed into undead beings. Li Yi, upon hearing this, fell into contemplation. Theoretically, they have utterly failed, as the souls of all the Frost clan members have been collected into the human sovereign banner. There remain nearly 1,000 whose consciousness had not completely faded, meaning they still retained their memories. Even if Wimes were to obtain the immortal holy spring now, it would be of no use. You mentioned that the operation has failed halfway. Why is that? Li Yi seized upon the crucial point. All due to that damned Kessela. The princess exchanged an astronomical price for it. only for Kessela to claim that the holy emblem is the key to unlocking the seal and handed one to us. Yet failed to mention that 2 holy emblems are needed to open the seal. Wimes exclaimed indignantly, producing a badge. Oh, is this the holy emblem? I have one too. Chapter 68. The immortal holy spring in hand. Oh, is this the holy emblem? I have one too. Seeing Wimes produce a snowflake-shaped badge, Lee was taken aback. Was this not the pendant he had ripped from the neck of the malevolent demoness, Emma, in the novice village? Wait, Kessela, the shape-shifting evil bug. Kessela, the village chief? Lee suddenly realized something. Chienner had mentioned that 36 years ago, a man and a woman entered the Frost-Lost Land. That must have been the village chief and Emma. Heavens, how do you possess the holy emblem? This is splendid. Wimes suddenly became extremely excited. To retrieve the immortal holy spring, what else is required besides the holy emblem? Lee suddenly inquired. Wimes was taken aback, then recalled that he and Lee were not even on the same side. More importantly, he found himself unable to contend with him. He wished to remain silent. Yet, Lucy spoke up, stating that in addition to the holy emblem, one would also require the pure bloodline of the Frost clan, being of the royal lineage of Frost. The blood of Weems would indeed suffice. Thus, it became clear. No wonder the village chief, with his cunning nature, had not taken the items. However, it seemed he had still managed to deceive Princess Natalia of the Frost clan quite severely. Mother, Weems gazed incredulously at his parent, unable to comprehend why she so readily divulged such a secret. Enough with the chatter. Quickly retrieve the items, Lee commanded, seizing Weems as one might a chick and bringing him to the ceiling platform. Indeed, there were 2 recesses for placing the snowflake holy emblems, with a red gemstone nestled between them. Following Lucy's guidance, once everything was in place, the azure ceiling platform emitted a blinding red light. Subsequently, intricate magical patterns began to appear, shimmering erratically upon the surface of the platform. As the patterns intensified in brightness, a sudden crack resounded, and the ceiling platform split in 2. Lee effortlessly overturned the platform, which weighed several hundred pounds, revealing 3 stone jars the size of basketballs within. Upon inspection, the contents were a milky white liquid, slightly viscous, with a fragrance reminiscent of heather. Item: Fountain of Immortality. Quality: Legendary. Description: a rare and priceless elixir of immortality. This treasure could incite bloodshed and turmoil. Priceless indeed. A single drop of the Fountain of Immortality is beyond valuation. And this time, Lee had amassed 3 large jars, surely weighing 40 to 50 pounds. This was a remarkable find, not to mention the potential to extend one's lifespan. This singular benefit could incite madness. One must realize that upon returning to reality, acquiring more demon cores would enable him to utilize this substance, potentially allowing his family to live an additional 10,000 years. Ignoring the pallor of Weem's face, Lee directly stowed it in his backpack. Once in his possession, there was no question of relinquishing it. Yet what transpired next utterly upended Weem's worldview. Suddenly, from the black and red banner above, thick black smoke billowed forth, and 2 figures emerged from the haze, the Frost King and the Frost Queen. Before the astonished Weems, the royal pair knelt before Lee, declaring, "We, your subordinates. Moro, Vane, pay our respects to our master." With an impassive demeanor, Lee inquired, "Speak. What is the forbidden object, and what of the gold? Is it still here?" Since the very instigator of the past chaos stood before him, a mere question would yield all the answers. The imperial banner proved to be a truly extraordinary artifact. In response to the master, the items are no longer here. They were taken 36 years ago by a man and a woman. The forbidden object is a fragment of a finger bone left behind by the god of misfortune, and the gold is the gold of the goddess of fortune. Indeed, they had been taken. A sudden clarity washed over Lee, as if clouds had parted to reveal the moon. The situation appeared increasingly lucid. The so-called brainworm might very well have been conjured through that forbidden object. As for the gold, Lee realized he might have missed an invaluable opportunity. It was somewhat regretful. The village chief, that old fox, had indeed been scheming something. Your Majesty and your Majesty, Weems felt himself on the brink of madness. Just imagine, his childhood idol, now kneeling at the feet of a man. She will kill you, the princess will kill you, he thought. Lee remained non-committal. That, Chainer. First seal your son's magic, then knock him out, and take him away. Check, don't come any closer. In the depths of the Wangchengkane, 2 men lingered beside an altar. These 2 were the sorcerer Slot and his guard, Butte. At that moment, Slot gazed at the altar, his expression shifting between anxiety and determination. The rebirth altar of the undead. Butte, as ever, remained silent, standing quietly beside Slot without uttering a word. Let us go. We must retreat. This is a grave matter. I cannot handle them alone. Upon seeing the rebirth altar of the undead, Slot's first instinct was to flee. This altar was not a singular entity, but rather a cluster of 10, a mother with 9 offspring. The inscriptions on the surface crackled with magical energy, indicating that the altar was fully prepared. At this juncture, destroying the subsidiary altars would be futile. Most crucially, such a magical formation required at least 2 sorcerers of comparable power to activate successfully. Having survived to this age, Slot was naturally cautious. He would not be so arrogant as to believe he could contend with two foes of equal rank simultaneously. Just as Slot and Butte turned to leave, a voice, as clear and melodious as a silver bell, yet chillingly cold, echoed in his ear. "Old sir, since you have come, why not sit down and rest a while? We would be delighted to entertain you." Slot felt the hairs on his neck stand on end. He quickly surveyed his surroundings, noting 3 unidentified figures approaching from different directions. A lich, a dark knight, and could that be a remnant of the Frost bloodline? It was not 2 sorcerers, but 3. At that moment, Slot's heart sank. His aged pinky twitched slightly, and the gem ring upon it flickered briefly. A sphere materialized in his hand, the mind transmission pearl, casually shattering it. Slot smiled at the figures before him. "It seems I, the holy temple of Manhwa, have been absent for far too long, causing the world to forget my might." The figures cloaked in mist, the lich and the dark knight remained silent, while the blue-haired girl chuckled softly. "The might of Manhwa, we would never dare overlook. However, I advise the old sir to surrender peacefully. I guarantee your life will be spared. Did you not notice that by shattering the mind transmission pearl, there was no effect? This place has long been shrouded in my spiritual prohibition. Your messages cannot escape." Slot's expression darkened, the smile vanishing from his face. Very well, very well. It is impossible for me to surrender. Be prepared to lose one of your own before I perish. And the other 2. Do not think you can escape this Manhwa city. In this dire situation, hoping for mercy from his enemies was folly. He would rather put faith in his own prowess. With his back against the wall, Slot summoned his last ounce of courage. He waved his staff, murmuring incantations, and the magical energies surged forth. A pair of lifelike gray wings sprouted from his back. With a swift motion, he conjured a dimensional gate towering several meters high. A massive and fearsome head emerged from the portal. Summoning magic? How intriguing. Chapter 69, Summoning Mage, Slot. Summoning magic? How intriguing. The figure concealed within the mist spoke in a gravelly voice, visibly excited. In the blink of an eye, Slot completed his spell. At that moment, the enormous creature revealed its true form, a white tiger beast, towering over 5 meters, with elongated, menacing fangs protruding from its mouth, and its fierce eyes brazenly surveying everyone present, exuding an overwhelming aura that stirred the winds. But that was not the end of it. Following this, 2 other oppressive roars emanated from the dimensional gate, and a jet-black wolf, standing 3 meters tall with glowing red eyes, stepped forth from the portal. As the first 2 magical beasts materialized, the lich appeared slightly taken aback. The dark knight remained impassive, and the blue-skinned girl maintained her cold demeanor. Yet, as the final beast emerged, all 3 displayed a hint of astonishment. The colossal beast measures nearly 10 zhang in length, its body cloaked in a deep azure hue, adorned with an intricate tapestry of azure scales. Its massive head bears resemblance to that of a serpent, a python, and a crocodile all at once. Its limbs are robust and powerful, with claws that evoke terror. A white forehead, saber-toothed tiger, a shadowy camelot wolf, and even a ground dragon. The voice of the lich amidst the mist began to take on a grave tone. "It appears the old gentleman is intent on a desperate struggle with us." The blue-skinned maiden maintained a stoic expression, her resolve unwavering, beyond the reach of ordinary folk. She was resolutely determined. Anyone who dared to obstruct her would receive no mercy, even if they hailed from the esteemed Hall of Manhwa. Slot did not respond. Instead, with a single hand raised, he commanded the tiger and wolf to charge furiously towards the lich concealed within the mist. He himself stepped onto the spacious head of the ground dragon, for Slot was a master summoner, specializing in elite units rather than explosive ones. In this critical moment of life and death, he revealed all his trump cards. The 3 summoned beasts had been nurtured through immense effort, allowing him to remain undefeated against foes of equal caliber. If he could burst through the encirclement swiftly, there might be a glimmer of hope. "Let me, Agusa, experience the might of your battle pets." The lich, upon realizing Slot had chosen to breach through his direction, felt a surge of delight rather than surprise. Since Li Yi departed from the frostbound Lost Lands, this instance would likely devolve into an ordinary dungeon in the future. All the souls that had yet to lose their essence were confined within the Imperial banner, numbering nearly 2,000. As for those souls devoid of essence, Li Yi had commanded the Zhang Yuan to consume them. Now, the Zhang Yuan had regained the strength of an approximately level 55 epic boss. At this moment, Li Yi, with a single hand grasping the sealed magical whims, sported a pair of shimmering azure wings that fluttered vigorously, leaving a trail of azure light against the azure sky. He soared at full speed towards the main altar indicated by whims. From his lips, Li learned of the presence of 3 enemies at the level of archmages, causing him to break into a cold sweat for Slot. The old man must not perish. Thus, he hastened to reunite with him. Given Li Yi's current spell intensity, it would be no exaggeration to describe his speed as akin to that of a gale. 5 minutes later, as Li Yi pondered deeply, a sudden shift in expression drew his attention to a direction on his right. What an eerie fluctuation of magical energy. "Have you set up something over there?" Li Yi inquired of Whims, pointing towards that direction. At this moment, Wims could hardly contain his eagerness for Li Yi to find his princess, for that was his only chance of salvation. There lies a subalter, old gentleman. I harbor no intention of taking your life, nor do I wish to utterly offend your esteemed Hall of Taiwa. My sole desire is to rescue my kin. Yet, your obstinate resistance complicates matters greatly, Natalia stated coldly, her crystalline ice wings hovering above, casting a disdainful gaze from above. Truth be told, she did not wish to completely antagonize the Hall of Taiwa, nor did she want to burden her mentor unduly. Falling into your hands. Old man, what difference is there from death? Spare me your ramblings. Slot, now clad in tattered robes, bore white hair that had been corroded by an unknown spell, his face marred with bruises, evidently afflicted by some toxin. The only aspect of him that remained unscathed was his meticulously groomed beard. Meanwhile, his 3 summoned beasts had suffered greatly. The white-forehead, saber-toothed tiger lay defeated, and the shadowy camlet wolf was bloodied and battered, having lost an ear and significantly weakened. Slot's lips never ceased to chant spells, bestowing various enhancements upon his beasts. The only creature retaining its combat prowess was the sturdy dragon beneath his feet, while his guardian, Butte, lay unconscious atop the dragon, fate unknown. Seeing this, Natalia shook her head, but her expression turned even colder. Icebound Frostflower silence. She did not wish to waste further time. With her first strike, she unleashed a lethal move. The air around her crackled with ice elemental energy, swirling like moths to a flame. As she elegantly raised a finger, the temperature plummeted nearly 10 degrees, causing everyone to shiver involuntarily, as if pierced by the chill of the soul. A dazzling aurora erupted in the sky, even in broad daylight. Its brilliance could not be overshadowed. Feeling the intensity of this spell, Slot could only bitterly acknowledge the formidable presence of this Frost Clan woman before him. Though she appeared youthful, the pressure she exuded was overwhelming. He sensed that he might not withstand this blow. Yet, he refused to sit idly by. One after another, he retrieved items from his spatial ring, runes, scrolls, jade tablets. All his life-preserving artifacts were activated in an instant, conjuring barrier after barrier. The radiant aurora struck like lightning. The barrier Slot summoned shattered as easily as paper. The Lich and the Dark Knight exchanged startled glances, their hearts gripped by fear. This woman's mastery of magic was terrifying, likely placing her among the elite within the Archmage ranks, and she was still so young. Though Natalia hailed from 3 centuries past, she and Wims had been sealed in crystalline ice by Lysandra for nearly 300 years. Hence, one could argue she was merely in her mid-20s. At this moment, Slot's face turned ashen, despair etched upon him. Reluctantly, he stroked the old companion beneath him. Dragon, it seems today we shall meet our end. Suddenly, chaos erupted. Slot felt himself enveloped by a shadowy mass, followed by a thunderous roar. That brilliant aurora unexpectedly collided with an unidentified object and was met with resistance from the formidable elemental energy. The Lich, Dark Knight, and Natalia were all startled by this anomaly. Hello, everyone. My apologies for the tardiness. To make amends, I shall thoroughly deal with you. A brazen voice rang out. As those audacious words fell, Natalia and her companions realized that the devastating spell had been thwarted by a peculiar stone giant beast, which had been encased in ice. This stone giant towered nearly 20 zhang high, a truly colossal figure. As Li Yi's spell intensity surged, the stone giant's height had escalated from 10 zhang to 20 zhang. Elemental spirit, lava giant, runes. Upon witnessing this lava giant, expressions of panic flickered across the faces of Natalia and her companions. However, they paid no heed to Li Yi, who sat upon the shoulders of the lava giant, but instead dispersed their mental energies, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. The sheer size of the lava giant triggered their immediate response. The Grand Mage Emily has arrived. Only she could summon such a powerful elemental spirit. Even Slot wore an expression of delight. Where's your teacher? Li Yi shrugged. She hasn't come. Slot was taken aback. Then what about this elemental spirit? Li Yi replied, I summoned it. Upon hearing this, the flicker of hope that had graced Slot's face vanished in an instant. Did you use the spell scroll gifted by your teacher? Alas, you should not have come. Hearing the exchange between the two, Natalia and her companions relaxed their previously taut nerves. As long as the Grand Mage was not personally present, matters could be negotiated. As for the young man who had just arrived, Natalia and her companions regarded him with little concern. Within the realm of Eternal, NPCs could perceive the levels of others through the unique fluctuations of their realms, akin to the growth rings of a tree. High-level individuals easily discerned low-level ones. They instantly perceived that the newly arrived youth had merely just crossed the threshold of a super-tier mage, level 40 to 50. There were still several significant realms separating him from their own statuses as archmages. Boy, are you feeling quite arrogant? Soon, I shall let you experience the sensation of your soul being lashed. The Lich appeared somewhat flustered, seemingly intimidated by Li Yi. Li Yi glanced at the battlefield's conditions and observed Slot's several beasts. The white-fanged saber-toothed tiger was now barely clinging to life, gasping for breath, while the shadowy candle wolf had been provoked into a state of latent power, now completely collapsed on the ground. Noticing Slot's tender gaze directed at his beloved pet, Li Yi's mind stirred, and he conjured a few drops of milky liquid, tossing them towards the sorrowful elder. Let your beast drink this. It may save its life. Later, I hope it won't be too much to ask for a bit of blood from your earth dragon. The undying holy spring, while somewhat extravagant for mere healing, could indeed be a lifesaver in critical moments. The undying holy spring, Natalia exclaimed in astonishment. Where did you acquire the undying holy spring? Upon hearing Natalia's words, the Lich and the Dark Knight exchanged astonished glances, their expressions filled with surprise. Slot was suddenly filled with elation, hastily administering the undying holy spring to his pets. Li Yi did not respond to Natalia's inquiry. Instead, he stamped his foot on the frozen magma beast beneath him. Don't think you can slumber. Emerge and get to work. As his words fell, the thick ice crystals encasing the magma beast were instantly melted away by fierce flames. You shall be defeated. Awu witnessing this, Natalia inwardly gasped, acknowledging the prowess of a spell scroll crafted by a grand archmage. However, a single spell could not yield significant results. Just then, the magma beast let out a roar and expelled a comatose man from its mouth. Whims. Boy, what do you intend to do? Natalia felt a pang of anxiety for this soul kin of hers, becoming somewhat hesitant. Li Yi merely cast her a cold glance, remaining silent. Good lad. This undying holy spring is indeed a legendary artifact. With your teacher's magma beast and my pets, who have regained a significant portion of their strength, we now possess at least a 20% chance of survival. Slot exclaimed, overjoyed that a single drop of the undying holy spring had pulled the white-fanged, saber-toothed tiger back from the brink of death, its breath restored significantly. Boy, do not think that just because your teacher is a grand archmage, I will not dare to move against you. Release Whims, and return to me the sacred relic of my Frost clan, and I may spare your lives. Natalia had never contemplated killing the representatives of the Timing Temple. Her sole aim was to achieve her objectives. Now that the undying holy spring was in the hands of this individual, it indicated they could promptly execute their plan. The fates of the temple's individuals had become irrelevant. Li Yi was not one to engage in idle chatter. With a wave of his staff, the surrounding elements began to surge. As he muttered incantations, a terrifying aura began to permeate the atmosphere. The ground suddenly rippled as if it were water, the inexhaustible power of the Earth's veins surging forth, forming a unique domain. Domain, Earth Pulse. Activate. This is a domain. How is it possible? How could a super-tier mage comprehend a domain? The three adversaries were shaken by this extraordinary fluctuation. Even Slot, experiencing the overwhelming effects bestowed upon him, was dumbfounded yet exhilarated. Good, good. I did not expect you to possess such capabilities. This increases our chances of breaking free by at least another 10%. The Lich and the Dark Knight were horrified to discover that their core attributes were being rapidly siphoned out. After exchanging a glance, they acted without hesitation. The Dark Knight's skeletal steed transformed into a streak of black light, charging towards Li Yi. Go forth. Earth Dragon Beast. Shadowy Candle Wolf. Engage. Slot commanded, urging his beasts to confront the Dark Knight. Seeing Slot direct the dragon beast away from him, the Lich revealed a sinister smile. Suddenly, from Li Yi's shadow, a distortion occurred, and a dagger shot forth. Dark magic, Shadow's stab. A shadowy figure, black as ink and wielding a dagger of dark light, appeared beside Li Yi, preparing to deliver a fatal strike. Be careful, Slot shouted in alarm. Li Yi smirked coldly, instantly thrusting a storm spear through the dark assailant. The explosion of powerful magic shattered it into fragments, and the shadow returned to Li Yi. The Lich frowned, but soon felt a formidable lightning spell locking onto him. Thunder's judgment. Strike. The Lich scoffed inwardly. He acknowledged that the masked youth was a genius for grasping domain-level skills. However, he thought, how much power could a mere super-tier mage's spell wield? With a casual flick, he cast a magical shield, preparing to deliver a lethal blow to the boy. The thunder brewed, crackling like a dragon. The overwhelming pressure made everyone present feel a sense of dread. The Lich, now somewhat panicked, could hardly believe his senses. How is this possible? Is it another spell scroll? Not daring to be careless, he hastily cast several protective shields upon himself and summoned a dimensional gateway. Skeletal Commander, arise. Slay him. Soul of the Reaper, go. Countless undead creatures surged forth. Li Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. King-level skill, Raging Inferno. An immense conflagration instantly engulfed a 1-kilometer radius. Simultaneously, he summoned Desert Eagle. Eliminate that Dark Knight who cannot summon. Chapter 71. The terrifying power of Li Yi. Boom, boom, boom. The Desert Eagle's muzzle spat forth enchanting sparks. Bullet after bullet shot forth. This Dark Knight, a swordsman of equivalent strength to an archmage, level 120 to 150, found the bullet's speed hardly remarkable in his hollow, skeletal gaze. However, he was entangled by the earth dragon and other beasts and could only raise his great sword to deflect the bullets. Clang, clang. As the bullets struck against the great sword, he revealed an expression of unimaginable agony. Each shot inflicted 10,000 points of damage. On the other side, the Lich Agusso wore a face of uncertainty. His summoned undead army melted away as if they had entered a bottomless abyss upon entering the endless inferno. At that moment, the oppressive atmosphere reached its peak. Agusa could feel the air crackling with electrical arcs. Gazing at the myriad purple dragons above, and sensing his core attributes continuously drained from his body, he felt a chilling terror. This is dire. Li Yi's mage robe billowed in the wind, his left hand clutching the desert eagle and his right wielding the trickster's staff. He fired relentlessly at the dark night, while controlling the timing of Thunder's judgment. He awaited the earth pulse to reach its threshold. Now, Li Yi's eyes gleamed with cold light. Thunder's judgment. Strike. The earth pulse could siphon the core attributes of enemies within the domain, coupled with the SSS level talent, Soul Devouring. The massive purple lightning, flickering with eerie black light, cascaded down upon Agusa from above, its overwhelming force instilling dread in all present. 284354, 269534. In a sudden onslaught, two bolts of thunder struck Agusa, leaving him utterly dazed, as the multiple protective spells he had cast proved utterly ineffective. The lightning seemed imbued with a mysterious force that defied all defense. What in the world is this? Agusa exclaimed in terror, gazing at the ominous clouds above. Pregnant with ceaseless thunder, another purple bolt of lightning descended with an overwhelming ferocity. 293542. This cannot continue. Agusa's face contorted in agony. The three bolts he had already endured had severely drained his vitality, and should he face the entirety of the storm, it would surely claim a significant portion of his life. With this thought in mind, Agusa retrieved a peculiar bone inscribed with arcane runes from his spatial ring, and began to chant incantations. Meanwhile, Natalia found herself in a state of utter disbelief. Family, who understands this? She lamented, as she was pursued relentlessly by a colossal rock beast. Smash it, kill it, attack. She heard the lava giant bellow incessantly. The already resilient creature, fortified by the domain of Earth Pulse, was further empowered by the intensity of its caster's spells. In light of Li Yi's current magical prowess, though the lava giant lacked the capability to slay a high-ranking mage, it could certainly engage the enemy head-on and ensnare them. Moreover, it was currently enhanced by the Earth Pulse domain ability. Slot, focused solely on escaping, felt a surge of joy as he neared a successful breakthrough. Li, retreat. What the hell? He shouted, only to freeze in astonishment at the most surreal sight of his life. Li Yi, a mere transcendent mage, newly ascended, wielded power akin to that of the gods, effortlessly taking on three formidable mages who had nearly claimed his life. And what was this endless sea of flames? Was it a raging inferno? That thunder? The punishment of the runic spell, Thunder Judgment? How could it be so potent? Even the great mage Emily would scarcely compare. Would she? My heavens. Is this real? Slot even began to doubt whether he was experiencing a dying hallucination. Damn it. Regardless of whether it's a fantasy, if Li shows no intent to retreat, then I shall embrace madness this once. He steered his beast back into the fray. Wait. He observed in astonishment as the fourth bolt of lightning failed to inflict any harm, while the Lich Agusa was utterly shattered. Li Yi received no notification of a kill. It seemed Agusa had employed some secretive technique to extricate himself from the spell's binding. A type of escape magic, perhaps? Without further contemplation, Li Yi's left hand wielded the golden desert eagle, maintaining relentless fire upon the dark night. The item settings were rather provocative. As long as a magazine was present in his inventory, he could swiftly switch it with a mere thought. In an instant, a vertical pupil flickered into existence on Li Yi's forehead. This was the innate ability of the mountain giant ape's bloodline, the Eye of Void. In its initial stage, it granted the ability to see through illusions. As the bloodline was honed to its peak, even greater powers would be unveiled. The pitch-black vertical pupil was as profound as a black hole. A spear of storm coalesced silently before Li Yi, then suddenly shot forth into the void to the right. Soon after, a flurry of storm spears surged forth. When the storm spears collided with the void, a shadowy figure began to materialize. It was none other than the Lich Agusa. At that moment, the mist surrounding him had dissipated, allowing Li Yi to finally glimpse the true visage of the Lich. With a slit skirt and a slender waist adorned with sinister jewels and heavy chains, the skeletal figure radiated a dim, gray light, with pools of eerie green fire flickering in the eye sockets of its skull. As storm spears pierced through his body, Agusa looked at Li Yi with palpable terror, exclaiming, "Who are you exactly? How can a transcendent mage wield such power?" Though he spoke, his hands moved with haste, casting a necromantic summoning spell. A dimensional gate materialized, revealing a shadowy expanse within, exuding an aura of death. Endless skeletal beasts surged forth from the gate, and upon witnessing this, Li Yi's heart soared with joy. He chose not to engage in lengthy dialogue with the Lich and swiftly summoned forth his black-red banner, which spun with newfound vigor. "Go," commanded Li Yi. As the banner shot forth, swelling with power, exuding billowing black smoke, the skeletal beasts could hardly endure a few seconds within the inferno Li Yi unleashed. The Soul Devourer spell transformed half of the spell's damage into true damage, and there was no reasoning with the undead. The sound of kill notifications rang incessantly in his ears as swathes of undead creatures were harvested like ripe wheat. The spinning banner shone brightly, drawing in wave after wave of soul flames. These soul flames served as the lifeblood for the undead, yet due to the incomplete nature of their souls, they could not become banner servants. Nevertheless, they provided sustenance, as the thousands of brethren within the banner clamored for more. Li Yi could even hear their jubilant cries. Yes. Just like that, hurry. Give me more. So exhilarating. With a thought, he decided against hastily finishing off the lich. Earth Spike Prison. Release. The ground trembled slightly as the earth command he possessed truly came to fruition. Chapter 72. Unknown Powerful Enemy? The Great Mage Omis? The earth resonated with a deep rumble. The lich, having been pierced by dozens of storm spears, felt a sudden chill of fear. Suddenly, the ground erupted. Rocks flew, and the earth quaked. Within a radius of 300 meters, thousands of massive earth spikes erupted from the ground. In the blink of an eye, Li Yi unleashed hundreds of Earth Spike Prison skills. The Earth Command possessed 3 effects. Effect 1. The holder can instantaneously cast Earth spells, freely altering spell models, reducing the cooldown of Earth spells by 99. An ancient treasure of the mountain giant ape clan, it was no ordinary artifact. Theoretically, as long as Li Yi had sufficient magical energy, he could cover several kilometers with razor-sharp spikes in mere breaths. Then, Li Yi prepared to activate the latter part of the Earth Command, S effect, freely altering the spell model. In an instant, he raised a hand and traced a line with his finger. The vast array of earth spikes twisted and transformed into flailing thorny tendrils. Wherever one looked, there were tendrils, leaving the lich no space to escape. In the face of the lich's terror-stricken gaze, they rapidly converged upon him, binding him without a chance for resistance. Moments later, he found himself ensnared within a sprawling thorny prison. As despair engulfed the lich, he heard Li Yi's calm voice. If you can command your undead to break this prison, I shall spare your life. Li Yi held no intention of sealing the lich's magic, nor did he desire to do so. With a thought, a raging inferno surrounded the prison, transforming it into a sea of flames, while the banner of the Emperor of Humanity hung above, radiating brilliance. Should the lich attempt to summon undead creatures, they would be incinerated and their soul flames harvested by the banner. From the moment Li Yi began to clash spells with the lich until it was imprisoned, scarcely 10 breaths had passed. Li Yi turned his gaze towards the other 2 battlefields. The battle between the lava giant and Natalia could be described as evenly matched, each side countering the other, with neither able to gain the upper hand. On the other side, however, the confrontation between the Dark Knight and Slot was fraught with peril. Slot had just engaged in a fierce struggle with 3 opponents, leaving both him and his summoned beasts in a rather dire state. Yet, under the relentless onslaught of Li Yi's Desert Eagle, the Dark Knight still managed to maintain the advantage. Feeling the chilling gaze of Li Yi, the Dark Knight, Arthas, felt as if he were being scrutinized by a primordial beast, causing a tremor of fear to surge within him. He had witnessed the ferocity of Li Yi's battle with the lich, and the power of the masked figure was nothing short of terrifying. His resolve had been shattered, leaving only an overwhelming sense of dread. At that moment, Arthas's sole desire was to flee and save himself. However, he found himself ensnared by several of Slot's beasts, and despite his apparent advantage, he could not swiftly dispatch them. As he saw Li Yi advancing step by step toward him, panic set in, prompting him to activate his berserk mode. A torrent of crimson energy erupted from his body as he slammed his massive sword onto the most troublesome earth dragon. A thunderous crash echoed, and the monstrous force sent the nearly 100-ton earth dragon flying several meters away. Without hesitation, he urged his skeletal steed to flee, vanishing hundreds of meters away in an instant. Li Yi's surprising ability to intimidate the formidable Dark Knight into retreat astonished Slot, who gulped in disbelief. Could it be that he is a reincarnation of some divine being? Li Yi, undeterred, began to chant an incantation, and the wind element surged around him, forming a pair of crystalline wings of air behind him. Stay here and do not move. I shall return shortly. After issuing this command, Li Yi transformed into a streak of light, pursuing the Dark Knight. He had no habit of letting his enemies escape easily. Arthas, feeling a moment of relief, prepared to make his escape northward, vowing never to return to this cursed place. Little did he know that as soon as this thought crossed his mind, a calm voice echoed behind him. Now that you are here, why not stay for a while and allow me to entertain you before you leave? Startled, Arthas turned around, only to find Li Yi leisurely following him in the sky. Panic surged anew, and he readied himself to flee once again. But Li Yi merely willed it, summoning the earth element to surge forth as magical energy swirled. Instantly, nearly 100 earth prison spells were unleashed. Under the extraordinary effect of the earth sign, Li Yi effortlessly altered the spell model, transforming the previously flat terrain into a treacherous landscape. Terrifying and grotesque thorny tendrils erupted from the ground, ensnaring Arthas. Raising his great sword, he unleashed a powerful strike, shattering dozens of tendrils, eliciting a moment of hope. However, just as he thought he had opened a gap, he despondently realized it was quickly filled by the relentless thorny tendrils. They seemed endless, Clear the way. Death charge. Arthas merged with his skeletal steed, his body aglow with crimson light as he charged forth with all his might, momentarily breaking through hundreds of thorny tendrils. Humph, merely a cornered beast struggle, Li scoffed, extending a hand and closing his fingers. The infinite tendrils surged violently, unreservedly advancing toward Arthas, and in an instant, he was engulfed. No, no, my lord, grant me mercy. I am willing to become your most loyal servant. In his desperation, Arthas pleaded. Even the lowliest of creatures would fight for survival, let alone a dark knight who had honed his skills for countless years. Oh, you wish to become my servant? That will not do, Li replied indifferently. I would prefer you as a brother. Thunderous punishment. Strike. Bound by the relentless tendrils, Arthas could not struggle, helplessly watching as terrifying bolts of lightning rained down upon him. In an instant, magical power surged anew, and more spells coalesced under Li's merciless incantation. After several moments, the Dark Knight's vitality dwindled to nothing. Just as Li prepared to cast another thunderous punishment to send him to his final rest, a languid sigh resonated from the void above. Alas, dear friend, might you show leniency and spare my subordinate? I shall repay you handsomely. With this came an overwhelming aura of dread. Li, slightly taken aback, mused, oh, show you leniency? I suppose I must grant a grand sorcerer's request. The mysterious powerful figure, upon hearing this, expressed delight. Excellent, excellent. Your magnanimity is commendable. I, Omus, am in your debt. Li smiled faintly. Then with a flick of his finger, a torrent of thunder descended. Boom. The Dark Knight's head exploded in an instant. Here. Your steed. A skeletal horse was swept up by several tendrils and hurled into the void, bewildered. Ignorant youth. You seek death. The tumultuous and terrifying aura cascaded down from the void like a raging sea. Collect some elegant skill names and monster titles. A bit of introduction would be splendid. Cackled an unseen voice. Chapter 73. The Archmage Mastering the Power of World Runes. Foolish youth. You seek death. The overwhelming and terrifying aura continued to pour down from the void, pressing upon Li's body with a palpable weight. The atmosphere thickened, buzzing as if the very fabric of space were being compressed. A mysterious melody of magical power arose, and the myriad thorny tendrils shattered in an instant. The Archmage is among the pinnacle of combatants in the world of eternity. In a continent where legendary powers seldom emerge, the Archmage is essentially untouchable. While the difference between a mage and an Archmage is merely a single word, it signifies a chasm of disparity. A magician who attains the rank of Archmage gains the ability to visualize world runes and is permitted to study forbidden spells. They begin to engage with the laws of nature, and their spells carry an essence of rule power. Of course, forbidden spells, capable of rivaling divine majesty, can only be unleashed by the most elite Archmages. Many Archmages lack sufficient comprehension of world runes, rendering them unqualified to participate in casting forbidden spells. The unknown figure before Li emanated such an overwhelming presence that he could ascertain the opponent's status as an Archmage before he could utter a word. He witnessed the prison he had constructed to contain the Lich suddenly explode with a deafening roar. A massive gray hand reached in and swiftly retrieved the Lich. Li remained expressionless, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his lips. The rescued Lich, Asagoth, appeared as if he had narrowly escaped a disaster. Thank you, esteemed one, for saving my life. I shall repay you with my life in the future. Yet before he could finish, the mysterious powerful figure bellowed, no. The gray hand shimmered with runes, but it was too late. Dozens of storm spears pierced through the Lich, their fury ignited, radiating a blinding azure light. Then, they erupted. The storm of ruin. Already severely weakened, the Lich Asagoth could not withstand such a devastating blow and was immediately vanquished. Bone dust rained down from the sky. A fleeting stillness enveloped the scene, and the atmosphere grew ever more oppressive. How dare you? How dare you? A voice filled with rage resonated from the void, easily reaching the ears of all present. The battle between Natalia and Slot came to a halt the moment the Archmage's presence manifested. Murphy, seeing an opportunity to take a respite, paused to observe. Slot, at this moment, was truly gripped by fear, tears streaming down his face. The Archmage. That is indeed the Archmage. How could he have the audacity to slay one's subordinate right before their eyes? At the level of an Archmage, not only are interests imperative to contest, but one's dignity is also of utmost importance. Even within opposing factions, a modicum of respect is typically afforded to one another. This is not merely a matter of personal honor, but rather a reflection of the standing of their realm. To show respect to the other is tantamount to honoring one's own magical achievements. Yet, Li's actions were akin to tearing down his dignity, hurling it to the ground, trampling it underfoot, and then tossing it into a cesspool, only to return it to him afterward. At this moment, Natalia, aside from being astonished by Li's overwhelming power, was profoundly shaken by his unabashed audacity, to an extent that left her utterly speechless. Even as a direct disciple of a legendary pinnacle, she would not dare to insult an Archmage in such a manner. Meanwhile, the enigmatic figure who had remained concealed until now began to materialize in the void above. An aged man, shrouded in deep brown robes. His skeletal frame almost devoid of flesh, with a hooked nose and sunken cheekbones, and most notably, possessing only a single eye. Not that one was blind. Rather, where the other eye should have been was a hollow socket, and within it, a deeply set green pupil. His expression was impassive, yet an overwhelming aura of murderous intent instantly sent shivers down the spines of all present. Slot had not anticipated that this mission would unveil the existence of an archmage, and despair crept into his heart. As he pondered escape strategies, he also contemplated who this archmage truly was. The name Archmage Ohms did not ring any bells in his memory. However, upon seeing the one-eyed elder, Slot's pupils constricted, and he gasped in shock. Green Eye. It is you. Did you not perish in the endless sea a decade ago? You have actually ascended to archmage status? The elder, perceiving that Slot had recognized his identity, was momentarily taken aback. You have heard of my tale? After 10 years of honing my craft, once he realized someone acknowledged him. Ohms's face briefly flickered with a mix of nostalgia and pride, ready to proclaim his return to the continent as the green-eyed archmage. Yet just then, the elements of thunder surged violently across the skies. A bolt of purple lightning descended directly toward his head, accompanied by a voice that exclaimed, "Blah, blah, blah. Enough with the nonsense." Ohms retorted, but what unfolded next left Li Yi somewhat astonished. The roaring thunder, with a force of 10,000, struck down. The elder, visibly enraged, merely scoffed. An extraordinarily peculiar wave of energy emanated from him. The grand display of purple lightning abruptly vanished, as if devoured by a mysterious force of law. The storm clouds above the elder dissipated into nothingness. Foolish child, you possess a formidable legacy, wield some powers that do not belong to you. And you presume to challenge an archmage? The elder's tone was frigid. Yet, his gaze upon Li Yi flickered with uncertainty, as he sensed something extraordinary in the young man before him. The power he exhibited was indeed astonishing, even overwhelming his own understanding of the magical world. His mastery of spells was nothing short of breathtaking, subtly evoking feelings of inadequacy even within the archmage. However, despite the young man's celestial prowess and unparalleled spellcasting, his execution was rather crude. Had he employed it with finesse, he could have achieved equivalent results with a mere fraction of the effort. This was likely due to a mysterious inheritance that did not belong to mortals. He might have received the legacy of some ancient deity, infused with immense magical energy. The mysterious black banner, continually emitting dark smoke, was evidence of such potent and inscrutable magical fluctuations. Throughout his life, he had navigated with caution, adhering to a prudent path. Confronted with this unknown entity, he had no desire to take risks. Yet this youth had the audacity to slay his hard-won subordinate before his very eyes. If word of this spread, how could he endure the humiliation of being disregarded by one so juvenile? How could he maintain his standing in this eternal continent? Just as the elder was lost in thought, Li Yi stamped his foot. In an instant, the earth trembled, and torrents of earth elements surged forth like an unending river. With a mere snap of his fingers, Li Yi propelled the earth's pulse to its utmost limits. Waves of ripples expanded outward, sweeping toward the elder, who felt an overwhelming pressure. With a sharp cry, Natalia managed to conjure a field of ice-blue energy to resist Li Yi's encroaching domain. Noticing that Li Yi disregarded her entirely, the elder's face twisted with mockery, with a light gesture of his gnarled fingers and a subtle motion of his lips. He uttered, "Break." Another wave of profound energy surged forth. To his astonishment, Li Yi's most advanced domain-level skill was instantaneously dismantled. The elder savored the essence of this earth domain, nodding in reluctant appreciation. "Surrender, boy. In this world, there exist two kinds of mages, the ordinary mage and the archmage. If you could harm one who commands the world's runic powers, would there be so many vying for those runes? If you are willing to submit to me and reveal your secrets, I shall take you as my apprentice." Upon hearing this, Li Yi sighed inwardly, merely relying on spells. "I find myself lacking against formidable foes above level 110. Thus, for the first time, Li Yi responded directly to the archmage. "Archmage? If I were to unleash my full strength, how many of my strikes do you think you could withstand?" With that, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he stowed the trickster's staff into his backpack. He lifted his foot as if stepping upon invisible stairs, gracefully ascending into the air. Behind him, a resplendent golden silhouette began to take form. An aura of terror, reminiscent of ancient wilds, enveloped the entire realm. Chapter 74. The Transformation of the True Spirit Giant Ape, a Cataclysmic Might. With fortuitous circumstances and his extraordinary prowess, Li Yi acquired the remarkably pure blood of the ancient true spirit mountain giant ape and successfully refined and fused it. This true spirit giant ape transformation had become his ultimate hidden ability. As he summoned its full potential, the dazzling golden light behind him revealed its true nature. A fearsome and terrifying giant ape silhouette emerged, crowned with a single horn, fangs bared, and a sinister vertical pupil on its forehead that seemed capable of devouring all light in existence. The overwhelming pressure rendered all present breathless and oppressed. Slot, in disbelief, muttered to himself, It's you, my heavens. Meanwhile, Natalia's delicate light blue visage flushed with a hint of crimson, her eyes brimming with shock, confusion, envy, and longing. The lava beast, Murphy, with round, wise eyes, expressed, I too wish to grow horns. Above, within a small black banner, the gray mist of the ancient ape knelt reverently, its furry hands clasped in prayer, bowing repeatedly, my ancestral spirit. As for the archmajomes, upon witnessing the golden giant ape's silhouette, he retreated hundreds of feet, his green eye widening in shock, waves of terror surging within him. The true spirit. An ancient true spirit. How is this possible? You are clearly of the human race. Li Yi ascended step by step into the air, the golden giant ape's silhouette solidifying and expanding as though inflated. 1 zhong, 5 zhong, 10 zhong. Finally, the giant ape's silhouette soared to an astonishing 30 zhong in height. The golden-hued light cast a shimmering glow upon the vast expanse of the earth. Li Yi, with an expression devoid of emotion, appeared remarkably indifferent. Come, dare to touch it. He beckoned. At this moment, Amushi was no longer the careless figure he had been previously. His face was now etched with trepidation. Whose legacy have you truly inherited? To be able to summon the power of true spirits? Li shook his head dismissively. Your words are unnecessarily verbose. Perhaps I should escort you to the underworld to inquire with Yama himself? With that, he vanished in a flash, reappearing beside the green-eyed elder, his palm descending upon the elder's head with the force of a mountain. However, Amushi proved his worth as a grand sorcerer. His abilities and combat experience forged through countless life and death encounters. Suddenly, his form became ethereal and distorted, transforming into a gray mist, and in the next moment, he materialized 100 feet away. Though Li Yi's strike landed empty, it stirred a tempestuous gale with the force of a hurricane. This gust struck the ground below with a deafening roar, leaving behind a massive palm imprint several feet deep. At that moment, the surroundings quivered ominously. Li Yi's ears were filled with the insidious whispers of dark magic, the essence of dark grief. Amushi realized that this battle might very well be a fight to the death, and he could no longer afford to be careless. He unleashed a lethal maneuver. An indescribable sensation of binding enveloped Li Yi, rendering him immobile, as if the very fabric of space conspired to crush him, an obscure aura assailing him. Beside his slightly emaciated form, countless black spectral serpents appeared, their scales shimmering with arcane runes. These eerie serpents could teleport, their dark light flickering as they latched onto Li Yi like parasites. An unbearable pain surged through him, and he felt his life force swiftly diminishing, plummeting by a third in mere moments. This was the first time Li Yi had confronted the Grand Sorcerer's runic magic head-on, leaving him inwardly astonished. Nevertheless, his expression remained impassive as he silently urged the colossal ape's phantom behind him into action. The visage of the giant ape revealed a flicker of human-like mockery in its ferocious eyes. The earth within a 10-mile radius hummed incessantly, visible ripples radiating outward. An inexhaustible torrent of the earth's might surged toward the giant ape's phantom. Li lightly tapped his forehead, exhaling, withdraw. Instantly, golden runes began to shimmer upon his form. The black serpents clinging to him dissipated into nothingness, leaving behind only fragments of dark runes. With a mere thought, the pale golden runes began to circulate around him, and upon contact with the black runes, they melted away like snow under the warm sun. As Amushi had stated, the world runes were the ultimate, obscure, and mysterious power of the eternal realm. Legends suggested that even deities were merely mortals who had mastered the world runes. Yet, the true spirit runes that Li Yi was invoking were indeed a form of world runes. After all, true spirits and deities existed on the same terrifying level of existence. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. A voice filled with exasperation echoed. I have risked my life countless times to grasp the secrets of the world runes. How could you so easily dispel them? Could it be that you are a descendant of true spirits? Amushi's face was a mask of unwillingness as a skeletal staff materialized in his hand, incantations spilling from his lips. But how could Li Yi allow him to cast another spell? With a single leap, he covered dozens of yards, his phantom barely discernible in the sky, instantly arriving beside the green-eyed elder. I strike. His fist clenched tightly, he unleashed a barrage upon the elder. The massive golden phantom behind him mirrored his actions with a ferocious countenance. The fists, imbued with the earth's formidable power, descended with the terror of a descending deity. As the fists approached, the very void seemed on the verge of rupture, rippling incessantly. The green-eyed elder, eyes wide with horror and fear, swiftly produced a bone jade plate, panic-stricken as he shattered it. Instantly, a shield brimming with dense, dark green runes enveloped his entire body. With a thunderous crash, the green-eyed elder was sent flying hundreds of feet, foam spilling from his mouth, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, crashing into a mountain below. The mountain shattered as if made of glass, the earth itself fracturing. Amushi felt his head buzzing, struggling to rise, his heart racing with terror. What followed was a sight that struck fear into his very core. The rune shield encasing his form emitted a crisp sound, shattering like fragile glass. This was a treasured life-saving artifact he held dear, obliterated by a single punch. How could this be possible? Such a terrifying being exists in this world. Moreover, he seemed to be a mage. What manner of mage is this? Flee. Beg for mercy. Although he possessed powerful spells in reserve, he doubted their efficacy against Li Yi. With only one life to live, he had no desire to suffer this unwarranted calamity. At that moment, fear consumed Mushi's mind, spreading uncontrollably. As he observed Li Yi approaching once more, panic surged within him, and this proud grand sorcerer found himself pleading for mercy. Wait, your cultivation is unparalleled. I submit. Please. However, Li Yi remained unmoved, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. He harbored but one thought, to end Mushi's life. Damn it, the green-eyed elder, despite his reluctance, was compelled to invoke a spell that had led him to become a grand sorcerer. His singular green eye suddenly radiated a gray-white light, and he spat forth a mouthful of foul black blood, splattering it upon his skeletal staff. The staff moved with astonishing speed. He vowed that even in his prime, when faced with the enchanting statue of a goddess, he had never wielded such speed. In an instant, the black blood coalesced in the air, forming an exceedingly profound black magic circle. Essence of the Dragon King's skeleton. As the obscure aura surged tumultuously, the moment the magic circle, glowing with a dim black light, was completed, the green-eyed elder's already frail body withered rapidly, his aged skin disintegrating, flesh and blood turning to dust. He became a mere skeleton, with only his flickering green eye attesting to his continued existence. A tempestuous force erupted across the land, a storm swirling chaotically. The immense pressure forced Sloat and Natalia, even with their magic shields raised, to their knees, their faces etched with terror. Dragon's might. Li Yi, who had intended to conclude the loquacious grand sorcerer's life, found his path obstructed by an enormous entity. It was a dragon, a skeletal dragon. Its body, composed of white, jade-like bones, unfurled its wings spanning dozens of feet. Its claws gleamed like swords, and its lizard-like head bore a gray rune pulsating with light. Its dragon eyes, devoid of emotion, surveyed the scene. Under the overwhelming aura of terror emanating from the dragon, Li Yi felt a palpable pressure. Yet he merely furrowed his brow, assessing the attributes of this skeletal dragon. Dragon King's skeleton Sato, ancient level boss, level 150 health. E physical attack, magical attack, physical defense, magical defense. Skills. Description: once a member of the undead dragon clan, he failed to transcend to the legendary realm a millennium ago and perished in the boundless sea. After his death, his corpse attained self-awareness and, 10 years prior, entered into a primal contract with the necromancer Omus. He stands as a level 150 ancient grade boss. To this day, Li Yi has yet to encounter even a legendary grade boss. Yet he has now laid eyes upon an ancient grade boss of superior quality. This revelation instilled a sense of caution within him. Upon being summoned, the skeletal dragon Sato merely cast a glance at Li Yi before being shaken by the golden giant ape apparition behind him. It too was filled with uncertainty. Sato refrained from launching the first attack, instead turning its massive head to gaze at the elder with green eyes, its dragon gaze brimming with fury. Omus, what summons me? Do you not realize I am in the midst of profound contemplation regarding runes? Furthermore, how audacious of you to summon my true form with primal power. Are you not aware that our primal essences are intertwined, and harm to one begets harm to the other? Strictly speaking, Omus does not qualify as a traditional archmage. He merely leveraged the power of the primal contract with the skeletal dragon Sato to grasp a mere fraction of world runes. Omus, in response, offered a wry smile. Sato, I seek the holy spring of undeath. Should I succeed, it would benefit us immensely. I did not wish to confront formidable foes, and without summoning you, my demise was inevitable. In such a case, bound by our contract, you two would be plunged back into silence. Hearing this, the skeletal dragon Sato's eyes widened. What? You were driven to such desperation? It turned to the minuscule figures before it, its expression grave. Friend, if my companion has offended, I beseech you, spare him for my sake. And you, my friend, shall earn the friendship of Sato the skeletal dragon. The dragon kin are the proudest of races in this world. Yet they also revere powerful beings. Even a consciousness birthed from a dragon's corpse adheres to this ancient virtue. Li Yi gazed at the skeletal dragon and sighed inwardly. Alas, it is merely a creature of bones. Otherwise, his true spirit 12 transformations might have advanced further. Regaining his composure, Li Yi spoke coldly. What use have I for the friendship of a mere pile of bones? Should I feed it to my dog? An affront. This was undoubtedly an insult. With but a single phrase, Li Yi ignited the wrath of Sato the skeletal dragon. A skeleton. The very thought of being pursued by a hellish three-headed hound, only to be licked for 3 days and nights, shattered Sato's composure. The dragon's eyes flared with fury, and its hollow nostrils emitted smoke. Foolish human, you shall learn that insulting a skeletal dragon demands a price in blood. Li Yi had no intention of engaging in further dialogue. Seizing the opportunity of Sato's fury, he stomped the ground with a single foot, clenched his fist, and transformed into a streak of light, launching his fist with explosive force towards the dragon's skull. Behind him, the golden giant ape apparition radiated a blinding light, an overwhelming torrent of mountain spirit power converging within Li Yi's comparatively frail form. With a single punch, he conjured a massive golden fist shadow. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, and the blood-red number 1, 235, 764 floated above the skeletal dragon's head. Sato was sent hurtling backward for dozens of yards by this tremendous force. The strike inflicted colossal damage, yet Li Yi furrowed his brow. Such formidable defenses. The attributes indicated a health pool measured in the billions, and his full-powered strike had merely dealt a little over 1 million in damage. Its health bar showed no signs of decline. This was a dragon of immense physical might. To have been sent flying by his punch was a testament to terrifying strength. Natalia, observing from the side, felt her heart tremble, her lips pale with shock. The realization that she had previously disrespected a being of such power filled her with dread. Thank goodness she had not confronted him. Even Slot, who had remained unruffled until now, was tugging at his beard in a frenzy, his gaze vacant. Is he truly Emily's disciple? He seems to be a mage. The rumors in the temple claim he possesses strength comparable to an archmage. What utter nonsense. He is nothing short of a humanoid beast. Li Yi was dissatisfied. However, having activated the true spirit giant ape transformation, he had already summoned the indomitable grasp of the eternal. Combined with his current health of 16 million, he believed he had a fighting chance. How dare you, shameless human! I will see you dead. Sato the skeletal dragon roared in fury, gathering a murky breath of dragon energy, which it then unleashed, enveloping Li Yi in a deluge of deathly essence. Li Yi recognized he could not evade this attack, nor did he intend to. With a flip of his hand, a yellowish crystal shard fell into his palm, an ancestral treasure of the ancient ape clan. Nevertheless, he was a master of both magic and martial arts. The robust mountain spirit power surged into the earth sign, emanating a hazy yellow glow. The ground beneath underwent a seismic transformation. The earth sign's effect permanently enhances the holder's affinity for earth elements, under specific conditions, may allow for the moving of mountains and filling of seas. The mountain giant ape already possessed the purest mountain spirit power. With this activation, Li Yi conjured a towering mountain, hundreds of feet high, and hurled it towards the dragon breath. Sato's pupils widened in disbelief. It had not anticipated that this mere human wielded such astonishing abilities. As the mountain collided with the dragon breath, an ear-piercing hiss echoed through the air. The terrifying dragon breath seemed imbued with some arcane force, swiftly corroding and dissolving the mountain. Soon, the entire structure was nearly obliterated. Yet, simultaneously, the power of the dragon breath was diminished by 7 to 8 tenths. Seeing this, Li Yi clasped his hands together, mirroring the action of the golden giant ape apparition behind him. A golden shield enveloped him, and the torrent of dragon breath surged past. The blood-red number 4, 352, 785 floated up, directly depleting a third of Li Yi's health. However, in an instant, the golden giant ape's apparition shone brilliantly, surrounding Li Yi with a renewed golden radiance. The number 4, 352, 785 appeared again. While this bolstered Li Yi, the giant ape's apparition visibly dimmed. Sato, the skeletal dragon, lifted its bony head with pride. Arrogant human. Though I know not how you possess true spirit power, you have angered the noble Sato the skeletal dragon today, and you have chosen the wrong dragon to provoke. Chapter 76, Complete Form. True Spirit Giant Ape Transformation. Arrogant human, though I know not how you possess true spirit power, you have angered the noble Sato the skeletal dragon today, and you have chosen the wrong dragon to provoke. Having felt the effects of his attack, Sato began to revel in its newfound confidence. Its gaze towards Li Yi was no longer filled with caution, but tinged with mockery. The dragon breath washed over Li Yi, inflicting excruciating pain as if being gnawed upon by countless venomous insects. You have been attacked by death dragon breath, causing a loss of 1 of health per second. Li Yi shook his head, letting out a sigh. I am still not strong enough. I must grow stronger. He summoned true spirit power to counter the ongoing damage while also alleviating the intense pain somewhat. The SSS level, True Spirit 12 transformations, merely possessed the ability to fuse bloodlines. Yet, he was but a human, not an ancient true spirit, and thus could not spontaneously generate true spirit essence. He was uncertain whether there existed an SSR level version of True Spirit 12 transformations. Initially, he had intended to be frugal, but it seemed that procrastination would only lead to greater depletion of true spirit power. Who could say when he might encounter another ancient giant ape? With this thought in mind, Li Yi hesitated no longer, his resolve solidified. Indifferently gazing at the triumphant skeletal dragon Sato, Li declared, if I do not obliterate you today, I shall not bear the surname Li. The skeletal dragon Sato paused momentarily, then erupted into a wild, boisterous laughter. Unless you are a true spirit, this is preposterous. Suddenly, the colossal skeletal dragon, towering nearly 100 feet, became stunned, looking at Li with disbelief. In that brief moment while Sato spoke, Lee's black pupils burst forth with golden light, revealing a singular three-eyed giant ape within their depths. An ominous vertical eye abruptly opened on Lee's forehead, dark as ink and devoid of emotion, unlike anything of the mortal realm. Then, with a swift motion, he struck his crown with one hand. The golden giant ape's ethereal visage, which had been closely following Lee's actions, grinned widely and began to move autonomously, drawing closer to Lee's form with each deliberate step. With every stride, the towering phantom shrank incrementally, 30 feet, 20 feet, 10 feet, until it matched Lee's stature. At last, the golden ape merged seamlessly with Lee's corporeal form. Lee's eyes widened with fury as he roared, his voice reverberating like thunder across the mountains and plains. A blinding golden light radiated from his being, and his once slim figure began to swell, revealing a fierce countenance adorned with countless golden fur. In an instant, he transformed from a height of 6 feet into a behemoth nearing 30 feet tall, a fearsome, golden giant ape. The dark vertical eye on his forehead twinkled with a hint of delight, and his powerful limbs seemed capable of upheaving mountains and plucking stars from the heavens. An unparalleled aura surged forth, sending debris flying and uprooting trees. Slot and Natalia, who had retreated nearly 1,000 meters to observe, were swept away by this overwhelming force. The giant ape struck its chest with both hands and released a resounding roar that echoed through the heavens. The prolonged howl reverberated across the universe. In the extreme northern reaches of the eternal continent, beyond the endless icy glaciers, a peculiar place lay hidden within the clouds above a towering glacier. Here, violet lightning filled the sky, accompanied by the terrifying crackle of thunder. At the center of the clouds, there existed a vast violet lake, not filled with water but with a thunderous essence. In the midst of this lake, a colossal bear, nearly 1,000 feet tall, lay with its eyes tightly shut, surrounded by countless swirling purple runes. Suddenly, the giant bear opened its eyes with astonishment, turning its gaze toward a direction in the void, exclaiming, "Father?" However, it soon sensed something amiss, its expression shifting to one of uncertainty. "No, it's not him. That familiar aura. The mountain giant ape. How could this be? Such a pure essence of true spirit." Although its power was still weak, the essence was undeniably pure. In the western expanse of the eternal continent, amidst the boundless yellow desert where sandstorms raged, there existed an astonishing primordial forest. Each tree towered skyward, casting shadows over the sun. The forest was fragrant with flora, boasting remarkable flowers and fruits. Among them, one particularly striking red fruit caught the eye. If Lee were present, he would recognize it as the crimson fruit. However, these fruits were plump and radiant, resembling rubies, far superior to the ones Lee had previously acquired. Deep within the primordial forest, a group of bizarre apes frolicked joyously. Their grotesque features belied their formidable stature, each standing at least 10 feet tall, yet appearing somewhat lean. Each bore a peculiar vertical stripe upon their foreheads. Suddenly, a gray figure shot forth from the heart of this ancient forest, the ancestral land of the primordial apes, soaring towards the heavens. An elder ape, stooped and leaning on a peachwood staff, hovered above the forest. His face was filled with excitement, lips trembling, as the dark vertical eye on his forehead emanated a palpable light, gazing into the distance as if striving to discern something. The presence of the holy ancestor. Though fleeting, the aura was unmistakable to the elder who had safeguarded it for millennia. Below, the forest buzzed with chatter among the apes. Who dares defy our clan's laws and step beyond the primordial ape forest? Young ones, who will go capture him? Capture him. An elder ape suddenly wore a shocked expression, then scolded sharply, "Silence. You unruly creatures. That is the Grand Elder. Speak no more nonsense. Bow down and repent." The Grand Elder? They gasped. Isn't he in seclusion since the rebellious treasure thief vanished a millennium ago? On the banks of the Wanchan Plains, a menacing giant ape grinned wickedly at the skeletal dragon before it. The skeletal dragon Sato looked on in terror at the fearsome aura exuding from the giant ape. A deep-seated fear surged within its soul, akin to confronting a superior dragon. No, more terrifying by an order of magnitude. The giant ape approached the skeletal dragon Sato with a leisurely gait. The dragon, filled with dread, stammered, "I warn you, do not come any closer. Look, I am only slightly larger than you. I will surely beat you to death. I warn you once more." The skeletal dragon lacked even the will to resist. With a single punch, the giant ape unleashed a force akin to 1,000,000 pounds, obliterating half of the skeletal dragon's body. Chapter 77, Taming the Skeletal Dragon. A colossal crimson numeral floated above the skeletal dragon Sato's head. In the form of the giant ape, Lee's true spirit power had fully fused with his flesh and blood. He had achieved an astounding attribute of 25,800 points in strength, granting him tenfold power and an additional tenfold growth in strength. 1 point of strength yielded 20 points of physical attack. Yet, this was not the end. As one of the most terrifying divine powers in the world, true spirit energy possessed additional enigmatic hidden effects. Though the giant ape stood only 10 feet tall, seeming diminutive next to the skeletal dragon Sato's nearly 100-foot frame, The dragon's fear only intensified. With just one punch, the giant ape shattered the dragon's bone structure, sending it hurtling thousands of feet away. The golden giant ape appeared unhurried, striding through the air as if taking a leisurely walk, yet with each step, the ape blurred and appeared dozens of feet closer. Seeing the relentless pursuit of the giant ape, the skeletal dragon Sato abandoned any thought of fighting back. No, revered human warrior, I surrender. Please stop. I shall perish if you continue. The dragon's gray eyes were now filled with terror. The golden giant ape had shattered its psychological defenses with a single blow. The giant ape's golden eyes gleamed with a murderous and cruel intent, and in response to Sato's pleas for mercy, it merely grinned, revealing its fangs. Faced with this sight, the skeletal dragon, out of sheer despair, began to resist, a rune on its forehead flickering with light. Gathering its strength, it unleashed a gray breath of death toward the giant ape, rolling forth in a torrent. This gray breath, compared to before, seemed to possess something more. With indistinct black runes flickering within, the giant ape's golden gaze revealed a glimmer of surprise, yet the derisive grin only widened. With fists clenched, the ape's body was adorned with a dense layer of golden fur, radiating a soft, golden glow. Subsequently, it appeared as if golden runes flickered in and out of existence. With fists thrusting into the void, several golden fist shadows were unleashed, hurtling towards the dragon's breath. The two forces collided rapidly. With a resounding crash, the deathly dragon breath was unexpectedly shattered, while the golden fist shadows seemed to lose their potency, dissipating into nothingness. The skeletal dragon, Sato, felt its pupils constrict sharply, fear enveloping its being even more profoundly. This was the full force of its dragon breath, empowered by the source of runes, containing a thread of the death principle. And yet it was so easily broken. However, panic suddenly gripped it, for after the dragon breath dissipated, the gigantic ape had vanished from its sight. It anxiously scanned its surroundings in search. Are you looking for me? A faint voice reverberated like thunder in Sato's ears. Following the sound, it beheld a golden fist. Bang. 456-32570, bang. 4576-5240. The giant ape relentlessly pounded the skeletal dragon. It then violently yanked it from the air, pinning it to the ground beneath its feet. The skeletal dragon, Sato, struggled desperately. Yet, even with all its might, the giant ape's foot remained unmoved, as if it were crushed beneath a towering mountain. Like to play the part? Bang. 46528780, noble dragonkin. Bang. 43625870, spitting on me? Bang. The golden giant fist continued to rain down upon the skeletal dragon's skull. As a level 150 ancient quality boss, this skeletal dragon possessed an enormous health pool. Moreover, its bones were rather peculiar. Even when the giant ape pulverized its head, it swiftly returned to its original form. Esteemed human warrior, spare my life, or I shall perish. The skeletal dragon wailed in agony while pleading for mercy. However, the giant ape paid no heed, fixated only on delivering crushing blows to the skeletal dragon, until Sato uttered, "My lord, I beseech you, if you spare my life, I am willing to sign an equal treaty and become your battle companion." The giant ape paused, slightly taken aback, but soon seemed to recall something. It actually ceased its assault, then spoke in human tongue. "If you are willing to acknowledge me as your master, I shall spare you." Initially pleased by these words, Sato responded, "My lord, the great dragon kin is among the races that cannot enter into a master-servant contract on the Eternal Continent. I can only sign an equal treaty with you, but I, Sato, the skeletal dragon, vow to faithfully obey your commands." The giant ape, momentarily taken aback, responded casually, "You need not worry about that. As long as you sincerely wish to submit to me, I shall accept you as my servant." Although Sato was thoroughly beaten, it scoffed internally at the giant ape's words. In the ancient chaos, even the gods of order and contracts were of the same caliber as true spirits. There had once been a deity who attempted to impose a servant contract upon the offspring of a true spirit, inciting the fury of many true spirits, nearly sparking a divine war. Ultimately, under the overwhelming force of the true spirits, the god of order and contracts established a series of races that could not enter into servant contracts. Naturally, the dragon kin, possessing true spirit bloodlines, was among them. Observing the giant ape's assertion, Sato's eyes darted. "My lord, I once entered into a primordial contract with Ohms. Should you wish to sign a contract with me, an ancient level contract tome is required." Before it could finish, the giant ape interrupted, "There's no need for such trouble. You need only sincerely submit." With that, the giant ape flipped its hand, revealing a small black ring. This ring was the special item, Spirit Control Ring, obtained from defeating the Frost Empress in the Frost Lost Land. Special item, Spirit Control Ring. Quality, Ancient. Attributes, can forcibly impose a spirit control restraint on beast targets not exceeding 10 levels above itself and eliminate all existing contracts upon the target. If the target is more than 10 levels higher, the target must fully submit. It can summon the target into its beast space at any time. Uses, 1-1. Level restriction, none. Job restriction, none. Special restriction, exclusive to players. When Li Yi initially acquired this spirit control ring, he was astonished by its attributes. He had thought, the cat-eared girl must also be a beast. I should find time to capture one. Little did he expect to encounter this skeletal dragon first. Truly unfortunate. However, this transformation had nearly consumed 1/3 of the true spirit blood he had previously refined. He had initially hoped to slay this skeletal dragon, looking for a chance to loot something to mitigate his losses. To his surprise, this skeletal dragon proved to be a cowardly fool. Contrary to his expectation that the proud dragonkin would rather die than yield. What is this? The skeletal dragon's gray eyes stared in confusion at the ring that had suddenly appeared in the giant ape's hand. The giant ape did not respond to Sato's question, only coldly stating, "You have but one chance. Submit or die. Would you like to use the item spirit control ring on Sato, level 150? Detection indicates the target exceeds the holder. Please confirm." Confirm. As the giant ape concentrated, the black ring soared into the air, hovering above Sato's head amidst the dragon's bewildered gaze. It then spun swiftly, emanating a red light that cascaded down, directly striking the rune upon the skeletal dragon's forehead. Chapter 78, The Immortal Frost Throne. Upon the red light entering the rune on Sato's forehead, its gray eyes became dazed. Soon, it was horrified to discover that within its sea of consciousness, numerous red threads had suddenly appeared, attempting to ensnare its soul. However, it easily thwarted their efforts. At that moment, it heard Li Yi's cold and unfeeling voice, "Submit or die." Sato's heart was filled with shock. What is this? Its initial plan had been to temporarily placate this human, as an ancient level contract tome was not something one could easily acquire. Then, it would seek an opportunity to escape. Yet, to its astonishment, this human had produced such a bizarre item. This should not affect me, it thought, attempting to reassure itself. It subsequently lowered its soul defenses. The red threads gently entwined around its soul, then merged within. It then faintly heard a sound akin to shattering glass. To its utter horror, it realized that the primordial contract it had with Ohms had been effortlessly dissolved. Not far away, Ohms had been watching the ordeal unfold. He could hardly believe that he had come to Taiwa City merely to orchestrate a deathly spectacle to announce his return, only to provoke such a terrifying being. His heart trembled uncontrollably, hoping that Sato would prove itself worthy. Yet, he did not dare to flee, for the death of the skeletal dragon would signify his own demise. Witnessing Sato seemingly negotiating with the fearsome giant ape, Ohms's face showed a glimmer of hope as he anxiously awaited the outcome. However, what he received instead was a sound echoing from deep within his soul, a shattering noise. No, no, I refuse to accept this. The breaking of the primordial law rendered Ohms the contracted party, lifeless in an instant, his green eyes losing their luster, his skeletal form disintegrating into dust. Meanwhile, the skeletal dragon, Sato, despondently realized that it felt a deep-seated impulse to submit to this giant ape. Even if ordered to self-destruct, it would comply without hesitation. At this moment, Li Yi finally had the opportunity to examine the skeletal dragon's complete attributes. Dragon Lord Sato, ancient level easy. Level, 150. Health points, 3E54, 25W, 18E. Physical attack, 285635. Spell attack, 358657. Physical defense, 765246. Spell defense, 2562565. Skills, Death Dragon Breath, Osteogenesis, Draconic Spells, Absolute Suppression, Earth-Shaking Dragon Might, Dragon's Roar, Dragon's Fury. Description: once a member of the undead dragon lineage, he failed to transcend into the legendary realm a millennium ago, perishing in the endless sea. After death, his corpse gained self-awareness and, 10 years ago, formed a primordial contract with a necromancer, subsequently being captured by a terrifying behemoth and reduced to servitude, a disgrace to dragons. Henceforth, you shall refer to me as your master. Very well, master. The giant ape made a single gesture, retracting the spirit ring. Then, with a mere thought, he summoned the skeletal dragon into the beast space within the ring. Once concluded, the giant ape cast a glance at the dust that was once Ohms, feeling a tinge of regret. Such a pity. Had he been alive, perhaps his level would have yielded some remarkable rewards upon his defeat. However, had he been slain first, the skeletal dragon would have also suffered the backlash of the primordial contract. Given its already weakened state, it might have perished. Taking a few strides, he approached Slot and Natalia. The giant ape loomed above, gazing down at Natalia with an impassive expression, remaining silent. Under the terrifying gaze of this colossal being, Natalia felt a shiver run down her spine, her fear intensifying, yet she knew she must utter something to seek a glimmer of hope. Gritting her silver teeth, Natalia bravely suppressed her trepidation and spoke. Esteemed powerful one, I was foolish to offend you earlier, truly ignorant of my place. I am a descendant of the Frost clan, a disciple of the Frost mage Talisa, and my intention here is to restore the consciousness of my kin. The giant ape raised an eyebrow, interrupting her with a wave of his massive hand, diverting his attention to Slot, speaking in human language. Elder, the mission has been successfully completed. You may return to the Holy Temple. Slot, brimming with excitement, replied, "Oh, please do not call me elder. Just refer to me as Little Slot. I will certainly report your contributions to the Holy Temple and ensure you receive satisfactory rewards." When Li Yi encountered the dying Slot, the difficulty of this mission had escalated from SS to SSR, crossing 2 tiers. When Omus appeared, the mission's difficulty unexpectedly shifted once more, now rated UR, with the rewards becoming uncertain. After respectfully bowing to the giant ape, Slot departed directly, having to locate and destroy the main altar. As Slot vanished from view, riding the Earth Dragon, the giant ape regarded the exquisitely beautiful Natalia. Her pale blue skin did not detract from her allure. Rather, it lent her an extraordinary charm. Yet, as the giant ape gazed at Natalia, there was a hint of contemplation in his eyes. Next, the giant ape performed an astonishing action that left Natalia utterly astounded. He turned his head to a direction in the void, the vertical pupil on his forehead swirling with dark light. "Friend, having observed from the sidelines for so long, will you not reveal yourself now?" The giant ape's peculiar vertical pupil possessed the ability to pierce through illusions. As Li Yi integrated more of the true spirit blood, he could unlock even more incredible capabilities. Though presently he had assimilated limited true spirit blood in the form of the giant ape, he could still sense a faint trace of being surveilled. "Oh, friend," a chilling female voice suddenly resonated. The void warped, and a radiant blue light pierced through, swirling around the giant ape before miraculously transforming into a translucent throne of frost. The throne was inscribed with countless profound runes, seemingly interweaving myriad principles. With the throne's manifestation, the already frigid depths of the barren river plain grew even more icebound. Even in his current form as the giant ape, Li Yi felt an penetrating cold that chilled him to the bone and soul. "The immortal frost throne," the giant ape murmured. This was the very item featured in the promotional video for the game Eternal. The appearance of the frost throne stirred an overwhelming excitement in Natalia, who felt both elated and deeply remorseful. The mysterious and awe-inspiring immortal frost throne hovered in the air, instilling in Li Yi an overwhelming sense of insignificance, akin to standing before an expanse of celestial seas. Gradually, a graceful female figure materialized upon the icy throne. The giant ape's extraordinary vertical pupil swirled with dark light, and his fearsome visage revealed a profound shock. Just a fragment of thought. The realization that this was merely a fragment of consciousness rendered Li Yi utterly powerless. Chapter 79, Domineering? When Li Yi sensed the presence of an observer, he had already harbored suspicions that it might be the master of the extreme cold frost tower. As a pinnacle of legendary strength, she was akin to a deity, an untouchable entity to ordinary mortals. How could she remain unaware of her disciple's actions? It was even possible that this Lysandra was the mastermind behind the unfolding events. However, Li Yi remained oblivious to her true intentions. The background lore of Eternal mentioned that this immortal, legendary figure who established the Frost Mage Tower was not human, but rather a sentient ice elemental spirit that had emerged during ancient times, having successfully attained consciousness and communion with the divine. The giant ape wore a grave expression, exerting all his might to activate the eye of breaking delusion. Yet he could not even discern her visage. The only sensation he could grasp was her gaze, one that regarded Li Yi as mere vermin. The term friend even evoked a sense of discomfort, as though he had disrespected the dignity of this immortal legendary being. The icy gaze of the figure on the frost throne swept over the giant ape, instilling within him a feeling as though his very soul had been pierced. She then shifted her gaze to the Emperor's banner, still suspended in midair nearby, her cold eyes revealing an expression of surprise. She was unable to discern which heavenly laws the black-red banner contained, nor could she sense any power of runes. The blue-robed figure redirected her attention back to the giant ape, to refine and merge the blood of the mountain true spirit while inhabiting a human form, and to summon forth a true spirit body. Such an astonishing feat. Had I not witnessed it firsthand, it would be hard to believe that such a true spirit body could manifest from a mere human. It seems you have indeed slain a pure-blooded ancient azure ape. Do you not fear the retribution of its entire clan? As she spoke, the blue-robed figure raised a hand, and a yellowish diamond-shaped stone flickered and emerged from the giant ape's body. Examining the stone, she remarked, "Earth Control Token, a treasure of the Azure Ape clan. This elder has a connection with me. I shall reclaim it on their behalf today." This sudden turn of events darkened the giant ape's expression, his fury boiling within. Indeed, in the presence of a powerful being, there is no place for the weak. Suppressing his wrath, the giant ape let out a cold laugh. "Casting aside all restraint, how I conduct my affairs is of no concern to you, your grace. However, your esteemed disciples' collusion with the death god cult to commit nefarious acts within my Tuhua city cannot be overlooked. Were it not for the timely intervention of the Tuhua Holy Temple, the northern part of Tuhua City would have fallen into a calamity of the undead by now. Will your grace provide the Tuhua Holy Temple with an explanation? Otherwise, even as an immortal legendary being, you shall find yourself ostracized by the Alliance, becoming a common enemy of the 108 cities of the Temple Alliance." The Tower of Eternal Frost, in terms of factions, aligns with the Holy Alliance, thus categorizing it as an ally. Consequently, Natalia's actions have infringed upon certain ancient covenants. Fortunately, in his previous life, Li Yi diligently studied strategies and lore within the realm of eternity. Without such knowledge, he would have found himself utterly speechless in the face of this situation. As for whether he had angered the opposing party, Li need not fret, for he is but a player. Upon uttering these words, Natalia's complexion instantly turned ashen. The ethereal figure clad in blue merely cast a glance at Natalia, then let out a soft huff, a divine pressure cascading down upon the colossal ape. The giant felt as though he were ensnared by a titanic force, his very bones threatening to fracture under the strain. Despite his towering height of 10 zhang, he sank several feet into the ground, unleashing a furious roar as golden light enveloped him, runes swirling across his form as he exerted every ounce of strength to resist this overwhelming force. The blue-robed apparition's gaze flickered with surprise. Her intention had been to impress upon this human the necessity of showing due respect when conversing with a being of unparalleled might. To her astonishment, the human seemed resolute in his defiance, preferring to risk his very bones shattering rather than capitulate. Tape. What sort of tape does this esteemed being require from you? Do you truly believe that possessing a modicum of true spiritual power grants you the right to engage in equal discourse with me? Not even this simian wretch can stand on equal footing with me, let alone you, insignificant human. Even the bear atop Blue Eyes is merely a worthy adversary to me. In truth, such boastfulness was unwarranted. Had she encountered that bear, she would have found herself soundly defeated. The giant ape's eyes blazed with golden light, fangs bared. Yet under this oppressive weight, he found himself unable to utter a word. The blue apparition continued, her voice imbued with an undeniable authority. Foolish child, with my prowess, even the annihilation of a city or two would elicit no more than silence from the masses. I take pity on your potential, for you possess some magical aptitude. I would gladly accept you as my disciple. Furthermore, Natalia's exceptional talent and unparalleled beauty make her a fitting match for you. I can even grant you this union. Certain individuals possess an inherently domineering disposition, and once they attain absolute power, they truly believe they can command everything. Upon hearing this, Natalia was initially taken aback. Her cheeks flushed with crimson as she covertly glanced at the giant ape. He would grow larger. The culture of the Frost clan venerates strength above all. And after witnessing Li Yi's terrifying might, the imposing figure of the colossal ape had imprinted itself indelibly upon her heart. She had also seen Li Yi in his human form, strikingly handsome and exuding an air of unrestrained elegance. At that moment, the giant ape received a game notification. Do you accept the apprenticeship request from the immortal master of the Eternal Frost Tower, Lysandra? If accepted, you shall change your profession to Eternal Frost Sovereign. Eternal Frost Sovereign, a specialist rune mage of the ice element. Upon successful class transition, ice spells will have a 1000 effectiveness, immunity to ice spells, and 60 immunity to spells of other elements. Unable to practice spells of other elements, for every level gained. An additional 30 to all attributes. A remarkably powerful class trait, surpassing even Li Yi's current Elemental Sovereign. Typically, the more formidable a class's traits and growth, the more extraordinary its exclusive skills become. Ignoring the excruciating pain coursing through him, the giant ape regarded the lofty master of eternal frost with a cold detachment. Having been granted a rare RRR level talent, he felt no need to cower before anyone. The actions of the Eternal Frost Sovereign, however, stirred memories of past grievances. The giant ape's visage twisted into a snarl, golden light surging around him as he forcibly withstood the palpable pressure. With great effort, he straightened his spine, enduring the agonizing sensation of his vertebrae threatening to shatter. A terrifying grin spread across his fearsome face as he proclaimed, in half a month's time, I shall shatter your tower of eternal frost and transform your entire domain into a realm of specters. As these words left his lips, the atmosphere fell into a stunned silence. Natalia stared at the giant ape in disbelief, as if she were gazing upon a madman. The blue apparition was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter as if hearing the most ludicrous joke in existence. You? Based on what exactly? Before she could finish her retort, she was astounded to see a sudden explosion of blood mist erupt from the giant ape's heart, crimson liquid splattering in all directions. The giant ape's form then flickered and transformed into a radiant white light, shooting upward into the sky. The dark red banner above also instantaneously morphed into a blinding stream of light. The blue apparition hastily summoned a frosty hand to intercept, yet it was utterly ineffective. In the blink of an eye, the banner vanished from sight. At this juncture, the blue apparition's expression shifted dramatically, her demeanor oscillating between uncertainty and dread as she muttered, an aberrant. He is indeed an aberrant. A new cycle is about to commence. The ancient temple's opportunity for redemption has come. Chapter 80, The First Death. You have been slain by Playeri. Due to your red name status, the red name debuff is activated, resulting in a level drop penalty of 3 levels. Current level, 51. You have lost the item, Frost Bracelet X1. You have lost the item, Crimson Fruit X1. You have lost the item, Gale Ring X1. Li Yi felt a sudden vertigo as he found himself at the nearest resurrection point to the barren river plains. Regaining his bearings, he chuckled coldly to himself. Death? Merely a trifling inconvenience. Before the game and reality converged, the penalty for death might have been a significant loss for an ordinary individual. Yet for Li Yi, it was akin to losing a mere drop in the ocean. If he wished, he could easily adopt a path of frequent demise, controlling his level within a certain range to continuously stack attributes. However, considering the existence of even more potent forces within eternity, such as the power of world runes, true spiritual energy, and various ethereal essences, he understood that unless his foundational attributes reached a sufficiently high level to effect a qualitative change, encountering opponents of the caliber of a grand sorcerer would leave him utterly helpless. Those who wielded mysterious powers existed in a different dimension altogether compared to ordinary beings. Yet, with the merger of game and reality, death now bore a true finality. Thus, he reflected, I am still far too weak, still not enough. Nevertheless, this experience proved to be immensely rewarding. The quest reward should not disappoint him. The substantial contribution points would enable him to exchange for a plethora of rare metals in the temple's repository. His SSS level talent, True Spirit Transformation, was beginning to reveal its terrifying dominion. As for the Gold Eater, of the same level, it could hardly be deemed worthless. Additionally, he had acquired a wealth of materials and equipment in the Frost Lost Lands. Among them, the elemental crystal, ice, was sufficient for him to craft spell dust. He had also collected 30 ice runes, harvested from the Frost King and Queen. He should be able to trade them with Emily for a new skill. However, reflecting on his experience with the mysterious power of runes, he now understood their true value. Li Yi harbored some doubts. He suspected that Emily might be shortchanging him. How could a complete rune from the ancient Great Ape possibly be exchanged for just a domain-level skill? As for the equipment he had gathered, there were over 400 pieces, enough to trade for demonic cores with the nation. Of course, his most significant acquisition was that complete bone dragon. Aside from consuming nearly 1/3 of its true spiritual blood, what pained Li Yi the most was the Earth Sigil, which resonated profoundly with him. He had never anticipated that the other party could take things directly from him. This was indeed quite infuriating. However, his belongings were not so easily taken. They demanded a price that could cost lives. He had been maltreated, and his spirits were dampened. Damn it, he would log off and capture a member of the Lin family to vent his frustrations. Damn, the investigation he had commissioned Ding Wei about should yield results by now. His cherished Crimson Shadow Demon Tree baby had just been born. Surely it deserved something good to eat, did it not? Songming City, one of the 108 cities of the Holy Alliance. Young master, congratulations on successfully transitioning to a hidden profession. The future is indeed promising. Yes. With an S-rank talent combined with a hidden profession, you are practically invincible. The Hanlon Guild will surely ascend to greatness under your leadership. A group of players surrounded a delicate-looking young boy like stars surrounding the moon. Thanks to everyone's invaluable assistance, I would not have been able to complete that hidden quest without you all. I, Shirhan, express my gratitude here. The boy spoke with refined courtesy. Oh, not at all. We merely played a supportive role. It was young master who, through his own merit, accomplished this hidden quest. The players praised him with utmost respect. This made the delicate young boy feel a sense of pride swell within him. These were the elites of the Hanlon Guild. Given a little more time, he would be able to win the hearts of everyone in the Hanlon Guild. Lin Yi, how foolish you are. I had thought you had made some progress. How dare you act against me? Though I do not know who is shielding you, my mother has already reached out to our relatives. In the future, everything belonging to the Lin family shall be mine. And you, Lin Yi, are merely a clown in this play. My S-rank talent, Energy Burst, coupled with the hidden profession of Demon Swordsman, alongside the resources of the entire Lin family, will support me. What does it matter if you are slightly ahead for now? In the future, can you withstand my sword? By the way, what level is he now? He should be starting to tire, thought the delicate young boy as he opened the level leaderboard. Level leaderboard, top 10, level 10 and above. 1. E, level 51. 2. Ru Lu Bai Bing, level 18. 3. Hidden, level 17. 4. Hidden, level 17. 5. Hidden, level 17. 6. Qi Kuang Shu Sheng, level 16. 7. Duan Shang, level 16. 8. Hidden, level 16. 9. Hidden, level 16. 22. Duke, level 15. 36. Clown, level 15. 98. Falling Star, level 15. With just a glance, the delicate young boy felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Level 51? Is he not playing the same game as us? Lin Shirhan suppressed his discomfort and opened the equipment leaderboard. The results left him feeling even more suffocated. It was a complete domination. From 1st to 100th place, all equipment holders were E. Among the top 10 in equipment, every single item was of epic quality. But what of it? What of it? This is merely a game. You are doomed. My mother has already used her connections to deal with you. Being powerful in the game means nothing. In reality, I can extinguish your existence with just a few charming words. At Ancient City Number 1, the villa district where Li Yi currently resided. This villa area was exceedingly vast, with considerable space between each villa. At the innermost part stood a villa named Langya Residence, the current home of Li Yi and his family. Inside the bedroom, the space warped, and a young boy appeared on the bed. He removed his helmet, revealing a handsome visage. After gauging the feedback progress from this session, it seemed to be more substantial than the last. His physique was approximately 18 times that of an average person. Even more astonishingly, this time he had received feedback on 2 of his core skills, Spear of the Storm and Wings of the Wind Spirit. After all, it was an RRR grade talent. Stretching lazily, he rose from the bed. As he stepped out of the bedroom, he spotted a girl with wet hair, barefoot, clad in pink Pikachu pajamas. Brother, hurry and wash up, it's time for breakfast. The freshly bathed girl, Kuer, had a rosy complexion, her long hair dampened by her cartoonish sleepwear, exuding an aura of beauty akin to a lotus emerging from the water. All right, where's Dad? Li Yi chuckled as he approached and pinched Kuer's bouncy cheek. Dad left early today. Ugh, brother, stop pinching my face. Kuer protested, wrinkling her nose in resistance. Haha. Seeing this, Li Yi became even more amused, pinching her cheeks again before contentedly heading to wash up, leaving Kuer pouting in annoyance. Li Yi washed quickly, in 10 minutes. When he emerged, towel in hand, Kuer was still seated on the sofa, drying her hair. Brother, help me blow dry my hair. Just like when we were little. Kuer's cheeks remained rosy. Okay, I'll help you, but you must help me in return. Li Yi paused, then sat beside Kuer, picking up the hairdryer she had prepped. Sure, I'll blow dry your hair well. The hairdryer buzzed to life. Li Yi gently tousled Kuer's dark, flowing locks, trying to ensure the warm air evenly caressed her hair. Though Kuer disliked having her cheeks pinched by Li Yi, she found great comfort in him massaging her hair. Her rosy face displayed a look of enjoyment, and she playfully rested her feet on Li Yi's thigh. Her delicate feet, white with a hint of red, sparkled like crystal under the chandelier, occasionally wiggling mischievously. Kuer looked up at her brother, sunlight pouring through the window, casting a warm glow on his strikingly handsome face. His eyes were long and deep-set, with amber irises revealing a gentle warmth. His nose was prominent, lips perfectly full, and his facial contours were exceptionally refined, with a clear jawline. In that moment, the atmosphere was warm and joyful. Brother, you'll never leave me in this lifetime, right? Kuer could not resist pressing her face against Li Yi's broad chest. Never. At the dining table. Brother, let me tell you. I met such an interesting old grandpa. Kuer excitedly shared her gaming experiences with Li Yi. He is amazing. I saw him cast a skill that could obliterate a mountain. Plus, he said he would take me to change to the oldest and most powerful hidden profession in the world. Li Yi paused at this, pondering that it was likely the effect of the luck goddess scroll he had previously given to Kuer. But that old grandpa is so pitiful. Every few minutes, he gets struck by terrifying thunder, and he screams in agony. He looks so angry. Li Yi was usually quiet, speaking only when cursing. Kuer happily shared, while Li Yi listened in silence. Seeing his family happy was the most blissful thing for him. However, there was one matter he needed to address with his family in advance, to avoid startling them. Kuer, if someone tries to harm me, if I catch them, I'll turn them into minced meat. Brother, I'm really good at chopping when I cook. Kuer's expression grew increasingly excited. Li Yi. In the villa's yard, Ding Wei had come to visit. The changes in the game's leaderboard were visible to all. At this point, Li Yi had become a national treasure, and any slip-up was unacceptable. Oh my goodness, Li Yi, I'm starting to doubt whether you're even human. Ding Wei gazed at Li Yi with a peculiar expression, though his eyes kept drifting towards the fruits on the stone table. Old Ding, try some of the fruit. Li Yi gestured for him to sample the red fruits on the stone table, each about the size of a thumb and resembling cherries. Heh, then I shall not hold back. As soon as I sat down, I was greeted by the delightful fragrance of the fruit, tantalizing indeed. Ding Wei, without hesitation, seized a red fruit from the plate and tossed it into his mouth. Ding Wei's expression momentarily froze. This fruit was sweet and delicious, crisp like a pear. The most astonishing part was that after swallowing it, a sudden wave of intense warmth surged from within. Ding Wei's face instantly flushed. What is this? Ding Wei felt a rush of excitement, for this sensation was all too familiar to him. Wasn't it akin to the feeling of exchanging attribute points in the game using an alien core? This tiny fruit could actually enhance one's physique. Li Yi smiled silently. Ding Wei had always been running around for him. To be honest, this small gift was merely a token from Li Yi. His principle was simple. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. This was indeed the 30-year-old blood plush fruit that Li Yi had ripened himself. It wasn't that Li Yi was stingy by only providing the 10-year variety. Rather, the 10-year fruit offered the most cost-effective level of ripeness. It could increase strength by 1 point and constitution by 2 points. However, after 3 consumptions, its efficacy would diminish, and after 6, it would lose its effect entirely. To achieve a 50-year ripeness for a qualitative leap to 2 points of strength and 4 points of constitution was no small feat. Ding Wei stared blankly at the fruits on the table, caught in a moment of hesitation. Old Ding, I know what you're thinking, but I cannot divulge too much. Just remember, Your benefits are assured. Li Yi said with a smile. Then can I have another one? I was too hasty before, and didn't tea truly savor the flavor. It was Ding Wei's first experience of begging for food, which made him somewhat awkward. Ha ha ha, old Ding. Look at you in such a hurry. Since I've laid them out before you, they are undoubtedly all yours. Li laughed heartily. Heh, you rascal. So generous. Ding Wei licked his lips, gazing at the plate containing at least 40 or 50 fruits. But then, as if recalling something, his expression turned uncertain. Li Yi, I've managed to uncover the matters you asked me to investigate. To be honest, I'm utterly astounded, he said, handing over a stack of documents from his briefcase. Li Yi raised an eyebrow and accepted the files. What he had tasked Ding Wei to investigate was indeed his own lineage. It felt like a venomous thorn deeply embedded in his heart. Truthfully, the person he despised the most was not Lin Shirhan, with his jade-like visage and venomous heart, but rather that woman who fancied herself his blood relative, his mother and father. Li Yi quietly perused the documents, his brows furrowing in agitation. He had thought he could face this calmly, yet his tranquil heart was once again stirred. He was indeed of the Lin family bloodline, the son of Lin Yuanshan and Ho Guifan. Li Yi continued to read, only to suddenly widen his eyes, his chest heaving. So it was this way? So it was this way? Ha! I knew there was a reason behind such parents. How laughable. Li Yi burst into uncontrollable laughter, nearly shedding tears from mirth. Ding Wei remained silent, quietly brewing coffee beside him, waiting for Li Yi to calm down. Lin Yuanshan, oh Lin Yuanshan. You have truly lived like a dog in this life. After finishing the documents, Li Yi felt as light as a feather. Old Ding, please add sugar to my coffee. 3 spoons. Chapter 82. Astounding, astounding, astounding. Li Yi, who typically detested sweet drinks, downed the scalding coffee loaded with 3 hefty spoons of sugar in one go. So Lin Yintong is pronounced this way, huh? Li Yi read it over and over, as if admiring a peerless masterpiece. Ding Wei sat nearby, a hint of sympathy on his face, feeling indignant for Li Yi. According to the investigation, Lin Shirhan was actually Li Yi's half-brother. His father was named Wu Tong. Moreover, all those so-called older sisters, first, second, and third, were all of Wu Tong and Ho Guifan's bloodline, and Lin Yuanshan was nothing more than a living embodiment of a deadbeat. This Wu Tong was Ho Guifan's first love. Such unfortunate individuals exist in this world. Perhaps it shatters one's worldview, yet it is undeniably true. Comparatively, unreasonable women may outnumber men by a slight margin. For example, a woman earning 6,000 a month expects a man earning 20,000 to open his eyes to reality. Or a woman who, 3 months pregnant, still participates in blind date shows openly seeking a partner. Then there are women who comment on their boyfriend's posts that 500,000 is nothing. If we were to go back thousands of years to the spring and autumn period, we would find Zheng Bo Ku Duan Yuyan, where Zheng Zhuanggong's mother supported her younger son in rebelling against and killing his elder brother simply because she favored him more. In the end, Zheng Zhuanggong met his mother in the underworld. Such women are not solitary. They represent a minuscule fraction of a certain kind of people, though, of course, the vast majority of mothers love their children dearly. Even as the wheels of history roll forward, such women continue to exist. Li Yi, on the other hand, had been without a mother since childhood. Maternal love was something he yearned for deeply. Thus, for the past 4 years, even before his awakening, he had been blinded by this desire. There remained a question that he could never comprehend, even after his rebirth. Why would a mother treat her own son so cruelly? Now, he finally understood. He was indeed that Zheng Bo. Regrettably, he could not meet his mother in the underworld. The records indicated that a year after Li Yi's birth, Ho Guifan had a dispute with Lin Yuanshan and returned to her family for a year, during which time she did not meet Lin Yuanshan. Her maternal family was no ordinary household. Her father's surname was Ho and her mother's surname was Zhong. It seemed he was not lost by accident. He was most likely intentionally abandoned. He was a whole year older than Lin Shirhan when he went missing. Lin Shirhan was only 3 years old and must have been enjoying the warmth of family life daily. Li Yi, calm down. There's something I need to convey to you, Ding Wei said, his expression serious as he sensed the moment was right. All right, go ahead. I'm all ears. Li Yi replied, in a rather good mood. Li Yi, I understand your feelings and know your intentions. However, as the world re-enters chaos, we must embark on a grand endeavor. I am not issuing orders, but rather imploring you to take a moment to pause. Omit it. Their names are yours. No one can take them away from you. I assure you. After speaking, Ding Wei glanced at him with a hint of nervousness. Li Yi fell silent upon hearing this. To be honest, he knew there was always someone quietly supporting him. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly face numerous troubles. Since disaster loomed, it was certain that Daxia had arranged various contingencies. These plans could very well set off a chain reaction. Li Yi closed his eyes for a moment of contemplation. When he opened them again, his gaze was piercing, and he grinned widely. Old Ding, can I invite my brother to stay at my place for a while? Just about 20 days. Ding Wei's tense expression eased a bit as he replied with a smile. Of course, that's perfectly fine. By the way, Li Yi, there's one more thing I'd like to get your opinion on. 300 miles northwest of the ancient city, a dimensional space entrance has been discovered. According to the exploration, this space is currently the largest known area and is designated as the S9 enigmatic domain. Yesterday, the 3rd Combat District urgently allocated several special operations groups to establish a presence there. They would like to know if you're interested in visiting. Upon hearing this, Li Yi was instantly delighted. Of course, I am highly interested, but it will have to wait until I finish my current tasks. Ding Wei nodded in agreement. No problem. Once you're done, I'll send someone to fetch you. At that time, I'll introduce you to some of my old friends. This S9 enigmatic domain is of great significance, and they have all been dispatched. All right, I've been hearing you mention them, and I'd like to meet them as well. Ding Wei suddenly seemed to recall something and leaned in to whisper, Li Yi, regarding the matter of you sending me these fruits, please ensure that the individual with the surname Li remains oblivious. He is nothing more than a bandit. Li Yi was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled lightly. Since he is your old friend, I shall bring some along when I visit, so they may savor a taste. He then greeted a guard stationed at the entrance of the villa. Brother Wu, would you be so kind as to send this stack of documents to Lin Yuanshan? Thank you for your efforts. Oh, and here's this little trinket as well. Understood, Advisor Li. The guard dutifully complied with Li Yi's instructions. Li Yi ensured that none of the friends who cared for and protected his family were neglected. Each one would partake in the fruits. Moreover, there would be more to come. He would not shortchange anyone who sincerely treated him well. Ah, by the way, Li Yi, I have been instructed to hand this over to you. 3000 Demon Cores. At the Lin family private hospital, Lin Yuanshan lay on the hospital bed, his legs amputated, replaced by the latest titanium alloy prosthetics, one arm encased in plaster. He lay there feebly, his eyes devoid of life. Presently, he could not even think of his son. Lin Yi. All that filled his heart was dread, and thoughts of vengeance had entirely dissipated. He merely wished for that wretched beast to stay far away from him. A nurse nearby was peeling fruit. Sigh, Xiaohan hasn't he come to see me? He must be preoccupied with the game. Lin Yuanshan sighed deeply. Suddenly, the opulent ward was thrust open. A spirited young man entered, holding a document pouch. Greetings, Mr. Lin. The young man flashed a smile. Lin Yuanshan furrowed his brow. Who are you, and how did you gain entry? The young man chuckled softly, presenting his credentials. You need not worry, Mr. Lin. I am merely entrusted by Advisor Li to deliver a gift to you. He handed over a document pouch. Oh, and here's this as well. The young man reached into his pocket and produced a small bell, placing it upon the table. The bell was inscribed with the name Li Yi had chosen for his future battle spirit, Xiao Tian. Lin Yuanshan, having reviewed the young man's credentials, had yet to inquire further when the young man decisively turned and departed. Advisor Li? Who is Advisor Li? Lin Yuanshan was somewhat at a loss, weakly grasping the document pouch and extracting the contents. His eyes widened in disbelief, and his mouth fell agape. A flush of color rising to his cheeks as his pupils filled with incredulity. A suffocating sensation nearly robbed him of breath, causing him to gasp violently. Observing this, the nurse hastily fitted him with an oxygen mask. Chairman, what is happening? Please, calm down. Get the hell away from me. Go. Get out. Lin Yuanshan, despite his frailty, summoned a surge of strength and violently shoved the nurse to the ground. He then smashed the fruit bowl from a nearby cabinet onto the nurse, bellowing, Get out. Cough. 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 Leave me be. Wait, this might not be true. The hospital has DNA samples. It can all be verified. Lin Yuanshan, having regained a semblance of calm, made a phone call. 10 minutes later, the phone rang. After the call ended, Lin Yuanshan collapsed back onto the hospital bed, his face a mask of despair. What have I done? Xiaoyi, can you ever forgive me? At that moment, a woman dressed in elegant attire, exuding grace and well-preserved beauty, entered the ward with enthusiasm. Darling, I've made contact. That beast is dead? What has happened? It's all so chaotic. Chapter 83. Terrifying as such, Lin Yuanshan glared at the vile woman before him, his expression fierce and predatory. He had never imagined that a person could possess such maliciousness. Reflecting on the past, he recalled the whispers by the bedside. Darling, Lin Yi has been lost for so many years. He no longer counts as a member of our Lin family. Darling, look at how well-behaved and cultured Shirhan is. Everyone praises him. And having him as our Lin family heir is undoubtedly the right choice. Darling, Lin Yi is always causing trouble. And Lin Yuanshan's teeth ground together in fury. The noblewoman, perplexed, inquired, Darling, what is the matter? Lin Yuanshan gritted his teeth. Ho Guifan, you hide deeper than anyone. You are a ruthless person. As he attempted to conceal the documents in his hand, the noblewoman, already aware of Lin Yuanshan's agitation, swiftly seized the documents. You cough. Lin Yuanshan tried to reclaim them, but his frail body had not yet recovered. The noblewoman, examining the documents, turned pale, her guilt evident. She then crouched down, covering her ears, and began to scream, her voice echoing endlessly. After a prolonged moment, she regained her composure, glaring angrily at Lin Yuanshan, her face a picture of grievance. How dare you, Lin Yuanshan? You actually doubt me? You said you would love me for a lifetime, and now you're investigating me. Lin Yuanshan, taken aback, was left speechless. What is this? The noblewoman's tears streamed down her face. If you truly love me, you shouldn't care whose child it is. Moreover, childbirth is already so painful. How can you still concern yourself with whether the child is yours? Are you even a man? This was all an accident. He was wearing protection. He removed it when I wasn't looking. What could I do? He was wearing protection. What more do you want? I am also a victim. I fought back with all my might. Can't you empathize with me? Setting aside the facts, Haven T, I made any mistakes over the years? I simply cannot forget him. Can you blame me? Isn't it all because of you? Honestly, has my whole family ever mistreated your Lin family over the years? Without us, could your Lin family have achieved the wealth and glory it enjoys today? Darling, one shouldn't be so calculative. Is bloodline truly that important? If you love me, you should love them too. As she spoke, the noblewoman tore the documents in her hand and walked to Lin Yuanshan's bedside, grasping his withering hand tightly. Darling, let us forget all this. We need to be a happy family, all right? I merely made a mistake that any woman might make. Please, let us not quarrel. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuanshan spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed into unconsciousness. The noblewoman was distressed. Darling, please don't do this. How could you do this to me? Ultimately, she was left to bear the weight of it all alone, sitting there with a face full of grievance, weeping incessantly. Suddenly, she had a thought and gathered all the communication devices in the ward. 10 minutes later, 7 or 8 bodyguards stood guard at the door of the ward, ensuring the safety of the Lin family patriarch. When Lin Yuanshan awoke, he would be confronted with unimaginable agony. On Ancient City Avenue, 5 jeeps sped along the road towards the Lin family villa. Li Yi sat in the back seat, his spirits lifted. Today, only Li Yi was allowed to have a crooked smile. Anyone daring to smile crookedly before him would be met with a swift end. Observing the man in black driving, Li Yi felt a sense of confusion, sensing the intense heat radiating from him, akin to that of a furnace. Had he truly achieved a physique 4 times that of an average human due to the exchange of demon cores for attributes? Old Yen, it's only been a day. Your strength has surged dramatically. The man in black replied with utmost seriousness. Advisor Li, you have mistaken me for someone else. I am not Shuang Ying, but Li Yuanfang. Li Yi was utterly astonished. It is indeed strange. To be honest, even I was taken aback upon seeing Shuang Ying for the first time. We share no blood relation, yet our appearances and heights are identical, and we often seem to share a telepathic connection. Sometimes, I even wonder if he is another version of myself from a different dimension. The man in black finished speaking and exchanged a glance with the astonished Li Yi, flashing a charismatic smile. Li Yi was impressed. The vehicle was both steady and swift, quickly arriving at the entrance of the Lin family villa. The 5 dark green jeeps lined up in perfect formation, halting neatly at the entrance of the Lin family abode. The guards at the entrance craned their necks in curiosity. Is there a distinguished guest visiting today? We haven't received any notifications. Is a notification really necessary? Just look at the commotion. It must be a revered guest of the master. Inside the car, the man in black addressed Li Yi, consultantly. Please wait here for a moment while we clear the obstacles. Then you may enter. Li Yi nodded and continued to sit in the back, closing his eyes in contemplation. 2 minutes later, nearly 20 guards stood in formation on either side at the entrance of the Lin family's villa. The man in black opted against using force and instead engaged in some negotiation with those inside, directly ordering all unrelated personnel to withdraw. The guards and bodyguards gazed in awe at the massive jeep in the center, their curiosity piqued by the grandeur of the occasion. However, they were not afforded the opportunity to satisfy their intrigue, as they were swiftly ushered away. Subsequently, the man in black approached and opened the car door for Li Yi. He exited the vehicle with composure, gazing at the home he once regarded as a chasm. Taking a deep breath, he strode resolutely forward into the villa's courtyard. A slender, effeminate youth stood respectfully at the villa's entrance, pondering which of his father's friends had arrived. Surely, anyone with such an entourage must be of great significance. Suddenly, his expression morphed into one of sheer horror. Li Yi, how dare you return? Li Yi did not spare him a glance and continued into the villa. The opulent decor, crystal chandeliers, and antique Wangwali furniture greeted him, familiar yet foreign. He pressed onward. What gives you the right to come back? Get out. Get out. Lin Shirhan pursued him frantically. Yet, he was abruptly lifted like a chick by the man in black and flung onto a rosewood sofa. A cold remark echoed in his ears. I advise you to remain still, otherwise you may witness your own demise. Li Yi ascended the stairs and opened a room. Just as he had left it, a toy basketball resembling a chicken head lay on the table, albeit dustier now. The bed remained in its prior state, neatly folded in the corner. Li Yi sighed, flicking his wrist. A brilliant fireball materialized in his palm and was casually tossed into the room. Flames erupted, incinerating everything into ashes. With a mere thought, he raised his hand, and the fire returned to him, extinguished. Exiting the room, he encountered a middle-aged woman. Initially startled, her face soon blossomed with joy. Young master, you've returned. The master no longer holds it against you. Li Yi smiled gently, grasping her rough hand. Xiaoma. Young master, are you certain it's all right to put the young master in the back of the jeep? The middle-aged woman sat in the rear seat, appearing somewhat anxious despite Li Yi's firm grip on her hand. He patted her hand reassuringly. It's fine, I won't harm him. Zhaoma, I've made it big and have money now. I've purchased 30 of the shares in 2 publicly listed companies under the name Eternal. You can enjoy life from now on. By the way, after the integration with reality, you should come stay at my place. I have a sister who loves to cook. Your culinary skills could guide her. He continued, and I recall you have a son, older than me, right? Zhao Ma was the only person who had shown him kindness during his time with the Lin family. Whenever he returned home battered and bruised, it was Zhao Ma who tended to his wounds, often sneaking him her own meals when he was starving. These gifts were merely the beginning. You have given me 4 years of kindness. I will repay you with a lifetime of wealth and prosperity. Zhao Ma had only one son, and her husband had passed away years ago. In the face of impending calamities, it would be safer for her to remain in his home. As for the shares in the gaming company, their value would only increase. As long as the daxiao remains, despite the depreciation of the RMB, purchasing power would endure. Zhao Ma paused, stunned. You mean that fool? Yes, he has 24 this year. My late husband's surname was Han. I named him labor model, hoping he would work hard. Li Yi muttered to himself, Han Laoma. In the dark basement, Lin Shihan's previously delicate features were now etched with fear. The sound of footsteps echoed ominously in the enclosed space. Upon seeing the figure approach, Lin Shihan's resolve momentarily returned. What do you want? Do you realize you are committing a crime? Mom and Dad will not let you off. You better let me go now. I can pretend nothing happened. Lin Shihan's face was a mask of resentment as he began plotting his revenge. Li Yi observed his half-brother with an unsettling calmness, finding it hard to comprehend how a seemingly effeminate young man could harbor such malevolence. The memory flooded back vividly. At that time, the game had merged with reality, and he had been lured into a hidden exploration with this individual's team. The experience was brutally traumatic, culminating in him being torn apart by beasts. Throughout, Lin Shihan and his team had watched, even using skills like awakening to ensure he remained acutely aware of his torment. Meanwhile, Lin Shihan taunted him. You worthless wretch. You should have died out there. Why did you come back? The Hamlin Guild is mine. The Lin Corporation belongs to me. Everything in the Lin family is mine. Look at you. So cowardly. Do you even deserve to be a Lin? Li Yi gazed at his half-brother with unyielding serenity, remaining silent. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured a shimmering gray-white magical array in the air. What is this? What trickery is this? The bizarre scene, coupled with Li Yi's silence, shattered Lin Shihan's mental defenses. Li Yi continued to chant incantations as the gray-white array illuminated brilliantly. From the array sprang a small, rotund creature, bright red and holding a trident-like branch. Ya, Timo, the creature leaped onto Li Yi's head, affectionately rubbing against him, tousling his hair. Li Yi, wearing a look of exasperation, grabbed it down. Indeed, if nothing else, the unexpected had materialized. The once-failed transformation of the devil tree had mutated. After nurturing its roots to maturity and accelerating its age to 10,000 years, it had grown normally like any red demon tree. But also birthed an additional oddity, a mushroom. Inflicting torment is your innate ability. No need for me to teach you further. But remember, it cannot perish without my command. Li Yi issued the command to the creature in front of Lin Shihan. Timo, the little creature, now serious, stood at attention and saluted Li Yi before turning its gaze toward Lin Shihan. Having formed a bond with its master, it sensed the deep-seated hatred Li Yi harbored for the figure before it. Its round eyes morphed into fierce triangular shapes, bearing a mouth full of sharp, elongated teeth. As it waved its trident and began to rub its belly, producing a mushroom. The crimson mushroom was cast at Lin Shihan's feet, exploding in an instant. Get away. What is this, brother? Please, I beg you. Spare me, and I promise I won't misbehave again. I merely wish to jest with you. Countless bizarre, fur-covered red tendrils suddenly emerged, followed by an overwhelming stench of blood. Li Yi stood expressionless, observing in silence. These furry appendages coiled around Lin Shihan's body, invading through every orifice, eyes, ears, nostrils, mouth, and even his backside. It hurts. It hurts so much. Li Yi, you wretched dog. How dare you treat me this way? You will surely perish a miserable death. If you have the courage, then die. I plead with you, spare me. The excruciating pain, far worse than countless needles piercing his flesh, enveloped Lin Shihan's mind in an instant, prompting him to emit a chilling wail, his once delicate features contorted in agony, twisted into a grotesque grimace. The sound resonated like a celestial melody, hauntingly beautiful. How delightful. Li Yi hummed a tune as he departed from the dark chamber. 300 kilometers northwest of the ancient city lay what was once a desolate wilderness. Yet, in a mere day, it had been designated as a crucial military exercise zone, with checkpoints established every 10 kilometers. Today, several jeeps entered this area, breezing through the numerous barriers, with soldiers along the route, even saluting. Li Yi, do not be deceived by their ranks as commanders. Many who bear the insignia yearn for such positions, but cannot attain them. They are here solely due to their exceptional abilities. Having secured this coveted territory, Ding Wei expounded. Li Yi listened quietly, having heard Ding Wei recount tales of these old acquaintances numerous times. Suddenly, Li Yi felt a stirring in his spirit and gazed outward, though still within view. He could now sense a peculiar distortion in the fabric of space, a sensation born of his current strength. Ding Wei, noticing his reaction, asked, Li Yi, what troubles you? We are still a kilometer away. Chapter 85. The S9 Enigmatic Domain and the Otherworldly Realm. Upon reaching the cordoned-off area, Li Yi followed Ding Wei into a heavily guarded inspection zone, leading them to the entrance of the S9 Enigmatic Domain. A gray, swirling vortex shimmered with flickering lights, flanked by ethereal golden inscriptions that seemed to shimmer in and out of existence. Exchanging a glance with Ding Wei, they stepped forward simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, their bodies twisted and were instantly drawn into the vortex. As they spiraled through the tumult, Li Yi was engulfed by an overwhelming aura. He felt slightly unwell. The gravity here seemed about 10% stronger than that of Blue Star. The sky revealed a faint light, imparting a sense of dawn's gentle embrace. From Ding Wei, he had already learned that it was daytime here, though the source of the light remained a mystery. Come nightfall, the enigmatic domain would become utterly impenetrable. Additionally, it appeared to adhere to bizarre rules, rendering many classical laws of physics inapplicable. In essence, gunpowder and modern automatic weaponry would lose all efficacy here. Perfect. Ding Wei seemed to have made arrangements. Upon their arrival, 2 soldiers awaited them, leading horses for their transport. Come, Li Yi, with no other means of conveyance available. We shall ride. The 2 mounted their steeds and galloped toward a specified direction. At the very moment Li Yi stepped into the S9 enigmatic domain, beyond layers of time and space, within the ever-approaching warped realm surrounding Blue Star, an expansive landscape unfolded, a vast territory of immeasurable scale, where the heavens appeared round and the earth square. In sheer area, it was billions of times greater than Blue Star. This place, known to outsiders as the Otherworldly Realm, referred to itself as the Holy Domain. Here, countless tribes of otherworldly beings thrived, with even the smallest tribe surpassing the total population of humanity on Blue Star by several magnitudes. For the formidable beings that resided here, feats such as plucking stars and overturning oceans were mere trifles. Even the weakest of these beings possessed physical attributes many times superior to those of humans. In a cold, eerie void of the otherworldly realm, a bronze tower floated. Atop this tower sat 3 oddly shaped elders, seemingly engaged in profound discussion. Though their appearances were peculiar, they bore a striking resemblance to humans. One was a dwarf elder, another a 3-eyed crone, and the last a large-headed elder with a disproportionately sized head. Another new cycle. One intoned, Lord of the Realm, the domain's rules. Suddenly, the 3's pupils dilated in astonishment as they produced a jade tablet from their garments. The Lord of the Realm. It is a message from the Lord. Countless epochs have passed. The Lord has awakened once more. Let us see what the Lord has decreed. After a moment of shocked silence, the 3 exchanged glances, nodding in agreement, and brought the jade tablets together. Instantly, resounding celestial harmonies erupted, and a cascade of multicolored light surged forth from the tablets. The elders held their breath, faces alight with anticipation. Before long, 3 bizarre and enigmatic characters materialized in the air, written in the unique script of the otherworldly realm. Eternal Manifest. Oh, tension, excitement. A torrent of emotions swelled within them. These 3 ancient beings, having lived for several tens of millions of years, had long since dulled their emotional responses. Yet today, they found themselves repeatedly succumbing to emotional upheaval. How many cycles have we endured? Our holy domain has exhausted all efforts. Yet we merely received the result of the time is not yet ripe. It seems the contingency we left in the last cycle was indeed timely. In that case, let us activate the restrictions and allow those fractured spaces to break forth. Even the lowest tier of the holy tribe would suffice for their needs. This time, we must not falter. If Eternal has manifested, this will be an unprecedented challenge. We cannot overlook any action that might marginally increase our chances. What a splendid character, Eternal. In the S9 enigmatic domain, Li Yi expertly guided his steed with ease. With the ability to significantly enhance his gameplay feedback in advance, his physical reflexes, coordination, and muscle learning capabilities were nothing short of extraordinary. After a brief adjustment, he became adept at navigating this terrain. After approximately 20 minutes of travel, they arrived at a camp nestled against a mountainside, comprising around 300 military tents. This was the base of the Special Operations 1st Battalion. Li Yi, I never imagined you to be a master of equestrianism. I was prepared to witness your blunders. Ding Wei jested. I have dabbled a bit, but I wouldn't call myself a master, Li Yi replied, shaking his head. Simultaneously, he extended his mental faculties to perceive the camp of the Special Operations Battalion. Though fewer than 800 in number, the soldiers exhibited exceptional quality, with most reaching twice the normal human capacity, and some even exceeding 25 times. It appeared these soldiers were prioritized as candidates for the otherworldly corps. Hey, old Ding, didn't you say the 1st Battalion had 1,000 soldiers? Why are there fewer than 800? Li Yi inquired, sensing a discrepancy with the information he had received. Ding Wei, taken aback by how Li Yi had acquired this knowledge, soon wore a somber expression, his voice heavy with sorrow. Last night, we suffered a defeat, resulting in over 200 brothers sacrificed. Li Yi fell silent upon hearing this, refraining from pressing further. This was not a mere game, but the stark reality of life and death. Countless lives had been extinguished in this mysterious realm, and, based on Li Yi's understanding of the otherworldly beings, they might leave no remains behind. Their names could appear on martyr memorials, yet they would remain unknown to the public. As they continued deeper into the camp, Li Yi observed the soldiers. Though strong and robust, their spirits were notably low. He noticed their weapons, all classic cold arms. Yet their designs bore an uncanny resemblance to those found in games. Ding Wei seemed to sense Li Yi's confusion. You are not mistaken. All of these are materialized through the consumption of the abyssal demon cores from the game. Suddenly, Li Yi experienced a moment of clarity. A secondary profession? Ding Wei was taken aback, not expecting Li Yi to grasp the crux of the matter so swiftly. Indeed, while these weapons possess merely a paltry attribute boost of 1 point, rendering them of exceedingly low quality in the game, they exhibit remarkable efficacy against the abyssal demons in this enigmatic domain. Utilizing machining tools to forge composite crossbows from super alloys capable of piercing steel, we found their power surpasses that of these inferior bows with a mere 1-point attribute. In the game Eternal, upon reaching level 10, one can transition to a secondary profession. Thus, we prioritized establishing a military factory within the game, specifically for the production of these subpar weapons. Consequently, the state has contemplated seeking your assistance with loans, as there is a pressing need for vast quantities of gold to procure raw materials. The two continued their conversation while strolling, eventually pausing outside a combat command center. The sounds of vehement reprimands from within left Li Yi somewhat astonished. I don't care what ridiculous contraption is encased in that wretched armor, but that is no justification for your defeat. Li Yunlong, I summoned you to the Special Operations Regiment not to play the gentleman. You must avenge the entire Third War Zone. Even if they are abyssal demon lords, you must ensure they meet their demise in the filth. How to accomplish this is your prerogative. If the Special Operations Regiment cannot rise to the occasion under your command, I swear I will have your head. Commander Kong, are you holding a grudge? That is certainly better than having a heavy heart. This time, Li Yunlong has been resourceful enough to enlist the aid of the chief instructor on your behalf. I have nothing more to say, but if I hear that dope ball mentioned again from the higher-ups, it will be a slap in my face. This was followed by a cacophony of clattering as objects were thrown. Oh dear, why did I have to come at this moment? Upon hearing the angry shouts within, Ding Wei instinctively covered his face to regain composure. When he caught Li Yi's inquisitive gaze, he explained, "This is our old comrade, the former brigade commander, now the overall commander of the Third War Zone." Li Yi nodded thoughtfully. Just then, the military camp's entrance curtain was lifted, revealing a middle-aged man, bespectacled yet strikingly charismatic and exceptionally refined. Upon seeing him, Ding Wei immediately stood at attention and saluted. "Greetings, Commander." The old brigade commander appeared puzzled. "What brings you here, young man? And who might you be?" Chapter 86, the second miss of the Lin family, Lin Ruyan. Observing Ding Wei's somewhat mischievous expression, the old brigade commander quickly connected the dots, tentatively inquiring, "Advisor Li?" "Yes, I am Li Yi. It is a pleasure to meet you," Li Yi responded, extending his hand to shake with the commander of the Third War Zone, though he had never served in the military. "Ah, it truly is Advisor Li. Ding Wei, you should have informed me of his arrival." The brigade commander's demeanor instantly transformed into one of warmth and hospitality. "I truly hadn't anticipated that our old brigade commander would be here," Ding Wei chuckled. "No worries, please continue with your business. I merely wished to come and learn about the abyssal demons, as we will inevitably have to confront them." Li Yi waved his hand dismissively. Indeed, Advisor Li. I have some urgent matters to attend to at military headquarters. Ding Wei, please ensure he is well taken care of. Next time, I will definitely treat Advisor Li to a drink." The brigade commander seemed genuinely preoccupied, exchanging a few courteous remarks with Li Yi before departing. Once he left, a deep, earnest voice resonated from within the command tent. "Li Yunlong, I know I owe you a favor this time, but I, Kong Jie, despise being in anyone's debt. Today, I shall sacrifice a finger to repay this favor, so you best be ready to catch it." Immediately following, a low, gravelly voice interjected in a flustered manner, "No. Old Kong, put down the knife. What are you doing? Who do we think we are, the commander and the deputy? We are merely discussing matters." Li Yi, upon hearing this, found himself momentarily amused, thinking that this commander Li seemed rather democratic. Ding Wei led Li Yi to knock on the door of the command center. "Who is it? Didn't I say not to bother me?" came the voice of Kong Jie. At that moment, Kong Jie was in a foul mood, puffing on a cigarette. Ding Wei, unperturbed, lifted the curtain and entered. "Hey, old Ding, what brings you here? I've missed you." A rugged middle-aged man with dark skin immediately rushed over to embrace Ding Wei. "Oh, it's you, old Ding. Come. My apologies, I've been rather irritable." Kong Jie suddenly recognized him, and the three men embraced. "And who might this be? You didn't bring someone along to stir trouble, did you?" Li Yunlong scrutinized Li Yi's delicate appearance, casting a suspicious glance at Ding Wei, suspecting that Li Yi might be trying to leverage connections. Li Yi merely smiled in response, choosing not to elaborate. However, Kong Jia's expression shifted, as if recalling something. I heard, old Ding, that you've been accompanying a key figure lately. What brings you here? Meanwhile, Li Yunlong appeared utterly bewildered, seemingly unaware of Ding Wei's recent activities. Observing this, Ding Wei replied, Come, let me introduce everyone. This is Li Yi, advisor Li. Old Li, please don't wear that bewildered expression. You've just had your rank stripped. And for now, you are merely a colonel, whereas our advisor Li holds a legitimate major general rank. Upon hearing this, Li Yunlong's eyes widened in disbelief. How old is this kid? He looks barely past adolescence. Could he possibly be the illegitimate son of the old brigade commander? But that seems unlikely. Meanwhile, Kong Jia's enthusiasm surged. Ah, so you are advisor Li. Come, have a seat. This left Li Yunlong even more perplexed. The military department had just lifted his punishment, and he had only gathered minimal information about the abyssal demons prior to coming to the S9 domain. He had never heard of Li Yi, so he chose to remain silent, quietly preparing tea for the others. Commander Kong, you are too kind. Just call me Li Yi. I often hear old Ding speak highly of you and Commander Li. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Li Yi graciously remarked. This, in turn, astonished Li Yunlong even further. He knew Ding Wei well, recognized his proud demeanor, and realized that for a young lad to address him as old Ding, he must have made quite an impression on him. Li Yi's praise seemed to momentarily embarrass Kong Jia, his expression darkening. Alas, a defeated general cannot speak of bravery. I have just suffered a defeat. Had it not been for old Li's intercession, I would have been sent to the game to toil away. By the way, advisor Li, the information regarding the Terror Claw demon was provided by you. Would you happen to recognize this item? What exactly is its origin? Suddenly recalling something, Kong Jia rose and retrieved a box from deep within the tent, producing a black, vine-like object. Oh, a pointed black armor demon? Li Yi immediately recognized its origins with a single glance. Advisor Li truly knows it. How splendid. Please, enlighten me. Kong Jia exclaimed with delight. At that moment, Li Yunlong, who had remained silent, felt an itch of impatience upon hearing that the discussion was turning to matters of importance. Wait, old Ding, old Kong, heh. And this advisor Li, we share the same surname, Li. If we were to go back 500 years, we would be kin. So we are all family here. I shall speak candidly. What exactly is your role, advisor Li? What inquiries do you oversee? Li Yi was momentarily taken aback, as he genuinely did not know the nature of his responsibilities. Observing this, Ding Wei no longer concealed the truth, pulling Li Yunlong aside to explain Li Yi's background. Meanwhile, Li Yi took the opportunity to examine the black, vine-like object that Kong Jia had retrieved. The black armor, neither metal nor wood, produces a metallic sound upon impact. In truth, it is a hardened layer akin to a carapace formed from the bodily fluids secreted by the Jinsei Domo. Advisor Li, my recent defeat was due to encountering this unprecedented evil. Yesterday, I was ordered to lead a team into the depths of the S9 anomaly, only to confront this emo. Our weapons struggled to inflict damage upon it, and with astonishing speed, it gruesomely decimated over 200 of my comrades. Fortunately, their numbers were not overwhelming. At the ancient city airport, a statuesque woman donned sunglasses and wore a floral dress, exuding the purity and beauty of a white lotus. Observing the bustling crowd, a hint of disdainful arrogance lingered at the corners of her mouth. I have returned. I wonder how my little brother Xiaohan is faring and if he misses his second sister. This was Lin Ruyan, the second daughter of the Lin family. As Lin Ruyan stepped out of the airport, her brow instinctively furrowed. Indeed, the air in Sakura country is far sweeter than that of Great Xia. This business trip to Sakura country has yielded tremendous rewards, having convinced several groups to invest in our Lin group. I have brought gifts for all five, for father, mother, sister, younger sister, and Xiaohan. I must persuade my parents to immigrate to Sakura country soon. Having stayed too long in the homeland, I fear I might fall ill. Little did she know, her beloved younger brother had already been ensnared. Chapter 87. Li Yunlong. Li Yunlong finally comprehended the true nature of Li Yi. At that moment, his gaze towards Li Yi flickered with intrigue. It was said that the current military's manifested weapons were related to this young man before him. He knew he must cultivate this relationship well, for once this opportunity passed, it would be lost forever. Everyone listened intently as Li Yi analyzed the characteristics of the Yi Mo. The creature, known as the Jinsei, stood nearly 2 meters tall, its head triangular with an antenna protruding from the top. It possessed 4 powerful arms and 2 robust lower limbs, capable of tearing apart tigers and leopards with ease. Its entire body was encased in a black carapace, offering immense defensive capabilities. Li Yi articulated the creature's traits with clarity. Kong Jia's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "Exactly. Goodness." With advisor Li's profound understanding of this Yi Mo, could it be that you have encountered it in a game? Li Yi shook his head. I have merely read about it in a game. In due course, I will compile all the knowledge I have gathered on Yi Mo and present it to old Ding. This decision met with enthusiastic approval from the trio. If we can accurately grasp the enemy's characteristics, we shall mitigate numerous unnecessary casualties. At that moment, Li Yunlong interjected with a hopeful expression, Advisor Li. Given the formidable nature of this Yidwo, do we truly have no means to combat it at present? Not at all. It does possess notably apparent weaknesses. For instance, the antenna atop its head. If you can break it, the creature will lose its sense of direction and merely spin in place. Additionally, they harbor an intense fear of fire. Their black armor, neither metal nor iron, is composed of a viscous substance secreted from their own bodies. As Li Yi spoke, to the astonishment of the three, he effortlessly tore the seemingly indestructible black armor in half, as though it were mere paper. Then, with a flick of his wrist and a subtle motion of his lips, a resplendent fireball manifested in his hand. This fireball, upon lightly touching the half of the black armor, caused it to hiss and melt away into a repugnant black liquid pooling on the ground. Ordinary fireball spells lacked such devastating effects. This was a feat achieved by Li Yi's extraordinary physical capabilities, 18 times greater than that of a normal person. The three men were left in a state of disbelief, exchanging glances, their eyes wide with shock. Since Li Yi had arrived, he naturally would not conceal his hidden abilities. Demonstrating strength was, indeed, the most effective means of garnering respect and asserting influence. This black armor, impervious even to sharp arrows and swords, had been effortlessly torn apart by Li Yi, showcasing an unfathomable level of might. Li Yi, has your gaming prowess truly reached such terrifying heights? Ding Wei gasped in astonishment, unable to mask his shock. Could it be that the earlier speculations were correct? Was Li Yi's talent indeed superior to even an SSS-level gift, potentially reaching the rare SSR classification? Such talent levels were scarcely found, even in the ancient ruins beneath the Sanxingdui. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am a mage. Li Yi beamed at them. By the way, I have some fruits here. Let us chat while you indulge. With that, he retrieved 2 boxes filled with 10-year-old blood velvet fruit from his military backpack. Ding Wei's eyes sparkled with anticipation at the sight. However, Kong Jie and Li Yunlong were too preoccupied to think about fruit. My goodness. While I had heard that Advisor Li was no ordinary individual, witnessing it firsthand reveals what it truly means to have a narrow perspective. Kong Jie marveled. Li Yunlong, more practical, asked, Advisor Li, with your strength, what are your chances of defeating this so-called Jianzhou Huijagma? Li Yi picked up a fruit from the table and chewed it thoughtfully. If I were to face them, with fewer than 200, they would all perish. However, with more than 200, I might need to eliminate them in 2 waves. His words left Li Yunlong and Kong Jie astounded. The evil team they had encountered comprised barely 200 creatures. Meanwhile, Ding Wei was busily stuffing his mouth with fruit, occasionally shoving some into his pockets. Observing this, Kong Jie chided him playfully, Old Ding, no matter how delicious the fruits brought by Advisor Li are, mind your image. How embarrassing. Ding Wei said nothing, merely grabbed a piece and shoved it into Kong Jie's mouth. Kong Jie shook his head helplessly, savoring the exquisite taste of the blood velvet fruit, while also feeling the changes occurring within his body. His eyes widened in surprise. And upon catching Ding Wei's knowing glance, Kong Jie quickly acknowledged, the flavor is indeed delightful. I am feeling quite hungry now. With that, he began to grab handfuls of the red fruits, devouring them eagerly. Li Yunlong, witnessing this, raised a skeptical eyebrow, then noticed Li Yi observing him, prompting a hearty laugh. Advisor Li, you're quite amusing. What have you two turned into? Hey, old Kong, why are you still holding up the plate? Leave some for me. Such was Li Yunlong's nature. Regardless of the item, whether valuable or not, the sight of others possessing it ignited a yearning within him. He picked up a red fruit and, feigning sophistication, gestured towards Li Yi before taking a slow bite. After a few moments of stunned silence, Li Yunlong stared at the fruit in his hand, feeling an intense warmth enveloping him, as if the energy within the fruit was enhancing his physical constitution. Suddenly, he erupted in fury, shouting, You 2 scoundrels! Put that down. These gifts are from Advisor Li to my Special Operations Brigade. Who dares to touch them? However, Ding Wei and Kong Jie paid him no mind. Not forgetting to clarify, Li Yi interjected, By the way, Team Leader Li, one of those portions is actually a gift for you. I already gave old Ding his share. Li Yunlong's eyes visibly reddened. How dare you? I have always been the one to snatch others' portions. Today, Ding Wei, you little rascal, dare to pilfer from me. Ding Wei, undeterred, continued stuffing his mouth. I won't hold back, so why should you? As the two engaged in playful banter, Li Yi couldn't help but admire their camaraderie. Kong Jie approached Li Yi, eager to engage further. Advisor Li, please do not misunderstand. Ever since we enlisted, the 3 of us have been in the same platoon, old comrades in arms. Li Yunlong, this young lad, possesses military combat capabilities that are second to none throughout the entirety of Daxia. However, he is also a harbinger of trouble. 3 years ago, when the Eagle Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation conspired to conduct joint exercises, we naturally could not allow ourselves to be outdone and responded forcefully. During that island landing exercise, that audacious little fellow dared to ascend the same island as us, and even had the gall to provoke us. Under normal circumstances, one would not dare to fire without orders, but unfortunately for them, they encountered Li Yunlong. Old Li issued a direct command to annihilate over 300 of their forces, causing a tremendous uproar internationally. The last time there was unrest instigated by the A3 nation at the border, resulting in injuries to a dozen of our brothers. This young man acted without consulting anyone and, without orders, eliminated over 400 of their troops. The situation escalated, and while the commander holds a fondness for him, he could only temporarily put him on ice. In summary, if you were to give Old Li a small boy, he would dare to pilot a bomber solo over the skies of Cherry Blossom Nation and drop it. After hearing Kong Jie's description, Li Yi suddenly felt a semblance of resemblance between Old Li's rebellious nature and his own. However, in terms of military strategy, he undoubtedly pales in comparison. Yet, he admires this character. Oh, Old Li, have you lost your mind? You dare to strike me. Spit it out. It's mine. All mine. Chapter 88. Li Yunlong. Let us eliminate the side business. Brothers, lift your heads high. There is no rule that states one cannot hold their head high after a defeat. You are all remarkable. This time, we face an enemy unlike any we have encountered before, an otherworldly demon. But now, we have grasped information about these demons. The misfortune lies with them. In war, there will be casualties. During peacetime, I, Li Yunlong, feared death, for life is singular. Once lost, it is gone. But now, I tell you, I, Li Yunlong, no longer fear death, for both sides hold my loved ones. Li Yunlong's oratory skills are exceptional. Perhaps it is his heartfelt sincerity that transforms his otherwise bland words into a deeply moving expression. In just a brief span of a few minutes, the previously despondent state of the Special Operations Brigade rapidly transformed into an eager fervor, yearning to locate the demon's lair and confront them. The name Li Yunlong, even within the grand military framework of Daxia, is a resounding presence. These soldiers, having heard tales of his exploits, willingly submit to his command. Subsequently, Li Yunlong and Kong Jie guided Li Yi through the armaments of the Special Operations Brigade. After familiarizing himself with the characteristics of the sharp-headed black-armored demon, Li Yunlong began to apply for demon cores from above, preparing to manifest several instances of the fireball spell for the soldiers who had chosen the mage profession in the brigade. The brigade's arsenal is quite simple, primarily composed of inferior weapons with a single attribute point. Ranged weaponry mainly consists of bows and crossbows. The inferior feathered arrows, as consumables, can nearly achieve armor-piercing effects against these low-level demons. One demon core can manifest approximately 50 of these feathered arrows. As for the inferior armor and weapons, one demon core can be exchanged for around 3 pieces. Although the demon cores provided to Li Yi were obtained through his own equipment trades, the ability to hand over 3,000 demon cores all at once speaks volumes about the trust placed in him by the higher-ups, surpassing even his expectations. It is worth noting that, in reality, the usage of skills differs entirely from that in the game. In reality, there is no concept of cooldown times. Theoretically, achieving the firing rate of a Gatling gun with the fireball spell is not a strange occurrence. However, insufficient mental attributes, depleted mana, or excessive casting can yield various side effects, ranging from minor to significant. Advisor Li, would you be interested in joining me for an operation? At some point, Li Yunlong stealthily approached Li Yi, whispering conspiratorially. Having learned of Li Yi's capabilities, he certainly would not let this opportunity slip away. Although he is aware that most people have a tendency to exaggerate, he applies a 50% discount to everything they claim. Since Li Yi stated he could handle 200 sharp-headed black-armored demons, it stands to reason that 100 would be an achievable target. Oh, has Captain Li received orders for a military operation? Li Yi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Li Yunlong chuckled. It's not exactly a formal military operation. I merely wish to lead my brothers and assess the surrounding environment. Li Yi quickly discerned that this commander, who bore a striking resemblance to a simple, honest farmer, was, in fact, more cunning than anyone else. After a moment's contemplation, he comprehended the implications of his words and regarded him with a knowing smile. Advisor Li, rest assured. I arrived in this S9 enigma with a sense of purpose. I have secured 200 demon cores from above, sufficient for me to manifest 20 fireball spells. Li Yunlong seemed eager to validate the feasibility of this operation. Demon cores, 50-50, Li Yi stated plainly. Li Yunlong froze upon hearing this, then anxiously protested, Advisor Li. Are you trying to rob me? No, that is far too much. You're just one person. I'm mobilizing a large contingent. At most, 37% for us. Li Yi chuckled softly, shaking his head. 50-50 is already generous on my part. Furthermore, I have 2 additional pieces of information for you. The antennae of the sharp-headed black-armored demon, when chopped into pieces and sun-dried, can be boiled in water for 10 minutes to create a medicinal bath that enhances human physical attributes. Additionally, while the black armor of these demons is highly susceptible to flames, if tanned at a temperature of 150 degrees Celsius, it loses this vulnerability and becomes an excellent material for crafting armor. Upon hearing these words, Li Yunlong was already drooling with anticipation. Advisor Li, who are we to each other? It's just a 50-50 split, a trivial matter. In the operations command room, where Li Yi, Old Kong. Where has Li Yi gone? I can't find him anywhere. Ding Wei was on the verge of madness. Advisor Li? I'm not sure. Perhaps he is resting in the camp? Kong Jie replied, his anxiety mounting. Wait, where's old Li? 2 minutes later. Damn it, I knew it. There is nothing Li Yunlong can't pull off. How dare he take Li Yi on an unauthorized mission? If Li Yi loses even a hair, I swear I'll have Li Yunlong's head. Ding Wei raged in the command room. All right, old Ding, since the matter has occurred, just wait a moment and expect news. Advisor Li possesses formidable strength beyond comprehension. I doubt even if all of my special operations brigade were to perish, he would not suffer a single scratch. As for old Li, he looks as if he just stepped out of prison, his fortitude tougher than titanium. Even if he were to hang himself, he'd probably remain suspended for half an hour. Kong Jie, however, remained considerably calmer than Ding Wei. That said, Li Yi is a person of immense significance. He is the future of Daxia. Such recklessness cannot be tolerated. Old Kong, heed my words. Dispatch soldiers to search for Li Yunlong and his team, and move the troops forward to support them. Ding Wei's expression was grave. Meanwhile, on a hillside hideout, Deputy Commander, I've already distributed the military pay in advance this time. If your 2nd Battalion fails me, I'll make you regret it. Li Yunlong grumbled to a nearby officer. How could that be? It's an honor for our 2nd Battalion to have the Commander's attention. You can count on us not to bring shame upon you. The 2nd Battalion Commander, slight of stature yet quick-witted, responded eagerly. Li Yi harbored great admiration for Li Yunlong. The plush blood fruit he had distributed, while not priceless, was nonetheless a rare and precious find in the present day. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Yunlong had given it all to the soldiers before him. Furthermore, he generously allocated the 200 GLA he had procured from his superiors, allowing the soldiers to manifest fundamental skills such as fireball magic, heavy strike, and charge. These individuals were the elite selected from the 2nd Battalion. In Li Yunlong's words, with too many people, we would merely provide fodder for those damned Yuo. Since they have weaknesses, we shall adopt a strategy of precision, striking at their vulnerabilities. Here they come. Captain, look, the 2nd Battalion Commander whispered urgently. Chapter 89, Li Yunlong's exceptional command abilities. Here they come. Captain, look, with the 2nd Battalion Commander's hushed exclamation. Both Li Yunlong and Li Yi hastily raised their tactical binoculars to survey the scene. 800 meters away, a grotesque horde of Yao emerged, numbering over 80. Their triangular heads bore distorted visages, and a single horn atop each head quivered intermittently. Their robust limbs writhed restlessly, occasionally hurling massive boulders weighing hundreds of pounds over considerable distances, a display of force that was truly alarming. This contingent of black-armored demons was advancing towards the elite team. Captain Li, I must remind you that once they come within 100 meters of us, even if we hide behind cover, their antennae can detect the scent of our presence as food, Li cautioned. Damn it, it's fortunate you're with us, Advisor Li. Otherwise, we would be in dire straits. Li Yunlong exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, yet his mind raced with thoughts. 2nd Battalion Commander, take a few brothers with agility attributes and lead them towards the traps before they notice us. Mages, fall back for now. We must wait for them to enter the traps before moving up quickly. We cannot allow them to discover our presence. Otherwise, the traps will lose their purpose. Yes, I will make the arrangements immediately. The 2nd Battalion Commander did not dare to delay. Li Yunlong issued several commands in quick succession. The rapidity of his response left Li Yi in silent awe, and upon reflection, this indeed appeared to be the most flawless solution available. Li Yunlong truly embodied the essence of a commander, balancing both boldness and meticulousness. The traps they had set were specially designed by the military. While they could not inflict substantial harm on the Yimo, they were excellent at restricting their movements. For agile soldiers, armed with bows and arrows, stealthily approached the group of Yimo, concealing themselves among the scattered rocks. The black-armored demons did not move swiftly, only marginally faster than an average person. The soldiers with enhanced agility far surpassed them in speed. Li Yi's senses were now exceptionally keen. He could distinctly hear the vibrations of bowstrings and the whizzing of arrows through the air. Soon after, a cacophony of high-pitched screeches reached his ears, the furious cries of the black-armored demons. Indeed, enticed by the soldiers, these low-intelligence acted without thought, charging in pursuit of the soldiers, causing the ground to tremble ominously. The plan was unfolding smoothly. Li Yunlong's face brightened with joy. Yet he understood that the traps could only restrain a fraction of the black-armored demons. Advisor Li, please keep an eye on my brothers for me, Li Yunlong said earnestly. Li nodded. Rest assured, with me here, none of you will perish. Good. Your assurance brings me peace of mind. Li Yunlong's tense demeanor eased slightly as he became fully engrossed in monitoring the battlefield's developments. The black-armored demons clumsily ran forward, often stumbling in a comical fashion. However, to underestimate them would be a grievous error. Their thick black armor was impervious to blades, and their immense strength meant that once they closed in, their powerful arms could easily rend a person asunder. Mages, prepare. Li Yunlong, who had been attentively observing the battlefield, suddenly made a hand gesture and called out sharply. 10 mages quickly moved forward, maintaining a safe distance from the black-armored demons to avoid detection. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed, signaling the activation of the specially designed traps. With a clever mechanism, once triggered, numerous alloy ropes burst forth, ensnaring the black-armored demons, while powerful adhesive substances sprayed out, tightly binding them together. The screeches intensified as nearly 20 fell victim to the traps, some ensnared by ropes, others stuck together by the powerful glue. Attack! Attack! Li Yunlong bellowed, removing his hat and wielding his sword as he shouted loudly. All personnel took their positions. No one engaged in close combat with the black-armored demons. The mages swiftly advanced, chanting spells aimed at those caught in the traps. Soon, 7 or 8 brilliant fireballs surged forth. The fireballs struck the ensnared black-armored demons, producing extraordinary results. The black armor, impervious to blades, reacted to the flames as if exposed to a potent acid, sizzling audibly. The furious roars of the black-armored demons were futile. Meanwhile, over 60 remaining black-armored demons charged angrily toward Li Yi and the others. The sound of bowstrings reverberated, buzzing ominously. The substandard arrows targeted the antennae atop the black-armored demons' heads. If damaged, they would struggle to maintain their balance. Nonetheless, dozens of demons pressed forward. Li Yunlong took the lead, brandishing his sword at the forefront. Damn it, aim properly. Where are you shooting? He cursed incessantly. In the game, Li Yunlong had chosen the warrior class. In truth, most commanders tended to opt for the warrior class, which was a balanced choice. The black-armored demons were now upon them, their fearsome visages instilling dread. Why is it suddenly so cold? Li Yunlong's eyes widened in surprise, as if an air conditioner had been turned on. Whoosh! Suddenly, a spear of azure light shot through the body of a black-armored demon at remarkable speed. The demon emitted a pained howl, followed by a dazzling flash of the spear. Boom! With a resounding blast, the seemingly impervious black-armored demon was shattered into fragments. One by one, azure spears continued to be hurled forth. Li Yunlong turned to see a handsome young man, expressionless, with azure light swirling around him, his black hair billowing wildly, as he conjured storm spears, resembling a tempestuous sorcerer. Good heavens! Such a remarkable being truly exists. How powerful can he be? Is he even human? Li Yunlong's eyes widened, his mind racing with disbelief. All the soldiers looked on in awe at Li Yi, who appeared godlike. Is this the same Yi? If he is this strong in reality, how could he not single-handedly defeat bosses in the game? Isn't that obvious? When has the kill announcement not been for Advisor Li defeating bosses beyond his level? At this moment, Li Yunlong shouted, "Focus on the fight. When this battle is over, I will help you all apply to Advisor Li to see if you can get a chance to touch him." Li Yi's face darkened at this. If one were to assess the black-armored demons based on game logic, they would be classified as having high physical resistance and low magical resistance. Among the Yi Mo, they were merely low-tier servant-level demons. Beyond them lay the first-tier, warrior, Yi Mo. The strength of first-tier Yi Mo increased exponentially and was exceedingly terrifying. Li Yi refrained from using fireball spells, having discovered that the storm spear was not only immensely powerful, but also allowed him to control its consumption to match the desired potency. Moreover, the storm spear possessed explosive damage without consuming mana. This skill, characterized by its significant power and low consumption, had become Li Yi's most frequently employed technique, to the point where he treated it as a standard attack. Now, in the realm of reality, Li Yi needed to ensure his mana reserves remained above 80% at peak capacity. Without that assurance, he felt vulnerable. With Li Yi's involvement, matters became considerably simpler. However, Li Yi suddenly felt a stirring in his heart, furrowing his brow as he gazed into the distance. At that moment, the battlefield observer emitted a frantic exclamation. Heavens! What is that? Commander, this is not good. In Chapter 90, The Oppressive Force of the Bone Dragon, the observer's alarm jolted Li Yunlong into action. He seized his binoculars to survey the scene. A monster, a colossal creature, nearly 5 meters tall, its form grotesquely assembled, with a bulging belly and a pointed head, wielding an object resembling a skeletal hook. This was a battlefield-grade mutated demon, a fusion of aberrations that you cannot contend with. Leave it to me. A soft sigh escaped from beside Li Yunlong. Soon, the air around them began to swirl, as the soldiers of the mage class sensed the elements of the world stirring with excitement. Under the astonished gazes of all present, a pair of crystalline wings shimmering with azure light unfurled behind Li Yi. With a single stomp, he transformed into a streak of light, soaring toward the heavens. Li Yunlong's team had explored the S9 anomalous realm for an entire afternoon, slaying nearly 530 black-armored demons and 9 aberrant fusions that preyed upon them. The strength of these aberrant fusions varied. They seemed to have undergone some form of mutation. Suddenly, a powerful black-armored demon fused other black-armored demons into its own body. Such fusions would manifest more frequently in the future, but not limited to this species alone. This creature was classified as a first-tier, battlefield, aberration, its core no longer white, but a pale gray. Very well, it is settled. Advisor Li. No, Father Yi. From now on, you shall be my Father Yi. I will not stray west if commanded east. Li Yunlong grinned broadly, his smile blooming like a flower. Having sensed that his magical energy had reached a critical threshold of 80, Li Yi requested to halt the exploration and return for rest. The aberrant cores were what Li Yi sought. Thus, he presented Li Yunlong with an offer he could not refuse, 1 aberrant core for 1 10-year blood fruit. Hence, Li Yunlong's smile was as bright as day. Through this experience, Li Yunlong finally recognized Li Yi's terrifying prowess. This anomalous realm, due to Li Yi's previous life experiences, was something he had never heard of before, only increasing his interest. However, following this exploration, Li Yi unearthed a chilling realization. These aberrations bore scars from blades and swords prior to their encounter with them, and their strength was not as formidable as Li Yi had remembered. Li Yi confirmed with Li Yunlong that they were indeed the first to confront these aberrations. Considering the information at hand, Li Yi suspected that this anomalous realm could very well be a remnant of the last invasion of aberrations upon Blue Star. Having left behind some minor spatial attachments for unknown reasons, was this an accident, or was it deliberate? Li Yi found no answers. As night fell, the anomalous realm was shrouded in darkness, with the aberrations gaining a degree of enhancement. Thus, the military decided to retreat from the aberrant space at night. On their return journey, Ding Wei berated Li Yunlong as if he were a grandson. Yet, Li Yunlong merely smiled, inciting Ding Wei's ire. For he knew Li Yunlong had undoubtedly received tremendous benefits from Li Yi. Once the group exited the S9 anomalous realm, a messenger approached Li Yunlong with a communication device. A hearty laugh resonated from the device. Li Yunlong, congratulations on your newfound wealth. In the game, at Taiwa City, in the desolate town, space twisted, and Li Yi appeared out of thin air. He looked up at the sky, where the sun began its ascent, illuminating the vast azure expanse. After departing from the S9 realm, Li Yi returned home, introduced Zhao Ma to his family, and engaged in conversation before re-entering the game. Truthfully, the moment of confrontation with the Frost Monarch, Li Sandra, remained vividly etched in his memory. Standing before such an immortal legendary powerhouse, the feeling of helplessness was profoundly impactful. He yearned to grow stronger, stronger still. As long as the game had yet to merge with reality, he could rely on self-detonation to escape perilous situations. But what would happen once the game and reality merged? To avoid such a predicament, he must surpass those immortal legendary figures beforehand. He resolved to first return to the sanctuary, complete the quest settlement, and then pay a visit to the alchemist master, Connor. With this in mind, he retrieved a black circular ring from his backpack, performing a hand gesture that sent a gray luminescence from his fingertips into the ring. A piercing howl erupted as a dark light shot forth from the ring, coalescing in midair before expanding into a massive bone dragon with wings spanning over 100 feet. An overwhelming dragon might descended from above. Heavens! A dragon! It's a dragon! An evil bone dragon! By the light of the divine! How can a bone dragon appear above my desolate town? The bone dragon, Sato, hovered majestically in the air, its enormous form startling the native NPCs of the desolate town. Even a troop of armored soldiers trembled as they emerged to investigate. Sato circled above, reveling in its newfound freedom. A gentle snort, akin to thunder, suddenly resonated in its ears. Sato immediately subdued itself, casting a wounded glance at Li Yi before descending to the ground, its massive head bowing low, its wings forming a natural staircase. Li Yi ascended each step slowly until he stood atop the dragon's colossal skull, at which point the great beast bent its legs, flapped its wings, and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Was that truly a dragon? Did I not see incorrectly? Just now, someone stepped upon its head. Oh heavens! A bone dragon knight. I hope that person is a noble from Taiwa City, otherwise. This was Li Yi's first experience riding a dragon. At such heights, where the air was thin and the winds sharp as blades, he had to conjure a light shield spell to alleviate the discomfort. Traversing above the clouds, he sought to challenge the heavens. In reality, Li Yi had never even boarded an airplane, yet he gazed down upon the earth, the scenery unfolding like a poetic tapestry. Li Yi savored the moment. However, those below were in a state of chaos. The inherent might of the dragon was overwhelming. If the massive beast did not deliberately restrain itself, its aura would surge forth like a tidal wave. As Li Yi rode the dragon past each small town, pandemonium ensued below. All NPCs looked up in sheer terror, praying that the bone dragon would not attack them. Word eventually reached Taiwa sanctuary of a bone dragon soaring unabashedly above Taiwa City, a blatant affront to its dignity. Slot had just finished addressing the remnants of the altars in the Akawa Plains and had yet to return to Taiwa sanctuary. Otherwise, this debacle could have been averted. Soren, the Great Sword Master, level 150 and above, led a squad of 36 Griffin Knights, level 100, in preparation for the advancing bone dragon, Sato. Soren bore a massive two-handed sword on his back and a narrow-bladed longsword at his waist. The former was named the Storm Sword, while the latter was called the Blade of the Sheathless. They're coming. Soren's tightly shut eyes suddenly flared open, his gaze electrifying as he peered into the distance. A bone dragon? Chapter 91. The terrifying rewards of the UR level difficulty task. The vast silhouette of the bone dragon gradually became clearer, and Soren's heart raced with anticipation. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. A human? Was there a human atop the dragon's head? Could it be an undead archmage? The thought sank heavily in Soren's heart. Wait, something's amiss. The individual possesses the prowess of a transcendent mage. Soren, who had just adopted a stern demeanor, was suddenly taken aback. However, the one who was even more astonished was naturally Li Yi. The skeletal dragon, Sao, had conveyed to Li Yi that the human bearing the colossal sword emanated an overwhelming threat, one that could potentially lead to his demise. I am Soren of the Taihua Sanctuary. Might I inquire as to your identity and the reason for your reckless presence beyond the borders of my Taihua domain? As Soren spoke, his voice resonated like thunder, infused with an imposing aura. Soren, Archbishop, what brings you here? Li Yi responded casually. I merely sought convenience, and thus returned directly to the sanctuary. Upon hearing the other party's self-introduction, Li Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Soren, a pillar of the Taihua Sanctuary, was renowned for his unmatched hurricane swordsmanship and his signature technique, the descending sword strike. What did you just call me? Archbishop? Are you jesting with me? Soren's expression was one of utter disbelief. The title of Archbishop was exclusive to the sanctuary, and he was naturally skeptical. As he spoke, an aura of formidable sword intent radiated from him, seemingly capable of piercing the heavens. Feeling exasperated, Li Yi produced an item and tossed it towards Soren. Emily is my mentor. This is the emblem of the elemental lineage. The Taihua Sanctuary, Taihua Pavilion. This grand hall was reserved for the annual summit of dignitaries or significant events. And today, it had been summoned. Within the hall, the elemental sovereign Emily, the wind whisperer Avery Lease, and the great sword master Soren presided over the assembly, accompanied by 12 pinnacle sorcerers. After Li Yi returned with Soren, Slot also made his way back to the sanctuary and promptly struck the Taihua demon-slaying drum. Slot, what did you say? The green-eyed omnis has re-emerged in the world and has summoned an ancient skeletal dragon? Indeed, the Death God sect has grand ambitions this time. The scale of the 9 nether spirit rebirth altars is unprecedented. Should they succeed, it would undoubtedly plunge the northern part of Taihua City into a calamity of the undead. As Slot spoke, he retrieved a memory stone. Shattering it, a series of holographic projections of skeletal altars materialized within the grand hall. Everyone present was well-versed in knowledge. Upon seeing the towering skeletal main altar, their expressions soured considerably. Humph, how dare the Death God sect act so brazenly? I propose a continent-wide decree to eradicate them. Seconded. Slot, given that the green-eyed omnis has ascended to the rank of Grand Sorcerer and even possesses a skeletal dragon as a combat ally. How did you manage to accomplish your task? Do you all recall that ancient true spirit apparition that appeared above our Taihua Sanctuary that day? Of course. But what relevance does that have to this matter? I must extend my congratulations to Lady Emily for acquiring a remarkable disciple. The Grand Sorcerer Omnis has been slain by Emily's pupil, E, and the skeletal dragon Sato has also been subdued by him. Gasps of astonishment filled the hall. What? Such a feat exists? What prowess does this he possess? Even Soren's face twitched slightly. Meanwhile, the wind whisperer Avery Lease appeared quite intrigued, while Emily wore an expression of mild distress. How could he have grown so powerful so quickly? Surely my retention of his runes will not be discovered? The meeting continued for some time. By the time they summoned Li Yi into the Taihua Pavilion, the sanctuary had already decided on his rewards. A task of UR difficulty level was proposed. Li Yi could only think that he had never heard of such a thing. The Sanctuary Council has decided, considering your outstanding contributions to Taihua City, to reward you with 1 fire rune, 100,000 contribution points, Taihua Sanctuary, 1 piece of ancient great equipment, and 1,000 gold coins. Soren pronounced Li Yi's rewards loudly. Li Yi slightly bowed in gratitude, his heart swelling with joy. A fire rune, 100,000 contribution points. These were precisely what Li Yi urgently needed. The previous task of slaying a demon ape in the Jintan mountain range had only rewarded him with a mere 2,000 contribution points from Taihua City. This time, however, the 100,000 contribution points from the Taihua Sanctuary were worth several times more than those from Taihua City. The treasures within the Taihua Sanctuary's vault were beyond comparison to those of Taihua City. A complete fire rune. There was no need to elaborate on its value. Last time, Li Yi had stumbled upon a fortuitous encounter, slaying a weakened ancient ape and unwittingly acquiring a soil rune. As he contemplated, his gaze shifted toward Emily, the porcelain doll-like grand sorceress, who had been clapping joyfully but now appeared to flinch at his gaze, betraying a sense of guilt. Li narrowed his eyes. It seems this girl truly is scheming to hoard my runes. Additionally, there is a matter requiring your consent, Soren inquired with a serious countenance. Very well, please proceed. The Taihua Sanctuary holds strength in high regard. Given your achievement in slaying a grand sorcerer and the addition of an ancient skeletal dragon to your ranks, the Sanctuary Council has decided to appoint you as the 4th Grand Archbishop of the Sanctuary. Do you accept? Do you agree to accept the appointment of Grand Archbishop of the Taihua Sanctuary? Upon acceptance, you will acquire a portion of the authority of the Taiwa Sanctuary, including but not limited to assigning tasks to players, temporarily mobilizing sanctuary guards, and leading the Taiwa demon-slaying squad. The content of this reward left Li Yi astounded. Such a possibility existed? I agree. Congratulations, you have acquired the new identity of Grand Archbishop of the Taiwa Sanctuary. Excellent. Here is your identity decree. From now on, we shall be colleagues and comrades. Li Yi's prompt agreement brought joy to everyone present. We greet Grand Archbishop Yi, except for the 3 individuals atop the dais. The other 12 bowed in respect. Li Yi accepted the identity decree, which was palm-sized, entirely obsidian, engraved with the emblem of the Taiwa Sanctuary, a book, a sword, and a bow. Beneath the emblem were inscribed the 3 characters, Taiwa Yi. Taiwa Identity Decree, Grand Archbishop, Special Item, Token of Trust. Once again, it was an item devoid of attributes. Slot, I have a question for you. Li Yi addressed the elderly man with white hair. Yes, Grand Archbishop, please inquire. Slot replied with utmost reverence. Where did you acquire that Earth Dragon beast? Li Yi had not forgotten about Slot's Earth Dragon. He currently lacked any leads on dragon beasts. In his previous life, he had seen one but had no pertinent information. Such information was generally quite precious and not readily available online. The dragon lineage bore the blood of true ancient dragons, and if an opportunity arose, he would not let it slip by. My Earth Dragon beast was acquired during my youth while I was honing my skills in the endless abyss beyond the city of Tsonglei. As he watched Slot depart, Li Yi began to mutter to himself. Do you accept the task delegation from Grand Archbishop Yi of the Taiwa Sanctuary to explore the endless abyss? Chapter 92. SSS Level, Gold Eater, Activation, Daylight Spirit Ascension. Task Name, Explore the Endless Abyss, Faction Task. Task Content. Grand Archbishop Yi of the Taiwa Sanctuary suspects the existence of dragon beasts colluding with the Death God sect within the Endless Abyss. To ensure the peace of the continent, he commissions you to investigate. Task Objective, Slay high-quality dragon beasts and collect high-quality dragon blood. Task Reward, 5,000 contribution points, Taiwa Sanctuary. Difficulty Level, S. Number of participants, 1. In his position, one must fulfill their duty. Li Yi was also dedicated to the safety and stability of the continent. It was unwise to voice anything detrimental to unity. As for why the task reward was limited to only 5,000 contribution points, there was no choice. It had already reached its limit. The rewards of the Temple of Kong Kong include the following equipment. Subgear, Songming Cloak. Quality, Ancient. Attributes, all attributes 100. Additional attribute 1, increases movement speed by 20. Additional attribute 2, reduces 30 of normal attack damage. Additional attribute 3, increases final damage by 10. Additional attribute 4, reduces final damage by 10. Additional attribute 5, all attacks inflict an additional 500 points of true damage. Level requirement, 50. Class restriction, none. Special restrictions, none. This ancient grade equipment is utterly formidable. It is the first of its kind across the entire server. Upon its emergence, it instantly ascended to the pinnacle of the equipment leaderboard. The cloak, woven in a deep black hue, is adorned with an intricate embroidery of a dark red bird, possessing the body of a rock and the head of a fish. Exuding an air of mystery, while golden inscriptions glimmer along its edges. Without a moment's hesitation, it was equipped, enhancing his combat prowess. He then strode purposefully deeper into the temple, intent on visiting the treasury to exchange items. Outside the treasury, a squad of temple guards, clad in sacred armor, stood sentinel over a portion of the most treasured wealth of the Taiwa Temple. Upon seeing Li Yi, the captain of the guards bowed respectfully and, after discerning his intentions, unreservedly presented a tome. Your Excellency, this is the inventory of all items within the treasury. Your authority is the highest, as long as you possess sufficient contribution points. You may exchange for any item listed herein. Thank you for your efforts, replied Li Yi, taking the tome and perusing its contents without hesitation. Runes, Fire, require 2 million contribution points for exchange. Dragon Crystal, Adult Fire Dragon, requires 5 million contribution points for exchange. Heaven and Earth Spirit Seed, Wanahong Earth Tier, requires 50 million contribution points for exchange. Heaven and Earth Spirit Seed, Sa Mausolei, Earth Tier, requires 80 million contribution points for exchange. My goodness, the Taiwa Temple truly possesses an abundance of treasures. There are even 4 or 5 spirit seeds, with 3 grades, heavenly, earthly, and profound. These items possess the potential to alter one's fate. If one could locate spirit seeds that resonate with their innate talents and successfully fuse them, there exists a possibility for an enhancement of their abilities. Moreover, even if not utilized for enhancing talents, their worth remains immeasurable, with limitless applications. Alas, Li found himself unable to afford any of these. Among the elite items, the runes proved to be the most affordable. However, none of these were his objective. His true aim lay in the spiritual or stored here. Any spiritual or worthy of being housed within the Taiwa Temple's treasury must, at the very least, possess epic quality. Soon enough, Li Yi discovered what he sought. Sunlight Spirit Copper, epic, can be exchanged for 100 contribution points per pound. Just as expected, the Sunlight Spirit Copper stored here surpassed even that of the Taihua City Lord's residence in quality. He did not rush to exchange it, continuing his search. Tianshui Lingjing is consumable, albeit somewhat lackluster, providing a minor increase in water resistance. Hampa Lungtia is also consumable, exhibiting strong effects capable of producing a skill known as Hampa Shuangwang, but it is prohibitively expensive. Dio Heidi is consumable, with rather average effects. Suddenly, Li Yi's pupils constricted. To his amazement, this place actually held such an item. Lingming Xianjin. Lingming Xianjin, ancient, can be exchanged for 1,000 contribution points per gram. Goodness, why must it be so exorbitant? Lingming Xianjin serves as a primary material for the alchemical potion known as Long Xianjin Yi. This potion is extraordinary. It not only enhances elemental resistances for all, but also grants melee classes a chance to acquire a skill known as True Martial Body. Of course, the threshold for using such a potion is level 120. However, if he could consume a substantial amount of this Lingming Xianjin, and if the quantity is sufficient, in conjunction with several other spiritual ores, his SSS grade talent, Gold Eater, could bestow upon him a skill called Dharmakaya Gold Body. Yet there were merely 30 grams of Lingming Xianjin in the treasury. After a moment's contemplation, Li Yi realized that if he missed this opportunity, he might not encounter it again for some time. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to exchange for it. Consumed 30,000 contribution points to acquire 30 grams of Lingming Xianjin. This item is undoubtedly rare, comparable even to materials of immortal quality. The exchange was undoubtedly a wise choice. Consumed 70,000 contribution points to acquire 700 pounds of Sunlight Spirit Copper. After careful consideration, he decided that acquiring scattered abilities was less favorable than prioritizing a single enhancement. During the last battle, he had barely utilized his laser eyes out of fear of embarrassment. Consuming this 700 pounds of Sunlight Spirit Copper ought to yield some effect. He mused. After completing his exchanges, he returned to his private chamber. After all, he was now a high-ranking bishop and had a dedicated office. He retrieved the Sunlight Spirit Copper. I shall consume. You have devoured 1 pound of Sunlight Spirit Copper, epic. Your physical strength has been enhanced. You have devoured 500 pounds of Sunlight Spirit Copper. Your physical strength has received a significant boost, granting you immunity to 10 of physical attacks. You have consumed sufficient Sunlight Spirit Copper, causing your talent skill Sunlight Spirit Light to advance. Sunlight Spirit Light has evolved into Sunlight Xian Light. Sunlight Xian Light. 8. Your eyes concentrate 2 beams of blazing divine light to strike the target, possessing immense destructive power, the potency correlating with the skill's development level. The laser eyes have ascended. Li Yi refrained from attempting to unleash the skill within the temple. However, having consumed such a wealth of treasures, he surmised that in terms of attack, he should now rival his magical skills, if not surpass them. He could distinctly feel the 2 energies within him, one being mana, and the other the devouring power of Gold Eater, derived from the ores. In the alchemy workshop, the golden-haired, blue-eyed apprentice was still intently engrossed in the magical tome in his hands. "Ah, it's you." Master Connor said that as long as you come, you can go straight in to see him. This time, the golden-haired girl exhibited much more savvy than before. Li Yi came here not only to retrieve the materials he had entrusted to Master Connor for refinement last time, but also to have a few more materials processed by him. He navigated with ease into Master Connor's alchemy chamber, pressing the message crystal by the door. "Master Connor, I have come to collect my items." Chapter 93, Delivery. "Oh, it's you, young man. Your timing is quite fortuitous. I have already completed processing those materials." Master Connor, standing at a modest height, sported a rugged face that now bore a rosy hue, suggesting he was in good spirits, likely a sign of a breakthrough in his alchemical pursuits. "This leather from the ancient azure ape has been tanned, and I added some spiritual iron at my own expense, inscribing it with an enchanting rune array. This dust is crafted from earth element crystals. I have fashioned the azure ape's spirit bone into a sword for you. Its properties are not suitable for crafting a staff. As for the azure ape's whip, my dwarven kin excel not only in forging, but also in brewing." Master Connor's mechanical arms busily retrieved various items from a box behind him. Li Yi curiously examined the 4 large jars of liquor. These jars towered nearly 2 meters high, dwarfing others. Spiritual brew, Qingtian spiritual wine. Quality, epic. Effect, grants 20 to strength and 10 to constitution upon consumption. Description, crafted by the brewing Master Connor. Long-term consumption offers remarkable benefits to the body, along with stimulating effects. Remarkable benefits indeed. Since they had a contract, Connor could not withhold any items. Everything must be handed over in full. "By the way, young man, how about selling me a jar of this wine? You're still young." Connor suddenly licked his lips, revealing a hint of desire. Hey, what kind of look is that? I'm quite formidable." Feeling the piercing gaze of Li Yi, Connor's face flushed crimson. I understand. Li Yi chuckled. You understand nothing. No man would refuse the chance to become stronger. I am trading this gourd for your spirit wine. Consider yourself fortunate. Master Connor shot Li Yi a fierce glare. Li Yi took the gourd and examined its attributes, feeling quite satisfied. Though the gourd was no larger than a palm, it could contain a ton of liquid, and it had several compartments for various spirit wines. Thanks to the gift from the gray mist of the primal ape. Perhaps I shall let it have a few sips later. Now, young lad, this final item can be deemed the most sophisticated magical artifact I have crafted over the past year. Master Connor suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. With a flick of his wrist, a jet-black orb materialized. This treasure, a remnant of the ancient primal ape's eye of deception, has been cultivated to an exceedingly high level. I merely inscribed a few runes within to awaken its inherent mysteries. I do not know how you acquired such items, but without a doubt, this is a primal ape on the brink of transcending its ancient tier, already stepping into the realm of the immortal legend. Li Yi paid little heed to Master Connor's ramblings, eagerly accepting the obsidian orb. Special item, Eye of Truth. Quality, Ancient. Effect 1. The bearer will gain a certain degree of concealment-breaking ability. Effect 2. All attacks from the bearer will inflict an additional 1,000 points of true damage. Effect 3. The bearer will experience an enhancement in spiritual perception and vision. Level restriction, none. Special restrictions, none. Class restrictions, none. A splendid auxiliary item. The ability to break concealment is rather advantageous for a mage, he mused. Ah, well, having additional abilities is never a detriment. All right, Master Connor. I have a few items I need your expertise on. This time, he required the Master's assistance for a mere elemental crystal. As Master Connor surveyed the trifling items Li Yi produced, he felt a sense of relief. It seemed this lad's capabilities were limited, and he did not possess many valuable items. The city of Taihua was considerably more lively than it had been a few days prior, especially around the Taihua Sanctuary, where an array of oddly dressed individuals wandered about. These were undoubtedly players who had just emerged from the novice village. Most donned various pieces of leather armor crafted from animal hides, sporting mismatched equipment. NPCs referred to these players as outsiders. The players lingering near the Taihua Sanctuary were obviously hoping to trigger quests from the Sanctuary's NPCs. However, given their low levels, no NPC would pay them any mind without tokens of recognition. Adjacent to the Taihua Sanctuary was a quest hall, where players could accept tasks issued by the Sanctuary. Yet the quests within were far too advanced for the current players. Perhaps at the Lord's Manor, they might find some suitable missions. Nonetheless, there were those who refused to be deterred. A guild had stationed players to monitor the quest hall, solely focusing on updates on the quest board. Dozens of players stared intently, their eyes growing heavy with fatigue. Suddenly, one player widened his eyes in astonishment. Heavens, there has been a change at the top. A pinned quest. A striking red font suddenly pushed all other tasks aside, taking the forefront on the quest board. Everyone's attention turned to the alteration. Quest content. The Archbishop of the Taihua Sanctuary, discerning the presence of the malevolent outsider organization Hamlin, declares that those who slay members of the Hamlin Guild shall earn the friendship of the Archbishop. Goodness, a favorability quest. Is this a precursor to a hidden task? WeVE struck gold. First-hand information. WeVE finally got something worthwhile. Perhaps we might even unlock a hidden class. But why is it specifically to slay members of the Hamlin Guild? Who cares? I remember a friend in Hamlin. I'll invite him for a meal. Hey, count me in, brother. I'll put up 500 silver coins. That is my dear friend. At that moment, a clever player, his eyes darting with cunning, approached a stationed sanctuary guard for inquiries. My lord, I have long admired the grandeur of the sanctuary's esteemed figures. The Hamlin Guild is indeed vile, and I am grateful for our Archbishop's keen insight. Might I inquire which Archbishop issued this task? As he spoke, the player even produced a handful of silver coins, attempting to bribe the sanctuary guard. However, the sanctuary guards were not to be compared with the guards of the Lord's Manor. The guard did not even glance at the silver coins, maintaining an expressionless demeanor. Do you believe you can inquire about the Archbishop's name? However, I can tell you. It is the first Dragon Emperor Archbishop of our Taihua Sanctuary. Inside the sanctuary, in a modest chamber, Emily, the charming sorceress, was startled to see Li Yi. Dressed in a light blue magical skirt and gray boots, her white stockings accentuated her delicate legs, while her bosom was provocatively prominent. Li Yi, what brings you here? Li Yi smiled mischievously, a red rune appearing in his palm as flames danced around him. Gazing at his porcelain doll-like mentor, a wicked thought crossed his mind. Ha ha ha. So you dare to withhold my rune? Ah, so that is how it is. Very well, I shall assist you. Upon hearing this, Emily mistakenly thought that Li Yi was unaware of her intentions and leaned in to snatch the fire rune from his hand. Yet, Li Yi suddenly seized her hand with surprising force. The warmth of her skin sent a jolt of awareness through him, and an insidious voice whispered in Emily's ear. Emily, you wouldn't want anyone to know you've been withholding runes from your disciple, would you? Chapter 94, The Furious Emily. Gripping Emily's delicate hand, he pushed her against the wall. Ah, but Li Yi, I am your mentor. What do you intend to do? The porcelain doll, akin to a panicked rabbit, blushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Despite her profound magical abilities, being cornered by Li Yi left her mind blank, her senses captivated by his enticing scent. Li Yi gazed at the adorable Emily, pondering how to tease her further. So a mentor can withhold runes from their disciple? I nearly risked my life to obtain that from an enemy. Emily, flustered, blinked her large, watery eyes, unable to meet Li Yi's gaze. I didn't mean to. I'll make it up to you, okay? No. Li Yi rejected firmly. You are my mentor. You cannot do peculiar things to me. But it wasn't my intention. Emily's tone attempted to reclaim her dignity, yet it sounded more like a plea. I don't care. The rune was entrusted to you. I only recognize you. Li Yi shook his head. Emily's frustration grew as she attempted to free herself from Li Yi's grasp. But suddenly her slim waist was ensnared by a powerful arm. Never having been treated in such a manner by the opposite sex, her heart raced with an unfamiliar sensation. Blushing, she looked up at Li Yi, only to find his gaze filled with playful amusement. At a loss, she lowered her head, trying to quell the strange feelings stirring within her. Yet Li Yi would not relent. He released her hand, instead gently lifting her flawless face. The faint scent of innocence filled his nostrils. With wide, innocent eyes, the adorable Emily gazed, her curiosity piqued about his next move. The bashfulness and cuteness sparkling in her bright eyes compelled Li Yi to lean down, capturing her jelly-like, soft cherry lips. They were somewhat warm, fragrant, and ultimately laced with a maddening sweetness. Emily had never experienced such a thing before. A current seemed to pulse gently within her tender heart. An indescribable sensation of bliss that was far from unpleasant. Unconsciously, she began to rise on her toes, wrapping her arms around Li Yi's waist, pressing her burgeoning form against his chest. Ruin, you scoundrel, you've done this to me. Do you expect me to return the favor? Emily exclaimed, flustered. You want to take everything, don't you? You wicked villain. Li Yi chuckled, of course. Tell me, did I not mention that after kissing you, you need not repay me with a rune? Emily frowned at his words, pondering deeply, and realized he had indeed not said so. Moreover, I merely kissed you. Yet who was it that held on to me so tightly? And who extended their tongue? It was you. Li Yi mercilessly judged Emily. That feeling was rather peculiar. You cannot blame me. Emily stole a glance at Li Yi before quickly lowering her head. Though I initiated the kiss, you were the one who extended your tongue. That is your fault. Hence, I have decided to penalize you with a rune. You now owe me 2 runes. Oh no, I don't have that many. I only have a few fragments left. Emily cried out in a fit of panic upon realizing her debt. Li Yi was taken aback. While he knew this little girl was naive and easily deceived, he anticipated her to react in such a manner, unable to bear her distress. He produced a contract. No worries, I'm not asking you to repay me immediately. You can owe me for now. The interest will only be 1 rune per day. Any attribute rune will suffice. Now, sign the contract. Not required to repay now? Owing you 2 runes with a daily interest of 1 rune? I don't quite understand. But as long as I don't have to pay you back right away, and any attribute rune will do, that is splendid. I'll sign. What? You're not human? Li Yi stared in disbelief at the porcelain doll before him. I rarely share that with others. Although I often feel you're rather wicked, I still want to tell you, Emily said, resting her chin in her hands, her cheeks squished adorably. 300 years ago, I was merely a book, the Book of Elements. When I gained consciousness, I had already been brought back to the Taiwa Holy Temple by the Old Master. Later, the Old Master helped me form my physical body, allowing me to freely experience everything in the world like a human. It has been over 200 years now. As she spoke, Emily retrieved the Book of Elements, emanating a mysterious aura. Your runes have been consumed by it. However, if a spell were truly to manifest, a complete rune would certainly conjure a spell of profound level, which you currently cannot learn. Then you consumed my runes without informing me? Li Yi was somewhat speechless. If he couldn't learn profound skills, did that mean he couldn't manifest skills from multiple realms? If it weren't for it consuming them, you would have to blame it. Emily pouted like a child caught in wrongdoing, attempting to shirk responsibility. Li Yi took the Book of Elements into his hands. It felt heavy. As he attempted to open it, he found it utterly unyielding, unable to discern any properties. Gently brushing the cover, he heard Emily let out a soft hum. Please don't touch it like that, she murmured. Recently, I have sensed an unusual shift in the rules of the world, and my bottleneck has loosened a bit. I am prepared to ascend to a higher realm. A higher realm? Could it be the immortal legend? Li Yi pondered, his lips dry. Yes. Emily seemed unperturbed by the notion. Didn't you just mention you were going to the endless abyss? Li Yi nodded. Emily continued. I was brought out from there by the old master many years ago. I've forgotten much. But it is one of the continent's most notorious dead zones. So be cautious. Take this mind transmission pearl. If you encounter danger, crush it, and I will arrive swiftly. Li Yi accepted the mind transmission pearl. Subsequently, Emily seemed to open her heart to him, recounting various amusing experiences. Li Yi became a competent listener, silently absorbing her stories. For a moment, time felt serene. But suddenly, Emily stared blankly at Li Yi, who in turn gazed at the piece of kawaii fabric that had appeared in his hands, a blue piece adorned with a cartoon roaring dragon. He could distinctly feel its warmth. You idiot, are you trying to get yourself killed? Emily was genuinely furious now, radiating a terrifying aura of magic. The entire temple felt stifled beneath her dread presence. Yet, at that moment, Li had already leapt through the window, making his escape. A deafening roar of a dragon echoed. Chapter 95, The Guilds Erupt. A bone dragon, as translucent as white jade, unfurled its wings in the sky, casting a shadow over the land. Its overwhelming presence rained down upon countless players just emerging from the novice village, like a bomb dropped into a tranquil lake. Oh my! A dragon! It's a dragon! And a bone dragon at that! Could there be a formidable necromancer within the Taiwa Holy Temple? Look! There's a person on the bone dragon's head. Is that person riding the dragon? Good heavens! Could that be the NPC who issued the mysterious quest? Numerous speculations began to circulate among the players. If one could gain the favor of the Taiwa Holy Temple's Archbishop, perhaps they could receive a hidden class transfer quest. I'll offer 200 silver coins for information about the Hanlin Guild members. The thievery was terrifying. Li felt a pang of regret. As for the fabric, he had long since tossed it into his backpack. Though Emily was several centuries old, she remained blissfully naive. Yet her appearance belied her age, resembling that of a minor. Moreover, she was his mentor. How could she be so childlike yet possess such power? Upon careful consideration, he thought, the creature, Sato, set course for the endless abyss outside Songlei City. Full speed ahead. The bone dragon flew swiftly, soon exiting the vast expanse of Taiwa City. The endless abyss was a renowned, colossal dungeon, beyond the jurisdiction of any city. According to legends, the abyss led to a realm filled with terrifying demon races. The endless abyss was said to possess layer upon layer of space, and no one knew precisely how many levels it contained. The deeper one ventured, the stronger the monsters became, with numerous NPCs hidden within, offering quests to the fortunate. However, the monsters on the first level were only around level 10. At the entrance of the endless abyss, just as Li had anticipated, players guarded the entrance. There were quite a few of them, with various banners displayed, suggesting that large guilds were collaborating to explore the depths. As a super public dungeon, the endless abyss was extensively documented on the Eternal official website, with pages dedicated to its strategic significance, which large guilds would not overlook. As they approached the endless abyss, Sato trembled, warning him. There are members of the dragon race deep within this abyss, and many of them. I cannot reveal myself, or I will be obliterated. The bone dragon, as a fallen dragon, was a thorn in the side of the dragon race, a being that could not coexist. Due to the haughty nature of the dragon clan, they would not permit such a hybrid existence to tarnish their esteemed reputation. Li, caught in a blend of resignation and astonishment, was nonetheless thrilled. This proved that dragon beasts indeed resided in the abyss. It seemed today he would assume the role of a dragon-slaying hero, with his face concealed by an indestructible mask. Crowned by the storm's wrath, and wielding the scepter of metamorphosis, his cloak billowed dramatically behind him, rustling in the fierce wind. Players stationed at the abyss's entrance observed the leisurely figure approaching from a distance. The exquisite armor he donned was unmistakably of superior quality. Was he a player or an NPC? Uncertain, they leaned towards him being a player. Although Li revealed no aura, an overwhelming pressure emanated from him. Strangely, not a single player dared to inquire further, even parting to create a path for him. Li raised an eyebrow but paid little heed. Striding directly towards the entrance of the abyss. Unexpectedly, a shrill voice pierced through the air. Wait, which guild do you belong to? You cannot enter. At these words, the hundreds of players present finally reacted, yet none spoke, instead opting to spectate in silence. The speaker, a female player known as Grape Not Sweet, was among the elite of the Divine Gift Guild, boasting an impressive level of 14. As a prominent figure in the realm of Daxia, the players of Divine Gift carried a certain arrogance. However, a calm utterance resonated amidst the gathered players. Inferno blaze. Boom. A torrent of flames, reminiscent of hellfire, engulfed an area spanning hundreds of meters. 1160, 1250, 1100, 1520, 1895. Before the players could respond, they were reduced to ethereal white light, soaring into the sky. The incessant alerts of red name notifications echoed in their ears. Having just shed his red name debuff, he found himself burdened with it anew, accruing hundreds of points. If they did not obstruct him, it mattered little to him. Truth be told, he understood the behavior of large guilds monopolizing dungeon entrances. Were he a guild leader, he might well make the same choice. However, he was not a guild leader, and he had previously been slain in-game due to such circumstances. Had he lacked the strength, arriving alone would have spelled his doom. Killers are invariably hunted. No fault in that. After instantaneously slaying hundreds, Li did not glance back, but continued towards a nearby teleportation altar. Would you like to spend 10 silver coins to enter the first layer of the Endless Abyss? Yes, you have lost 10 silver coins. He felt a sudden disorientation, and the scenery around him transformed dramatically. The first layer of the Endless Abyss resembled a vast grassland, where one could still glimpse prairie bears and wolves in the distance. After a moment of contemplation, Li flipped his hand, revealing a palm-sized flag. He performed a hand gesture, sending a stream of light from his fingertips into the flag, which began to pulsate with life, soaring into the air and spinning rapidly while exuding dense black smoke. In the blink of an eye, over 2,000 frost-armored specters, towering nearly 2 meters tall with ice-blue skin, materialized. These spirits appeared somewhat ethereal. "Sweep this realm clean, leaving not a single blade of grass untouched," Li Yi commanded coldly. "Yes, master." The 2,000 frost guardians echoed in unison. Having arrived, they might as well search for the entrance to the next layer while clearing out the monsters, allowing these frost warriors to consume some souls and regain their strength, for they appeared quite emaciated. Meanwhile, Duan Shang, the leader of the first guild of Daxia, Divine Gift, was orchestrating nearly 1,000 players, engaged in conquering a level 25 elite boss in the second layer of the Endless Abyss. The boss's health had just dipped below half. Yet he remained in the back, observing. He awaited the moment when the boss's health was critically low, hoping to claim the experience for himself, which should elevate him several levels. Suddenly, he was bombarded with frantic voice messages. Duan Shang frowned and opened the communication. "Great, what is it? Wasn't it agreed that I should not be disturbed?" The voice on the other end was urgent. "Guild leader, it's bad. Someone has breached the Endless Abyss. It's terrifying. One skill eliminated hundreds of players. How could there be such an overpowered player?" Duan Shang was taken aback. "Are you speaking nonsense?" "It's he, guild leader. It's he. He has slain all the players at our guild's entrance." Duan Shang's demeanor shifted to one of agitation. "What? He actually came here? How long has he been inside? That freak killed us in less than a second after entering. Lao Sun, Lao Sha, you handle this monster. Don't leave the last hit for me. I have more pressing matters to attend to." With that, Duan Shang hastily abandoned the nearly defeated boss and rushed towards the entrance of the second layer. Simultaneously, several large guilds within the Endless Abyss received the news. Leaders from various guilds hurried to the entrance of the second layer, eager to catch a glimpse of the legendary figure. An inexplicable thought echoed in the minds of all guild leaders. Genius is merely the threshold to meet him. Chapter 96, Crimson Demon Tree. Duan Shang, the leader of Divine Gift, Do Pu, the leader of Sky, and Song Lan, the leader of Sword Soul, who had witnessed Li Yi's prowess in reality, all hastened towards the entrance of the second layer of the Endless Abyss. Perhaps they had never crossed paths in the game, and it would not be inaccurate to say they played entirely different games from Li Yi. Yet, this did not diminish the large guild's desire to court Li Yi, even if it were solely to gain his favor. The rationale was simple. These top-ranking guilds were no longer mere entertainment organizations within traditional gaming, but massive economic entities with investments exceeding billions of RMB. Each guild oversaw the livelihoods of hundreds of thousands of players, managing their daily needs. And what did Li Yi represent to them? An endless opportunity and a potential calamity. He was akin to the sole bearer of nuclear weaponry in the game, wielding numerous advanced technologies that transcended the era. With a mere skill, he could annihilate hundreds of elite players from various guilds, while all other players were still grappling with the roadblock in the novice village. He had already soloed a level 60 epic boss. He had grown so powerful that he seemed to exist in a different dimension from the other players. The top 100 on the equipment leaderboard were all held by Yi. For the current players, runes, elemental crystals, and spirit mines were still far beyond their reach. At this stage, their greatest means of enhancement lay in acquiring superior equipment and skills. Not to mention, anyone able to procure high-quality gear from Li Yi would possess the potential for exponential growth. Conversely, to incur his wrath would be foolish. They neither revered nor respected Li Yi. Their motivations were rooted in self-interest. How could these guild leaders, imbued with the qualities of merchants, allow such a rare opportunity to slip away? As Duan Shang prepared himself while hastening along, he found himself momentarily stunned upon reaching the entrance to the second layer of the Endless Abyss, for two old friends awaited him there. "Duan Shang, I just told Song Lan you would definitely come. Have you killed that rampaging battle bear yet?" A robust man greeted him with a hearty laugh. It was Do Pu, the leader of Sky. The three were well-acquainted, old friends. "Not yet. The boss is close to death, but I can't abandon it. If I fall behind, I might have to endure some hardships later." Duan Shang remarked with a smirk at the two before him. "Song Lan just mentioned he had seen you in reality. I was eager to hear about it when you arrived." Do Pu nudged. "Oh, Kanglin had already encountered him in reality?" Duan Shang was taken aback by the words and turned to look. Kanglin wore a bitter smile on his face. "How should I put it? To be honest, if I weren't aware that you both would inevitably come, I truly wouldn't have wanted to appear here. It's far too brutal. I fear for my brother's suffering. Yet I also dread the possibility of my brothers driving a Range Rover." Just as Kanglin was about to say something, he noticed Do Pu's expression shift to one of displeasure. Damn it, he has annihilated everyone stationed on the first level. Duan Shang was startled by this revelation and was about to send a message for clarification when he received one instead. The individuals he had left on the first level had also been completely slaughtered. This was rather excessive, and Duan Shang's expression darkened. There were nearly 3,000 people. The loss was substantial. However, with the three of us present, he should at least show some respect. I'll have a word with him shortly. It's best to resolve any misunderstandings first. Dopa muttered to himself. Could you pass on my regards to him? I have a matter to attend to and will log off for now. After receiving the news from the first level, Kanglin uttered these words and directly logged off, leaving Duanshang and Dopa staring at each other in confusion. Everyone listen up. All brothers currently on the second level of the Abyss, log off immediately. This is an order. This was the guild announcement Kanglin had edited before logging off. What on earth is this kid up to? Dopa frowned, his face a mask of disbelief. Meanwhile, Duanshang appeared to be deep in thought. Just then, a ripple in space occurred, and a man cloaked in a mask, wielding a scepter, materialized before them. Friends, I am Duanshang. He attempted to calm his emotions, wearing a broad smile. But his pupils constricted in an instant as he beheld a torrent of flames rushing towards him. You have been killed by player. As for Dopa, he was engulfed instantly by the Inferno Flame technique. Despite being a hidden class, the Iron Blood Knight, with a staggering health pool of 3,000 points, he too melted away without a trace of resistance. Li Yi, having just dispatched the two players back to their respawn point, was somewhat taken aback by the kill notification. Duanshang and Dopa, these two names were certainly not unfamiliar in the gaming circles of Daxia. However, his surprise was fleeting in their eyes. As long as one possessed sufficient strength, one could clear any area. Since Li Yi was stronger than them, he naturally had the capability to clear their presence as well. With a murmured incantation and a gentle wave of his staff, a hazy dimensional gateway manifested out of thin air. A sapling, as thick as an arm, peeked curiously from the portal. Qi Ming, come out. Dinner is ready, Li Yi said with a hint of exasperation. The sapling was a vibrant green, resembling exquisite jade. Yet it was entwined with numerous ominous red markings. This was the Qi Ming demon tree that Li Yi had cultivated in the game. However, regrettably, it had not produced the accompanying mushroom. Qi Ming rolled to Li Yi's feet, playfully nudging his thigh with its tender branches. With a mere thought, a small black-red banner began to spin in midair. Countless tendrils of thick black smoke erupted forth, revealing thousands of towering figures, the Frost Banner slaves. Sweep them away. Leave no survivors. Li Yi commanded coldly. He then glanced at the little Qi Ming and retrieved a blood soul from his backpack, offering it to the sapling. Qi Ming, devour the corpses as you see fit. Qi Ming responded joyfully, its red vine snaking around the blood soul in Li Yi's hand. The vine opened a maw filled with terrifying sharp teeth, and within moments, the blood soul was consumed entirely. Qi Ming Demon Tree, 10,000 years. Level 5. Health 100. 100. Physical attack 1080. Magical attack 1080. Physical defense 600. Magical defense 800. Skills: growth, endless devour, blood sacrifice of all spirits, unawakened. Blood sea melting furnace, unawakened. Illusionary pain prison, unawakened. Spirit of the blood dragon, unawakened. Description: the Qi Ming demon tree, a failure of a dark god as sacrifice, was rendered utterly lifeless but has been revitalized by mysterious forces, resulting in unexplainable mutations. In the absence of devouring blood and flesh, it can absorb the energy of heaven and earth for up to 10,000 years. However, its potential is evidently worthy of Li Yi's deeper cultivation. Though its current quality remains unknown, the array of skills it possesses is undeniably formidable. Despite its present size, akin to an arm's thickness, it could instantly transform into a towering tree 100 meters high, as thick as 10 men embracing it, utterly terrifying in appearance. The second level of the Endless Abyss retained its grassland terrain, yet the monsters here were 3 to 5 levels higher than those on the first level, consisting primarily of prairie wolves and bears. However, these creatures stood no chance against Li Yi's frost army, which trampled through them relentlessly. In the air, the spinning black-red banner released myriad streams of dark azure light, continuously siphoning the souls of the defeated monsters. These souls were not even worthy of becoming banner slaves, and were instead converted into nourishment. Within the banner, an ancient ape voraciously consumed these soul flames. At that moment, the system suddenly issued an announcement. Chapter 97, World Power Ranking, a global sensation. It has been detected that 10 million players have exited the novice village and reached the main city. The power system will now be activated, and the World Power Ranking will be opened. Power will be assessed based on player attributes, skills, pets, equipment, and all factors influencing player strength. This is an official announcement. Enjoy the game. Do you wish to hide your power value? No. Has the power system been opened so quickly? It's 3 days earlier than last time. Perhaps the butterfly effect of my rebirth has caused this? Li Yi mused to himself. The opening of the World Power Ranking signifies the first connection among the servers of various nations, no longer isolated from one another. More world rankings will be unveiled shortly. Moreover, if one's strength is sufficient, traversing the endless sea could lead to the main cities of other nations. However, I am curious about how much power I can assess with my current comprehensive strength. With a thought, Li Yi opened the World Power Ranking. Meanwhile, at the resurrection point in Songlei City, a large group of players exchanged bewildered glances. We were killed by Yi? No way. How can that be? Even if he is strong, He shouldn't be so domineering. Dammy, why did I drop 5 levels and regress back to level 11? The uproar continued, filled with voices from the 3 major guilds. This cannot be left unresolved. I need to find the guild leader for justice. Yes, let us find him. Guild leader. How did you die as well? A player exclaimed, suddenly spotting a familiar figure. 2 silhouettes appeared in the resurrection array, Duan Shang and Do Pe. Their expressions shifted dramatically. Do Pe, filled with indignation, exclaimed, he shows no regard for reason at all. Why is that? Duan Shang's expression darkened. It has been a long time since someone has so completely disregarded me. This feeling is truly unpleasant. Do Pe asserted. This matter cannot simply be brushed aside, old Duan. What is your take on this? Duan Shang's expression was complex, his gaze flickering. If you want me to take action against him, it must be under an alliance signed by the top 10 guilds. No one can approach him privately. Do Pe replied, I agree. I truly don't wish to engage with someone so arrogant. Let us contact those old friends and sit down to discuss. Duan Shang remarked. Did that kid Kanglin discover something? Do Pe then realized, damn, that kid is being underhanded. I refuse to believe that he can single-handedly eliminate all of us from the top 10 guilds. It has been detected that 10 million players have exited the novice village and reached the main city. The power system will now be activated, and the world power ranking will be opened. Before Do Pe could finish his sentence, the announcement echoed. The world power ranking? What is this? All players present were curious and clicked to open the ranking. World power ranking. Number 1, Battle Power 9, 562, 580, Great Xia. Number 2, The Pope. Battle Power 463, Eagle Nation. Number 3, Hidden, Battle Power 460, Great Xia. Number 4, Walking on Thin Ice, Battle Power 430, Great Xia. Number 5, Khufu, Battle Power 425, Egypt. Number 6, Fury, Battle Power 420, Bear Nation. Number 7, Sparta, Battle Power 418, Alliance of Europe. Number 8, 9 Hook Jade, Battle Power 415, Cherry Blossom Nation. Number 9, Uncle Ba, Battle Power 413, Alliance of Europe. Number 10 Ark of Noah, Battle Power 410, Eagle Nation. Number 1000 Do Pe, Battle Power 152, Great Xia. Upon reviewing this latest release of the World Battle Power Rankings, a profound silence enveloped the nearly 10,000 players who had been returned to the spring water by Li Yi. All players gazed vacantly, lips pursed in disbelief. Surely this system cannot be erroneous? After a lengthy pause, someone finally broke the silence. Astonishing. Goodness. Is there no law? Is there no justice? I am glad he brings glory to the nation, but among the 1,000 individuals on this list, the combined strength of the other 999 does not even equal his mere fraction. This is truly outrageous. My battle power is merely 5. Damn it. Outrageous. The players erupted in fervor. Do Pe and Duan Shang's eyes widened in disbelief. Do Pe exclaimed, are we still going to deal with him? What do you mean we? You were the one who insisted on taking him on, not me. I am merely a longtime friend of Li Yi. I am not that familiar with you. Duan Shang suddenly distanced himself from Do Pe by several steps. Eagle Nation. Free Main City. Within a hidden dungeon, a man clad in a golden robe and crowned with a golden diadem stood alone against a level 20 rare boss. This boss was a colossal spider. With a diameter of nearly 3 meters, its eyes a fierce crimson, and its 8 legs sharp. However, at this moment, this 8-legged arachnid was immobilized by a strange golden light, utterly unable to move and covered in wounds, its health bar nearly depleted. The divine proclaimed, let there be light. Divine gift technique. Spear of light. After chanting, 7 or 8 dazzling light spears materialized, spinning rapidly before launching toward the 8-legged spider demon. Following a cacophony of agonizing shrieks, the severely wounded boss was vanquished. The young man beamed with joy, having labored for nearly 3 hours, finally achieving victory. As he prepared to assess his loot, the white youth suddenly froze, hearing the announcement, murmuring to himself, the World Battle Power Rankings? From the ancient Eastern Kingdom, though reports indicate you have reached level 51. You may not withstand my divine techniques. Let us see how your power compares to mine. The white youth's jaw dropped in disbelief. His power was a staggering 20,000 times more than mine. Cherry Blossom Nation. Protest. Protest. This is using cheats. We demand our homeland to exert pressure on Great Xia. Ban from logging into the game again. His account should be suspended. It's not just him using cheats. Every player stronger than our 9 Hook Jade is cheating. The first place belongs to our great Cherry Blossom Nation. The citizens of Cherry Blossom Nation could not accept the reality that their strongest contender was ranked merely 8th in the world. Kimchi Nation. How is this possible? Not a single player from our great Kimchi Nation can make it into the top 10. How did he achieve this? 9 million battle power. Is there a possibility he is one of our own? What possibility? He is indeed one of us from great Kimchi Nation. Songlei City. Li Fei Yu had just led a team, preparing to explore a hidden dungeon. After 3 announcements, he quickly checked the battle power rankings. His eyes lost all luster. Head. Just give up. Yes, head, think positively. Since Li Yi rose to prominence, have we lacked anything? Exactly. Look, we now have gold when we need it. And that sword in your hand was dropped by Li Yi, International Joint Disaster Council. This is a long-term assembly formed by the world to address disasters. At this moment, representatives from various countries were left speechless by a particular set of data. Chapter 98, The Endless Abyss. The World Joint Disaster Council. The most pressing calamity the world now faces is the impending demon disaster. An emergency meeting was convened due to the emergence of the World Battle Power Rankings. A man with a small mustache, upon receiving a nod from a white representative, began to speak. Commissioner Zhang, what extraordinary opportunities has this Mr. Li Yi encountered in the game? On behalf of the citizens of Cherry Blossom Nation, I implore Great Xia to disclose Mr. Li Yi's secrets. In the future, we shall all face a common disaster. I hope your nation prioritizes the greater good and upholds the unity of humanity. The small mustachioed representative from Cherry Blossom Nation immediately leveled accusations. Commissioner Zhang, a refined middle-aged man wearing glasses, adjusted them meticulously. I apologize, but Mr. Li Yi possesses no secrets. He is simply extraordinarily powerful. I wonder where you heard claims that Mr. Li Yi harbors secrets? Commissioner Zhang, there must be a reason for Mr. Li Yi's seemingly unreasonable strength. This secret is not solely the property of Great Xia. It is a precious asset belonging to all humanity. I hope your nation can provide an explanation to the council. If there are no secrets, perhaps your nation could publicly share Mr. Li Yi's attribute panel? Commissioner Zhang chuckled coldly. Explanation? What sort of explanation do you desire? If there truly were secrets, why would there be only one Mr. Li Yi from Great Xia? As for publicizing the attribute panel, you might as well forget it. Everything regarding Mr. Li Yi has been classified as a state secret by Great Xia. Your Excellency, this is an infringement upon our sovereignty. Inside the Iron House, boss, the World Battle Power Rankings have been released. An elderly man in a Zhongshan suit set down the phone, his face lighting up with uncontainable joy, breaking into a wide smile. Oh, it seems the results are promising. The boss remained composed, well aware of his old friend's character. He rarely smiled unless truly unable to contain himself. Indeed, you are correct. Our Great Xia has 365 players in the world as top 1,000, with 3 in the top 10 and 29 in the top 100. The old man reported. The boss nodded repeatedly, clearly pleased with the results. What else? Don't keep me in suspense. What is the situation with Li Yi? The boss shook his head helplessly. Haha, nothing escapes your notice. Li Yi's battle power exceeds 950,000, hundreds of times greater than that of the other listed players. This is utterly incredible. The old man said, sitting down, his expression filled with contemplation. An expression of rare contentment graced the boss's face, as after years of tension, he could finally breathe a little easier. It seems Li Yi's talent truly aligns with my expectations. He possesses not just an SSS grade talent. In this world, he shall rise as the dragon soaring through the 9 heavens of Great Xia. How is it only over 900 million? After reviewing his battle power, Li Yi furrowed his brow. This is still shy of 10 million. As for the other 2 Great Xia players in the top 10, they are likely those 2 with SSS grade talents. SSS grade talents rarely display their strength early on. Most only show their prowess in the mid to late game. If nothing unexpected occurs, the top 10 and even the top 15 of this list may be filled with players possessing SSS grade talents. Their levels remain too low for their differences from ordinary players to be pronounced. Upon reviewing his battle power details, he noted that the existence of the Bone Dragon Sato contributed over 2 million to his power. Meanwhile, the Emperor's Banner has only increased his battle power by 350,000. The SSS grade talent, True Spirit 12 Transformations, has currently been enhanced to an impressive combat power of 12 million. Had it not been for the expenditure of nearly 1/3 of the True Spirit blood, his total combat power would undoubtedly have surpassed 10 million. Furthermore, the loss of the earthly seal is truly infuriating. Lysandra, the pinnacle of an immortal legend, is it? Just you wait. Within a maximum of 15 days, I shall obliterate your entire domain of eternal frost. The remainder of his combat power primarily derives from his fundamental attributes, skills, equipment, and so forth. The Frost Wraiths, tireless in their endeavors, wield either ice spears or ice swords, effortlessly dispatching monsters below level 20, leaving a gruesome scene of blood and corpses in their wake. Alerts of player kills continue to emerge, yet Li Yi pays them no heed. The Imperial Banner billows ominously, continuously absorbing the flames of souls. At this moment, Qi Ming transforms into a towering primordial tree, unleashing countless blood-red vines that dart forth to form a gaping maw, voraciously consuming the bloodied corpses of monsters. The Infinite Abyss dungeon possesses a particularly unique feature. While the exit points on each level are fixed, the entrance to the subsequent level is variable and must be sought after. Li Yi merely slays these monsters while searching for the entrance to the next level. A true case of sharpening the axe without wasting time on wood. With the wings of wind spirit gracing his back, Li Yi surveys the ground from above, seeking the teleportation altar. For every meter he flies, a monster falls to his might. His flying speed is nearly 10 zhang in an instant. The combat power of the Imperial Banner ascends rapidly at a rate of 15 points per second. in just 5 minutes. The increase in combat power equates to that of the second strongest in the world. Ah, found it. Li Yi's face brightens suddenly, with a single hand gesture. The Imperial banner spins wildly, while the frost wraiths transform into wisps of black smoke, darting towards the small banner. He then beckons with a single hand, causing the massive form of Qi Ming to shrink rapidly, ultimately transforming into a small blade of grass that flutters into Li Yi's sleeve. Do you wish to expend 20 silver coins to enter the 7th level of the Infinite Abyss? Yes. The monsters on the 3rd level are already above level 20. Yet, they still lack the qualifications to become Imperial Banner Wraiths, all turning into soul nourishment. The 4th level, the 5th level, the 6th level, progressing deeper. He continues to grind. Do you wish to expend 460 silver coins to enter the 9th level of the Infinite Abyss? Yes. The landscape of the 9th level is an endless expanse of black, desolate mountains. The ground is dark, strewn with jagged rocks, and vegetation is scarce. The monsters here have reached level 50. Strangely, their forms resemble upright Orcish beasts, towering at 2.5 meters, with bovine heads and muscular bodies. Wielding either great swords or massive hammers, their skins covered in thick scales and clad in rough beast hides. Abyssal Bullguard. Level 50. Health 200, 000, 200, 000. Physical attack 995. Magical attack 0. Physical defense 1900. Magical defense 1900. Skills: Berserk, Heavy Strike, Cripple, Earth Split Slash. Description: the Orcish bull tribe lost in the Infinite Abyss. Tough-skinned and thick-fleshed, with chaotic minds, they attack on sight. Not all monsters are level 50. Many are level 51 and 52. Their attack attributes do not seem particularly remarkable. Akin to the Frost Spear Guards of old, they are numerous. As Li Yi steps into this 9th level, he is immediately besieged by a horde of 70 to 80 Abyssal Bull Guards roaring towards him. A raging inferno. Whoosh. A torrent of flames erupts, forming a surging ocean of fire around Li Yi. 45, 635, 49, 528, 51, 283. Massive crimson numbers rise in clusters, appearing truly spectacular. Li Yi need not even move. With a single skill and a few seconds, he can annihilate them all. The black-red small banner shoots into the air, radiating dark light as black smoke envelopes countless bull-headed souls, drawing them into the Imperial banner. Chapter 99. The Five Suns United in Heart and the Blade of the Gale. Talent effect Fate Dominator triggered. You gain 30 Agility attribute points. Talent effect Fate Dominator triggered. You gain 20 Intelligence attribute points. Talent effect Fate Dominator triggered. You gain 200 Strength attribute points. The talent Ring of Fate, Fate Dominator, effect is triggering wildly. Li Yi's combat power surges dramatically under the gaze of the world. Within the Imperial banner, the gray mist of the Tsang Yuan grins widely. Unceremoniously, it seizes Bull Guard souls one after another, tearing and devouring them. Not only does it engage in this feast, but the other Frost Wraiths also indulge in the Bull Guard souls with great delight. A chorus of mournful wails fills the Imperial banner, as the anguished cries of the dead resonate, stirring up chilling winds. The quality of these Bull Guard souls is far too low, lacking even the essence of spirit, rendering them unfit to become wraiths. Meanwhile, the Frost Guardians, when they were still monsters, had attributes no less impressive than those of elite monsters of the same level. Those who have been accepted by Li Yi as wraiths are the creme de la creme, their souls retaining high potential. It is noteworthy that the Lich Aguras and the Dark Knight Arthas, despite being mere soul slaves at present, also tremble in the corners of the Imperial banner, struggling to partake in their sustenance. Currently, the Imperial banner possesses only one main soul, the Tsang Yuan Grey Mist. Go on, feast. With Li Yi's permission, the sapling of Qi Ming suddenly springs forth from his sleeve, landing on the black earth and shaking itself, instantly transforming into a towering tree. With countless terrifying blood-red vines voraciously devouring the remains of the Abyssal Bull Guards, it pushes through effortlessly until it encounters a bull-headed foe nearly 10 feet tall, wielding a giant axe. Abyssal Giant Axe Bull Demon, level 55 rare boss. Upon witnessing this, Li Yi gestures with one hand, and a thick smoke billows forth from the Imperial banner. It transforms into a dark knight mounted on a skeletal steed, wielding a knight's great sword. Arthas, eliminated. Since entering the Imperial banner, his initial strength is reduced to half, thus Arthas possesses merely around level 110 strength. However, the Dark Knight, well-versed in necromantic powers, remains formidable even as a soul slave. A mere level 55 rare boss is easily within reach. Just as Li Yi intends to consume a scarlet fruit, he suddenly shifts his gaze to the right. Abyssal Bull Shaman, level 55 epic boss. A massive bull-headed figure, hunched and ancient, brandishing a skeletal staff adorned with bone spikes, enters Li Yi's view. The Bull Shaman's staff radiates a crimson glow, instantly enveloping nearly 100 Abyssal Bull Guards nearby. Their physiques surge half a meter in height, becoming even more formidable and menacing. With remarkable speed, these Abyssal Bull Guards charge towards Li Yi, attempting to breach the inferno swiftly. Yet, Li Yi merely chuckles coldly, flicking his finger lightly as a streak of light shoots forth, landing within the imperial banner. Another wisp of black smoke emerges. Upon materializing, it is none other than the Lich Aguras in his spectral form. Aguras, dispatch that bull shaman. With a sinister grin, Aguras darts forth. As for the abyssal bull guards, Li Yi hardly spares them a glance. The SSS grade talent, Soul Eater, converts 50 of his magical damage into true damage. Unless the shaman can cast an impressive buff that significantly reduces damage, such a feat is clearly impossible. Just as Li Yi anticipated, upon entering the Sea of Flames, the abyssal bull guards swiftly transform into lifeless corpses within mere seconds. The colossal tree formed by Qi Ming resumes its ravenous consumption of the remains of these abyssal guardians. The growth method of the Crimson Abyss Demon Tree is remarkably unique, diverging from the conventional approach of traditional pets that level up through defeating foes. Instead, it thrives by consuming flesh and blood, with the rate of its consumption directly correlated to its age. It remains uncertain whether the SSS talent, Heavenly Transformation, has expedited its maturation to a millennium, thus enhancing its foundational attributes. Currently, its progression towards leveling up is exceedingly slow, despite devouring countless monstrous corpses. It has only reached level 13. Just as Li Yi was regaining his focus, a notification of a boss kill echoed in his ears. You have slain the rare level boss, Abyssal Great Axe Bull Demon. You have gained 300,000 experience points, with an additional 40 bonus for defeating a higher level opponent. The talent effect Fate Dominator has been triggered. You have obtained the hidden job transfer scroll, Galeblade. You have slain the epic level boss, Abyssal Bull Priest. You have gained 600,000 experience points, with an additional 40 bonus for defeating a higher level opponent. The talent effect Fate Dominator has been triggered. You have acquired the 5 Suns Unified Demonic Refinement Secret Art. What is this? Li Yi's expression momentarily froze as he retrieved the 2 newly acquired items from his bag. Galeblade Job Transfer Scroll, Warrior. Holding this scroll allows one to venture to the Taihua Sacred Hall to seek out the renowned swordsman, Soren, for a job transfer quest. Galeblade, Li Yi thought, seemed somewhat familiar. It is not a unique hidden class, but rather a warrior class with superior agility growth. What might the other item be? 5 Suns Unified Demonic Refinement Secret Art, a dark sorcery, ruthless and devoid of ethics, requiring the personal slaying of 5 blood relatives to extract their souls, obliterating their flesh, leaving only bones, which must be submerged in the legendary 1,000-year demonic flower nourished by their essence. I shall stow it away. It may prove useful in the future. Both bosses were first-time kills, yielding 1 epic level necklace, level 50, and 1 rare level longsword, level 50. The pendant of the necklace bore a black skull, while its chain was crafted from an unknown silver-white metal. Necklace, White Forest Demon Chain. Quality, Epic. Attributes, Intelligence 400, Spirit 400. Additional Attribute 1. Increases all attributes of spell-derived spirits by 10. Additional Attribute 2. Sacrifice. Sacrificing this necklace will summon 1,000 level 40 skeleton warriors for your command, lasting for 2 hours. Level requirement, 50. Class restriction, spellcasting classes. Special restrictions, none. Overall evaluation, combat power 8955. The combat power enhancement effects of the same equipment differ among players. Spell-derived spirits. As of now, Li Yi has only mastered 1 related spell, the elemental spirit, Lava Colossus. However, this necklace's attributes vastly surpass those of his current one. He promptly equipped it. As for the sacrifice, Li Yi dismissed it with indifference. Is the Emperor's banner of no use? Within the Endless Abyss, every level harbors a few scattered NPCs, all of whom offer quests. Yet, Li Yi finds them unworthy of his attention. He has yet to complete the Archbishop's quest at the Taihua Sacred Hall, which involves searching for the blood of dragon beasts within this Endless Abyss. After clearing out nearly all monsters in the 9th layer of the Endless Abyss, he directly ventured into the next layer, the 10th layer. In the 25th layer of the Endless Abyss, a cerulean giant dragon was whispering softly. This giant dragon, resplendent like a crystal of deep blue, had scales shimmering with profound azure light, seemingly more dazzling than the stars above. Its powerful wings, capable of overturning the seas, were adorned with blue scales, while its claws glinted ominously, instilling a chill deep within the soul. Its massive body stretched nearly 1,000 meters, dwarfing the bone dragon, Sato, by 3 or 4 times. Its icy, unfeeling eye was comparable in size to a loft. Yet, this cerulean giant dragon spoke tenderly to a young maiden. Bing Lan, you seem quite confident in your chosen heir. Chapter 100, Dragon Tamer Bing Lan and Master Yi. Bing Lan, you seem quite confident in your chosen heir. This maiden donned a blue armored dress, with her long, ebony hair cascading down her shoulders like a waterfall, while a light blue cloak fluttered in the breeze. Her skin was as fair as snow, her delicate face strikingly beautiful, and her eyes, resembling pools of autumn water, seemed to possess the ability to perceive the past, present, and future. Dragon Tamer Bing Lan. She is a figure who has long since stepped into the realm of immortal legends. Many on the continent have forgotten the existence of such a transcendent being. I believe in him. The maiden's voice was melodious and clear. The giant dragon rumbled in response. If you believe in him, then he is indeed worthy. Just now, I sensed a faint trace of the corrupted dragon's aura. The maiden nodded. Yes, it was a bone dragon. However, I can no longer sense it. It must have detected our presence and departed. Since someone has discovered us here, it seems we must relocate. As the maiden was about to utter something, she suddenly turned her gaze towards a certain direction in the void, her brows furrowing slightly as she murmured, "Void Sword Path." The cerulean giant dragon lifted its head, its terrifying draconic majesty, capable of crushing space, filling the area for 10 miles. Amisa, relax, it's an old friend. The maiden extended her slender hand and gently caressed the dragon's head. Instantly, the menacing draconic pressure dissipated. Moments later, ripples appeared in the void, as if being parted, and an enigmatic sword intent surged through the space, accompanied by a melodious sound of swords ringing. The sword intent gradually solidified, eventually manifesting as a somewhat emaciated figure, transforming oneself into a sword, merging with the void, leaving no trace. Master E. Your swordsmanship has ascended to new heights. Bing Lan remained composed throughout, akin to an ancient well, unperturbed. It's hardly noteworthy at all, Princess Bing Lan. After so many years apart, not only has your path widened, but it has also extended farther. Master E gazed at the young maiden with a sense of nostalgia. There is no need for such formalities, Master. Long ago, following the fall of the Dragon Empire 400 years ago, I ceased to be a princess. With a flick of her sleeve, 2 cushions appeared on the ground, along with a tea table, a pot of fragrant tea, and 2 teacups. The maiden then gestured invitingly. Master, what brings you here today? After a delicate sip of tea, the maiden inquired. Master E straightened his demeanor. Claus sought me out. Upon hearing this name, Bing Lan's expression shifted slightly, her lips curling. He is still alive? I have long since cleared any grievances with him. If he seeks you, what concern is it of mine? Master E remained silent for a moment, taking a sip of tea. Claus has now plummeted to the depths of his cultivation. Yet he has found the Temple of Misfortune and the lucky coin. 300 years ago, the 3 of us failed in our exploration of the temple, and the lucky coin vanished, choosing another master. He has exerted great effort to reclaim the lucky coin, hoping that we might collaborate once more to explore the Temple of Misfortune. Upon hearing Master E mention the Temple of Misfortune, a ripple of emotion finally crossed Bing Lan's otherwise serene face, revealing a complex expression. The Temple of Misfortune, back in the day, led to the downfall of the Dragon Empire. I could never come to terms with it. My dearest kin were driven to madness by this temple, ultimately meeting tragic ends. The so-called ancient redemption, what it truly is remains unknown, yet it caused such loss of reason over a mere chance to attain divinity. Legend has it that the god of misfortune was the last deity to depart from the eternal continent. He left behind a temple, known as the Temple of Misfortune. Within this temple resides an item called Ancient Redemption. No one knows what this item is. However, someone once deciphered a message from the divine relic of the god of misfortune. The opportunity to attain divinity lies within Ancient Redemption. Yet, ironically, this Temple of Misfortune lies within the ancient boundaries of the Dragon Might Empire. The formidable strength of the Dragon Might Empire was beyond dispute in its heyday, boasting 46 principal cities within its vast territory. The sovereign, wagering the fortune of the entire nation, sought to diminish the powers of the misfortune divine art through sheer luck. However, the Dragon Might Empire met its untimely demise. Since you have been sent by the Master to seek me out, I presume you are well prepared with ample reasoning. Are you not? A calm expression returned to Binglan's face. Master E pondered briefly before his voice took on a serpentine quality, whispering into the void. Soon, a flicker of astonishment graced Binglan's frost-like visage, but astonishingly, she acquiesced to Klaus's request for collaboration. Binglan, a new cycle is about to commence, and I have a foreboding sense that this impending calamity will be more ferocious than any before. By the way, did you sense it a couple of days ago? That exceptionally pure aura of true spirit? Master E suddenly brought up the essence of true spirit, which was palpable even to the mightiest beings across half the continent. Indeed, Amisa initially believed it to be a manifestation of true spirit, but upon closer inspection, it may merely be a member of the ancestral bloodline of the Songyuan. Upon hearing Master E speak of this, Binglan's tone revealed a hint of uncertainty. Furthermore, I detected a trace of the chilling power of extreme cold rules. I wonder which reincarnation from the far north is about to awaken, heralding the return of the Yi Run, the enigma of ancient gods, and the arrival of true spirits. Li Yi, of course, was oblivious to the presence of a formidable entity quietly cultivating within the endless abyss. However, even if he were aware, it would not have concerned him much. After all, it was merely a matter of life and death. At present, Li Yi had penetrated the 17th layer of the endless abyss. All creatures with flesh and blood beneath the 17th layer had been devoured by chiming, which had now reached level 35. As for Li Yi, He had achieved a formidable level of 60. After all, he had single-handedly consumed all the monster resources within the endless abyss. Level 60 serves as a watershed moment for players, as it marks the necessity for a second job change. Upon reaching level 60, akin to the experience gained at level 10, any unspent experience points will be retained if the second job change has not yet been executed. The entire 17th layer of the abyss resonated with haunting cries of torment, while a black and red banner spun incessantly in the air, with plumes of dark smoke billowing forth. The souls of the banner's thralls danced wildly throughout the 17th layer like wraiths demanding retribution. Gray Mist. You cannot merely indulge yourself in consumption all day. Go assist chiming and slaying that two-headed blood demon. Not far away, a towering tree, its vines swirling, was locked in a relentless battle with a 3-meter-tall two-headed blood demon, a level 75 epic boss. It was evident that despite Chiming's towering form, nearly 100 meters in height, adorned with thousands of bizarre blood-colored vines, it was evidently no match for the two-headed blood demon and was being utterly overpowered. The two-headed blood demon possessed two fearsome heads, with exposed fangs and a blood-red body, yet devoid of any fur, entirely smooth. Each of its shoulders and ribs sprouted a pair of robust arms, totaling 6 in number. The blood demon occasionally radiated a terrifying light, and even Chiming's blood-colored vines, upon close approach, found it challenging to inflict any damage. Instead, the blood demon's immense strength severed countless blood vines, causing Chiming to emit distressed cries. Li Yi issued commands. Even if Gray Mist wished to remain quietly consuming souls within the Emperor's banner, it was no longer feasible. A beam of black light shot forth from the Emperor's banner. The Tsang Yuan Gray Mist let out a furious roar, its form enveloped in swirling black light. At this moment, the Tsang Yuan's soul had solidified significantly compared to before, and its strength had notably recovered. Oh, the roar of the Tsang Yuan sent a flicker of fear across the visage of the two-headed blood demon. Chapter 101. Blood Sea Furnace. Li Yi's terrifying base attributes. The Tsang Yuan Gray Mist surged forward, its dark and ominous aura pulsating. The ferocious entity charged toward the now terrified two-headed blood demon. At present, Gray Mist had consumed nearly 30,000 souls of varying levels. Its strength had finally returned to around level 85. Facing such a formidable foe, the two-headed blood demon unleashed a horrific bloodthirst, and the flesh on its surplus 4 arms began to writhe grotesquely. The Tsang Yuan cackled menacingly, a glint of derision flashing in its eyes, as it clenched its iron fist, shrouded in ominous winds. Transforming into a shadow, it lunged forward and delivered a powerful punch to one of the demon's heads. You have slain the epic boss, the two-headed blood demon. The talent effect Fate Dominator is triggered, and you gain the SS grade talent Bloodthirst of the Warlord. Another talent has emerged? An SS grade talent, no less. A smile spread across Li Yi's face as he hastily examined the details of this talent. Bloodthirst of the Warlord, SS grade talent when dealing weak point damage, physical, to target units. The player will gain a health stealing effect equal to 15 of the damage dealt, temporarily increasing the player's movement speed by 20 and attack speed by 30, for every boss of rare quality or higher, whose level is not lower than the player's. Killed, the player will permanently gain 0.01 health steal, cumulative cap of 50, 0.01 movement speed, cumulative cap of 50, and 0.01 attack speed, cumulative cap of 100. Comprehensive evaluation, combat power value 375,250. Only with Li Yi's terrifying base attributes could such a fearsome combat power value enhancement arise from this SS grade talent, an extraordinarily noble percentage. Moreover, the more his base attributes increased, the more this talent would augment. However, it seemed that this talent was more suited for archers. Once, Li Yi had harbored considerable admiration for the archer profession. Perhaps he might be fortunate enough to obtain a bow with no class requirements. Even a playful endeavor would suffice. Presently, the effect of the talent ring of Destiny 2 had allowed the Eternal Vault to store 7 talents. Eternal Vault, Heavenly Creation, SSS grade. Gold Eater, SSS grade. True Spirit 12 Transformations, SSS grade. Soul Eater, SSS grade. Unyielding Grasp, SS grade. Bloodthirst of the Warlord, SS grade. Thieving Hand, A grade. Quite impressive. The two-headed blood demon dropped an 80-level epic battle axe, which was of no use at this stage. It would merely gather dust at the bottom of the chest. The chiming tree rose from the ground, angrily approaching the corpse of the two-headed blood demon. Countless blood-colored vines surged forth, as the two-headed blood demon, being a blood-type boss, was saturated with terrifying life energy. In no time, Chiming efficiently devoured the 3-meter-tall corpse entirely. Your pet, the chiming tree, has leveled up, current level 36. Your pet, the chiming tree, has awakened the domain talent skill, Blood Sea Furnace. It has finally awakened a skill. Hearing the prompt, Li Yi's face lit up with joy. Such a powerful skill name was certainly something to anticipate. Just as the chiming tree finished consuming the entirety of the blood demon's corpse, its branches and leaves began to quiver, The crimson patterns on its emerald leaves became increasingly vivid, and the complexity of these patterns seemed to have significantly increased. The little chiming appeared to sense its master's intentions. Under Li Yi's expectant gaze, the chiming tree suddenly became enveloped in a series of bizarre, blood-red ancient runes that swirled around it. Subsequently, a raging storm of terrifying blood-red energy erupted from the chiming, forming a blood-soaked furnace of considerable size. Within this furnace, the blood-colored energy flowed as if it were tangible, generating waves of energy tides. The air was filled with a sweet, metallic scent, and not far away, a blood demon guard, level 75 minor creature, suddenly swayed unsteadily, as if intoxicated. Blood-red tendrils shot forth from the blood sea furnace, dragging the blood demon guard into the furnace, followed by its heart-wrenching cries of agony. Soon after, it was reduced to death and transformed into a pool of blood. Absorbed by the furnace, Li Yi could sense the terrifying energy contained within the blood sea furnace, and he was instantly filled with exhilaration. Indeed, my extensive materials have not been squandered. He held great expectations for the Crimson Inferno Demon Tree. Not only had he fed it all the blood essences he had previously gathered, but it had also consumed a significant amount of valuable materials along the way. Now, merely in its crimson form, it provided him with over 360,000 combat power. It is worth noting that it was only at level 36, which speaks volumes of its boundless potential. Once it reaches its ultimate evolution, it may very well rival the most formidable beings on the continent. The soul of the two-headed blood demon was confined within the sovereign banner, successfully earning the title of Good Brother. However, its potential was rather limited, and Li Yi merely made it a slave to the sovereign banner. When it came to the matter of recruiting the main soul, he had his own ideas. Blood Demon Army, Frost Army, sweep this place with utmost speed. With over 500 Blood Demon Banner slaves and more than 2,000 Frost Banner slaves. A cacophony of wails erupted, and the spirits danced wildly. Meanwhile, the Azure Ape, the Lava Behemoth, the Lich Agussa, and the Dark Knight Arthas all plunged into battle. Though Li Yi had already reached the 17th floor, he had yet to encounter his primary target, the Dragon Beast. His banner army had practically excavated every inch of each level. The NPCs issuing tasks in this endless abyss were trembling in fear at the horrific spectacle. He hoped that the Dragon Beast would not be found above the 20th floor, not because he feared his own strength, but because he knew that the teleportation altars on the 20th floor and beyond required the sacrifice of special items. These items could only be obtained by completing tasks outside the dungeon, and he had none. This meant that once he cleared the 17th floor, he only had 2 more opportunities to find a Dragon Beast. Regardless of whether he found one or not, this journey would not be in vain. The quantity and quality of monsters here were quite impressive. The only drawback was the lengthy respawn time, requiring a full day for a refresh. It was precisely for this reason that these monster resources were deemed extraordinarily precious, prompting major guilds to disregard offending casual players in their pursuit of exclusive access. Despite merely standing still with his hands in his pockets, Li was constantly greeted by delightful notifications of attribute increases. His 5 primary attributes had undergone a tremendous transformation. Intelligence, 75, 650. Mentality, 103, 560. Agility, 195, 230. Endurance, 303, 580. Strength, 985, 800. Health points, 6, 565, 000. Mana points, 3, 580, 000. Unadorned and simple. Coupled with those noble percentage bonuses, it was nothing short of extraordinary. The brothers within the sovereign banner toiled without fear of hardship or fatigue, and the 17th floor of this endless abyss was soon cleared with precision. Confirming the absence of dragon beasts, he unfurled the wings of the wind spirit and soared upwards to the ancient teleportation altar. Do you wish to consume one? 620 silver coins to enter the 18th level of the endless abyss? Yes. After a dizzying whirl, an overwhelming heat washed over him, and the land appeared scorched and fragmented, with fiery magma occasionally erupting from below. Before Li Yi could examine his surroundings in detail, he was captivated by a colossal creature that caught his eye, exclaiming in astonishment. Ah, Dragon Beast. Chapter 102, Red-Scaled Crocodile Dragon. New skill, Elemental Sword, Crimson Flame. This dragon beast seemed oblivious to Li Yi's presence. It was certainly not a member of the dragon lineage, as it lacked wings entirely. It was a ground-dwelling dragon, its massive body stretching 7 to 8 meters long, with stout limbs and glistening, sharp claws. Its head bore a resemblance to both a snake and a crocodile, entirely covered in fiery red scales. Red-Scaled Crocodile Dragon, Elite, non-respawnable. Level 100. Health points, 10, 000, 000, 10, 000, 000. Physical attack, 15, 800. Magical attack, 12, 800. Physical defense, 6, 000. Magical defense, 12, 000. Skills, Crimson Breath. Flame Fury Claw, Death Roll. Description: the bloodline descendant resulting from a forced union between a subdragon and a crimson goldback crocodile. possessing a trace of true dragon blood. It exhibits an exceptional affinity for fire and high magical resistance. Beware, it disregards reproductive isolation. Truthfully, upon seeing the attributes of this dragon beast, Li Yi's expression turned somewhat astonished. Its attributes were impressively high, with 10 million health points, even if other players reached level 100. Without a team led by someone with SS talent or above, it would be nearly impossible for hundreds or even thousands of players to conquer this map. In his memory, such statistics rivaled those of a level 100 exceptional boss. Yet here, it was merely an elite monster. Any entity associated with the word dragon typically possessed high magical resistance and commendable attributes. However, this red-scaled crocodile dragon was somewhat excessive. Dragons are known for their lasciviousness. They can even accept a mate that is a toad. In the realm of eternity, while dragon beasts are rare, their varieties are remarkably diverse. It can be said that the dragon lineage has made a significant contribution to the diversity of races on the continent of eternity. Observing the red-scaled crocodile dragon, Li Yi displayed a contemplative expression, muttering to himself, could it be that this red-scaled crocodile dragon's bloodline is not too diluted? Has it not spawned too many generations, resulting in such high attributes? If that were the case, could there be a chance of encountering another subdragon on this 18th floor? With this thought, Li Yi's mind became animated. The so-called subdragon refers to the second generation of non-pure dragons born from a union between a dragon and another race. The bloodline of a subdragon is already considered relatively pure. Li Yi's original plan was to slay a multitude of dragon beasts, hoping to win through sheer numbers. May fortune smile upon him. With this thought in mind, Li Yi lightly shook his staff and began to chant, Elemental Spirit, Lava Behemoth. A crimson magic circle materialized out of thin air, red earth swirling as the fire and earth elements surged wildly around him. In the blink of an eye, a magnificent lava behemoth coalesced from the tumultuous elements. The strength of the lava behemoth was influenced by Li Yi's spellcasting bonuses, and its power was considerable. At this moment, its towering form approached 80 meters in height. It was indeed a true behemoth. The lava behemoth appeared immensely pleased, as it was inherently of the earth and fire elements. Thriving in this environment, the sudden emergence of such a colossal entity startled the red-scaled crocodile dragon, which instinctively sought to flee in terror. Possessing considerable intelligence, the lava behemoth's clear eyes revealed a hint of amusement as it conjured a flaming wheel in its palm, launching it towards the retreating red-scaled crocodile dragon. Boom. For 95, 680. 100, 000, soul erosion. The struck red-scaled crocodile dragon let out a wail, subsequently enveloped by a fiery blaze, inflicting continuous damage equal to one of its total health per second. As a fire-type creature, the red-scaled crocodile dragon had high resistance to fire. Alas, the lava behemoth, summoned by Li Yi's magic as an elemental spirit, shared the effects of the SSS level talent, soul erosion, converting 50 of magical damage into true damage, dealing 1 of total health as true damage each second. Nevertheless, this attack, being of the fire and earth attributes, was still somewhat lacking against the red-scaled crocodile dragon. Without hesitation, Li Yi commenced chanting. The previously scorching environment abruptly turned cool as the scarce ice elements began to surge, and a new ice-blue magic circle emerged upon the ground. Once again, a colossal beast of ice-blue hue has emerged, its entire form composed of solid ice, through which one can discern the intricate and profound inscriptions within. This is the manifestation of the 30 rune fragments, ice, that Li Yi expended in the Frost-Lost Land, conjured forth by Emily into a new sanctuary-level spell, Elemental Spirit Glacier Beast. 2 gigantic creatures of identical size and similar appearance, yet possessing drastically different attributes, have become one of Li Yi's greatest assets. In the claws of the Glacier Beast, a circle of frost wheels is also formed, which hurtles towards the crimson armored crocodile with ferocious intent. 615288. The freezing effect ensnares the creature, rendering the crimson armored crocodile unable to escape. Indeed, the Glacier Beast exhibits greater lethality, coupled with a restraining effect, although it lacks sustained damage. The harmonious synergy between the two titans amplifies their combat prowess beyond mere arithmetic. With a swift motion, Li Yi summoned the Emperor's banner into his palm, subsequently weaving a spell with his hands, causing the banner to soar into the sky. He only summoned the Lich Agusa and the Dark Knight Arthas. As for the others, even the gray mist of the Tsang Yuan would hardly gain any advantage here. To avoid depleting his hard-earned banner minions, Li Yi chose not to summon them. The 4 foolish ones besieged the elite dragon. Within moments, the crimson armored crocodile met its demise. You have slain the Crimson Flame Crocodile, Elite. The talent effect Fate Dominator is triggered, and you have acquired the Sanctuary-level skill book Elemental Sword of Crimson Flame. Ah, what a splendid opening. A skill book has emerged? This is indeed a prized possession. For Li Yi, unless it pertains to equipment that grants percentage attribute boosts, the skill's contribution to his combat value is immensely significant. Spell, Elemental Sword of Crimson Flame. Level, Sanctuary, 110. Effect, after a 1-second chant, The power of fire elements coalesces to form a colossal sword of crimson flame for the caster's command. Upon the skill advancing to domain level, it can create a diameter of at least 200 meters, intelligence and spirit bonuses, of a crimson flame domain. Crimson flame domain. Within the domain, the caster and allies receive a 2045 power boost to fire-type skills, and can unleash 1881 elemental crimson flame swords to attack enemies. Learning conditions: intelligence 600, spirit 600, magic profession, magic swordsman profession. After reviewing the skill attributes, Li Yi wasted no time and began learning. Purely offensive attributes. Utterly domineering. Points allocated. Maxed out. Sanctuary, 110, domain. Combat value, 285,800. Only 19,560 skill points remaining. After processing the corpse of the crimson armored crocodile, he harvested numerous high-quality materials: crimson armored scales, crocodile hide, crocodile tendons, elemental crystals, fire, and dragon beast blood. Li Yi led his 4 stalwart comrades into the hunt. The 2 colossal beasts roared like ancient celestial creatures. Meanwhile, the Lich Agussa and Dark Knight Arthas, already fearsome in appearance, transformed into wraiths, occasionally emitting blood-curdling howls reminiscent of ghostly screams. Activating the wings of wind spirits, Li Yi soared into the air. As he murmured incantations, a surge of red luminescence erupted from his left hand. The fire element of the lava expanse, already volatile, now emanated an overwhelming wave of terrifying heat. In his hands, a 40-meter fire giant sword materialized. Follow me. Kill. To the point of my blade. The heat wave surges. Chapter 103. The Mysterious Merchant, Gravoda. The Emperor's banner hung suspended in the void, spinning incessantly. A dark luminescence surged forth like tidal waves, while dense black smoke billowed as if 100 tractors were burning oil. In this infernal abyss of the 18th layer, not only elite dragon beasts like the crimson armored crocodile can be found, but also ordinary creatures known as the crimson flame ironback crocodiles, level 90. Li Yi's approach is one of indiscriminate acceptance. Although the attributes of the crimson flame ironback crocodile are less than 1/8 that of the crimson armored crocodile, they are nonetheless qualified to become minions of the Emperor's banner. With wings sprouting from his back and wielding the fire giant sword, within a radius of 600 meters, crimson inscriptions flickered in the air. These inscriptions danced like sprites. Surrounding the young man were 81 elemental crimson flame swords, circling him like a protective aura. With narrowed eyes, he calmly observed at least 20 15-meter-long crimson flame ironback crocodiles charging towards him with the force of a stampede. With a mere thought, the fire giant sword moved as an extension of his will. The sword, radiating blinding red light, descended with unstoppable force. Boom. A deafening explosion reverberated. 120W, 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 35W, 33W. The relentless charge of the crocodiles was utterly dismantled. Several of the leading crimson flame ironback crocodiles were cleaved in half by the colossal sword. A tempest of raging fire energy erupted, creating a horrifying firestorm. The enormous bodies of the crocodiles were hurled into the air by the powerful aftermath of the spell, succumbing to the searing pain of continuous fire damage. Despite their high resistance to flames, Li Yi's current power was beyond mere description. The genuine searing damage, amounting to hundreds of thousands, reduced their health to critical levels in an instant. With a flick of his finger, the swirling elemental crimson flame swords darted forth like meteors, effortlessly obliterating the already weakened crocodiles, leaving them with not a single drop of health remaining. Not far away, Agussa and Arthas exchanged glances, their faces etched with disbelief and astonishment. Although the Lich Agussa continued to cast necromantic spells upon the monsters, he could not help but exclaim, "Master, you have grown remarkably fast." Arthas interjected, "Don't ask me, I don't want to think about it." A sense of indescribable dread towards Li Yi lingered in Arthas's mind. Within the crimson flame domain, the glacier beast was sweating profusely, its size diminished by nearly half, enraged as it roared and swung its fists at the crocodiles. It struck the ground. The earth trembled. Conversely, the lava beast reveled in euphoria, with crimson inscriptions materializing from virtual to real, showering upon its massive form like starlight. Its originally 80 zhang stature surged to a staggering 104 zhang. The essence of the elemental spirit, being a manifestation of Li Yi's spell, was naturally influenced by the crimson flame domain. The vast expanse of the 18th layer of the abyss was indeed, as Li Yi had anticipated, spanning several thousand square kilometers. Even though he advanced with unstoppable force, it was a challenge to flatten the entire map in one go. Thankfully, Li Yi possessed the ancient grade item, Slacker's Satchel. Otherwise, if he were still limited to a mere 20-slot bag, it would be a cause for despair. After nearly an hour had passed, Li Yi had slain 35 elite crimson armored crocodiles and countless crimson flame ironback crocodiles, amassing an incalculable bounty of materials. The total number of soul minions captured by the Emperor's banner had quietly surpassed 10,000, forming a formidable army of souls. This power was sufficient for Li Yi to effortlessly breach the defenses of any major city in the Taiwan capital. However, in comparison to an entire city's military might, it still fell significantly short, not to mention the ancient forces of the Frost Domain in the far north. The disdainful gaze of the immortal Frost Queen Lysandra from days past weighed heavily on his mind. Li Yi had never regarded any NPC in the game as mere cold data, for he understood that this game would ultimately converge with reality. And that day was not far off. Should he fail to eliminate Lysandra before this convergence occurred, she could very well transcend the boundaries of space to seek him out in the real world, where his physical form had yet to mature, delivering a devastating blow. Thus, he must strive unceasingly, summon the troops, enhance one's own strength. 15 days. In the domain of eternal frost, I am resolute. Not even Jesus could deter me. He pondered what manner of creature the ultimate boss of this abyssal layer might be when, suddenly, the soaring figure of Li Yi manifested in the sky. His expression shifting to one of astonishment as he exclaimed, "Who goes there?" With a substantial augmentation to his fundamental attributes, Li Yi's spiritual perception had reached an extraordinary level. Although he had yet to acquire any skills for probing, he could sense the slightest disturbances within a radius of 1 kilometer. However, to his astonishment, a shadow clad in black robes appeared below him, its emergence either a sudden occurrence or a deliberate act to attract his attention. Receiving no reply, Li Yi focused his gaze, locking eyes with an enigmatic figure who bore a somewhat sardonic smile. This mysterious individual was shrouded in a black cloak, with only a pair of piercing eyes visible, holding a black branch from which dangled a brown package. Li Yi's expression turned peculiar as he murmured to himself. Could it be a mysterious merchant? After a moment's contemplation, Li Yi summoned his thoughts, and with a gentle flap of his azure wings, transformed into a streak of blue light, swiftly approaching the enigmatic figure. This marked Li Yi's first encounter with a mysterious merchant. As the name suggests, their essence is shrouded in mystery. No one knows their origins, not even the indigenous NPCs. They treat all, players and NPCs alike, with equal regard, allowing transactions with anyone. Moreover, their dealings are not confined to mere currency. Bartering is their customary practice. They do not belong to any faction within the Eternal Continent, nor has there ever been a report of them initiating an attack. Yet, there exists a peculiar phenomenon. No known attack can harm them, and any attempt to assault a mysterious merchant results in the attacker being unable to perceive them henceforth. It is essential to note that perceive differs from encounter. For instance, should two individuals simultaneously meet a mysterious merchant, if one had previously attacked them while the other had not, the former would find the merchant an invisible and intangible entity, while the latter could see and even reach out to touch them. Esteemed human warrior, it is a pleasure to meet you. You may call me Gravoda, and if you are amenable, perhaps we could engage in a mutually beneficial transaction. For a corresponding price, you may procure any item from this world. The cloaked figure spoke in a gravelly voice, exuding respect, yet unabashedly scrutinizing Li Yi with a glint of barely concealed amusement in his bright eyes. "Oh, might I inquire which of my possessions has captured your interest?" Li Yi's words elicited a flicker of surprise in Gravoda's gaze. The black-robed figure was taken aback, sensing that the human before him did not seem to regard him as a first-time encounter. Perhaps he had heard rumors of their kind from somewhere. Gravoda dismissed this thought with a low chuckle. "Your aura is resplendent, but why not first peruse what you desire? A competent merchant must remain rational. Greed can easily lead one to lose the upper hand in negotiations." As he spoke, Gravoda flipped his hand, revealing a withered palm that produced a runed stone, which he promptly crushed. A golden light swept over Li Yi's form, conjuring a holographic display before them. The screen radiated an array of enticing images and information, overwhelming Li Yi's senses. Various items, equipment, skill books, spiritual herbs, and extraordinary treasures filled the display. Li Yi remained relatively composed as he surveyed the offerings. In contrast, Gravoda's pupils widened with avarice, a hint of astonishment surfacing. "You are truly remarkable. I have not encountered a guest of such wealth in many years." The products displayed were not entirely within the merchant's control, but rather dictated by the guest's wealth. The items were not solely priced in gold. A currency known as devil coins was also listed, and most rare treasures could only be acquired through this medium. Sensing Li Yi's potential confusion, Gravoda elaborated. "Devil coins are a form of equivalent exchange. Should you desire an item that requires devil coins, you must first exchange possessions for them. Any item will suffice, provided it is valued at 1 devil coin or more." Upon hearing this explanation, Li Yi paused, a contemplative expression crossing his face. He had encountered mysterious merchants in his previous life, but had not grasped the latter part of this explanation. "Anything?" he inquired, to which Gravoda, narrowing his eyes, replied with a smirk. "Indeed, anything, including skills you have learned, attribute points, talents, and even your lifespan. I do not refer to your existence in this world." At these words, Li Yi's countenance shifted dramatically, uncertainty clouding his gaze as he regarded the mysterious merchant. This merchant seemed to exist beyond the confines of the game's rules. Reborn with the memories of his past life, aware of the impending events, Li Yi had long been shrouded in a fog of mystery. Why did the game merge with reality? How could items from the game manifest in the real world? Was it possible that the treasures within the game were inherently real? Was the so-called eternal continent, in fact, a genuine realm? With these thoughts swirling, Li Yi tentatively posed a question. If I wished to purchase the truth of this world, what would be the cost? Gravoda, possessing his own limits, had intended his statement as a gesture of goodwill. Yet, he was taken aback by Li Yi's reaction. That exceeds what you can afford. Your current wealth is still insufficient. Gravoda shook his head. However, if you can conduct a substantial transaction with me today, I would be willing to share some information within my purview. With that, Gravoda regarded Li Yi with anticipation. Li Yi nodded. Since you claim that anything can be traded, I would like to inquire, how much is a single skill point worth in devil coins? This question left Gravoda momentarily astonished, but he quickly regained his composure. The acquisition price for one skill point is 10 devil coins. Li Yi, upon hearing this, began to scroll through the holographic screen. Skill point, price 45 devil coins. Damn, he was momentarily speechless. This was exceedingly exorbitant. Fortunately, Li Yi had an abundance of skill points to spare, making the exchange somewhat reasonable. However, he did not rush to redeem them. Instead, he retrieved an 80-level rare quality Knight-S equipment. Headless Knight's Lance. What is the price for this item? Upon hearing this, Gravoda produced a small golden balance from the brown sack atop the branch. Placing it on the ground, he gestured for Li Yi to set the item on one side of the tray. This is the fair balance, capable of measuring the value of all worldly items. Li Yi placed the knight's lance onto the balance, and to his astonishment, the 25-meter-long spear instantly shrank. Lying quietly on the tray, Gravoda then retrieved several silver weights, methodically weighing the item before stating, I can offer 3 devil coins for this. Li Yi, upon hearing this, felt a surge of frustration as he resumed his exploration of the holographic screen. Headless Knight's Lance, price 15 devil coins. Damn, this is even more extortionate. Upon witnessing such a spectacle, Li Yi promptly abandoned the notion of selling the equipment within his backpack. The stark disparity in pricing between equipment and skill points could likely be attributed to the fundamental enhancement of power that skill points represented, whereas equipment was merely an external accessory. What say you, esteemed sir? If you would consider trading that treasure, I am prepared to offer a 20 increase on the purchase price within my authority. Gravoda, observing Li Yi's unwavering demeanor amidst the plethora of rare treasures, could no longer restrain his gaze from the ominous black-red banner suspended in the void. From the perspective of the cloaked figure, that swirling black banner radiated a golden light that surpassed even the sun. Li Yi remained impassive, internally mocking the man's evident desire for his imperial banner. I'm afraid I have no intention of selling. Gravoda's disappointment was palpable, and his tone shifted to one of neutrality. Very well. Then do let me know if you require anything. Li Yi, unconcerned, replied nonchalantly, I wish to sell skill points. Let us go with 19,000. Excuse me, what? Gravoda's eyes widened in disbelief. You can't be serious. Indeed, prepare the contract. Gravoda, it seemed, possessed an innate talent for discerning the truth behind Li Yi's words. He was taken aback for a moment, then his excitement bubbled forth. Excellent. I shall prepare the contract forthwith. With remarkable speed, Gravoda retrieved 2 crimson beast skins and a feathered quill from his satchel, inscribing upon them with a flourish. In short order, the contract was drafted. Gravoda extended the beast skin towards Li Yi. Are you certain there are no issues with the contract? If all is well, please sign. Li Yi took the contract, perused it thrice, and then affixed his signature. Upon completion, the beast skin erupted in a blinding red light, transforming into a streak of luminescence that soared skyward, vanishing into the void. Then, a miraculous event unfolded. Mystical runes danced around Li Yi, golden orbs of light emanating from his form. Observing this, Gravoda quickly produced a jade box from his satchel. The golden orbs, as if drawn by an unseen force, surged toward the box, forming a resplendent golden bridge. You have lost 1 skill point. You have lost 1 skill point. Chapter 105. The Unleashing of the SSS level talent, Gold Devourer, the terrifying radiance of the sun. Moments later, the golden bridge, comprised of the light orbs, thinned until all were absorbed into the jade box. After losing 19,000 skill points, Li Yi was left with 560. Gravoda valued each skill point at 10 demon coins, culminating in a total of 190,000 demon coins. The black circular coins felt chilling to the touch, one side emblazoned with a fanged demon, the reverse depicting a portal to the abyss. Congratulations, you have successfully completed a transaction with a great mysterious merchant. Gravoda, thoroughly satisfied, stowed the jade box into his satchel. Li Yi regarded the smug merchant with indifference. You may have profited, but I shall never incur a loss. These skill points are more than sufficient for my needs. As for other items, Li Yi had no intention of bartering with the mysterious merchant. They were simply too costly. Besides, apart from the imperial banner and the spirit ring, which were extraordinary items born of innate talents, the remaining goods collectively would not yield a significant amount of demon coins. He quietly perused the holographic display of items, To his surprise, he found true spirit blood listed for sale. True dragon blood, price 1, 500, 000 demon, coins 1 drop. Heavenly wind blood, price 1, 500, 000 demon, coins 1 drop. Thunder falcon blood, price 1, 300, 000 demon, coins 1 drop. Shaking his head, he suppressed the urge to splurge. He was still too impoverished. Li Yi shifted his focus to 2 other types of items, spirit plant seeds and spirit ore. Starlight iron, epic price 100 demon coins Jin. Wind essence silver ore, epic price 170 demon coins Jin. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Sunlight profound copper essence, legendary price 2, 600 demon coins Jin. Sunlight profound copper, epic, had a slight chance of being found alongside sunlight spirit copper ore. While sunlight profound copper essence was refined through secret techniques, boasting a quality 2 tiers above the sunlight spirit copper Li Yi had been consuming. As a talent comparable to true spirit 12 transformations, the gold devourer was still somewhat underdeveloped in Li Yi's case. The sunlight profound copper essence was indispensable. As he continued to browse, he discovered many rare ores that were exceedingly hard to locate, which would greatly enhance his abilities upon consumption. This prospect excited Li Yi, yet the prices were exorbitant. He resolved to prioritize the development of his sunlight profound light talent skill first. Next, he examined the spirit plant seeds, which were significantly more affordable since they were merely seeds rather than mature products. He confirmed over 170 types of spirit plant seeds, all of which possessed formidable effects and were challenging to procure. Finally, Li Yi exchanged for an assortment of peculiar materials. Unintentionally, he gathered nearly all the materials required for the 5 Hearts Convergence sorcery. Listening as Li Yi listed one item after another, Gravoda, with a beaming smile, retrieved each item from his brown satchel until Li Yi's demon coins were entirely depleted. Is that all? There are still many fine items remaining. Gravoda feigned ignorance, his gaze lingering toward the imperial banner. That is all, Li Yi affirmed with a nod. Very well, then I shall take my leave. Although Gravoda felt disheartened, he quickly regained his composure. With the transaction complete, he was required to depart. Such was the regulation. Hold on, have you forgotten something? Li Yi suddenly fixed his gaze on the cloaked man. Ha ha ha, I almost neglected this. Allow me to share some tidings with you. I exist in a different world from you, as do they, yet we shall ultimately belong to the same world. Gravoda cast a somewhat sinister glance at Li Yi, then at the distant abyssal creatures. Finally, his shadowy figure blurred and vanished without a trace, as if he had never been there. The cloaked man's words lingered in Li Yi's mind, prompting him to reflect deeply for a considerable time. Eventually, he gathered his thoughts and, retrieving the recently exchanged sunlight profound copper essence from his backpack, began to consume it. While I may not incur a loss, you shall not profit at my expense. Since we are destined to belong to the same world, you have already paved your own path to demise. One piece after another of the copper essence was consumed, and Li Yi's resolve intensified. In the future, I shall reclaim every bit, with interest. You have consumed 1 sunlight profound copper essence, legendary. Your physical strength has been enhanced. You have consumed 1 sunlight profound copper essence, legendary. Your physical strength has reached a new height, granting you immunity to 60 of ordinary attack damage. Your talent skill sunlight profound light has evolved into sunlight divine light. Sunlight divine light. 1 Your eyes coalesce 2 beams of searing divine light to strike your target, possessing formidable destructive power. The divine light has annihilative effects, with potency correlated to skill development level. The comprehensive combat power value provided by the SSS level talent, Gold Devourer, surged from 360,000 to a staggering 1,980,000. It is time to hasten the pace and swiftly conquer these 18 levels. Li Yi mused, as his azure wings flared, lifting him into the air. At that moment, he encountered an elite creature, the red-armored crocodile dragon. Upon spotting Li Yi, the beast went into a frenzy, rampaging towards him. Yet, abruptly, the red-armored crocodile dragon halted. Its once furious crimson eyes now filled with sheer terror, as though it had encountered an unfathomably terrifying entity. A palpable aura of the blazing sun surged forth, flooding the vicinity with a searing, incandescent light that stretched for several kilometers. All surrounding dragon beasts and ironback crocodiles began to tremble with trepidation and unease. In the sky, a youthful figure appeared, his azure wings gently fluttering, with a radiant golden sun materializing behind him. A torrent of golden radiance erupted, forming interlocking halos adorned with flowing inscriptions that illuminated the heavens. The boy's onyx eyes transformed from a depthless black to a resplendent gold, within which burned twin celestial stars. In an instant, 2 beams of golden light shot forth from his gaze, scorching the very fabric of space along their trajectory. The golden rays struck unerringly against the massive form of the crimson-armored crocodile dragon. With a sizzling sound, it succumbed instantly. Talent effect Fate Dominator activated. You gain 999 skill points. The colossal beast was obliterated, its body reduced to ashes, vanishing completely. The ground beneath it melted away in an instant. succumbing to a temperature of millions of degrees Celsius, transforming into a molten pool of lava over a wide area. After this single strike, the golden sun dissipated, leaving only the silhouette of the boy suspended in the air. Li Yi felt a sharp pain in his eyes, accompanied by an overwhelming heat, but soon returned to normal. Thankfully, my physical attributes are sufficiently elevated, bolstered by numerous enhancements from ores, ensuring my body possesses adequate resilience. Otherwise, casting such a skill would have left me blind. If another were to acquire the Gold Devourer talent, they would need to consume more spiritual ores to enhance their physique before being able to wield this talent as I do. Li Yi contemplated this while sensing the power of gold devouring within him. The power of gold devouring equates to the mana expended when activating the Gold Devourer talent. It requires the consumption of this power to activate the talent skills, as energy cannot manifest from nothing. However, although the power of gold devouring is consumptive, it can be replenished by devouring ordinary ores or spiritual ores. I shall need to prepare more iron and silver ores in my inventory. The remaining power of gold devouring within me is sufficient to unleash approximately 17 attacks of similar magnitude. Quite commendable. Yet, I wonder if this sunlit divine light can strike those who have comprehended the world runes. Just as Li Yi pondered this, a thunderous dragon's roar echoed from afar, seemingly disturbed by the overwhelming spectacle of the sunlit divine light. Upon hearing this sound, Li Yi's face lit up with joy. Has my true dragon blood arrived? What dragon could the ultimate boss of the 18th layer of the abyss be? Chapter 106, Legendary Boss. The Dragon. A magnificent roar reverberated through the air, carrying with it an imposing presence. Even though the unknown dragon remained several miles away, Li Yi could still feel the faint yet palpable dragon might beginning to envelop the surroundings. However, having merged with the blood of the mountain giant ape, even the might of a high-ranking dragon clan member could not affect him in the slightest. The nearby lava giant and glacier giant, however, exhibited signs of discomfort, indicating that the dragons might held certain peculiarities, even capable of influencing elemental spirits. As for the souls of Arthas and Agussa, their faces bore signs of trepidation, even revealing hints of fear. It was recalled that on a previous occasion, Slot had managed to contend with 3 Archmage-level beings merely by utilizing a terrestrial dragon beast that was not even classified as a lesser dragon. This underscored the fact that dragons are indeed formidable and should not be underestimated. Presently, both Arthas and Agussa, as mere banners, were significantly weaker than before, making their reactions entirely justified. Their souls, including their spirit remnants, had been confined within the Imperial banner. Should they perish now, their revival would depend solely on Li Yi's willingness to expend soul fire for their resurrection. Naturally, they would feel fear. The dragon's might intensified, yet Li Yi remained composed, suspended in the air. In the distance, a dark spot gradually enlarged, soaring closer within mere moments, covering nearly 10 miles. The ultimate boss, dwelling deep within the 18th layer of the abyss, finally revealed itself to Li Yi's gaze. With the head of a crocodile and the body of a dragon. Its massive head was fearsome, adorned with scarlet scales, and its wings spanned over 40 to 50 yards. Its robust limbs were engulfed in red flames. Crimson-headed flame dragon, legendary boss, non-respawning. Level, 120 health, 5e physical attack, magical defense, magical defense, skills, description, a hybrid of the flame dragon Durera and the crimson gold-backed crocodile. This lesser dragon possesses formidable elemental resistance and has mastered dragon language magic, exhibiting a brutal and cruel temperament. The attributes of this boss did not astonish Li Yi. With 500 million health points, it was evident that its other attributes were equally formidable. What did surprise Li Yi was that this boss was the only one that could not respawn. This indicated that it was not the ultimate boss of this dungeon. After all, this was not a unique dungeon. The final boss would certainly respawn. Previously, Li Yi had found it strange that the elite monster, the crimson-armored crocodile dragon, was the only one in existence. This suggested that this creature did not originally belong to this dungeon. Furthermore, the description indicated that this boss was a product of a flame dragon and a crimson gold-backed crocodile. Could it be that the latter is the true final boss of the 18th layer of the abyss? Wait, wasn't the crimson-armored crocodile dragon also born from a lesser dragon and the crimson gold-backed crocodile? In other words, this lesser dragon must have. No, it must have been its father. Indeed, the nature of dragons is inherently lecherous. Before Li Yi could ponder further, the crimson-headed flame dragon flapped its wings and was suddenly upon him. The lesser dragon exhaled with a fury, casting a disdainful glance around. Despite the fact that the 2 elemental giants dwarfed it in size, it showed no signs of fear. As a lesser dragon, it inherited not only the bloodline of the great dragons, but also their arrogant and capricious nature. After surveying its surroundings, its eyes revealed a human-like confusion, pondering the source of the terrifying energy fluctuations. In its perception, there was no apparent threat, yet it sensed the death of its progeny in abundance. Its dragon eyes flared with renewed fury as it spoke with human-like words. Lowly human, you dare slaughter my offspring. I shall extract your soul and burn it for 1,000 years in infernal fire. Li Yi paid no heed to the dragon's words. With an expressionless demeanor, he waved his hand and spoke in a calm tone. Kill it. Why waste words on a dying dragon? Li Yi issued his command directly. The glacier giant and lava giant, without hesitation, stomped forward with the might of mountains, shaking the ground beneath them. Arthas and Agusa exchanged glances, steeling themselves to confront the approaching threat. Facing the formidable presence of the two giants and two souls, the lesser dragon's reddish-brown eyes were filled with contempt, seeking death. With that, a red light flickered in its mouth, and torrents of dragon flame erupted forth towards the giants. The dragon flame, as red as molten lava, exuded an unimaginable heat, concealing certain hidden attributes. The dragon fire surged forth, engulfing an area the size of several football fields. The glacier giant, despite its icy exterior, found itself at a disadvantage due to the vast disparity in their attributes, rapidly melting and shrinking in size under the scorching dragon flames. The glacier giant roared in defiance, unleashing a burst of icy brilliance that transformed into a white meteor, hurtling towards the skybound crimson dragon. The crimson dragon, taken by surprise, was struck squarely. The red scales were frozen by the frost, entangled in a peculiar black glow, and it was sent reeling back several dozen feet. For 66528, 500W, Soul Devour. The crimson dragon's eyes reflected a grimace of pain. Yet, after this strike, the glacier giant shrank further, its form becoming increasingly ethereal, as it continued to be corroded by the dragon flames. It seemed to sense something, taking advantage of the frost's restraint on the crimson dragon. Two colossal fists thundered down towards the dragon's head, delivering devastating strikes of 235, 864, and 500, 000, soul erosion. After the two blows, the massive form of the glacier beast grew entirely ethereal, subsequently collapsing into particles of ice that dispersed into the void. At this moment, the lava beast transformed into a flaming meteor, crashing down with equal ferocity. 355, 263, 500, 000, soul erosion. 500, 000, soul erosion. The lava beast's assault was imbued with a scorching effect, capable of inflicting true damage equivalent to one of the target's total health with every spell cast. The Lich and the Dark Knight, witnessing this, unleashed their own formidable powers. In his current state, even without transforming into his true spiritual form, Li Yi was an invincible force beneath the ancient tier, level 150. The soul erosion inflicted a true damage effect of one of total health every second, akin to a relentless blade cutting through flesh. The restored crimson dragon's eyes, filled with both fear and fury, glinted with rage. What is this power? I shall have your lives. With a mighty flap of its wings, it dove towards the lava beast below, extending its claws for the kill. Dragons are creatures of remarkable balance, excelling in strength, magic, agility, and constitution. In contrast, the lava beast appeared clumsy, unable to react before the dragon's colossal claws shattered its shoulder. Yet, the lava beast, stubborn as it was, seized the opportunity to grasp the crimson dragon's wing with one hand, and, with a ferocious thrust of its head, slammed into the dragon's skull. After dealing a final blow with a mix of physical and magical damage, it too dissipated into the elements of fire and earth. Li Yi, observing from above, shook his head and, with a swift gesture, summoned back the Lich and the Dark Knight into the sovereign banner. The strength of the two elemental spirits far surpassed that of the duo. After uttering several incantations, a grandiose 40-meter-long crimson flame elemental greatsword materialized in the young man's grasp. The brilliant crimson sword was adorned with countless ancient inscriptions, and as Li Yi focused his mind, the inscriptions seemed to awaken, swirling forth from the sword and instantly enveloping an area of over 700 meters. Crimson Flame Domain. Chapter 107. The terrifying spell mechanism of Li Yi. As the crimson inscriptions danced in the air, the previously disdainful gaze of the crimson dragon flickered with surprise. A domain. And a fire attribute domain at that. Human, is this your reliance? For a mere transcendent mage to comprehend domain magic is indeed a rare feat among your kind. But do you truly believe this will suffice to contend with a dragon? In the eternal continent, strength reigns supreme, whether human or beast. All exhibit extreme arrogance when faced with foes of lesser realms. Yet, Li Yi had no intention of hastily transitioning to another class. Having acquired the capability to slay monsters in droves, he opted for a period of consolidation. However, this choice would likely bring forth derision and contempt in the future. With an impassive expression, he murmured a few more incantations, and with a single stomp in the air, a surge of golden waves spread forth. Domain, Earth Pulse. Activate. The crimson dragon felt its massive frame suddenly grow heavy, its attributes inexorably siphoned away. An Earth attribute domain? You have even grasped the domain of Earth? A sense of foreboding washed over the dragon. It began to murmur incomprehensible syllables, invoking dragon language magic. But Li Yi would not grant it the opportunity to complete its incantation. With a slight flutter of the wind spirit wings, Li Yi shot towards the Crimson Dragon at an astonishing speed, bringing the Crimson Flame Greatsword crashing down upon its head. 695, 684, 500, 000. A massive crimson numeral floated above the dragon's head. In pain, the dragon's blood-red eyes glinted with savagery. Astonishingly, Li Yi failed to interrupt its spellcasting. The surrounding fire elements surged violently. Suddenly, countless red orbs appeared, rapidly expanding into fireballs with diameters of half a meter. With a cacophony of sizzling sounds, the sky erupted into a sea of flames as the fireballs detonated. Despite Li Yi's efforts to evade the blasts with the wind spirit wings, he was still caught in the explosive aftermath. Crimson numerals appeared above his head. 635, 547, 735, 954. Once the explosion subsided, the Crimson Dragon confidently surveyed the battlefield, relishing in the aftermath of its dragon language magic. In its view, even a magic tutor, lacking life-saving treasures, would surely perish beneath such a spell. The remnants of the fireballs sparkled like magnificent fireworks. Once the smoke cleared, the sky lay empty. Humph! Foolish human. The Crimson Dragon, brimming with confidence, believed Li Yi had been reduced to ashes by its dragon language magic. But wait, the domain still persisted. Suddenly, the dragon's eyes narrowed in alarm as it sensed something amiss. Just as it sought to locate the human's figure, a chilling voice pierced the air. Next time, speak less. The Crimson Dragon whipped around in shock. Li Yi had already appeared behind it, wielding the Crimson Flame Greatsword, with 81 elemental flying swords swirling menacingly in the air. The young man made a graceful slash towards the dragon. The 81 elemental flying swords transformed into streaks of light, hurtling towards the dragon's massive form. 256, 592, 500, 000. 252, 867, 500, 000. The petite crimson elemental flying swords, when juxtaposed against the mountainous bulk of the dragon, seemed almost insubstantial. Yet, they inflicted tremendous damage. Elemental sword, Crimson Flame. This domain-level spell would have been merely sharp in the hands of another. But in Li Yi's grasp, its power was unimaginable. Originally, the elemental flying swords served merely as auxiliary support. However, the mechanism of this spell meant that each flying sword functioned as a miniature spell. Each sword could trigger the effect of soul erosion. A single flying sword inflicted one of total health. With 81 flying swords, that amounted to a staggering 81. The Crimson Dragon's eyes widened in disbelief, experiencing the first taste of deathly fear. It attempted to flee, but alas, it was too late. No, human. Having already engaged in battle with the two colossal beasts, the Crimson Dragon's health had not even reached 81. In an instant, its vast health bar vanished as if it had been erased. The enormous dragon's corpse plummeted to the ground below, crashing with a thunderous boom that stirred up a cloud of dust. You have slain the legendary boss, crocodile-headed Crimson Flame Dragon. The talent effect Fate Dominator is triggered. You gain the special item, Pioneer's Limitless Armament. You have successfully slain a legendary boss, becoming the first player in the entire server to achieve this feat. Earning rewards, Advanced Skill Book, for your class, X1, Challenger's Medal, 4, X1, Reputation 100, 000, and a world announcement will be made. Would you like to hide your nickname? Without giving the announcement much thought, he promptly selected no. Yet another special item has dropped. Li Yi felt a surge of excitement at the notification regarding the special item produced by his talent. It had been proven that special items generated by talents possessed truly terrifying effects. Even within the Eternal Continent, they were immensely valuable treasures. Otherwise, the mysterious merchant would not covet Li Yi's sovereign banner so fervently. Li Yi's form flickered, and he descended to the ground. Eagerly beginning to examine the effects of the newly acquired special item, he retrieved a small object from his inventory. It was a red square token, crafted from a material resembling a type of jade, crystalline and translucent. The token bore no engravings or symbols, smooth and flawless, appearing as if it had been shaped by the very essence of nature itself. Special item, Pioneer's Overlimit Armament. Quality, Immortal. Effect 1. Possessing this item allows the wearer to disregard level restrictions and equip any gear of immortal quality or lower. Effect 2. Possessing this item allows the wearer to disregard class restrictions and equip any gear of immortal quality or lower. Level restriction, none. Class restriction, none. Special restriction, exclusive to players. How delightful. Li Yi's face radiated with astonishment upon discovering such an item. He had been contemplating acquiring a bow that lacked class restrictions, but he never anticipated receiving such a remarkable boon. With this, he could now don equipment from all classes. His inventory was brimming with gear that he could not equip due to various restrictions. Suppressing his overwhelming elation, Li Yi resumed examining the boss's drops. 2 legendary quality items. A scroll, 956 gold coins. The items included a longsword and a ring. What is this scroll? Li Yi was captivated by the scroll emanating a pure, holy light. Unable to resist, he first inspected the information inscribed on the scroll. Chapter 108. legendary equipment, and the realm of holy radiance. The scroll was adorned with ancient patterns, radiating a soft, ethereal glow, as if bathed in holy light. Item: Secret Realm Scroll, Realm of Holy Radiance. Attribute: Holding this scroll allows entry into the hidden map, Realm of Holy Radiance, by traveling to the ancient Moon Mountains. Description: Once, there existed an extraordinarily powerful empire known as the Holy Radiance Empire on the Eternal Continent. However, it suffered a cataclysmic blow, leading to a horrifying battle that obliterated the imperial capital, casting it into the void. The Realm of Holy Radiance is the remnants of the once mighty imperial capital. Map restriction: The Holy Radiance Empire esteemed perfect peace. Sinners, red name players, are forbidden entry. The Holy Radiance Empire? Li Yi furrowed his brow, struggling to recall any memory associated with this name. Yet, given the Empire's former grandeur and the fact that this secret map was once its capital, it surely harbored treasures. However, the entry conditions for this map are rather cumbersome. He had just vanquished tens of thousands of players, resulting in a high red name status. To gain access, he would need to undertake quests to reduce his notoriety. For now, he decided to stow the scroll away and inquire with Emily about this so-called Holy Radiance Empire. Speaking of Emily, Li Yi felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. It was entirely his fault for being careless. He had inadvertently stolen her undergarment, and to make matters worse, it was the one she was wearing. He tucked away the scroll and examined the other two legendary items. The first was a crimson ring, glimmering with resplendent light. Ring, Dragon Blood Ring. Quality, legendary. Attribute: All attributes, 1300. Additional attribute 1. The wearer recovers health at a rate of 1 per second after exiting combat. Additional attribute 2. When the wearer's health drops below 25, they receive a 30 reduction in damage dealt and temporarily gain 2,000 constitution points. This effect ceases when health exceeds 25. Level restriction, 120. Class restriction, Knight. Special restriction, base constitution of 4,500. An exceptionally formidable piece of equipment. Li Yi contemplated briefly before deciding to keep it for emergencies. With the Pioneer's overlimit armament, becoming a full-time mage was not beyond the realm of possibility. He pondered whether he could acquire an item that allowed him to learn skills without class restrictions next time. Just think, when enemies pursue him, he could stealthily evade like an assassin. When they attack him, he could block like a knight. If he were injured, he could heal himself. It was a delightful thought indeed. The second longsword was also a legendary quality treasure. Measuring nearly 4 feet in length, its blade gleamed with a chilling light. Intricately engraved with mysterious runes, and adorned with a gemstone on its hilt. Weapon: Brave Dragon Sword. Quality: legendary. Attribute: Physical attack, 4,500. Additional attribute 1. During combat, every time the wearer strikes an enemy, they temporarily gain 100 points in strength, stacking up to 50 layers. Additional attribute 2. If the wearer inflicts damage exceeding one of the enemy's health during combat, they receive a 100 bonus to movement speed. Level restriction, 120. Class restriction, Warrior Class. Special restriction, none. Equally prestigious in its percentages, particularly the second additional attribute, which grants a staggering 100 boost to movement speed. This speed enhancement applies not only to ground movement, but also to aerial movement. Li Yi beamed with delight. For now, he decided to store all the items away. As the first player to slay a legendary boss, he received a skill book and a medal as rewards. The medal's attributes included an increase of 300 to all attributes, along with an additional 25 damage boost against bosses and a 25 damage reduction. The level requirement was 100, but Li Yi equipped it immediately. The skill book was titled Claw of Azure Thunder, a sacred level skill book that could be elevated to domain level. The learning requirement was level 60. Li Yi promptly learned it and invested skill points to elevate it directly to domain level, acquiring his third domain, Domain of Azure Thunder. Contentedly, Li Yi gazed at the immense dragon carcass before him. He took out his artifact dagger and proceeded to harvest. You have obtained Dragon Tooth X66. You have obtained Dragon Hide X1. You have obtained Dragon Muscle X1. You have obtained Dragon Blood X 50 tons. You have obtained Dragon Crystal X1. You have obtained Rune Fragment, Fire, X150. You have obtained Dragon Delight, X1. Li Yi's defeat of the young dragon triggered a system announcement. This was not merely a domestic notification, but a worldwide one. Meanwhile, in the main city of the Sakura country's server, within a hidden map, a team of 12 players was strategizing to tackle a task rated SS in difficulty. This team comprised the top 12 gaming elites cultivated by the Sakura country. At the core of this team, leading them, was Jiu Goyu, ranked 8th on the World Power Leaderboard. She was a gifted archer with an SSS-level talent, and the only player in the Sakura country to possess such an exceptional gaming talent. The remaining members included one other player with an SS-level talent, while the rest were endowed with S-level talents. At that moment, the team was busily discussing strategies. Jiu Goyu, a woman of exquisite features, bore a striking resemblance to the esteemed teacher, Li Xia, upon closer inspection. She possessed an enviable figure, though most of her team were cavalry. Currently, Jyogoyu was meditating and contemplating strategies for the task at hand. The mission involved 3 rare-level bosses, each at level 28, making it exceedingly arduous. Captain, the rewards for completing this task will certainly elevate your power significantly. Indeed, the hookstone bow could boost the captain's overall power by over 60 points. At that moment, a rather unkempt, short-statured man gazed at Jyogoyu, his eyes filled with admiration. Suddenly, a world announcement resonated in the ears of all players. Congratulations to player E for becoming the first to slay a level 130 legendary boss, earning a special reward. This is an official announcement to the entire server. The announcement echoed thrice, akin to thunderclaps in the ears of everyone present. What? Did you all hear that? Baka, how is this possible? How did he manage to accomplish that? Chapter 109. Reactions from the prominent figures of various nations, a level 130 legendary boss. Easy. Once again, this easy. Who exactly is he? The group of little fools was momentarily bewildered by the announcement. As a team nurtured in the land of cherry blossoms, they were acutely aware of the impending calamity. They understood well what prowess in the game entailed, and were equally cognizant that no one could possibly be cheating. Even the previously meditative Ninetales had now opened his eyes wide, filled with terror, murmuring to himself. Easy, indeed, is a man of 8 million combat power. Yet while a man may conquer the world, I only need to conquer men. You are worthy of being my man, Easy. At that moment, a little fool suddenly gasped. What? His overall combat power has reached 12 million. My God. In the Eagle Nation, a clandestine meeting was underway, attended by influential members of the parliament. The discussion revolved around the development progress in the game Eternal. Based on the analytical results of the investigative data, we concluded that our Eagle Nation ranks second in the game, just behind the Great Xia. This is an unbearable truth. Once, our comprehensive national strength was the pinnacle of the world. Now, not only do we lag behind in overall national power, but we are also outperformed in gaming. President Biden's expression was as dark as thunderclouds. At this moment, a parliament member spoke up. In truth, if we exclude that Li E from the calculations, the gap between us and the Great Xia isn't too vast. Another member nodded in agreement. Yes, the difference is merely around 20%. We still have a chance to surpass them. Upon hearing this, Biden grew even angrier, yet his face soon reflected a resigned expression. But what if we include him? Upon this remark, silence enveloped the conference table. After a considerable pause, one member finally spoke. If we factor in Li, the comprehensive strength of the Great Xia is 136 times ours. This conclusion was derived from professional data analysts. With a combat power nearing 10 million, he could effortlessly annihilate every player in our nation. How could such a prodigy exist? Throughout the meeting, everyone succumbed to despondency. It has become evident that the future world order will undergo a monumental reshuffling of power through gaming. The strength within the game equates to military might. The truth lies within the range of cannon fire. Whoever possesses superior comprehensive strength in the game holds absolute truth. We must devise a method to have him adopt Eagle Nation citizenship. Securing Li E is tantamount to seizing control of the world. Suddenly, President Biden raised his head, his blue eyes glinting with determination. At that moment, a parliament member exclaimed, "Good grief. The latest intel reveals that Li E has just slain a level 130 legendary boss." The room erupted in astonishment. How on earth did he manage that? Could it truly be, as the analysts speculated, that his talent is likely of the SSR level? Yet his level still remains stuck at 60. Biden slammed his hand on the table. Arrange for agents to approach him, preferably female agents, at least of the caliber of Black Widow, curvaceous and tall. Get them all on it. We must ascertain what he desires. Once he speaks, we shall provide it. In the Bear Nation, once oppressed by Western countries alongside the Great Xia, the two nations have mutually supported each other over the years. Today, the Great Xia has developed into a formidable force that no one dares to belittle. The Great Xia has not forgotten this old ally. The Bear Emperor was currently on a phone call, but curiously, this figure of utmost authority in the Bear Nation was exceedingly courteous to the person on the other end. You are too kind. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the Great Xia is the sincere wish of all citizens of the Bear Nation. All right, you carry on. Once the Bear Emperor hung up the satellite phone, a satisfied smile spread across his face. This is a solid win. The feeling of clinging to someone influential is simply delightful. At that moment, a tall, voluptuous secretary entered the office. President, the latest intel. Mr. Li E has slain a level 130 legendary boss. This is astonishing. The Bear Emperor, who had initially relaxed, now stared wide-eyed, overwhelmed with emotion. If only he were a citizen of the Bear Nation. However, there may still be an opportunity, should I meet Mr. Li. I shall prepare a selection of exquisite beauties to accompany me. If he takes a liking to one or two, then he would indeed be considered half a citizen of the Bear Nation. The voluptuous secretary gazed dreamily. Mr. President, may I accompany you? I am skilled in playing musical instruments and can add more than mere sound. In ancient times, the most direct way for nations to express goodwill was through marriage alliances. This was due to the significant role played by individual will in the governance of a nation, particularly during the eras of slavery and feudalism. Now, the major players are contemplating how to win over Li Yi, primarily through the offering of beautiful maidens. In contrast to the reactions of the political figures, the players' responses were quite straightforward. The game Eternal has always had a world forum. Prior to the opening of the World Power Rankings, this forum was relatively quiet, with the most frequent posts being arguments between netizens from the land of cherry blossoms and the land of the morning calm. However, it soon became evident that they were all from the Great Xia. Following the launch of the World Power Rankings, the forum exploded with activity, with discussions predominantly revolving around Li Yi. Some claimed he was an official GM, while others accused him of cheating. Players from every nation are increasingly recognizing the significance of the game Eternal, as governments worldwide have recently begun recruiting high-talent gaming individuals with unprecedented incentives. Various policies have been implemented that are closely related to the game Eternal. Rumors of the game merging with reality have begun to surface online. Most players scoff at this notion, yet it does not diminish the importance everyone places on the game. Now, with Li Yi's slaying of the level 130 legendary boss, the forum has erupted once more. Players from the land of cherry blossoms exclaimed, hearing that the Great Xia is a land of etiquette. I believe Easy should reveal the secret to his strength. Players from the land of the morning calm remarked, Easy, please recognize reality. It is time to return to your roots. You possess the excellent bloodline of our great nation. A player from the Eagle Nation called out, hey, man, Mr. Easy, you are the strongest man I have ever seen. If possible, I would like to invite you to watch my retirement match. A beauty from the Great Xia Women's University side, I wish for Emperor Easy to be my dorm supervisor. Then he could check my attendance. Meanwhile, the top-ranked guild in the Great Xia, God's Gift, expended a fortune to pin a post titled, an apology letter from the guild leader of God's Gift to Mr. Li Yi. Following that, the Sword Soul Guild released a statement regarding the dissolution of cooperation between Sword Soul Guild and Hanlon Guild. Another guild, Sky, declared, in the future, if anyone dares to monopolize dungeon runs, I will be the first to oppose it. They undertook these actions to make Li Yi aware of their existence. Unfortunately, Li Yi was far too occupied to pay attention to such matters. He was fervently striving to enhance his strength, currently entering the final layer of the Endless Abyss, where he could access it without sacrificing special materials. Layer 19, Chapter 110, Pet Eggs and the Sea of Magma. Endless Abyss, Layer 18. The Crimson Earth radiated an unbearable heat, emanating a scorching temperature that was almost intolerable. Players with insufficient attributes entering this map would find themselves ensnared in a state of relentless damage over time, necessitating the constant consumption of healing potions. However, Li Yi's base attributes were extraordinarily impressive. To him, this high temperature was utterly inconsequential. After vanquishing the crocodile beast, the Crimson Flame Dragon, Li Yi nearly cleared the entire map. The entrance to the next layer proved somewhat elusive, and it took considerable effort before he finally located the teleportation altar leading to the subsequent realm. This altar was situated deep within a volcanic cavern, which astonishingly housed a boss. Crimson Flame Golden-Backed Crocodile, level 120, legendary boss. Another legendary boss, a colossal yet emaciated crocodile. The Crimson Flame Golden-Backed Crocodile appeared lethargic and in a state of extreme debilitation. Even upon noticing Li Yi intruding into its lair and violating its territory, it remained indifferent, lying motionless on the ground. This boss was the ultimate adversary of this lair, presumably the father of the Crimson Dragon. How pitiable it was, reduced to such a state by its own progeny. With effortless efficiency, Li Yi dispatched it in no time at all. It scarcely put up a fight and contributed a piece of legendary warrior armor to Li Yi's collection. Regrettably, no special attributes were granted, merely a boost of 2,000 points to strength. Li Yi meticulously explored this cavern and stumbled upon an unexpected bounty, a pile of oval beast eggs, each the size of a basketball, glimmering with red flame patterns. A total of 168 pet eggs. Pet egg, Crimson Armored Crocodile. Quality, epic. In the realm of eternity, every player can form a contract with a pet. All that is required is a contract scroll to establish the agreement. However, the use of the contract scroll is subject to a level restriction, requiring a minimum level of 30. It was no wonder that the Crimson Flame Golden-Backed Crocodile was so gaunt. Even gold cannot withstand such a burden. It is worth noting that Li Yi had previously slain hundreds of Crimson Armored Crocodiles outside. Speaking of dragons, they are indeed peculiar creatures. The breeding rate of pureblood dragons is astonishingly low. Yet, when they engage in amorous encounters with various unusual species, their reproductive capabilities seemingly experience a significant enhancement. Although the recently encountered crocodile beast, the Crimson Flame Dragon, was merely a subdragon, it appeared to have perfectly inherited this genetic trait. Cautiously, Li Yi collected each pet egg into his backpack. While these may not hold much value for him personally, their worth in the market is undeniable. High-quality pet eggs and juvenile pets are resources that will remain in high demand in the future. An epic-quality pet, if nurtured to its fullest potential, could rival the strength of an epic-quality boss of the same level. For ordinary players, epic-quality bosses are already an unattainable target. Of course, the growth of pets requires a vast array of resources, including various beast food pills, blood essence, and spirit bones, all of which are rare materials needed for swift development. Alas, Li Yi had no intention of forming a faction. Otherwise, with just over 100 pet eggs, he could assemble an invincible cavalry. Li Yi could not help but reflect. A charge from over 100 epic quality bosses could easily crush the vast majority of factions. Perhaps in the future, he could capture some dragons and allow them to interbreed with various beasts. With such thoughts, Li Yi approached the teleportation altar. Do you wish to consume? After spending several thousand silver coins, Li Yi successfully entered the 19th layer of the Endless Abyss. He felt a dizzying sensation as he was transported. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. What happened to the land? The 19th layer of the Endless Abyss had transformed into a vast sea of red molten lava. Upon arrival, Li Yi fell directly into this bottomless magma, unexpectedly gulping down several mouthfuls of lava, leaving his stomach feeling scorched. The relentless heat seemed poised to dissolve Li Yi entirely, causing his life points to plummet by a terrifying 19 points. What a fearsome magma. If I were to be submerged here for a month, even with my current health, I would be at my limit. The power of nature is indeed formidable. Li Yi could not help but silently marvel at the devastating potential of nature. Wind spirit wings. Activate. Gurgle, gurgle, damn. The moment I opened my mouth in the magma, I had to swallow a few mouthfuls, making it impossible to chant spells. Fortunately, Li Yi was adept at swimming. He raised his head above the surface, murmuring a few characters. A pair of azure wings unfurled, and with a powerful flap, he soared out of the molten sea, rising into the air to survey the environment of this 19th layer. The boundless sea of red lava emitted billowing steam, with bubbles several meters in radius rising from the depths. Staring at this extraordinary sight, Li Yi was utterly astonished. How could the Endless Abyss be like this? Every layer of the so-called Endless Abyss is supposed to possess land. It is impossible for there to be such a sea of molten lava. Wait. A sudden alertness washed over Li Yi's face. Magical fluctuations. He sensed the presence of magical energy. This endless sea of molten lava is actually a product of spell evolution? Forbidden spell? Two words flashed in Li Yi's mind. A spell capable of melting an entire continent. What other spell could wield such power besides a forbidden spell? Moreover, this was not an ordinary forbidden spell. Without the realm of the immortal legend, it would be impossible to unleash such a formidable forbidden spell. As he was engulfed in shock, Li Yi began to analyze the situation. No wonder his magical defenses were breached. It was not that the forbidden spell lacked power. Rather, this endless molten sea was merely the aftermath of a forbidden spell. The sheer magnitude of destruction capable of melting an entire land was beyond Li Yi's comprehension. Just as he pondered, numerous monsters suddenly emerged from the molten sea. Monsters had refreshed. Yet, in an instant, a shocking sight unfolded before Li Yi. The lion-like creatures dissolved instantly in the lava, leaving not a trace behind. Damn, my monsters. Li Yi watched helplessly as countless creatures perished before him. This was more painful than being killed himself. Utterly bewildered, what on earth is happening? As Li Yi grappled with confusion, he flipped his palm to reveal a small black-red banner. The banner spun in his hand before releasing a crimson soul shadow. This crimson soul shadow, though nearly 30 feet tall, was evidently much smaller than it had been in life. It was none other than the crocodile flame dragon he had just slain. How could Li Yi forget to bind such a high-quality monster's soul to the imperial banner? Kamara, having dwelled in the abyss for hundreds of years. Do you know what is happening? Chapter 111. The flame giant dragon, Durera. Kamara, having resided in this abyss for hundreds of years. Do you know what is happening? Kamara was indeed the name of that subdragon. Master, since my birth, I have remained in the 18th layer of the abyss, enjoying a blissful existence with my father, and have never left the confines of the 18th layer. Thus, I am unaware of the current situation. The crimson dragon's soul circled in the air before respectfully answering Li Yi. Any soul bound within the imperial banner would be unable to resist Li Yi's commands and would obey unconditionally. Therefore, if Li Yi wished to glean information, he could simply kill the target, bind it within the imperial banner, and obtain clarity. The effect was second only to soul-searching techniques. However, if the target was also oblivious to the situation, there was no remedy. After hearing the words of the crimson dragon, Li Yi frowned. Yet, the subsequent statement from Kamara plunged him into deep contemplation. Though I remain uncertain about the events transpiring here, my soul's intuition reveals a presence that evokes a profound sense of familiarity within me. The eyes of the crimson dragon's spirit reflect a similar perplexity, questioning why this place feels both known and alien. Suddenly, Li Yi recalls the description of the crimson dragon, the flame giant dragon Dovira. The only entity capable of instilling such warmth in the crimson dragon, aside from her father, the golden-backed crocodile, would undoubtedly be this flame giant dragon. A realization dawns upon Li Yi. Kamara, after all, does not belong to this abyss of endless depths. It is a consequence of external factors. Furthermore, the 19th layer of this abyss has undergone peculiar and extraordinary transformations, also induced by human intervention. To think a flame giant dragon lurks within this abyss. Li Yi suddenly feels an overwhelming sense of trepidation. Any creature bearing the title of dragon is assuredly a pure-blood dragon, immensely powerful, capable of reaching ancient-level strength, level 150, upon maturity. This is an existence Li Yi is reluctant to confront directly. Currently, his only recourse is to expend his true spirit blood to transform into the true spirit body of a giant ape, allowing him a slim chance of standing against this foe. Yet, this approach seems fraught with peril. If his true spirit blood were to be depleted without vanquishing the adversary, it would result in a significant loss. Moreover, the presence of forbidden spell traces indicates mastery over such incantations, a hallmark of the most formidable beings within the ancient realm. Given the effects of this forbidden spell, it is highly probable that this creature ranks among the immortal legendary tier. At this moment, Li Yi's resolve begins to waver, and he is disinclined to linger any longer. Suddenly, a thought strikes him, and his expression shifts dramatically. Wait, what did you just say? You sensed a familiar presence? If even you can perceive the existence of this entity, then surely it can effortlessly sense your presence as well. No sooner had he spoken than the boundless sea of lava began to boil with unprecedented ferocity, waves of crimson surging forth. An inexplicable oppression enveloped the atmosphere, rendering the air thick and nearly suffocating. It felt as though an immensely terrifying prehistoric behemoth was about to burst forth from the molten depths. Even Li Yi experienced an unaccountable sense of trepidation. The lava continued to churn violently, piling higher and higher until it culminated in a colossal lava tsunami. As the approaching wave loomed, Li Yi concentrated, and with a few flaps of his wind spirit wings, soared hundreds of meters into the air. Since he was present, he resolved to witness the unfolding spectacle. Observing such a grand entrance, Li Yi's mood fluctuated between uncertainty and calm, but he quickly regained his composure. After all, he could afford to lose a few levels or items. The lava tsunami arrived swiftly and receded just as quickly. Moments ago, it had roared with tumult. Yet in an instant, the nearly 1,000-meter-high wave vanished, giving way to an astonishing tranquility. However, Li Yi's expression grew increasingly grave, for a dragon was fixated upon him with its enormous, icy eyes, akin to grinding discs. This giant dragon was not particularly massive, measuring around 40 zhang in length. Its body a resplendent crimson adorned with a dense array of dragon scales that shimmered with a mysterious glow, revealing flickering inscriptions. In terms of sheer size, this dragon did not appear overly robust. It even seemed somewhat slender. Its head, though fierce, possessed an undeniable allure. Under its unyielding gaze, an inexplicable chill coursed through Li Yi's spine, reminiscent of the terror a common person feels when confronted by a lion or tiger in the wild. Li Yi silently assessed the creature's attributes. Flame Giant Dragon Dovira, Ancient Level Boss, Non-Respawning. Level, 170. Health, Physical Attack, Magic Attack, Physical Defense, Magic Defense. Skills. Description, a member of the flame lineage within the dragon clan, possessing the pure bloodline of the ancient spirit, True Dragon. One of the consorts of the sky dragon Amisa, one of the 5 holy dragons of the eternal continent. After being discovered in an affair by Amisa's main consort, she was grievously injured. With Amisa's aid, she transformed the 19th layer of the abyss into a sea of lava to facilitate her healing. Presently, her injuries have healed by half, but her strength is merely 1/3 of her peak condition. As Li Yi had surmised, a level 170 ancient quality boss indeed. Yet the information contained within this description left him astounded. It would not be an exaggeration to describe this as a chaotic situation. Additionally, a new character emerged in this narrative, the sky dragon Amisa. This name was not unfamiliar to Li Yi. It resonated in his mind. Among the dragon clan, Amisa is one of the 5 most formidable dragons, referred to as the Saints of Dragons. Amisa had been wronged by his wife. Yet this flame giant dragon Dovira seemed to have wronged the sky dragon Amisa in return, her betrayal directed towards an abominable crocodile. What could Dovira be thinking? It seemed she was truly famished. In that instant, the weight of the dragon saints diminished in Li Yi's mind, plummeting to an all-time low. Human, you have slain my progeny, extracting their very souls, a most ruthless act. You dare challenge the majesty of dragons. The voice of the flame giant dragon Dovira resonated in a tone reminiscent of a strikingly beautiful human woman, laced with a languid undertone despite her fierce words. She merely cast a sidelong glance at the crimson dragon's spirit before diverting her attention elsewhere. To her, a non-pureblood progeny held no significance. Otherwise, she would not have carelessly abandoned her egg on the 18th layer of the abyss. You've killed it, so what do you intend to do? Li Yi chuckled lightly, responding with indifference. The flame dragon's eyes flickered with surprise before she spoke again. Chapter 112. Confronting the ancient level flame giant dragon. The flame dragon's eyes reflected a glimmer of astonishment before she continued. Human, your presence in this realm attests to your remarkable abilities. However, should you presume that such prowess grants you the audacity to act presumptuously before the great flame giant dragon Dovira, you are sorely mistaken. As she spoke, the dragon's gaze shifted toward the emperor's banner, her innate intuition recognizing the unique aura of treasures, particularly those that shimmer. The Emperor's banner, currently radiating alternating hues of black and red, exuded a mysterious essence that captivated the dragon's attention. Now, submit to me and respectfully present that small banner. Perhaps I shall spare your life. Upon concluding her statement, the flame giant dragon emanated an overwhelming power, a palpable dragon might descending upon Li Yi. You are affected by dragon might. Your base attributes are reduced by 50. You are affected by dragon might. All skill damage is reduced by 30. You are affected by dragon might. A sense of fear has arisen within you. In an instant, Li Yi found himself enveloped by 4 or 5 debilitating effects, accompanied by an indescribable dread towards the flame giant dragon. This was the true essence of dragon might. Yet, Li Yi, far from being alarmed, felt a surge of exhilaration. Nodding in satisfaction, he then lightly tapped his forehead with one hand, and a glimmer of golden inscriptions flickered briefly. In that moment, all negative debuffs stemming from the dragon might vanished entirely. The aura of the true spirit. You possess relics of the true spirit. The voice of the flame giant dragon, echoing with the charm of an alluring human woman, took on a tone of uncertainty as her dragon eyes scrutinized Li Yi. The essence of the true spirit was something she, as a dragon with true dragon blood, could naturally perceive. However, she assumed Li Yi merely carried remnants of the true spirit left behind in the mortal realm, never considering the possibility of a connection to the true spirit bloodline. The essence of the true spirit is akin to that of divine beings. Even a single strand of its hair is a treasure of immeasurable worth. The fiery dragon's eyes brimmed with avarice. Human, surrender the relic of the true spirit. That artifact is beyond your worthiness to possess. Upon hearing the dragon's incessant prattling, Li Yi rolled his eyes and began to chant softly. Elemental sword, crimson flame. Activate. In an instant, a crimson light, vivid as blood, pulsated from the palm of Li Yi's left hand. Subsequently, his right hand clenched, summoning a massive claw composed of crackling purple lightning, suspended ominously in the air, exuding an overwhelming aura. Arcane purple sparks danced around, accompanied by resounding crackles. This was the skill he acquired by vanquishing a legendary boss, Claw of Azure Thunder. After investing skill points to elevate it to a domain-level skill, it could unleash the Azure Thunder domain's critical damage effect. Within this domain, all lightning-based skills would inflict double damage, along with a paralyzing effect. How bold! You dare to confront me. The fiery dragon's gaze momentarily faltered, only to ignite with fury. It had not anticipated that this human would effortlessly unleash 2 domain-level spells with such grandeur, rivaling even the might of a grand archmage. Doubts crept into its mind. Could this human be a hidden powerhouse? Yet, despite its uncertainty, the dignity of the dragon could not be trampled upon. The colossal claws of the fiery dragon shimmered with a vibrant red glow as they lunged towards the purple claw in the sky. Li Yi sensed an indescribable, obscure aura swirling around him. Before the Azure Thunder claw could activate, it shattered instantaneously. Concurrently, the crimson flame sword in his hand disintegrated into a myriad of starlit particles, dissipating into the ether. Damn! Another instance of this rule-based power, Li Yi lamented with a bitter smile. This was the might of the world's runes, rendering one powerless regardless of attribute. No matter how high your stats, you could not even touch your opponent. Haha. I thought you were a formidable human warrior to be so arrogant. Yet you have yet to comprehend the power of the runes, daring to act recklessly before a dragon, truly seeking death. The fiery dragon was taken aback, momentarily stunned. It had not expected such a grand spell to be so easily dispelled. Its gaze shifted to Li Yi, now filled with derision. The fiery dragon ceased its idle chatter, extending its massive claw towards the human. It was intrigued not only by the glimmering banner but also by the relic of the true spirit, and, perhaps, by the allure of masculinity. Though Li Yi wore a mask, his athletic figure and smooth facial contours suggested he was not unappealing, even to a dragon. The fiery dragon possessed the ability to alter her size at will. She could easily reduce her form to that of a human. This male human might not be unworthy of consideration. After all, it had been nearly a century since she had savored such pleasures. Faced with the terrifying claw of the dragon, Li Yi remained composed, not flinching nor avoiding the impending strike. Instead, he clenched his fist with determination, charging forward to meet the assault. In terms of sheer size, his action was akin to an ant attempting to uproot a tree. Yet, this ant appeared ready to topple the giant oak. The collision of flesh against claw produced a resounding boom. The immense shockwave rippled through the void, causing the molten sea beneath to erupt with explosive force, spewing forth torrents of scalding magma. Li Yi remained steadfast, his expression unperturbed. In stark contrast, the fiery dragon, caught off guard, was thrust back several dozen feet by the overwhelming power. However, her scales shimmered, and that same obscure aura pulsated, allowing her to absorb the entirety of the blow's impact. Though it did not inflict tangible harm, it left her eyes wide with astonishment. What immense power! How can a human possess such strength? What manner of being are you? The fiery dragon's mind was a tempest of shock and awe. Such strength would undoubtedly be exhilarating. An audacious thought suddenly crossed her mind. Do all dragons chatter as you do? Li Yi wore an impassive expression, noting the dragon's incessant chatter since her entrance. With a single hand, he formed a seal, his black pupils erupting with radiant golden light. How audacious, human! The fiery dragon began to speak. But her expression abruptly shifted to one of gravity. She sensed an aura that posed a genuine threat. Li Yi's eyes shone like the sun, countless brilliant rays emanating forth. Suddenly, a magnificent golden sun appeared behind him, casting an overwhelming energy wave around them. What sorcery is this? The law of destruction. You can wield the law of destruction. The fiery dragon's gaze became intensely focused, fixated on the diminutive human. Since you covet my banner and the relic of the true spirit, it is only fair that I take your life in exchange. I am in need of some dragon's blood. Li Yi grinned, yet his voice was chillingly cold. Chapter 113. The terrifying radiance of the sun, another immortal legendary power? Li Yi's intent was straightforward. Since neither brute strength nor spells could harm the dragon, and unwilling to expend his true spirit blood, he would resort to the already notorious radiance of the sun. In the eternal continent, any equipment or skill bearing the word divine in its name signified extraordinary prowess. The resplendent sun expanded behind him, his black hair billowing wildly, and dazzling golden light streamed from his eyes, reflecting a wild and untamed expression. Let us see whether your rune power is superior or my radiance of the sun prevails. The aura of the law of destruction intensified. Confronted with a spell of such monumental might, the fiery dragon could no longer afford to underestimate her adversary. The prideful creature, once dismissive of the human, now regarded him with newfound respect. With incantations flowing from her maw, she summoned her own potent magic. The crimson scales of the fiery dragon shimmered with runic patterns, and the air around them filled with an endless cascade of fiery blossoms. Each blossom was birthed from a tiny flame rune, an infinite array of fiery flowers bursting forth. Ultimately, these blossoms coalesced into a cascading waterfall of crimson flames, reminiscent of a torrent descending from the heavens. Dragon's voice, heavenly flame waterfall. This dragon language spell, infused with the ferocious power of fire runes, unleashed a force that could rival a small forbidden spell within the molten sea's elemental-rich environment. The origin of this heavenly flame waterfall seemed to be in the galaxy above, elusive to locate. All that could be perceived was the fiery cascade, hundreds of feet wide, rushing towards the minuscule human with cataclysmic intent. Clearly, the fiery dragon held no intentions of mercy, for when faced with a deadly unknown spell, the best course of action was to obliterate it. The torrent of flames surged forth, imbued with the essence of fire runes, exuding an awe-inspiring might capable of annihilating a level 60 player with ease. Yet, Li Yi remained calm, his expression unflinching as the golden light in his eyes intensified. The radiant sun behind him blazed with unparalleled brilliance, its luminescence spreading, casting a white haze over a 10-mile radius. Radiance of the sun, go! With a single, deft motion, he pointed into the void, causing the golden sun to vanish enigmatically, and his eyes lost their luster, replaced by an overwhelming sense of searing pain. Two beams of golden light, seemingly substantial, erupted from Li Yi's eyes without warning, moving with such swiftness that they were scarcely discernible. These two beams, though diminutive compared to the overwhelming and tumultuous cascade of the heavenly flames, bore a force that, upon contact with the cataclysmic waterfall, began to exhibit signs of obliteration. The golden light pierced through the flaming deluge with relentless vigor, leaving nothing but void in its wake. How could this be? What sorcery is this? At that moment, the fire dragon's eyes betrayed a flicker of trepidation. Her strength, already diminished due to injury, was now further compromised by the very spell she had unleashed out of necessity. Fortunately, the destructive essence contained within the golden light was not infinite. After penetrating the vast waterfall of heavenly flames, the two beams dissipated into nothingness. The once mighty cascade crumbled entirely, its magical structure collapsing. Seeing this, the fire dragon, Duawara, felt a slight easing of her previously taut nerves and hastily addressed Li Yi. Esteemed human warrior, I acknowledge your right to converse with me as an equal and wish to apologize for my earlier disrespect. Our conflict can only lead to mutual harm. Please articulate your intentions, for perhaps our situation need not culminate in death. At this juncture, Li Yi was elated to witness the radiant sunbeam contend evenly with the draconic spell infused with runic power. This realization filled him with exuberance, as it implied that he possessed the means to confront ancient beings without depleting his true spirit blood. Truly, an SSS-grade talent was remarkable indeed. In terms of potential, he might even surpass the true spirit 12 transformations. However, the radiant sunbeam he had just unleashed consumed nearly 1/3 of his metallic essence, equivalent to a single explosive manifestation of power that he could normally activate 6 times. Yet, his eyes now throbbed with agony, blood trickling from their corners. Your proposition is commendable, yet I cannot acquiesce. In response to the fire dragon's plea for peace, Li Yi's heart was hardened like iron, his countenance twisted in madness. If an ordinary individual were to cast a spell that risked their eyesight, they would surely receive a warning from the system regarding the duration of their blindness. However, Li Yi's foundational attributes were exceptionally high, with his physical constitution ranking as the second strongest, boasting hundreds of thousands of points. This meant his recovery was astonishing. Even if his eyeballs were to burst, they would regenerate within half a day. Thus, Li Yi disregarded the consequences and summoned all remaining metallic essence within him, driven by a frenzied determination to unleash an even more formidable radiant sunbeam. The aura emanating from the young man intensified, and behind him appeared a resplendent golden sun. No, this time, in addition to the dazzling golden sun, a more indistinct golden sun shadow materialized. Dual suns coalesced. A cruel and fierce expression crossed Li Yi's face. Although this strike could very well cause his eyes to rupture, he understood that without ruthlessness, one could not stand firm. For the sake of the true dragon's blood, to swiftly enhance his strength, to conquer the domain of eternal frost, to prepare for the impending invasion of the otherworldly demons, he must be relentless, to himself and to his foes. Meanwhile, the fire dragon Dowara sensed that she had been ensnared by this enigmatic spell, her face contorting with anger, yet overshadowed by fear. This time, Li Yi's spell was potent enough to slay an adult dragon. No, human, let us speak rationally. Why seek death when we can converse? Present any demands you may have, and I shall strive to fulfill them. The fire dragon's voice trembled with fear, her once proud demeanor crumbling under the shadow of impending death, as she whispered incantations for her survival. Yet, if pleas for mercy were effective, would there be so many wrongfully slain souls in the world? Just as Li Yi was about to unleash the radiant sunbeam to strike down the dragon, a voice, cool yet gentle, echoed in his ear. Young one, why resort to such extremes? Suddenly, a surge of white light manifested from the void, emanating a pure and holy radiance. As the white light emerged, it swiftly enveloped the two golden suns behind the young man. Li Yi was caught off guard. His expression shifted dramatically, laden with gravity, as he uttered, "The realm of immortal legends." Fortunately, though the white light was overwhelming, it was also remarkably gentle. It enveloped the golden suns, causing the metallic essence that Li Yi had summoned to flow back into his body, as if nothing had transpired. At that moment, a colossal portal appeared in the sky, and a massive, fearsome dragon head emerged from it. Judging by the proportion of the dragon's head, its body must have been nearly 300 to 500 feet long, translating to over 1,000 meters. Upon its head stood a maiden clad in exquisite blue armor, adorned with ancient inscriptions that shimmered. The girl's blue armor was both intricate and mysterious, her white cloak fluttering in the wind, and a blue runic longsword hung at her waist. Her features were strikingly beautiful, possessing an allure that was neither seductive nor frivolous, invoking a sense of reverence. As Li Yi beheld the maiden and the terrifying dragon, an involuntary chill coursed through him. Yet, he was even more astonished by the power she wielded. Despite having successfully condensed the radiant sunbeam, her seemingly effortless manipulation caused his metallic essence to flow back into his body. No, it was not merely a return of the metallic essence. It was a brief reversal of time. This is the law of time. Li Yi carefully reflected on that ethereal white light, suddenly recalling something, and exclaimed in astonishment. The maiden's delicate features revealed a hint of surprise, her voice melodious and clear. Indeed, I just utilized a fragment of the power of time, but your ability to recognize it is quite astonishing. After all, I have only recently grasped this power of time, and never before have I manifested it before others. Li Yi found it curious that he could recognize the law of time. Upon further contemplation, he instinctively voiced his thoughts. This force resonated with a peculiar familiarity. However, the most pressing concern remained the enigmatic figure before him. He harbored vague suspicions about her identity, yet remained uncertain. With a resolute glance, Li Yi declared, "Your prowess is remarkable, and I am in awe. However, this dragon has violated the edicts of the Holy Alliance, recklessly altering the terrain of the endless abyss, and shows no remorse, plotting to murder me. As the Grand Archbishop of the Taihua Holy Temple, it is only fitting that I eradicate this evil. Why do you obstruct me?" He wasted no time in casting aspersions. Now serving as the Grand Archbishop of the Taihua Holy Temple, Li Yi was keen to wield his authority. The maiden's expression shifted to one of realization. Although she suspected he was affiliated with the Taihua Holy Temple, she had not anticipated his high rank within it. This matter is rather complex. I had previously informed the Elder Council of the Holy Alliance regarding my intent to borrow the 18th layer of the Endless Abyss for 500 years. However, I wish to avoid disturbance, which is why I did not allow the elders to disseminate a public proclamation. This was indeed my oversight. Her voice was calm and measured, a melody that resonated like pearls cascading on a jade plate. Li Yi found himself somewhat at a loss for words in response to her apology. He had essentially concluded that this woman was an unparalleled powerhouse of the immortal legendary realm. It was truly astonishing that such a formidable being would deign to apologize to a weakling. Furthermore, since her appearance, she seemed to be conveying goodwill. This left Li Yi in a predicament. as he sensed that her temporal divine abilities could impose the requisite costs upon him without yielding any effect. Yet, she chose not to exercise that power. Just as Li Yi pondered how to proceed next, the young lady spoke again. Young man, how should I address you? Additionally, what is your relationship with Emily? Li Yi paused for a moment, hesitating slightly before replying. Emily is my mentor. You may call me E. Upon hearing the first part, the girl's exquisite visage illuminated with understanding, but the latter part elicited a peculiar expression. Your name is also E. How coincidental. I have a friend with the same name. This was the second time Li Yi had encountered such a remark. The first time was in the novice village, when he met the village chief, who reacted similarly upon hearing the name E. This led him to consider that the person sharing his name might indeed be someone of great significance, especially if even this immortal legendary powerhouse regarded them as a friend. A reminiscent look crossed the girl's face. Speaking of which, I could be considered a half-teacher to that little rascal Emily. I once lent her a helping hand when she transformed into her current form. Li Yi's expression grew increasingly astonished as he recalled that Emily had mentioned being brought back from the endless abyss by the venerable master of the Taiwa Temple. As the leader of the Taiwa Temple, he was naturally a member of the Elder Council. This explained the connection. In essence, this young woman was of a higher generation than Emily. If one were to calculate, he would have to address her as grandmother. May I inquire as to your esteemed name? The girl before him possessed a serene beauty, her every gesture imbued with an irresistible charm. I am Binglan. After a moment of contemplation, the girl finally revealed her name to Li Yi. His expression shifted to one of realization. The dragon rider Binglan. He had already harbored suspicions upon witnessing her commanding a dragon through the void. Binglan was a deeply concealed NPC within the realm of eternity, and she was also hailed as the most extraordinary and astonishing genius of humanity in nearly a millennium. The last princess of the fallen ancient nation, the Dragonwary Empire. She embodied its final glory. Li Yi's awareness of her existence stemmed from a player in his previous life who had successfully transitioned into the hidden class of Dragon Rider. Armed with an SS-grade talent, that player had become nearly invincible among the players. This player SID was the Reckless Scholar, with one person and one dragon. They swept through armies and roamed the world, unmatched in prowess. Subsequently, players had desperately sought to uncover the circumstances behind the Reckless Scholar, and through diligent investigation, they unearthed information regarding the Dragonwary Empire and Binglan. Currently, the Reckless Scholar also ranked within the top 100 in the World Power Leaderboard, though it was uncertain whether he had successfully transitioned classes by now. Thus, Li Yi had come to recognize her presence. It was indeed before Princess Binglan herself, logically speaking. She was a senior and had a close relationship with his mentor, so he should not have been so presumptuous. However, as you can see, this demon dragon has not only severely wounded my vitality, but has also cost me numerous treasures. In consideration of your highness, I can refrain from slaying her, but I must be granted a satisfactory compensation. The circumstances were dire, and at this moment, he was no match for Binglan. Of course, it was impossible for him to forcibly kill a dragon in front of others. Moreover, if he was not mistaken, the dragon beneath Binglan was the sky dragon Amissa, one of the 5 sacred dragons. Amissa was not only proficient in elemental dragon magic, but was also adept in spatial spells. Furthermore, this fiery dragon was her consort. At that moment, its cold, merciless dragon eyes were fixated on Li Yi, and were it not for Binglan's restraint, it would have surely made him understand why flowers bloom so red. As Li Yi spoke, the girl murmured something incomprehensible, her gaze towards him growing somewhat peculiar. Chapter 115. Trouble has arisen. Requesting assistance. All right, tell me, what do you wish to obtain from me? If your demands are reasonable, I don't mind granting you some benefits. The girl even rolled her eyes in exasperation, inwardly lamenting how Emily could have taken such a shameless disciple. She had discerned that this young man harbored a strong desire to slay Dovira, seemingly with the intent of slaying the dragon for its treasures. Yet, he now portrayed himself as the victim. However, the girl had her own schemes. To her, Li Yi was a fortuitous gift. My demands are not excessive. A compensation of 30 to 50 pounds of true spirit blood will suffice. Li Yi narrowed his eyes at her audacity. Human, do not go too far. At that moment, the long silent sky dragon Amissa finally roared in anger. Were it not for Binglan's restraint, it would have long sought vengeance on Li Yi for the humiliation inflicted upon its beloved consort. Hearing Li Yi's demands, Binglan was at a loss for words regarding his insatiable appetite. Young man, do you realize how rare true spirit blood is? A single drop is already a treasure among treasures. How can you expect me to offer it by the pound? True spirit blood refers to the pure, refined blood of true spirits. The entirety of the blood from the previous Tsang Yuan's gray mist had yielded scarcely more than a drop of true spirit blood. Moreover, the gray mist had been on the verge of ascending to the immortal legendary realm. Li Yi was acutely aware that his demands were excessive, but he merely sought to test the young lady before him. He wanted to ascertain whether she intended to scheme against him. After all, why would a being of her caliber treat him with such courtesy? Thus, he remained silent, observing her intently. I do possess some true spirit blood, and it is even the legendary blood of a true dragon. However, Such a rare item cannot be given away freely. Do you understand? After a moment of contemplation, the girl indeed acknowledged her possession of true spirit blood. If you have any conditions, please speak without hesitation. Li Yi smiled lightly, not concealing his yearning for the true dragon blood. Within 5 days, or as quickly as 2 or 3, I require your assistance with a matter. For others, this would be a perilous endeavor, but for you, while it poses some challenges, it is not life-threatening. The girl regarded the masked youth before her with a sense of admiration. In her centuries of experience, she had never encountered such an astonishing young man. Judging by his bone age, he appeared to be barely 18 years old, yet he could confront an adult dragon head-on. Although this dragon was injured and not at its prime, even an ordinary ancient level, 150, being would still be no match for this fiery dragon. Oh, for what you request. I shall certainly do my utmost, but I would like to know how much true dragon blood you can provide me in return. Li Yi licked his dry lips, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected turn of events. The girl flipped her hand, and a delicate, pale hand emerged holding a jade vial. With a graceful gesture, she lightly pointed at the vial, which transformed into a streak of light and landed in the young man's hand. Li Yi hastily uncorked the vial for a closer inspection, and a resonant dragon's roar echoed in his ears. Inside, there was the ethereal silhouette of a slender divine dragon, a true dragon, rather than a giant dragon. Upon further sensing, he discovered that this true dragon blood was supremely pure, both in quantity and quality, surpassing the blood he had obtained from the gray mist. At that moment, he also heard the girl's gentle voice. This is the legacy of an elder from the dragon clan after their passing. Does it meet your expectations? Li Yi was momentarily taken aback by the girl's words, his gaze lifting to meet her enigmatic smile. A sudden pang of realization struck him. It appeared that Milan had discerned his true purpose for seeking the blood of the true dragon. The elder of the dragon clan certainly possessed far greater significance than this ordinary flame dragon before him. Since you are a disciple of Emily, consider this additional portion as a token of our first meeting. The girl Milan seemed to share a profound bond with Emily, which explained her unexpected kindness towards Li Yi. He pondered this quietly. Now, this is not a place for you to linger excessively. Take this item. I shall contact you when your assistance is required. After presenting him with the talisman, Milan, without giving him a moment to inspect its details, caused a sudden tension to envelop him. With a mere gesture of her hand, a hazy white array appeared around Li Yi, a teleportation array. Li Yi's face expressed a mixture of astonishment and awe. The sheer skill involved in conjuring such an array from thin air was truly breathtaking. Before he could fully appreciate the moment, a sensation of weightlessness swiftly overcame him. In the blink of an eye, the young man's figure vanished above the boundless sea of molten lava. Amisa, can your dragon spirit eyes reveal anything remarkable? Milan's gaze flickered as she observed the spot where Li Yi had disappeared. Though this young man exhibited a certain arrogance, his strength was undeniably formidable. Despite being merely a transcendent mage, his magical prowess rivaled that of a grand sorcerer, perhaps even surpassing it. More crucially, his physical strength was astonishing. Not even a dragon might best him in a contest. Furthermore, his peculiar abilities, particularly that radiant technique akin to the sun, astonishingly capable of obliterating the draconic incantations of Darrera, were simply unbelievable. The fearsome dragon head bore a look of inexplicable admiration. If I am not mistaken, that must be his innate ability. His talent likely rivals my own, the girl contemplated thoughtfully. When Li Yi opened his eyes once more, he found himself unexpectedly teleported from the abyss of infinity, still clutching the talisman. Milan's token, quest item. The prowess of this Princess Milan was indeed unfathomable, leaving Li Yi profoundly impressed. Not only could she wield temporal magic, but she also seemed to possess remarkable mastery over spatial attributes, enabling her to extract him from the abyss with such ease. He wondered how she compared to the frost monarch Lysandra. However, should she face the sky dragon, even Lysandra, at the pinnacle of her immortal legendary status, might find it challenging to gain any advantage. Li Yi mused over this. In retrospect, his actions could be deemed somewhat despicable. Yet, he resolved to consider it a personal favor owed to her, which he would repay in due time. His expedition into the abyss had indeed yielded substantial rewards. The vial of true dragon's blood, half given and half bargained for by Milan, far surpassed the value of the flame dragon he had slain. This venture into the abyss had granted him not only an abundance of gear and materials, but also allowed him to convert his otherwise lackluster skill points into valuable assets. The perfected sunlight divine radiance, and those rare spirit plant seeds. The Crimson Fiend tree had also reached level 46 through the consumption of countless monster corpses. Moreover, Li Yi had accrued a significant number of attribute points, propelling his overall combat power from over 8 million to an impressive 12.65 million. Upon glancing at the combat power leaderboard, he noted that the second-place figure, the Pope of the Eagle Kingdom, had surged ahead, achieving a combat power of over 700. Truly terrifying. At that moment, a series of beeping sounds reached his ears. Li Yi opened his private messages to find a message from an ID named Yamada Kokoro. Li Consultant, are you available? I've been sent from above to discuss an urgent matter. The nation is in trouble and seeks your assistance. Chapter 116, Lord of St. Heart City, Aura. Yamada Kokoro continued. Lee Consultant, are you available? I've been sent from above to discuss an urgent matter. The nation is in trouble and seeks your assistance. Upon reading this message, Lee paused for a moment in contemplation before responding. Speak. This Yamada Kokoro was a liaison dispatched by the country to communicate with him. Considering Li Yi's age, it seemed this liaison was a recent female graduate. The reply came promptly. Indeed, Lee Consultant. Our 3rd Warzone Corps has received an enormous city-state mission involving 10,000 participants, with a difficulty rating of SSS. However, after thorough analysis, we find ourselves lacking the strength to complete it. Yet, the rewards of this mission hold strategic significance for the Great Xia, hence we earnestly request your help. Rest assured regarding the rewards, the higher-ups have decided to offer 1,000 demon cores for your assistance. Such generosity from the state was remarkable. The prospect of 1,000 demon cores being offered without hesitation was extraordinary. A 10,000 participant mission with an SSS difficulty rating was exceedingly rare. Let's discuss further in person. Send me the coordinates. Li Yi replied. Very well. Before proceeding, he needed to finalize his current task. Respected High Priest Yi, here is the dragon blood you requested. He transferred the vial from one hand to the other. Quest exploration of the abyss completed. Congratulations on acquiring the dragon blood that satisfies the High Priest Taiwa Yi. Earning 5,000 contribution points. Taiwa Sanctuary. This task for the nation was one he felt compelled to undertake. Firstly, the nation had supported him in numerous ways, and now that they faced difficulties, he needed to respond in kind. Secondly, he was genuinely in dire need of demon cores. Despite having amassed a wealth of equipment, the state had discovered something amiss after purchasing some of it. All the gear was of exceptionally high quality, yet the levels were far too advanced. Even among military players, the average level hovered around 15 or 16. It would be ages before they could make use of Li Yi's equipment. Consequently, the state had reluctantly halted further acquisitions. As demon cores were critically needed not just by Li Yi, but also by the warriors battling the demons outside, he understood the state's predicament. Thus, those 1,000 demon cores were of paramount importance to him. Regardless of how much he acquired within the game, he ultimately needed the demon cores to manifest them into reality. Additionally, Li Yi had recently obtained a token for a hidden map, Sanctum of Radiance. This map promised to be extraordinary, and he contemplated exploring it. However, the fundamental entry requirement was to avoid becoming a notorious criminal, which posed a challenge for Li Yi, having recently slain tens of thousands of players. In Eternity, a notorious name indicates a high level of crime, and reducing this notoriety could be effectively achieved by completing tasks associated with city-state rulers. Since the nation had taken on this enormous city-state mission, it would serve to lower his notoriety, effectively killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The liaison, Yamada Kokoro, provided Li Yi with coordinates located in St. Heart City, one of the primary cities in the Great Xia region. With a thought, a dark, circular ring materialized in his hand. Sato, come forth. Although St. Heart City was a major city, its size was comparable to Taiwa City. It lacked a temple, with the entire city governed by the Lord's Mansion. Thus, the power of the Lord's Mansion in St. Heart City was vastly inferior to that of Taiwa City's. In this human stronghold, the actual ruling class was a knightly family renowned as the Knights of the Sacred Lion Heart. In the heart of St. Heart City, Lord Aura diligently attended to affairs of state within the Lord's Mansion. The city was currently beset by tumultuous events, with all manner of specters and fiends emerging from the shadows. Fortunately, a significant number of extraordinary individuals had recently appeared in the city. These beings were obedient and compliant, responding readily to commands, even to the point of facing death without fear, provided they were offered suitable rewards. Aura appeared to be in his 30s, robust in stature and handsome in countenance, adorned in resplendent golden armor. As an ancient level, above 150, Holy Lion Knight, he not only held the title of Lord of St. Heart City, but was also the patriarch of the Holy Lion family. As he furrowed his brow, pondering how to confront the lunatics wreaking havoc, a sudden flash of white light burst through the window. With a swift motion of his hand, Aura captured the light, which materialized into a golden stone resting in his palm. He pressed it to his forehead, and the stone began to flicker erratically. As he examined the contents of the message stone, his expression grew increasingly grave, muttering to himself, "A bone dragon. How could a bone dragon roam within my St. Heart City? And there are others atop its head. Could they be followers of the cult of death?" At present, the city was plagued by the budding organization, causing numerous bloody incidents. Now, to witness the cult of death making such a bold appearance was infuriating to Aura. Was it a mere oversight that they believed St. Heart City lacked ancient-level figures? Within the Manhwa mountain range, all creatures seemed restless and uneasy. Some beasts even prostrated themselves on the ground, resigned to whatever fate awaited them. The cause of this disturbance was a colossal bone dragon confronting a golden lion, radiant in holy light, in the skies above. Strictly speaking, it was a young boy standing against a middle-aged knight clad in armor. The boy was none other than Li Yi, while the armored man, well-featured and robust, wielded a knight's lance while mounted atop the holy lion. Since you claim to be the high priest of the Taiwa temple, do you have any proof? Aura's expression was one of perplexity, expecting a fierce battle. He was astonished to find that the newcomer was merely a young transcendent-level mage. However, it was astonishing that this boy was the master of an ancient-level bone dragon, which left Aura utterly astounded. As a knight, he understood all too well the immense difficulty of subduing a dragon, even a bone dragon. The sight of the bone dragon completely submitting to this boy was nothing short of shocking. Indeed, here is the Taiwa decree, unmatched by any other, Li Yi declared, revealing a dark emblem that trembled in his hand, flying straight toward the armored knight. It is truly an honor to meet the high priest of the Taiwa temple. I am Aura, the lord of St. Heart City. Please forgive my earlier rudeness. May I inquire about your purpose in our city? Is there any assistance you require? With the confirmation of Li Yi's identity as the high priest of the Taiwa temple, Aura's guard lowered slightly, though he could not suppress his astonishment. He sensed that the boy was merely a mage, yet the exquisite control exhibited in the handling of the emblem was beyond what could be expected from an ordinary mage. Could it be that the boy was a sword mage, concealing his true abilities? Aura pondered silently. What? You are also an extraordinary individual? Aura was genuinely taken aback. Indeed, I have come to St. Heart City at the request of my companions, having heard of the troubles caused by the budding organization. I am here to assist, Li Yi revealed candidly, hoping to unearth a hidden task. Upon hearing this, Aura's shock subsided, replaced by a burgeoning plan in his mind, regardless of the boy's strength. The bone dragon was undoubtedly a formidable force. Ah, I see. However, those minor henchmen do not warrant your involvement. As you mentioned, the budding organization has brought 6 crimson demon trees to our city. 3 towns have already been devastated, resulting in the tragic deaths of hundreds of thousands of innocent citizens. The power of those 6 crimson demon trees is formidable, and I was just contemplating seeking external aid when I fortuitously encountered you. Aura spoke, keenly observing the boy's reaction. Li Yi, invigorated by the prospect of a new task, declared, since there are demons at play, how could I turn a blind eye? Lord Aura, may I offer my assistance? Aura's face lit up with joy. He had not anticipated that Li Yi would indeed be willing to lend his aid. Of course, I am in dire need of manpower, especially someone of your exceptional caliber. If you are willing to assist, St. Heart City will bestow upon you a generous reward. Would you like to accept the commission from Lord Aura of St. Heart City and undertake the task Exorcism of the Holy Heart? Accept. Task name, Exorcism of the Holy Heart, faction task. Task content. The budding organization is indiscriminately slaughtering innocents within St. Heart City to nourish the crimson demon trees with civilian flesh. Task objective. Eliminate members of the budding organization and slay the crimson demon trees. Task reward. 50,000 contribution points. St. Heart City. Unknown, dependent on player S contribution and kills. Difficulty rating, SSR. Number of participants, 1. What a remarkable surprise. A task with an SSR difficulty rating had been bestowed upon him. Li Yi was indeed familiar with the budding organization, and this presented a perfect opportunity to reconnect. After a brief exchange with the Lord, Aura gifted Li Yi another emblem, granting him the privilege to fly above St. Heart City without being scrutinized. In truth, only an ancient-level figure like Aura would dare to confront a living bone dragon soaring through the skies. The mere aura of the dragon was enough to instill fear in ordinary souls. After bidding farewell to the Lord, Li Yi commanded the bone dragon to soar freely above St. Heart City, causing both NPCs and players alike to tremble in fear. The players erupted into fervent discussions. What on earth did I just witness? A bone dragon? How could such a creature be flying over the main city of St. Heart? Is a monster siege imminent? I heard nothing of it. A monster siege? Nonsense. The bone dragon is hovering above the main city. If it intended to attack, it would have done so already. Look, there's an NPC atop the dragon. An NPC? Could there be a hidden task or profession? Quick, pursue them. In St. Heart City, in the tranquil town of Manhwa, thousands of players were gathered, strangely orderly and silent, waiting expectantly. These players were elite members of the military's 3rd Battle District, including a special team from the 001 Novice Village. Both team leaders possessed SS-level talents. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously. All military players began to tremble uncontrollably, their attributes being severely suppressed. A dragon. Oh heavens, it's a bone dragon. How is it possible for a bone dragon to appear in this town? This defies logic. Everyone scatter. If we all die and drop levels, it would spell disaster. As military players, they were typically unfazed, but the sight of a fearsome bone dragon, nearly 100 feet in length, looming above, was enough to rattle even the most stoic among them. The ID over Mountain Blade belonged to a top commander of the 3rd Battle District, who was leading the charge for a massive collective task involving thousands today. Over Mountain Blade appeared to be a bowman, seemingly no older than 40. At this moment, he gazed in astonishment at the skeletal dragon soaring above, experiencing for the first time a profound sense of helplessness. Wait, his pupils suddenly constricted. The skeletal dragon was slowly descending, and atop its fearsome, grinning skull stood a figure. It was a young boy. This boy, his face concealed by a mask, donned a striking crimson armor, wielding a blood-red longsword, while a dark cloak billowed dramatically behind him. Most significantly, emblazoned upon his head was a singular character, a blood-red glyph. Li Guan. The one known as Guoshan Dao was left utterly speechless. No matter how he envisioned it, he could never have anticipated such a breathtaking entrance by Li Yi. The terrifying skeletal dragon landed quietly, bowing its head, allowing the boy to descend upon its bony wings like a staircase. The thousands of players present bore witness to this unforgettable spectacle. Who knew that playing a game could be this glamorous? Li Guan, Li Guan, Li Guan. It was unclear who initiated the chant, but soon, all the players erupted into fervent cries. In the military, strength reigned supreme, and Li Yi's overall combat prowess was several times greater than the combined total of the other 999 players on the combat leaderboard. This alone had already made him an idol among the military players. Now, with such a dazzling entrance, he had shaken the hearts of everyone present. Huang, an SS-ranked talent player, had successfully transitioned to the hidden class of Flame Rose, Warrior, and served as the leader of the 9th Special Operations Group. Currently ranked 456 on the Global Power Leaderboard. Clad in a red armored dress and wielding a warrior's longsword, she was strikingly beautiful, with a figure that was both curvaceous and alluring. Yet, at this moment, her previously confident expression was now one of sheer shock. Was this the secret behind Li Guan's extraordinary strength? He had acquired a skeletal dragon. Feeling the crowd's enthusiasm, Li Yi reciprocated with a wave. Comrades, you've worked hard. Your hands are even harder. Comrades, you're tanned. Your hands are even darker. Li Guan, this mission is of utmost importance. If we succeed, it will grant our military 20 opportunities for the hidden class of Alchemist. This is a significant boon for the development of our military. Therefore, I earnestly request that you give your all to this mission. Please. Guoshan Dao grasped Li Yi's hand tightly, refusing to let go. Rest assured, if it's merely about eliminating those hostile NPCs, it's a piece of cake. Li Yi promptly replied, attempting to retract his hand. The alchemist was a hidden profession among lifestyle careers, not unique but exceedingly valuable. The military placed considerable emphasis on logistics, be it forging, smelting, alchemy, or agriculture. The nation would cultivate relevant hidden professions. Very well, time is of the essence. We are already on high alert here. How about you, Li Guan? Let us depart now. Chapter 118, The Furious Lion Knights. Guoshan Dao shared the mission details with Li Yi. No wonder it was a task for a group of 10,000. Mission details. The Germination faction has occupied Luke Town, annihilating all the soldiers defending the city. Currently, apart from the members of Germination, Luke Village is left with only the mindless zombies controlled by the plants. Assist the Holy Heart City in reclaiming Luke Town. Mission objectives. Eliminate at least 50 level 50 members of Germination, capture the Venom Tooth stronghold, and hold it for 3 hours. This mission was indeed a large-scale battle. The entire group of 10,000 would only serve to capture one of the hundreds of strongholds in this battle. There was no choice. The player's strength was temporarily too low, and even the average level of these military elites was not yet 20. Germination possessed formidable infiltration capabilities, having meticulously planned for who knows how long, and upon erupting, they had seized several towns in one fell swoop. Holy Heart City was compelled to dispatch the city defense forces to reclaim the already lost town. The massive team of players set forth, marching in an orderly fashion toward Luke Town. All the soldiers of the 3rd battle zone stood tall and proud. Having witnessed Li Guan's might, they felt no apprehension whatsoever. After all, riding on the coattails of a powerful ally was all that mattered. Just the presence of that colossal and terrifying skeletal dragon should suffice to accomplish this mission effortlessly. Li Guan, my game ID is Huang. For this mission, you will temporarily lead my 9th Special Operations team. What are your instructions? The dashing female player, Huang, wielding a longsword, gave a salute to Li Yi, which seemed slightly out of place. Relax, I have no particular instructions, just follow my lead. Li Yi initially paused, then waved his hand with a light chuckle. He observed the Special Operations team, a total of 12 members, each equipped with exceptionally fine gear. Yet, why did they all seem so familiar? Sensing Li Yi's gaze, Huang felt a bit shy. Li Guan, all of our equipment was obtained from you. Our luck has not been particularly good. Li Yi suddenly realized. Guoshan Dao's expression was somewhat ingratiating. Li Guan, do you have any good items lately? I can allocate the military funds from the 3rd battle zone to purchase from you. The price will be absolutely fair. Li Yi pondered for a moment. Selling to anyone was still selling. Indeed, I have something, but you might not be able to afford it due to its extreme rarity. With that, he produced a beast egg the size of a basketball. This item had little meaning for Li Yi, as he needed more demonic cores. Guoshan Dao's eyes sparkled with hope. Yet upon examining the attributes of the beast egg, his face turned incredulous, his lips trembling. Dragon Beast, an epic quality pet egg. Huang's expression mirrored his, filled with shock and yearning. Is this a fire elemental dragon beast? I can feel its fire element is extraordinarily potent. Guoshan Dao, sensing Huang's gaze, hastily interjected to Li Guan. How do you wish to trade for this? I want this dragon beast egg. Wait, Guishan Dao. Our special operations team also wishes to participate in the trade. We have a military budget as well. Hua Huang quickly chimed in. As a member of the special operations department, Hua Huang was not part of the third battle zone. Li Yi raised an eyebrow in surprise. For the demonic core trade, if you all want it, then bid against each other. Starting bid, 800 demonic cores. Guishan Dao 1,000. Hua Huang, 1,100. Although Guishan Dao held a significantly higher position than Hua Huang, she showed no signs of yielding. Before long, the price was escalated to 1,800 demonic cores by Guishan Dao. Upon hearing this, Hua Huang's brow furrowed. This exceeded her budget by far. Nevertheless, faced with such a rare opportunity, she was determined to contest further, without any concern of reprimand from her superiors. For the dragon beast egg was worth it. Guishan Dao, I'll add 100 more, making it 1,900. If you can add even a single core, I will concede. Guishan Dao chuckled, feeling a bit embarrassed. I'll go for 2,000. Li Guan, I will have someone deliver the demonic cores to you. As Guishan Dao eagerly gazed at the fiery patterned pet egg in Li Yi's hand, Li Yi smiled satisfactorily and tossed the pet egg over. It's yours. Whoa, Li Guan. Be careful, Guishan Dao exclaimed, hastily catching it. The offer of 2,000 demonic cores had exceeded Li Yi's expectations. He initially thought he could sell it for 1,500 at most. Guishan Dao, I also have 166 more. Will you take them? Just as you said, 2,000 cores for one. Li Yi casually retrieved another egg from his backpack, causing Guishan Dao, who was elated moments ago, to freeze in disbelief. What? 167 more? Guishan Dao shrieked. Li Yi ignored his outburst and tossed another dragon beast egg to Hua Huang. This one will be priced at your bid of 1,900 cores. The Fire Phoenix was immediately elated and expressed profound gratitude to Consultant Li. It became evident that the Over Mountain Blade's third battlefield was indeed unable to consume all 167 dragon eggs. He managed to secure only 60 of them before reporting the situation, and soon after, the liaison Yamamoto communicated with Li Yi, indicating that all the nations desired those dragon eggs. This incident incited furious remarks from commanders of other battle zones, who condemned Over Mountain Blade for his lack of integrity. Having taken the lion's share for himself, the heads of the other battle zones began to ponder how crucial it was to cultivate a strong rapport with Li Yi. Throughout their discussions, there was no delay in the group's progress. They soon arrived at an expansive area, where a contingent of NPCs awaited their arrival. This unit comprised approximately 30 individuals, all clad in resplendent heavy armor and wielding knightly lances, with mounts being level 40 rage lions. The NPCs ranged in level from 40 to 50. Strictly speaking, the offensive of this throng of 10,000 was merely a feint. It was this Rage Lion Knight order that served as a dagger aimed directly at the enemy's heart. Do not doubt their prowess. They are not ordinary knights, but renowned hidden-class Lionheart Knights. Adorned in heavy armor and mounted on ferocious lions, their combined offensive and defensive capabilities, if properly organized, could sweep away all in their path. As both parties scrutinized one another, Over Mountain Blade stepped forward to present a token, presumably a mission item. Oh, you must be the foreign adventurers assisting us in our assault. Quite punctual, indeed, remarked the leader of the 50-level Lionheart Knight Order as he surveyed the surroundings. An imposing aura emanated from his robust frame, and his voice turned severe. However, mere punctuality is far from sufficient for a military unit. Your forthcoming tasks demand that you act with unwavering courage and a willingness to charge forth. Should your actions lead to failure, not only will you forfeit your rewards, but you shall find no place to stand in Holy Heart City. The Knight Captain's opening was a clear display of authority. Moreover, from the disdainful glances he cast upon the throng of 10,000, it was apparent he regarded them as an unruly rabble. He then proceeded to issue detailed battle orders. Chapter 119, Intimidation. Outside the Poison Fong stronghold in Luke Town, the mountain range resembling a gourd was occupied by the malevolent beings. Your task is to wear down the enemy's living forces and create conditions for our charge. Remember, the enemy excels in plant-based and poison spells, the Knight Captain reiterated tirelessly. Meanwhile, Li Yi observed the so-called stronghold with an air of composure. He could sense there were indeed numerous foes within, at least 300 to 500. And judging by their auras, they were of considerable strength, mostly around level 50 NPCs, with one of the strongest nearly reaching level 80. Truly, this was an SSS-level mission. If solely reliant on Over Mountain Blade and his 10,000, they would be akin to sheep walking into a tiger's den. Moreover, the success rate of the Rage Lion Knight Order was also quite low. Suddenly, a bizarre gray-green light flickered outside the Poison Fong stronghold, indicating the presence of a carefully inscribed magical array. They lay in wait. Heavens! What is that? Spiders. Enormous spiders. Venomous spiders, level 30 minions. A myriad of spiders, each about a meter wide, with 8 spiny legs, sent shivers down one's spine. Mages, prepare. Wall of fire. Lightning spell. Over Mountain Blade, wary of underestimating the situation, promptly issued commands. Elements of various schools began to coalesce in the air, while the members of the Rage Lion Knight Order observed with cold detachment, harboring little fondness for these greedy adventurers. In their view, had it not been for these adventurers indiscriminately taking on missions, they would have been accompanied by regular troops. Let them suffer heavy losses before we join in, exchanged glances among the members of the Rage Lion Knight Order, a hint of mockery dancing at the corners of their mouths. This is the level of civilization in the Eternal Continent. Mages? I am also a mage. Very well. I shall follow orders. Li Yi chimed in, casting a wall of fire. Whoosh. A purplish-red flame struck the center of the swarm of venomous spiders, producing a cacophony of sizzling sounds as the spiders within the spell's radius were obliterated in an instant. The Knight Captain sensed a powerful surge of magical energy, his expression shifting to one of uncertainty as he began to scrutinize the situation, suspecting the enemy had some grand scheme. At that moment, Li Yi bowed slightly to Overmountain Blade. Report, my lord. I possess a more potent fire spell, requesting permission to use it. Overmountain Blade awkwardly scratched his head. Consultantly, feel free to unleash your abilities. Li Yi blinked. Understood. He murmured softly, gesturing with one hand. Inferno of the Wilds. Boom. A scorching wave surged forth. The surrounding fire elements instantly became wildly tempestuous, and an endless ocean of flames erupted. Within a 10-mile radius, a veritable sea of fire raged. The temperature of this flame was akin to the legendary 3 flames of the Old Sage, and with Li Yi's extraordinary intelligence boost, it was capable of easily melting rock. Not only were the spiders annihilated, but even the magical array set by the enemies was obliterated in an instant. This spectacle left the nearly 10,000 spectators utterly dumbfounded. Heavens! What spell is this? What a magnificent sea of fire. Is this a skill unleashed by Consultantly? Of course. Who else could possess such power besides Consultantly? This is the terror of an army with millions in fighting strength. Everyone was unable to contain their awe, submerged in profound shock. Meanwhile, the Rage Lion Knight Order found themselves collectively engulfed in confusion. What is this? Li Yi's Inferno of the Wilds surged into the so-called Poison Fang stronghold, accompanied by a chorus of NPC kill notifications ringing in their ears. However, it appeared that several dozen NPCs, relying on treasures, had huddled together beneath a massive protective light shield, trembling in fear, spared from the flames. How shameless of you, a mage lord, to partake in the battle of the younger generation. A fearful yet defiant female voice emanated from within the stronghold. The Rage Lion Knight Order finally snapped out of their shock. A mage lord. There is actually a mage lord among these adventurers. Heavens! We have just shown disrespect to a mage lord. A look of panic swept across the faces of all members of the Rage Lion Knight Order. For them, a mage lord represented an extremely high caliber of combat power. In the world of the Eternal Continent, where the strong held sway, showing disrespect to a mage lord could lead to one's demise without a second thought. Li Yi, however, had no intention of heeding the resentful words echoing from within the stronghold. With a flick of his hand and an incantation on his lips, the sky brightened, and countless purple lightning bolts coalesced to form a colossal claw of lightning, stretching dozens of feet. The overwhelming pressure sent shivers through the hearts of the nearly 10,000 players present. Heavens! This is utterly terrifying. Is this truly just a skill? Some players wore expressions of disbelief, as if caught in a dream. No, senior, you mustn't do this. I am the disciple of the Grand Mage Alt. I beseech you to spare me for my master's sake. Desperate cries for mercy resonated from within the stronghold. Li Yi's expression remained impassive as he simply gestured with his finger. The colossal lightning claw lunged downward with ferocity. The rolling thunder transformed the entire Poison Fang stronghold into a flickering realm of lightning. In this instance, under Li Yi's spell, not even an ant survived within the Poison Fang stronghold. The terrifying force made all the Rage Lion mounts tremble uneasily, emitting low growls. The Knight Captain bore an expression that seemed on the verge of tears. Such a fearsome spell. Was this mage lord nearing the ascendance to Grand Mage? I hope the esteemed ones will not hold our disrespect against us. They have finally discovered which sorcerer unleashed the spell. It was a masked youth. Knights, our initial task has been accomplished. Is it not time for you to charge forth? The Overmountain Blade had long been displeased with the Knight NPC's demeanor. Gazing at the still raging electric storm of the Poison Fang stronghold, the Knights could only manage a bitter smile. At that moment, Li Yi finally spoke. With this stronghold taken down, our task can be deemed complete. If we can hold our ground for the next 3 hours, I will let it stand in my stead. As he spoke, Li Yi retrieved a black circular ring from his backpack. With a single hand gesture, a thunderous dragon roar reverberated through the air. In an instant, a colossal bone dragon appeared in the sky, swirling ominously. The moment the knights beheld the dragon, their minds seemed to shrink in an instant. Their steeds, too, collapsed in a heap beneath them. These enraged lions were but level 40 novices. How could they withstand such overwhelming draconic might? My lord, I am blind to your greatness. Please forgive my transgressions. The knight team leader could no longer contain himself and dismounted, kneeling on one knee to plead for forgiveness from Li Yi. The other knights followed suit, kneeling in a collective display of humility. This scene filled the hearts of all military players with envy and pride. Aren't you all quite impressive? Why kneel before Advisor Lee when he displays his power? Lee waved his hand dismissively. Rise. Now, defend this position. As he spoke, a thought crossed his mind, and a pair of azure wings unfurled from his back, propelling him skyward as he soared towards the heart of Luke Town. Over Mountain Blade. May I inquire as to the identity of that esteemed individual? The night team leader's tone shifted dramatically, now cautious and devoid of any arrogance. You mean Advisor Lee? Technically, he is my subordinate, but I regard him as a friend, Over Mountain Blade replied, his expression calm and unruffled. The night team leader's heart raced with astonishment and dread. Brother Blade, my earlier words may have caused offense, and, meanwhile, Lee prepared to complete his task. 6 Vermilion Demon Trees. I wonder if little Vermilion has consumed them all. Chapter 120, Flame Dragon Armor. With a living bone dragon guarding the Poison Fang stronghold, Lee felt no lingering concerns. Soaring into the sky, he transformed into a streak of azure light, racing towards Luke Town. From above, he beheld countless soldiers swarming like ants against the city. Within the town, strangely attired figures were fiercely resisting the assault from the Sacred Heart City. So many forces mobilized by Budding. What grand scheme is Budding plotting? Incurring such great costs? This scene filled Li Yi's mind with contemplation. Launching such a large-scale invasion was tantamount to declaring war against Sacred Heart City. Although the Budding organization was reckless and extreme, they had not lost their rationality. On the contrary, from Li Yi's previous encounter with them, it was evident they relished strategic thinking. Their ostentatious occupation of Sacred Heart City's territory might merely be an attempt to create chaos. After reaching level 60, both NPCs and players would acquire the ability to fly short distances, 200 m. However, to soar freely as Li Yi did required a minimum level of 120. The members of Budding on the ground, despite witnessing the azure light that was Li Yi, were utterly helpless to intervene. They merely needed to prevent the soldiers from Sacred Heart City from entering Luke Town. As Li Yi continued deeper into Luke Town, he was obstructed by 3 grotesque brutes and a winged woman adorned in court attire. He, little brother, a mere super-tier mage, dares to wade into Budding's murky waters? The courtly woman, radiant as a flower with an alluring figure, spoke with a tone both enchanting and laced with malice. Had it not been for the peculiar nature of the flight spell the youth displayed, which was astonishingly swift, she would not have considered engaging in conversation with him. 2 of the brutes were level 125, one was level 128, and the last was level 130. After a cursory glance at their information, Li Yi maintained a stoic expression and chose not to engage in idle chatter. With a single, nonchalant gesture, his lips barely moved as an overwhelming surge of magical energy enveloped the area. Thunderous retribution. Roiling storm clouds rapidly coalesced, and amidst the flickering lightning, an endless cacophony erupted. The speed of his casting was so swift that it could hardly be described as instantaneous. The oppressive might of the thunderclouds left the four before him gasping for breath. Impossible. How can such a powerful magical fluctuation exist? One of the brutes exclaimed, astonished and enraged. Their faces paled as Li Yi merely flicked his finger. And with a deafening crash, a bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a barrel, descended upon the brute's head. I refuse to believe it. How can a super-tier mage wield such terrifying magic? The brutish figure's expression twisted in fury as he gripped his massive sword, radiating a blinding green light. Prison would slash to the sky. He soared toward the gathering storm clouds. A mage's spell model, once formed, could not be interrupted even if the caster was slain. The only way to halt it was to destroy the spell model. The torrential lightning cascaded downward like a column. When the green light clashed with the thunder, a hissing sound filled the air, and the aroma of charred flesh wafted about. 1084, 620. The brutish man had been reduced to a charred husk by the lightning. Humanoid monsters typically possessed low health, and with Li Yi's damage dealing half-true damage, very few humanoid NPCs below level 150 could withstand a single bolt of his lightning. No, brother. Damn it. Brother, I refuse to believe this. Another figure ascended defiantly. Boom. 1065, 254. Another lifeless body fell. No, brother. Second brother. The last brute's eyes bulged in rage. I, also, refuse to believe. Boom. Before he could ascend to the sky, the lightning struck again, transforming him into ash as he plummeted to the ground. Damn, these 3 idiots are out of their minds. The courtly woman's face darkened in silence. As a plant-based mage, she had sensed the gathering storm clouds and realized that she could not withstand such a spell. Thus, she immediately activated her escape technique to flee the area engulfed by the thunderclouds. Yet it was the 3 brutes who had bought her a moment's reprieve. This youth was not someone she could contend with. Pushing her escape technique to its limits, her form became a fleeting green light. Just then, a calm voice reached her ears. Where does your ladyship wish to go? The sudden query sent the woman into a panic, and when she turned to look, the youth stood merely half a yard behind her, following her leisurely. No, senior, spare my life. If you grant me a path to survival, I will fulfill any wish you have. Despair etched itself across the woman's face. Upon hearing her words, the youth's eyes brightened. Can you truly grant wishes? Then I wish for good health. The woman's expression froze, lost for words. After making his wish, the youth closed his eyes and waited for several seconds, sensing the outcome. Li Yi erupted in fury. How dare you deceive me? Enraged, the youth conjured a miniature lightning claw, which floated down upon the courtly woman like a dandelion seed. In the blink of an eye, her flawless, jade-like skin shattered, disintegrating into powder that drifted away. You have slain the level 130 enemy faction NPC, Manhwaedit. The talent effect Fate Manipulator has been triggered, granting you the ancient grade equipment Flame Dragon Armor. Oh, this NPC actually bestowed equipment? And of the ancient grade, talents produce nothing but exquisite items. Armor, Flame Dragon Armor, set 110. Quality, Ancient. Attributes, Physical Defense 5500, Magical Defense 5500. Additional Attribute 1, Dragon Soul Invocation. Unseals the fire dragon soul sealed within the armor, drawing the soul into the body, thereby bestowing a significant enhancement to basic attributes. Additional Attribute 2, Fire Element Skills gain a 150 damage increase. Additional Attribute 3, Dragon Flame Scorch. Enemies within a 10-meter radius of the wearer will suffer 1,000 points of true damage per second. Set Attributes, Unknown. Level Restriction, 130. Class Restriction, Warrior, Knight. Special Restriction, None. What a marvelous treasure. Not only are the attributes extraordinarily powerful, but it is also strikingly handsome. This armor, crimson as blood, seems to be perpetually engulfed in flames. The shoulder guards are adorned with dragon fangs, and the chest resembles the terrifying gaping maw of a colossal dragon. Remarkably, this is also a set. The set attributes can only be revealed once at least 3 pieces are collected. Nevertheless, this does not deter Li Yi from donning the armor immediately. With the Pioneer's ultimate armament in his possession, he can disregard the equipment's wearing conditions entirely. Chapter 121. The Confrontation of the 4 Strongest. As for the 3 NPCs with questionable intellect from earlier, their talents uniformly granted them an increase of 250 points in strength. A total gain of 750 points in strength. Quite impressive indeed. Since that beautiful sister just fled this way, there must be something worthwhile here. Contemplating this, Li Yi adjusted his direction, the wings of wind spirit fluttering, transforming into a streak of azure light. Time passed, though he could not ascertain how long. Suddenly, Li Yi's expression shifted as he sensed a tremendous elemental disturbance. Powerful beings are engaged in combat. Such a terrifying fluctuation undoubtedly indicates the presence of entities above ancient grade 150. After a moment's hesitation, he realized that even without utilizing true spirit transformation, he possesses means to restrict the use of world runes by ancient grade beings. It would be prudent to investigate. If such formidable entities are embroiled in conflict, there may indeed be precious treasures at stake. With his mind made up, Li Yi chose not to continue using the wings of wind spirit. Upon landing on the ground, he willed the wings to dissipate into countless starlight particles, scattering across the heavens and earth. He then began to mutter incantations, whispering esoteric spells. Shadow Assault. The shadow element is a branch of the dark arts. As an elemental dominator, he naturally has the capability to learn shadow spells. Shadow Assault is a mage skill that Li Yi acquired after defeating the final boss in the 13th layer of the Endless Abyss. This spell allows the caster or the target to perfectly conceal their body within shadows and enables them to perform leap-like movements using shadows as a medium. For instance, as long as 2 shadows are separated by a certain distance, the caster can instantaneously teleport from one shadow to another. This distance is influenced by intelligence and spirit attributes, but capped at 1,000 meters. After all, it is merely a king-level skill. The once thriving town now lay in ruins. Half of its structures collapsed into desolation. The ground was littered with countless bones. A nauseating stench of blood pervaded the entire area. 6 prominently visible pits still retained a fair amount of bloodstains. This scene was eerily familiar to Li Yi. It was reminiscent of the devastation wrought by the Crimson Fiend tree. Moreover, it appeared that this Crimson Fiend tree was far more powerful than his own. It was likely nurtured with considerable effort over countless years. However, the Crimson Fiend tree itself was nowhere to be found here. Only 4 figures remained, facing off against each other. An elderly man, clad in a massive golden lion, sported a tuft of white beard and wielded a golden holy spear. A fiery young woman, dressed in a sizzling outfit with a pair of flaming wings and wielding a colossal flame bow, appeared to be no older than 17 or 18. Yet, within eternity, appearances can be deceiving. Even a rosy-cheeked child could be an ancient being with centuries of life. The other 2 were a gaunt middle-aged man with hair as green as jade, dressed in a dark green robe adorned with crimson patterns, holding an unknown branch, astonishingly, with ears elongated like a fairy's, measuring 6 or 7 inches. The final figure was an elder clad in animal skins, his skin rotting and his face nearly melted, emanating an unbearable stench that could induce dizziness, yet he wielded a black dagger. Dark elves, carrion wraiths, you shall not leave my sacred heart city alive today. Should you surrender now and reveal your schemes, perhaps a remnant of your souls may be spared for rebirth. Otherwise, I shall ensure your complete annihilation." The young woman's eyes blazed with fury as she scolded fiercely. The devastation of Luke Town ignited a blend of sorrow and rage within her. She vowed not to let the two vile scoundrels escape, even at the cost of her own life. "Hee, Miss Lucia's radiant arrow is indeed formidable. It nearly penetrated me with a single shot," chuckled the gaunt middle-aged man, glancing at his arm, still ablaze. "We both know we are sworn enemies, and such trivial exchanges of pleasantries are rather superfluous." With that, he gently swayed the branch in his hand. Countless dark green rays surged forth, forming intricate runes inscribed in the void. Vitality blossomed. The once weakened duo experienced a sudden resurgence of strength, restoring them to their prime condition in an instant. Dark Forest Domain. "Damn you, half-elf scum. How did you acquire a branch of the World Tree?" The fiery young woman seethed, gritting her teeth. She immediately nocked an arrow, her colossal flame bow radiating brilliance as an arrow imbued with fiery, illusory runes readied for release. The girl drew the bowstring taut like a full moon. The gaunt middle-aged man wore a solemn expression, his branch shaking vigorously, while the beast-skinned elder wore a peculiar smile. The white-bearded elder narrowed his eyes, lifting his golden holy spear slightly, unleashing a torrent of thunderous force towards the void, accompanied by a furious roar akin to a lion's wrath. The beast-skinned elder plummeted from the air, coughing blood profusely. Meanwhile, the still grinning shadow of the beast-skinned elder shattered like glass. "Hee, carrion wraith. Did you forget that my angry lion possesses the ability to pierce illusions?" The white-bearded elder said with a smile, choosing not to pursue his advantage. The expression of the carrion wraith darkened, yet he found himself without recourse. The white-bearded elder stood guard beside the young woman, and his mount countered his abilities. Suddenly, a radiance akin to the blazing sun erupted. The golden arrow seemed to possess a sharpness capable of piercing through all. The gaunt middle-aged man's expression grew grave as emerald runes spun and danced from his branch. As they flowed, they quickly formed a veil of emerald gossamer. This gossamer, woven from intricate runes, surged towards the incoming arrow. Upon their collision, a hissing sound erupted. The runes flickering on the arrow were swiftly enveloped by the emerald inscriptions, and in an instant, they fell silent. Ultimately, the arrow lost its momentum and fell at the feet of the gaunt middle-aged man, as if it were an ordinary projectile. The young woman, witnessing this, felt her expression darken but refrained from launching another attack. Instead, she focused her mental energy on locking onto the two adversaries, contemplating her strategy. The four of them were evenly matched in strength, and each countered the other's abilities. For a time, none could gain the upper hand. All four bore expressions of calm, yet their hearts were filled with a sense of urgency. For the side of Sacred Heart City, the lack of knowledge regarding the enemy's schemes, coupled with their inability to swiftly subdue them, poses a significant risk of incurring irreparable losses. Conversely, for the duo from the budding faction, being entrenched within the enemy's stronghold only amplifies the likelihood of their downfall with the passage of time. It would be prudent to momentarily evade the two before them, for they are exceedingly perilous. Once the appointed time arrives and their plans come to fruition, they will undoubtedly vacate Sacred Heart City without a second thought. Old Man Olino. Neither of us can prevail over the other. Perhaps it would be wise to cease hostilities here. We vow that, following this encounter, no member of Budding shall set foot in your Sacred Heart City for a century. The gaunt middle-aged man's eyes darted with cunning as he suddenly chuckled. Olino, the elder with a white beard, hesitated momentarily before disregarding the two before him. Instead, he addressed the distant shadowy corner with deference. "Might I inquire if it is the esteemed Archbishop of the Taiwa Cathedral present?" The white-bearded elder's words startled both the gaunt middle-aged man and the beast-skinned elder, prompting them to instinctively employ various means to search the area for the speaker, be it through hand signs or probing devices. "You are quite the enigma, old man. What purpose does your intimidation serve? Would it not be more prudent to allow me to leave?" The two exchanged knowing glances, a smirk gracing their features as the gaunt middle-aged man spoke ominously. "Grandfather, what troubles you?" Lucia, sensing his unease, quietly communicated her concern. The elder's countenance betrayed uncertainty as he pondered whether the individual mentioned by Otto was indeed present. Ignoring his granddaughter's words, he suddenly seemed to have an epiphany and said, "If you would be so kind as to reveal yourself and assist us, I could promise to enhance your reward by 30%. As soon as this proposition was made, a youthful, vibrant laughter resonated. "Ha ha ha, I apologize for the delay. I was ensnared by something." The shadows rippled, revealing a young figure clad in resplendent crimson armor, wielding a pale golden sword. "Who are you? How long have you been there?" Seeing that someone truly lurked within the shadows, both the gaunt middle-aged man and the beast-skinned elder's expressions shifted dramatically. Despite sensing that the figure was merely a super-tier mage, the ability to remain concealed within the shadows, eluding their detection, indicated that this individual was far from ordinary. Both sides were evenly matched, and the addition of even a few more ants could sway the battle. Li Yi smiled, thoroughly impressed with the effects of his shadow invasion skill. with his exceptionally high intelligence and mental attributes. Unless the opponent employed a probing skill imbued with the power of rules, they would be utterly oblivious to his presence. The 4 individuals before him, apart from the young girl, were all entities of ancient levels, above level 150. In the Eternal Continent, such beings were regarded as formidable powers. To Li Yi's astonishment, the young girl, armed with an indeterminate quality flame bow, emerged as the highest damage dealer on the field. Under the protection of the white-bearded elder, the attacks from the gaunt middle-aged man and the beast-skinned elder could not touch her, allowing her to unleash her full potential. However, the gaunt middle-aged man and the beast-skinned elder were no mere trifles. Particularly, the gaunt middle-aged man, referred to as the Ink Elf by the girl, wielded a cluster of mystical flora that seemed to possess boundless arcane power, leaving Li Yi ravenous for more. My identity is inconsequential, and the duration of my stay matters not. What truly matters is whether you two choose to lay down your weapons and surrender, or whether you prefer to be beaten into submission first. Li Yi's smile remained unwavering. Oh, you are quite confident, the gaunt middle-aged man retorted. However, I gathered from old man Olino's words that you seem to be here for some reward. If you are willing to assist us in subduing those two, we shall triple the offer made by Sacred Heart City. What say you? The gaunt middle-aged man's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and composure. Upon hearing this, the white-bearded elder and the girl exchanged worried glances towards the crimson-armored youth, for they were entirely unaware of Li Yi's true nature. Quite the temptation indeed. But I must decline. While I may occasionally be greedy, I cannot bring myself to break a promise. The youth's tone was nonchalant, unaffected by the offer. The gaunt middle-aged man momentarily faltered, wishing to say more, but his pupils constricted. Watch out. In the blink of an eye, the crimson-armored youth vanished from sight. Old ghost. Can you ascertain his location? The gaunt middle-aged man, unable to locate Li Yi, shook the branch in his hand, conjuring countless emerald green inscriptions that etched themselves into the surrounding void. Strange, this is not an assassin's skill. The beast-skinned elder, gripping his dagger, frowned in confusion. Meanwhile, the girl and the white-bearded elder shared a look of uncertainty. Could he be an assassin? Yet he emanates a distinct magical aura. As the gaunt middle-aged man and his companion remained vigilant, a long sword suddenly emerged from the shadow beneath the beast-skinned elder, aiming directly for his heart. The blade was swift, so swift that even the beast-skinned elder, an ancient tier assassin, could not react in time. In a flash, a piercing sound echoed. Surrounding the beast-skinned elder were gray runes that ensnared the sword, rendering even Li Yi's immense strength ineffective. Miss. In an instant, Li Yi returned to his original position. The bizarre scene had nearly caused the beast-skinned elder's heart to leap into his throat. You have yet to master the power of runes. Ha! Fortuitously. You have not yet grasped their strength. The beast-skinned elder's face displayed a hint of relief, twisted into a furious grin. I will show you what a true assassin is. With that, he too vanished from sight. Sigh, this power of rules is indeed troublesome. Were it not for the constraints of the indomitable power of runes, that last strike would have left the beast-skinned elder either dead or gravely wounded. Archbishop, he is to your right and slightly ahead. Be cautious. The white-bearded elder, sensing the golden glint in the eyes of his lion beast, immediately warned Li Yi. However, he showed no inclination to abandon the girl. A true assassin? I shall put your skills to the test. Li Yi sneered, devoid of any fear. A vertical line appeared on his forehead, and a beam of white light erupted from it. In an instant, a hunched figure materialized before Li Yi's eyes. With a gentle stomp, a resounding dragon's roar echoed in everyone's ears. What is this? Just as all present were enveloped in confusion by the unexpected dragon's roar, a vivid dragon spirit emerged from the crimson armor, swirling around the youth's form before plunging directly into his forehead. In the blink of an eye, the young man's handsome visage underwent a dramatic transformation. He grew several feet taller, muscles bulging, and crimson dragon scales sprouted along his neck. This was the additional attribute of the ancient tier equipment, flame dragon armor, known as Dragon Soul Call. Given the ancient quality of this equipment, it signified that the wearer would possess the strength to contend with ancient-level powerhouses. Dragon Soul Call not only significantly enhanced Li Yi's foundational attributes, but also granted him an equal footing with the rune powers comprehended by ancient beings. With a gentle sweep of his long sword, the very fabric of space trembled. At that moment, a jet-black dagger emerged from the void, precisely as anticipated. The obscure runes swirling upon the dagger appear to encapsulate the ultimate truths and principles of the universe. Chapter 123. Annihilation of the Ancient Realm's Powerhouse. The spiritual seed of heaven and earth emerges. Prepare to meet your demise. In the face of this lethal strike, Li Yi roared, and the vertical mark on his forehead suddenly unfurled, revealing a pitch-black, sinister vertical eye. The beast-skinned elder felt an overwhelming sense of dread surge forth, a chilling aura piercing through to the crown of his head. The youth's long sword blazed with crimson radiance, its rolling red clouds as enchanting as the twilight sky. Suddenly, the space before him seemed to momentarily freeze, as if melted by an unfathomable temperature. Just as the beast-skinned elder attempted to withdraw, he found himself ensnared by an arcane force, utterly immobilized. This was indeed a remarkable application of the Eye of Breaking Illusions, locking onto the void. At this moment, terror finally flickered in the murky depths of the elder's eyes. No, he was unwilling to accept this. After enduring centuries of self-imposed torment to reach this ancient realm, how could he be slain by a mere youth today? I still possess a life-saving treasure. Dare you let me make a move? Countless emotions flashed through the elder's eyes. Yet his rotting body was already dissipating into the abyss amidst the terrifying crimson flames. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into dust, leaving no trace behind. The power that the dragon soul within the flame dragon armor could unleash depended entirely on the wielder's ability to withstand the dragon soul's might. Li Yi's physical strength, akin to that of a primordial beast, was formidable. You have slain the level 155 enemy NPC, Old Ghost Geo. The talent effect Fate Dominator has been triggered, and you have acquired the ancient grade equipment Flame Dragon Blade. Hiss, Old Ghost Geo, an ancient realm powerhouse, slain by a single sword strike. The red-armored maiden's eyes widened, her face a mask of astonishment. The white-bearded elder also wore an expression of disbelief, but it was quickly replaced by elation. Without the constraints of the assassin Old Ghost Geo, the Ink Elf was merely prey on the chopping block, at their mercy. What terrifying cultivation the Grand Bishop possesses. Watch over my inept granddaughter for a moment, while I slay this rabble. The white-bearded elder's face gleamed with battle fervor. With that, his majestic lion surged into the void, the golden spear in his hand vibrating, radiating circles of golden light. After unleashing that strike, the crimson glow surrounding Li Yi dimmed considerably. He certainly could not execute another attack of such magnitude in the near future. After a brief contemplation, he remained stationary, his golden eyes shimmering, with a phantom of the blazing sun flickering. As for the gaunt middle-aged man, upon witnessing Li Yi's terrifying ability to instantaneously slay Old Ghost Geo, he hesitated not a moment. He immediately spat a drop of essence blood onto a branch in his hand, then invoked a secret technique to make his escape. However, the golden lion beneath the white-bearded elder was no ordinary beast. Its explosive speed closely pursued him. Hey, are you truly the Grand Bishop of the Sacred Hall of Huasheng? A melodious voice reached Li Yi's ears. I am not I am. Just as he casually responded to the maiden, an exceptionally violent tremor resonated throughout the heavens and earth. A fragrance that invigorated the spirit and stimulated the palate suddenly enveloped the vicinity, extending for miles. What is this? Just as Li Yi pondered, a surge of bloodlight erupted from several miles to the northwest, followed by a kaleidoscope of colors dancing across the sky, with countless runes flickering in the void. A phenomenon of nature, 5-colored auspicious clouds, runes manifesting, the spiritual seed of heaven and earth. The spiritual seed of heaven and earth has emerged. A cry of astonishment escaped the maiden's lips. Li Yi's expression shifted dramatically, his previously calm demeanor transformed into unrestrained joy. The spiritual seed of heaven and earth. To think I would encounter such a treasure here. How rare are these treasures? Each one is a unique entity in the world, possessing profound and mysterious effects and contributions. The Sacred Hall of Huasheng, having been established for several years, possesses but a handful of spiritual seeds as a foundation of power. In the mysterious merchant's exchange list, even the cheapest spiritual seed is valued at the equivalent of dozens of drops of true spirit blood. This illustrates just how precious these items are. The supreme treasure, Earth Command Seal, that Li Yi previously acquired was originally also a spiritual seed of heaven and earth. At that moment, a voice of desperation echoed from the gaunt middle-aged man. Lord Alt, the mission is accomplished. Save me. Faced with the white-bearded elder's assault, the gaunt man could still manage to fend off some blows, yet the thought of the youth's terrifying might made his spine chill. Alt, that name rings a bell. Li Yi squinted in thought. It's him, the enigmatic powerhouse he had encountered during his last bout with Emily. He recalled the NPC that had appeared during his prior class transition quest. Caution filled his heart. Alt was capable of contending with Emily, who was on the verge of entering the legendary Immortal Realm, level 240. This suggested that Alt was likely a level 220 or higher entity. However, he felt only a slight sense of caution. Fear was far from his mind. With a flicker of thought, his azure-feathered wings unfurled in an instant, gently flapping a few times before propelling him at high speed toward the location where the spiritual seed of heaven and earth had emerged. Meanwhile, the white-bearded elder, riding his golden lion, displayed an expression of uncertainty, opting to abandon the pursuit of the gaunt middle-aged man. He redirected his course to the maiden's side, lifting her onto the broad back of the lion. Grandfather, it seems the budding Alt is also here. If that's the case, we are no match for him. The maiden's expression was complex, regardless of whether it is him. The spiritual seed of heaven and earth that appears within the borders of Sacred Heart City belongs to my Lionheart clan. No one else can take it. With the Grand Bishop of Huasheng present, we may be able to hold out until reinforcements arrive. The white-bearded elder's face flushed, his eyes glimmering with excitement. However, the aura of the spiritual seed was somewhat peculiar. It seemed to have emerged prematurely due to some external stimulus rather than naturally. Gazing at the rolling blood mist that enveloped half the sky ahead, the elder's expression turned grave. This was likely the object of the budding plot. Perhaps it was not just any ordinary spiritual seed of heaven and earth. It could very well be a celestial grade one. A hint of fervor ignited in the white-bearded elder's eyes. Meanwhile, Li Yi had already taken the lead, stepping into a realm thick with blood mist. The air was infused with an intoxicating fragrance, mingled with a nauseating scent of blood. The two aromas seemed utterly incompatible, creating an unsettling and discomforting sensation. Could this be a botanical spiritual seed of heaven and earth? As he sensed the stillness of other elements in the atmosphere, he noted that the surrounding flora was visibly growing at an astonishing rate. Suddenly, the azure wings on Li Yi's back trembled erratically, then disintegrated into specks of starlight. This spell model had collapsed entirely. A void of suppression? Li Yi's figure plummeted rapidly. Chapter 124, Celestial Grade Spiritual Seed. A vast and extraordinary phenomenon. Falling straight from hundreds of meters in the air. Even with Li Yi's current physique, he might not fare well. Witness my divine realm's heavenly judgment. There was no leverage in the air. Li Yi clenched his fist and repeatedly struck down at the ground below, with nearly 1,000,000 points of strength behind his fists. The force of his blows surged like an 8th-level tempest. Each punch unleashed shockwaves that roared like thunder. The opposing force gave Li Yi the sensation of being propelled back into the sky. Fortunately, he quickly mastered his power, and after delivering several more strikes, he landed safely. The surrounding blood mist thickened, the stench of blood and the strange fragrance intensifying. He surveyed his surroundings, an unfamiliar thicket. In the not-so-distant sky, the resplendent hues of the five-colored dawn persisted, while the flickering runes grew ever more substantial. The moment of emergence was upon them. A jubilant expression illuminated Li Yi's face. He murmured incantations under his breath, and then his figure melded into the shadows. Utilizing the shadow invasion technique, he hastened towards the location of the treasure's manifestation. Deep within the forest, ancient trees, each capable of being embraced by 8 or more individuals, towered nearly into the clouds. These venerable trees, lush with foliage, now shimmered with a verdant glow, as if they had absorbed an immensely beneficial essence, growing at an astonishing rate. Passing through this grove of ancient trees, one would encounter a vast expanse of yellow earth, nearly 100 acres in size. On this barren land, devoid of any plant life, 6 colossal crimson trees floated in midair, each occupying its own quadrant. These mighty trees were adorned with countless barbed vines, which intertwined and tangled amongst themselves. Beneath these crimson giants lay a red altar, constructed from an unknown type of wood, inscribed with myriad arcane and mysterious runes that flickered intermittently. A torrential wave of blood mist surged from the trunks of the crimson trees, being absorbed by the enigmatic altar like a relentless tide. Beside the altar stood a young man clad in green. Appearing merely 25 or 26, he bore a green mark upon his forehead, his skin pale and luminous like jade. Exuding an otherworldly beauty, the young man continuously exchanged hand seals, conjuring green runes that materialized in the void. Almost there, Taishian beginning wood. The young man's face contorted with an expression of madness, his cheeks flushed as he muttered to himself. By sacrificing the blood of hundreds of thousands of beings, combined with 6 supreme Qi Ming demon trees as aids, and utilizing this soul-devouring altar, the cost is merely to hasten its emergence by half a year. This spirit seed shall undoubtedly assist me in transcending to the realm of immortal legends. The runes upon the red altar swirled, while vibrant light surged forth. Directly in front of the altar lay an unremarkable ordinary stone. Its surface was dark, and apart from its somewhat larger size, it bore no special features. Yet, the young man's gaze remained fixated upon this stone. After a brief period, the surface of the stone began to shed, revealing a verdant interior. It was jade. Jade within the stone. However, blood mist continuously seeped into the jade, and mysterious light shot forth from it, piercing the heavens. Ultimately, it transformed into waves of 5-colored radiance and ethereal runic phantoms. Suddenly, the young man furrowed his brow slightly, glancing towards the void beside him. Leaves began to drift down from the air, coalescing into a green figure, none other than the gaunt middle-aged man referred to by the girl as the Ink Spirit. My lord, forgive my failure. I was unable to entangle them. The gaunt man appeared somewhat anxious. Although his cultivation was significantly inferior to the young man's, they were still of the same realm. More importantly, the young man held a uniquely privileged position in this budding phase. Surveying his surroundings without further discoveries, the young man inquired, "Why are you the only one here? Where's old Ghost Geo?" The gaunt man, sensing that the young man bore no resentment towards him, relaxed somewhat. "My lord, uncontrollable changes have occurred. A powerful foe suddenly appeared. He instantly slew old Ghost Geo." The young man was taken aback, and then his expression shifted drastically. To slay old Ghost Geo in an instant. Could it be an enemy of the immortal realm? The gaunt man strained to remember the terrifying scene of the beast-skin elder vanishing into ashes under a crimson glow. No, that person was extraordinarily bizarre. His cultivation seemed insignificant, yet his powers were unfathomable. However, he could not possibly be an immortal realm expert. In fact, my subordinates suspect he hasn't even reached the ancient realm, as he has yet to grasp the power of runes. However, he possessed a piece of armor capable of summoning a flame dragon spirit. The young man's demeanor softened upon hearing this. Since he is not an immortal realm expert, there is no need for excessive concern. He must be leveraging the benefits of the treasure. Given the extraordinary phenomena surrounding this rare artifact's emergence, many ancient beings are likely hastening towards this location. Time is of the essence. You must fully harness the power of the world tree to assist me. At this moment, Li lay concealed within the shadows less than a kilometer away, quietly awaiting. The vertical markings on his forehead flickered subtly, and the scene at the altar was vividly etched into his mind. His concealment technique was of relatively low caliber, making it easy to be detected should the adversary possess skills to pierce through invisibility. It seemed that the celestial spirit seed had yet to emerge. Thus he resolved to wait a little longer. In just a short span, he sensed that the white-bearded elder and the girl had also concealed themselves nearby, seemingly awaiting the emergence of the celestial spirit seed. Not long after, a melodious sound akin to sacred music resonated within a 10-mile radius of the mysterious green stone. An exceptionally profound occurrence. Ethereal green runes rained down from the heavens like snowflakes. In an instant, a remarkably dense green beam of light shot skyward. The void trembled, and an illusory landscape emerged, depicting towering mountains, cascading silver waterfalls, ancient trees reaching for the heavens, and mighty rivers surging forth, dividing the land. It was a scene of stunning grandeur and beauty depicting a primordial wilderness. As this phenomenon arose, a golden lion concealed within the clouds nearby. Its hooves treading upon golden flames, floated in the air. The white-bearded elder upon the golden lion could no longer contain his astonishment. Taishan realm. Ancient primordial mountains and rivers. Heavens, this is the Taishan beginning wood. The legendary celestial grade spirit seed treasure. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he spurred his golden lion towards the crimson altar. Such a shocking phenomenon indicated that the treasure was on the verge of emerging. Li, too, could no longer contain himself. With a thought, he activated shadow invasion and leaped from shadow to shadow. At the altar, the white-bearded elder looked down imperiously. Ilt, I never expected it to truly be you. How dare you commit such a heinous crime in my Sacred Heart City? It seems my Lionheart family has been too inactive on the continent. Have the people forgotten the might of my sacred lion? In the face of Ilt, who was considerably stronger than himself, the white-bearded elder showed no signs of fear. Lionheart. Huh. If that old lion from your family had come, I would have turned and fled without a second thought. Unfortunately, it is only you two, an elder and a youth. I intend to do as I please, and you cannot stop me. The youth within the altar gazed fervently at the jade-like stone before him, as a round, pod-like green sprout slowly began to emerge. This sprout appeared unremarkable, resembling an ordinary twig. Regarding the white-bearded elder's threat, his demeanor remained nonchalant, clearly unconcerned. As for the old lion he spoke of, it was not merely a code name for an individual, but rather a lion that had lived for an indeterminate number of years, having long since stepped into the realm of immortal legends. Yet, it had been a millennium since any rumors of the sacred lion's intervention had surfaced on the continent. Its current strength was a mystery to all. If the sacred lion were present, would you still have a chance to escape? If you depart now, we will not hinder you, and we might even overlook your wanton slaughter of hundreds of thousands of innocent civilians in Sacred Heart City. The only condition is that you leave behind the Taishan beginning wood. The white-bearded elder's eyes were fixated solely on that sprout. Grandfather. No. As soon as the white-bearded elder uttered these words, the young girl in the red skirt behind him grew anxious. The white-bearded elder waved his hand, signaling her to remain silent. The girl, filled with resentment, could only glare at the two young men below. Haha. Indeed, the elder of the Lionheart family. Ginger is always hotter than the older ones. However, you should know that I have paid a considerable price. How could I simply hand over such a tremendous benefit to my enemies? If I wish to leave, what gives you the right to stop me? With that endless flame bow, is it still that little lion with a trace of the sacred lion bloodline beneath you? The young man spoke with an air of arrogance, casually plucking the wooden piece from the glistening jade, which instantly crumbled to dust upon its removal. The 6 towering crimson demon trees suspended in the sky also plummeted to the ground, appearing utterly listless. Or perhaps you rely on those cowardly scoundrels lurking in the shadows. With these words, the youth stomped his foot, unleashing a torrent of green light that coalesced into numerous vines, charging towards a nearby shadow. Suddenly, amidst the ensuing commotion, a youth clad in red armor appeared nonchalantly before the oncoming vines. With a mere flick of his finger into the void, fiery red sparks radiated outward like fireflies, scattering upon the green runes entwined around the vines. A loud sizzling erupted as the vines and sparks simultaneously disintegrated. The young man, infused with the power of runes, had effortlessly dispelled the attack. This was the result of Li Yi harnessing the power of the Flame Dragon soul sealed within his ancient quality Flame Dragon armor. However, he had recently expended most of the Dragon Soul's energy in his attempt to vanquish the old ghost, leaving him unable to activate it again in a short span of time. Seeing Li Yi easily counter his attack, the youth's pupils constricted, and he scrutinized Li Yi with narrowed eyes, pondering that this boy must have relied on the power of his treasures to neutralize the rune power. Indeed, that armor was an exceptional artifact. A glimmer of greed flickered as he cast a glance at Li Yi's Flame Dragon armor. Without waiting for Li Yi to speak, the young man began to weave hand seals, chanting incantations. After a flash of brilliance enveloped him, he seized the emaciated middle-aged man beside him, transforming into a streak of green light and soaring into the sky. With the treasure in hand, the youth showed no intention of lingering, directly fleeing the scene. Even though he was confident he could annihilate everyone present, he had no desire to engage in a fight. "Ha! As I depart, allow me to leave you with a few parting gifts." His boisterous laughter echoed through the mountains. The events transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Just as Li Yi contemplated pursuing, a series of hissing sounds erupted, followed by a tremendous explosion. The entire crimson altar detonated in an instant, and peculiar cries filled the air. The 6 crimson demon trees, previously languid, suddenly surged with vitality, as if stimulated by some unseen force, their momentum escalating dramatically. Li narrowed his eyes. Burning the source? This orb is quite generous. Furthermore, an array of ancient trees in the forest abruptly sprang to life, uprooting themselves and transforming into a multitude of monstrous trees charging towards the 3. Damn it! The white-bearded elder's face twisted with frustration. Ort was undeniably superior to him. He wished to escape, but the elder found himself utterly powerless. Now, with 6 crimson demon trees of ancient strength blocking their path, he lacked even the qualification to pursue. Curse it! This Ort is so cowardly, not even daring to battle with us. The armored girl appeared somewhat lost. At that moment, a calm voice echoed in the ears of the elder and the youth. "I leave them to you." To whom? The youth's palm revealed a small black-red banner. Before the elder and the youth could voice their inquiries, the boy swiftly performed a hand seal, causing the black-red banner to shoot into the sky. It spun incessantly, growing larger with the wind until it transformed into a towering banner of 12 feet. Endless billowing black smoke surged forth, from which countless souls emerged. Frostkin, 2-headed blood demons, crimson-armored crocodile dragons, and the souls of crocodile-headed fire dragons. They were densely packed, numbering in the tens of thousands. Gray mist. Eliminate them, and keep a close watch on Little Crimson. The boy instructed a spectral gray ape. He then released his pet, Little Crimson. "Ah, what is this?" The horrifying scene rendered the elder and the youth utterly aghast. Li Yi offered no reply, merely grinning slyly. Outnumbered, he had never feared such a scenario. With the explosion of the altar, the anti-flight effects were dispelled, and the youth unfurled his wind spirit wings, transforming into a streak of azure light shooting skyward. The speed of the wind spirit wings was enhanced by his intelligence and mental attributes, allowing Li Yi to outpace even the green light ahead by a significant margin. "Grandfather, what should we do?" The armored girl appeared bewildered. The white-bearded elder gritted his teeth and stomped his foot. "We pursue," he urged his golden lion forward, hastening after the youth. "My lord, that boy is chasing us." The emaciated middle-aged man, having just begun to relax, suddenly caught sight of the approaching figure of the youth and was struck with disbelief. "What?" The young man was taken aback. Turning to look, he was astonished to find that the boy was indeed pursuing him, and at a speed that even surpassed his own. Could he possess a flying treasure? Very well. Since you wish to act as a treasure delivery boy, I shall oblige. The youth licked his dry lips, abruptly halting his escape and turning to face Li Yi, awaiting him in silence. Chapter 126. Black Abyss Gatling Metal Frenzy. The azure glow of the wind spirit wings flickered wildly. When fully unleashed, the speed was astonishing. The winds in the sky became as sharp as blades, causing Li Yi to feel a tingling sensation. Li Yi raised an eyebrow, surprisingly discovering that the green-robed youth was now suspended in the air alongside the emaciated middle-aged man, both wearing expressions devoid of emotion as they gazed in his direction. "You possess remarkable audacity. Do you believe that bearing a few treasures allows you to rampage across the continent without consequence? Killing you will require little effort on my part. That armor of yours is impressive. I shall take it." The green-robed youth's handsome visage bore no hint of emotion, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. A chill coursed through Li Yi's heart, akin to being fixated upon by a venomous serpent. "Oh, I possess many treasures. If you have the ability, why not seize my life along with them?" In the face of the green-robed youth's blatant hostility, Li Yi remained unfazed, exuding an air of calm indifference. "Ha ha ha, intriguing. It seems you indeed have some backing. I am quite curious how you, a mere youth, have grown so arrogant." As the green-robed youth continued to scrutinize Li Yi, a flicker of confusion crossed his expression. "Boy, have I seen you somewhere before?" Though Li Yi wore a mask, and his aura had shifted dramatically in the days since, the green-robed youth, Ort, still sensed an inexplicable familiarity about him. If you do not recall my words, perhaps you will recognize this. Li flipped his hand, revealing a golden mechanical object, none other than the golden desert eagle. His eyes narrowed, and his expression turned grim. Without further ado, he pointed the pistol at the green-robed youth and unleashed an entire magazine, expelling 25 bullets in rapid succession. With each pull of the trigger, the bullets flew forth in a bizarre rhythm, curving through the air, effectively sealing off all escape routes for the green-robed youth. This was the legendary gun fu, effortlessly wielded by Li Yi, whose physical prowess was magnitudes greater than that of an ordinary person, coupled with the indestructible nature of the golden desert eagle. It's you. How is this possible? Just a few days ago, you were merely an insignificant insect. The previously composed demeanor of the green-robed youth shattered, his face paling as he shrieked in shock. This individual was none other than the boy who had thwarted his plans in Taiwa City just days prior. Had it not been for this individual, he would have successfully cultivated a devil tree, granting him the opportunity to transcend into an immortal legend. He would not have to take such great risks to scheme for an immature seed of heaven and earth here. The impending calamity looms over the eternal continent. Without the cultivation of an immortal legend, he would be as rootless as drifting weeds amidst the forthcoming disaster. This is precisely why he is driven to desperately plan for a breakthrough opportunity. Bullets were unleashed in an instant. The young man in green, despite his shocked expression, acted swiftly. With a flick of his robe, a shimmering green light surged forth, transforming into a spherical shield that enveloped both of them tightly. 15,000. 15,000. A total of 25 bullets struck true. The damage from the golden desert eagle is 250 multiplied by the level's true damage. Against that monstrosity with an extraordinarily thick health bar, it would be a sheer waste. It would prove of little use. However, when dealing with this fragile humanoid monster, which could not be harmed by ordinary spells, it could yield remarkable results. Hiss! What on earth is this? The young man in green, though resolute in spirit, found the pain searing through his very soul unbearable. The noble true damage was utterly unreasonable. Even with a terrifying health bar of 12 million, nearly 7 times that of Li Yi, he still lost 3.75 million health in an instant, which was excruciating for him. Tap 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 in the blink of an eye. He effortlessly switched magazines and then emptied it. Another round of gunplay ensued. Tap 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 tap. An unending barrage of bullets rained down upon the young man in green. Yet, at present, Li Yi's supply of magazines was limited to merely 30,000. Thus, he aimed every bullet as best he could at the young man's head. In but a moment, he was suppressed by the overwhelming firepower. Damn it! The young man's pupils flared with rage. He brought his fingers together, murmuring incantations, and slashed through the void. Li Yi suddenly felt a constriction around his entire being, rendering him motionless, as an unusual humming sound resonated around him. Then, with a ripple, 18 small green swords abruptly materialized around him. With a gentle quiver, these green swords shot forth with a speed surpassing that of bullets. 585, 284, 652, 804, 563, 877. In the blink of an eye, these 18 green swords pierced through Li Yi. Each sword inflicted a terrifying damage of 5 to 600,000. How formidable! Li Yi silently marveled. Yet, the young man in green, who had unleashed such horrific damage, wore an expression of astonishment. How is this possible? You actually withstood my ultimate strike with your flesh and blood. My green locust sword is not to be trifled with, even by ancient realm experts. What kind of treasure are you wielding? The young man in green was astounded to see this boy appear unscathed after his signature attack. At that moment, Li Yi regained his ability to move after the 18 small swords had passed through him. What treasure? Heh, let me show you my grand treasure. Li Yi suddenly sheathed the golden desert eagle and drew forth a massive, jet-black cylindrical object. This item appeared exceedingly cumbersome. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the enormous cylinder was composed of 16 slender black tubes. At the grip's end was a square and intricately designed mechanical apparatus, exuding a strong sense of advanced technology. This peculiar object was nearly half the size of Li Yi himself. A treasure he had acquired after vanquishing the final boss on the 9th level of the Endless Abyss, bestowed upon him by fate. Gazing at this black tube instilled a sense of staring into the abyss. Special item, Black Abyss Gatling. Quality, ancient, upgradable. Attributes, can fire 300 rounds per second. Each bullet inflicting 400 multiplied by the level S true damage. Automatically recharging 60,000 bullets daily. Level restriction, none. Job restriction, none. Special restriction, exclusive to player E. A commendable item indeed. Though the bullets are somewhat scarce, with a daily capacity of 60,000 rounds, the times have changed. My friend, the youthful visage, once gentle, now bore a wild and menacing expression. The young man in green, beholding the bizarre object, was seized by an ominous premonition. Brandishing the hefty black Gatling, the boy squeezed the trigger. An endless stream of bullets cascaded forth like a torrent of steel, surging towards the young man in green and the gaunt middle-aged man. Tap 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 tap. Chapter 127. Treasure acquired. SSS level talent unlocked. From the dark, profound barrel, endless fiery serpents erupted. 300 rounds per second. This terrifying deluge of steel could nearly drown the two adversaries before him. Moreover, Li Yi's speed of flight far exceeded that of the two. These unfortunate souls stood little chance of retaliation. Tap 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 tap. 24,000. 24,000. What in the world is this? I'm being turned into a sieve. The young man in green and the gaunt middle-aged man cried out in agony. The pain felt as if their very souls were being torn asunder. Essence of creation. Essence of wood transformation. Essence of metamorphosis. Essence of eternal life. A master of the ancient realm, over level 150, and another approaching level 240. On the verge of becoming a top-tier powerhouse of the continent, were now compelled to unleash their full arsenal against the masked boy wielding a colossal black tube. Their hands moved in blurs, incantations spilling forth as if spitting fire. Wave after wave of profound skills were unleashed. Green light surged, and the boundless essence of life enveloped the surroundings. It is no exaggeration to say that if a common person were to inhale even a few breaths, they could live an additional 6 months. This was the life-preserving technique invoked by the young man in green and his companion, utilizing the essence of life itself. Indeed, it proved remarkably effective. The damage from the bullets diminished. Their profound magical techniques contained a noble ultimate damage reduction effect. The priority of ultimate damage reduction surpassed that of true damage. 9,000. 9,000. The torrent of steel that passed through the barriers erected by the young man in green and his companion only inflicted 9,000 points of damage upon them. Yet, their mortal forms shattered repeatedly beneath the onslaught of the steel deluge. However, their plant-based magical techniques also possessed formidable restoration capabilities. 8,000. 8,000. 8,000. The shattered bodies of the young man in green and his ally were continuously mended by the flickering runic apparitions within the green light, restoring their health. Tap 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 tap. The crisp sound of the Gatling echoed continuously. To them, it sounded like the grim toll of death. What kind of spell is this? How terrifying. Could it be a forbidden incantation? Yet I feel no hint of magical fluctuations. Master, I can barely hold on. I feel my soul about to explode. Hold on. Self-destruct your world tree branches. Hurry, but I can't bear to. Such a fine treasure. My life hangs in the balance. Don't hesitate. Quickly. With a thunderous roar from the gaunt middle-aged man, the branches in his hand suddenly radiated brilliant light. Boom. With a deafening crash. A refreshing essence of life immediately spread forth. The runic apparitions that had been faintly visible within the green light wrapping around the two now appeared as solid as reality. 3,000. 3,000. The ultimate damage reduction received an astonishing enhancement. Each bullet could now inflict only 3,000 points of damage. Seconds slipped by. It was impossible to ascertain how many times the two had been reduced to fragments. Time and again, before fully regaining their human forms. They were mercilessly reduced to mere flesh and bone by the torrential barrage of bullets. 87 seconds, 95 seconds, 99 seconds, 100 seconds. Astonishingly, they had indeed endured beneath this metallic deluge. However, for the two young men clad in green robes, this 100 seconds felt as protracted as 10 centuries. As the radiant light faded and thick smoke billowed, the green-robed youth and the emaciated middle-aged man no longer resembled their former selves. Both had been transformed into skeletal apparitions, evidently having exhausted all means in their desperate struggle against the onslaught of metal. Li Yi could no longer discern who was the green-robed youth and who was the gaunt middle-aged man. 100 seconds. A full 100 seconds. Ha ha, I knew it. I knew it. How could such a dreadfully powerful treasure be wielded indefinitely? Boy, now, I shall ensure your demise. No, I shall extract your soul and burn it for an eternity within the cauldron of necrotic flames. Come on, keep going, if you have the ability. Summon another weapon like that. The two survivors, having narrowly escaped death, were on the brink of madness. Their minds began to blur. Especially the green-robed youth, whose voice turned hoarse with terror. With their life essence nearly depleted, even if they obtained a heavenly grade spirit seed, they would lose the opportunity to ascend to the legendary realm of immortality. At that moment, the green-robed youth glared at Li Yi with an expression of utmost malice, preparing to cast a lethal spell. Strange, how did you know I had another one? The masked youth mused aloud. Yet his voice resonated clearly in the ears of the two. He then freed one hand, revealing another identical black tubular weapon with a mere flick of his wrist. Indeed, when the Black Abyss Gatling was summoned, two additional characters had appeared behind it. No, this is impossible. You, the green-robed youth, in the midst of casting a spell, was struck by shock and fury at the sight of Li Yi producing another identical weapon. Overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions, fear, anger, and anxiety, he inadvertently halted his incantation, causing a backlash of magic. He coughed up several mouthfuls of crimson blood. No, spare me. Whatever you desire, I shall. Ah, esteemed one, I was blind to your greatness. I beseech your mercy. The faces of the two were instantly engulfed by terror. Li had no intention of letting his adversaries escape unscathed. He would leave no trace behind. After a mere 30 seconds, the two were ultimately unable to withstand any longer. With a cry of despair, they were obliterated into nothingness by the relentless hail of bullets. You have slain the level 157 enemy NPC, the Ink Elf. The talent effect Fate Dominator has been triggered. You have acquired the SS level talent Doppelganger. You have slain the level 233 enemy NPC, Alt. The talent effect Fate Dominator has been triggered. You have acquired the SSS level talent Overlord. The successive notifications from the system left Li, who had initially been in high spirits, momentarily stunned before erupting into unrestrained joy. 2 talents. He had obtained 2 top-tier talents. Moreover, one of them was an SSS level talent. However, the name Overlord instilled within him a sense of foreboding. Just as he intended to inspect the specific attributes of the talent, he suddenly felt a stirring behind him. The wings of the wind spirit fluttered vigorously as he approached the fallen green-robed youth, Alt. He picked up an object from the ground. The object was elongated, slightly flattened, with a dark brownish-black skin, segmented into 3 parts, and approximately a foot long. Its appearance bore a resemblance to sugarcane, plain yet unassuming, its brilliance subdued. It was a divine artifact, hidden from the eyes of the world. After stowing it in his backpack, Li turned towards a direction in the void. His expression impassive as he spoke softly. If the two of you have been watching for so long, yet do not reveal yourselves now, one might think I have misconstrued your intentions. Chapter 128. The Astonishing Rewards of the SSR Level Quest. His words, though softly spoken, resonated clearly in the surrounding space. As soon as Li finished speaking, an anxious and aged voice rang out. Great Archbishop, do not misunderstand. We were merely astonished by your astonishing prowess and momentarily at a loss for words. Please forgive us. Following this, ripples surged through the void, revealing the white-bearded elder riding a golden lion and the young maiden clad in crimson armor. The elder's face was still etched with shock, for he had never witnessed such an outrageous spectacle. That incessant barrage of gunfire, what on earth was it? A staff? What was his true profession? He radiated an aura of magical energy, and the azure wings sprouting from his back seemed reminiscent of some long-lost wind magic. To label him as merely a mage would be a grave understatement, for he had just single-handedly dispatched the ancient being known as the Old Crow. Having assumed that this audacious youth would be capable of contending with Alt and the Ink Elf, he had already called for reinforcements, calculating that, along with himself and his granddaughter, they could at least keep the budding criminal entangled until support arrived. Yet, upon arrival, he was met with a scene that would forever be etched into his memory. The boy, wielding a formidable black tube, bore a fearsome countenance as he unleashed a relentless barrage upon Alt and his companion. In less than 2 minutes, he had turned those he considered formidable foes into mere ashes. This metallic deluge could disregard all defensive rules, striking directly at the very essence of the enemy's soul, truly terrifying. As for the maiden in crimson armor, her large, sparkling eyes were fixed upon Li, blinking in awe, her gaze shimmering with myriad emotions as she pondered the unfolding events. Oh, so it is like this. I must have overthought the matter. Li waved his hand dismissively. He then cast a lingering glance at the golden lion beneath the elder. This magnificent beast radiated an aura of majesty, its eyes adorned with golden markings, and ethereal flames danced around its hooves. Upon closer inspection, Li discerned that these flames were not mere fire, but a manifestation of some form of thunder. This lion possessed not only the ability to unveil hidden foes, but also seemed to have aided the white-bearded elder and his companion in their concealment within the void. This golden lion was known as the golden-eyed thunder lion, an ancient and rare breed, though it lacked true spiritual bloodline. However, it was said that within its spine resided a precious material known as thunder lion gold essence, which, if of exceptional quality and combined with certain auxiliary herbs, could potentially elevate the talents of those attuned to thunder. The golden-eyed thunder lion trembled at the sight of Li's pure and unblemished gaze. What did that human mean by licking his lips? Li withdrew his gaze, twirling the sugarcane-like object in his hand. Elder, I have been entrusted by the lord of your city, Alya, to come here and assist you. Now that the leader of the budding thieves has been eliminated, shall we not turn this task over to the elder? Quest name, Exorcism of the Holy Heart, Faction Quest. Quest details, within the Holy Heart City. The budding organization has been indiscriminately slaughtering innocents to feed the Crimson Demon Tree with the flesh of civilians. Quest objectives, eliminate the budding members. Slay the Crimson Demon Tree. Quest rewards, 50,000 contribution points. Holy Heart City, unknown, dependent on player contribution for kills. Difficulty level, SSR. Number of participants allowed, 1. An SSR level difficulty quest was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to complete. Yet, in Li's hands, it was as effortless as a stroll in the park. Ah, by the way, I recall the elder mentioning an additional 30% reward, correct? Li suddenly inquired. as if recalling something. Of course, that is no problem. The credit for exterminating the budding thieves belongs to you, and as you are a guest from afar, why not accompany the great archbishop and me back to my residence, where I may properly entertain you? The white-bearded elder's face bore an expression of utmost respect, but his gaze continually drifted towards the sugarcane in Li Yi's hand. Before he could finish his words, Li Yi interrupted him. Such trifles are hardly worth mentioning. I shall not trouble you further. Please, let us settle the reward you promised me. He spoke with a half-smile, casting a sidelong glance at the elderly man. Having experienced the loss of the Imperial Soil token, he was not keen on encountering anyone from the realm of the immortal legends again. If some antiquated figures from Sacred Heart City decided to take action against him, would he have to issue another stern warning? Li Yi wished to avoid any troublesome matters entirely. The archbishop, with his long white beard, was evidently anxious upon hearing Li Yi's words, as if words were caught in his throat. At that moment, a piercing howl echoed from afar, the ghostly cries of the gray fog apes, signaling that they too had concluded their battle. Li Yi's expression shifted slightly as he made a single hand gesture. A dazzling stream of black and red lights streaked across the sky, landing in his palm. A small black and red banner spun incessantly in his grasp. With a mere thought, the banner emitted thick black smoke, enveloping the spot where the two in green robes had met their demise. After a cacophony of wails, two feeble souls were ensnared within the imperial banner. The elderly man's face turned pale with terror as he realized that the countless souls that had surged forth from the small banner moments ago were indeed those slain by this individual, turning enemies into allies. Such a mysterious and formidable ability was beyond comprehension. After completing his task, Li Yi squinted at the white-bearded elder. What were you saying just now? What of the supreme Xiantree? A glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes. The elder felt a chill run down his spine. This item has no connection with the archbishop, does it? I think so too, Li Yi replied with a grin, contentedly placing the sugar cane into his backpack. In the eternal continent, strength reigns supreme, a timeless truth. Those who are weak must yield, just as the Lord of Everfrost, Lysandra, regarded Li Yi as nothing more than an ant. It is a typical manifestation of the strong's view of the weak. Congratulations on completing the SSR level mission, Demon Extermination of Sacred Heart. You have received rewards, 650,000 contribution points, Sacred Heart City, 5,000 gold coins, 12 Lion's Blood Clarity Pills, Legendary, 12 Ghostly Candle Blood Pills, Legendary, 1 Golden-Eyed Thunder Lion Pet Egg, Legendary, and 1 full set of the Raging Lion Blood Armor, Legendary, set 1212. What a generous bounty. The white-bearded elder transformed into a veritable treasure trove, retrieving item after item from his spatial ring. Among them were even 2 types of legendary-grade pills, consumables that only emerged in the mid to late stages of cultivation. Li Yi gleefully accepted each reward, his face adorned with satisfaction, which brought a measure of relief to the elder. Yet, thinking of the scrutinizing gaze Li Yi had cast towards his old companion beneath him, a shiver ran down his spine. After several moments of hesitation and internal struggle, he reluctantly produced another item from his bosom. This is a token of my appreciation for your hard work, esteemed Archbishop. I hope you will accept it. Chapter 129, Lion's Essence and Ghostly Iron. Observing the item handed over by the elder, Li Yi's eyes brightened with intrigue, prompting him to speak earnestly. We are all comrades here. I feel rather embarrassed. He accepted it without further ado. The transparent vial, the size of a fist, contained a little less than half a bottle of golden liquid, faintly shimmering with arcs of lightning. Lion's Essence, ancient grade, a refining material. Indeed, it was precisely what he had anticipated. I hope the Archbishop finds it satisfactory. The elder looked at the vial with a mixture of reluctance and awe. This is perfect for my needs. I thank you for your generous gift. Li Yi happily stowed the item in his backpack. Then, recalling something, he pondered for a moment before speaking again. Elder, I have heard that there is a ghostly iron mine at the Ghostly Mountain in Sacred Heart City. Might you have any stock of ghostly iron of legendary quality or above? At this, the young woman displayed a hint of discontent, while the elder's expression darkened. Both felt the youth was rather greedy. I do have some. How much does the Archbishop require? The white-bearded elder struggled to suppress his irritation. Li paused, then smiled lightly as he retrieved several jade boxes from his backpack, each adorned with talismans. Rest assured, I do not seek to take from you for free. I merely wish to make a trade. These are rare spiritual plants, each over 5,000 years old. I cannot claim they are the finest in the world, but they are undoubtedly extremely rare. Elder, do any of these catch your eye? With a flick of his sleeve, the talismans detached themselves from the boxes, and the lids flew open, releasing an enchanting aroma that was utterly captivating. These were rare spiritual plants that Li Yi had hastened to maturity through his SSS grade talent. Heavenly Transformation. The seeds were obtained from the mysterious merchant, Voda. As for where they were cultivated, simply tossing the seeds onto the ground and activating Heavenly Transformation would yield a harvest in the blink of an eye. Is this the Wind Essence Goldwood Flower? The Extreme Cold Ice Core Date. The elder and the young woman were both astonished by the sight before them. Within the casually placed jade boxes lay truly rare spiritual plants, hard to come by in the world. The white-bearded elder cautiously extracted the golden-green flower from its box, examining it closely before inhaling its fragrance, his face reflecting profound shock. It is indeed around 5,000 years old. Meanwhile, the young woman exclaimed excitedly, "Grandfather, look at this. Is this not the nine-eyed bug fruit?" The elder was taken aback, quickly turning to look at what the girl was pointing to, a plain gray fruit lying quietly in the jade box. It truly is the nine-eyed bug fruit. The heavens have eyes. I cannot believe I have found it. The elder's eyes widened, filled with exhilaration. He could no longer contain his emotions, for this item was of utmost importance to him. "Archbishop, I possess these ghostly iron ores, all of legendary quality or above. And this small piece has achieved ancient quality. I wish to exchange it for the nine-eyed bug fruit." The elder hurriedly fumbled to produce a pile of black iron ore. Finally, he solemnly revealed an item wrapped in silk and opened it. It was no larger than a fist, yet a chill emanated from it. Li Yi inspected the ghostly iron the elder had produced, contemplating for a moment before shaking his head. "Elder, while your spiritual ores hold considerable value, they still fall short of the worth of my nine-eyed bug fruit." There were approximately 90 pounds of legendary-grade ghostly iron, while the ancient-grade piece weighed just over 8 or 9 taels. Li Yi's words were not a ploy to raise the price, but rather a statement of fact. "This esteemed Archbishop, if this ghostly iron is insufficient, I can return to my residence to fetch more." The white-bearded elder was well aware that these items would not suffice to exchange for a nine-eyed bug fruit aged 5,000 years. However, this fruit was of immense significance to him. He couldn't help but feel regret for not bringing more ghostly iron along. "If you could also provide a quantity of lion's essence equivalent in quality and amount to the previous vial, then the nine-eyed bug fruit shall be yours." Li Yi raised an eyebrow, unwilling to linger in this place or follow them to their territory. "Very well, no problem." The elder surprisingly produced another vial of lion's essence. And this time he acted with decisive swiftness, without an ounce of hesitation. "Excellent. The quality surpasses that of the previous vial. Very well. This item is now yours." Li Yi stored away the second vial of Lei Sui Jin Yi, a satisfied expression finally gracing his face. "Thank you, Archbishop." The white-bearded elder and the young girl were both visibly exhilarated. However, Li Yi remained indifferent to their intense focus on the nine-eyed insect and refrained from inquiring further. The elder's eyes suddenly gleamed with fervor as he glanced at the other spiritual plants scattered across the ground. These were truly rare treasures of the world. Might the Grand Elder possess items of equal value to these spiritual plants? If so, I would be most eager to take a look, Li Yi inquired leisurely. He had retained seeds of these spiritual plants, so for him, it was merely a matter of time. If he could exchange them for something of utility, it would indeed be a wise use of his talents. "Alas, Archbishop, I fear I possess nothing that could compare with the worth of these treasures," the elder began, but was interrupted by Li Yi. "In that case, if you wish for these items, you should bring sufficient rare minerals to the Taihua Sanctuary to seek me out. I have a keen interest in spiritual ores. Of course, should you manage to acquire true spirit blood, a rare wonder of the world, I would be willing to offer you a satisfactory exchange of spiritual plants." With that, Li Yi waved his hand, collecting all the spiritual ores and plants into his backpack. Without waiting for the two to react, he unfurled his wind spirit wings and soared into the sky. "Hey, I'm Marian. What is your name?" The armored girl exclaimed in a flurry, anxious at his abrupt departure. Yet, her calls echoed unanswered. "Well, how arrogant," she huffed, stamping her foot in irritation. "Hee. What has come over my Marian? You've never asked another man's name before." The white-bearded elder teased, stroking his beard as he observed his granddaughter's flustered demeanor. "Humph, this man is different. He is so handsome, and his strength is formidable. Only such a man deserves my Marian's attention," the girl retorted, her affection unmistakable. In the eternal continent, the strong could wield countless filters of perception, particularly those who were both powerful and handsome, akin to the admiration for Beckham and Cristiano Ronaldo. Li Yi reveled in his bountiful harvest as he soared through the sky, meticulously assessing his gains. SSS Level Talent, Overlord. Chapter 130, SSS Level Talent, Overlord, and the even more terrifying SS Level Talent. Overlord, SSS Level Talent. Effect 1, Overlord's Fury. Upon receiving any attack, triggers the effect Overlord's Fury, granting a 30 final damage reduction, gains 10 armor penetration per second, stacking up to a maximum of 50, if wielding a spear or bow. Receives a 150 increase in physical damage. Effect 2, Overlord's Killing Intent. Killing a monster of equal or higher level with a basic attack permanently grants a 1-point increase to true damage, physical. If using a basic attack to kill a monster of equal or higher level unarmed, permanently gains a 3-point increase to true damage, physical. Comprehensive Combat Power Assessment, 1. 780,000. Oh my goodness. Upon reading the attributes of his talent, Li Yi nearly swooned with joy. The valor of the feather, unparalleled through the ages. Truly, you are the Overlord. This talent is nearly perfect. With the enhancement of Effect 1 Overlord's Fury, even in the early stages, I shall possess tremendous dominion. The potential for 50 armor penetration is nothing short of fearsome, and with a 30 final damage reduction, Effect 1 Overlord's Fury aligns splendidly with archers. However, it requires one to be attacked to trigger Overlord's Fury. There are some limitations, but they are not excessive. Any attack counts, does it not? My own attack should suffice, I suppose. With a single hand, he struck his crown, and a surge of anger coursed through him. As for Effect 2 Overlord's Battle Intent, it was indeed somewhat terrifying. A talent that permanently accumulates true damage. Li Yi had never heard of such a thing. The description stated that the final blow must be a basic attack to trigger Overlord's Battle Intent. For an ordinary person, this might pose some constraints. But for Li Yi, with nearly 1,000,000 in strength attributes, it was practically negligible. The ability to gain 3 points of true damage from an unarmed kill was excessively brutal. I am a noble and elegant mage. Frankly speaking, the terror of this talent likely surpassed Li Yi's other SSS level talents. He believed that the other SSS level talents he had acquired were among the most grotesque in existence. Whereas this, Overlord, seemed to outshine the rest by a considerable margin. It was likely to be the pinnacle among SSS level talents. Turning his attention to the second talent that had just manifested. Clone, SS level talent. Effect, consuming 10 of health allows the creation of a clone. Initially at level 1 with 30 of the main body S base attributes, and capable of growth. The clone can independently change classes, level up, and equip gear. Each clone can serve once to protect the main body from disaster. Clones cannot be revived upon death, with a maximum of 5 clones existing simultaneously. Comprehensive Combat Power Assessment 1, 260,000. After reviewing the attributes of the clone, talent, Li Yi's swift flight faltered momentarily, his expression one of dazed contemplation, suspended in midair for a long while. This is an SS level talent. How can it be even more formidable than the SSS level talent, Overlord? No, wait. I was too quick to judge. A sudden realization dawned upon Li Yi. This talent seemed to exhibit such strength only when it resided within him. Combined with the RRR level talent, Ring of Fate, it was simply invincible. If an ordinary player were to possess this talent, they could potentially become a 6-member team all by themselves. With good fortune, they might even turn 1 or 2 clones into hidden classes, which could be advantageous. However, ordinary players might struggle to manage the resource requirements needed for the growth of 6 individuals. They would also have to ensure that their clones did not perish. A single death would result in a dire loss. For an ordinary player, the constraints were numerous. Yet for him, it could only be described as terrifyingly powerful. Eagerly, Li Yi focused his thoughts, dismissing the talent, True Spirit 12 transformations, and activating the clone, talent. Instantly, a surge of blood light enveloped him, coalescing until it uncontrollably detached from his body. Soon, a bare youth floated in the air before him. Li Yi scrutinized the youth before him. He was strikingly handsome, with a well-proportioned physique, flowing muscular lines, and even limbs as sturdy as an arm. What are you staring at? Hurry and give me some equipment to wear. Are you planning to perform a nude show? The youth, feeling Li Yi's appreciative gaze, blushed with indignation. Ha! This is amusing. Truly amusing. Li laughed heartily. I know you're eager, but please, hold your horses. I don't possess any level 1 equipment. Oh dear. What good are you then? No level 1 equipment. What on earth? The youth's temper began to flare. Yet, Li merely smirked, raising a hand to unleash a burst of blood light from his palm that enveloped the youth. In a flash, the youth merged with Li Yi. Closing his eyes to carefully sense the change, he confirmed it. Although it did not display on his panel, he could distinctly feel that his base attributes had increased by 30%. When the clone merged with the main body, it was able to inherit the base attributes of the clone. Indeed, it seemed this talent harbored hidden effects that warranted further exploration. With a gleeful expression, Li Yi continued to delve deeper into this talent. Activating the talent once more, another radiant clone materialized before him. The young man had just successfully condensed his power, entirely indifferent to his lack of attire, as he coldly locked eyes with Li Yi. Li Yi, come, strike me with a punch. The youth sneered, then brace yourself. As soon as the words left his lips, he unleashed a merciless blow, the formidable force generating a tempestuous gale. Yet Li Yi stood resolute, unflinching. As he met this thunderous strike with his chest, a resounding crash echoed through the air. Ouch, that hurts. Do you really need to use such force? Li Yi. Damn it, just you wait. Li Yi, let me out. I'm going to thrash him. A voice within Li Yi's body cried out in pain, followed by an incessant stream of complaints. All right, just as I thought. When the clones overlap with him, they can absorb the impact. Li Yi opened the attribute panel of his clone. Its level was 1, with all basic attributes at merely 30 of the main body S. Skills were empty, and the talent section was equally vacant. If it were solely this, such a talent could not possibly yield an evaluation of over 10 million in comprehensive battle power. There must be something I have yet to consider. A pensive expression crossed Li Yi's face. Could it be? A thought struck him like a bolt of lightning across the night sky. With a mere flicker of intent, a prompt echoed in his ears. Please confirm whether to implant the A-level talent thieving hand into the clone. Indeed, it was possible. Li Yi was elated. Confirm. Subsequently, he experimented incessantly, akin to a child with a new toy. An hour later, Li Yi exhaled deeply. I am now terrifyingly strong. Chapter 131, Inventory. After repeated experiments, Li Yi discovered that, aside from RRR level talents which could not be transferred, all other talents could be granted to clones at will and could also be retracted at any moment. Furthermore, when all 5 clones overlapped with his own body, in addition to the 3 talents activated in the main body, the talents of the clones would also stack upon him. This meant he could simultaneously possess 8 talents. How astonishing. No wonder this talent, despite being merely SS level, could enhance battle power by over 10 million. It seems that sometimes the quality of a talent does not dictate everything. Compatibility plays a significant role as well. High-quality talents are indeed powerful, but low-quality talents can also be exceptionally strong. Next, Li Yi retrieved the sugarcane he had in hand, his previously joyful expression now tinged with concern. Primordial Xian Wood. Description: a primordial entity born of the laws of wood, yet influenced by human factors, it emerged prematurely. The laws of wood are incomplete, and it is tainted by corrupt blood qi, lying in a dormant state. From the description, it was evident that this item was remarkable, yet perilous. He would have to temporarily store it away for further study later. There were also other acquisitions, such as the weapon, Flame Dragon Blade, part of the same set as the Flame Dragon Armor. Its quality was ancient-level equipment. One of the few means Li Yi had to combat foes over level 150 without utilizing true spirit blood. Its comprehensive battle power evaluation added a formidable 1.35 million to Li Yi. After all, it was high-quality equipment meant for those above level 100. Additionally, he had procured the rare ghost iron from the elder of the Lionheart clan. This extremely precious spiritual ore was known to exist in a large vein of ghost iron within the Sacred Heart City, yet its exact location remained a mystery, known only to be under the control of the Lionheart clan. This ghost iron was a high-grade spiritual ore for crafting equipment, infused with the essence of the underworld. His SSS-level talent, Gold Eater, could, by consuming this ghost iron, ultimately bestow upon him a talent skill known as Underworld Divine Light. This talent skill differed significantly from the effects of Sunlight Divine Light. While the Underworld Divine Light did not possess strong destructive power, it boasted formidable freezing and corrosive attributes. Lastly, among the spoils of this task was a legendary quality knight set named Raging Blood of the Lion, comprising Raging Blood of the Lion Spear, Raging Blood of the Lion Armor, and Raging Blood of the Lion Crown. It totaled 12 pieces, each adorned with 2 to 3 unique attributes, truly extraordinary. The set attributes included 2 notable effects. Raging Lion grants a temporary boost of 5 to base strength for every 1 decrease in health when entering combat, while Blood Rage provides an additional 1 increase to final damage for every 1 decrease in health. Remarkably, the level restriction was merely 40. The set attributes did not conform to traditional knights, but rather suited a special knight class akin to the Lionheart Knight. As a local power in Sacred Heart City, the Lionheart clan relied not solely on defense, but possessed formidable offensive capabilities as well. The Lionheart Knight was a relatively balanced knight class. Additionally, he obtained a legendary quality pet egg, Golden-Eyed Thunder Lion. While somewhat lackluster for Li Yi, it held significant monetary value. He also acquired 10 Lionheart Knight class change certificates, all valuable items. Finally, with a flick of his wrist, Li Yi produced 2 small gourds. Opening one gourd, a fragrant aroma wafted forth, invigorating him. He poured out a round green pill, its surface shimmering with inscriptions. Lionheart Clarity Pill, Legendary. Attributes, upon consumption, grants 150 intelligence and 150 spirit, and can permanently reduce all skill cooldowns and mana consumption to a certain extent. Description: this is a precious pill capable of cleansing the mental sea and enhancing spell comprehension. Special restriction: requires a base intelligence of 1000 to consume, with each individual limited to 1 pill. Additional consumption is ineffective, with a shelf life of 100 years. For an ordinary player, acquiring such a pill would be a stroke of fortune. Yet Li Yi casually tossed it into his mouth like candy, chewing and swallowing it whole. A refreshing chill surged through him, elevating his very soul. The flavor was delightful. The remaining 5 clones each received 1, as did his father and Ku-Er. As for whether their base attributes were sufficient to consume this pill, Li Yi never worried. He had an abundance of herbs. The rest would collect dust in his backpack. The value of such pills would never diminish with the passage of time. Li Yi then poured out another pill from the other gourd, a pungent odor assaulting his senses. This gourd contained a blood-red pill with an unpleasant smell. Blood Candle Illuminating Pill, Legendary. Attributes, upon consumption, grants a maximum health increase of 20, 000, and 150 constitution, while also permanently enhancing resilience and health recovery speed to a certain extent. Description: this is a pill capable of strengthening the physique and replenishing chi and blood. Special restriction: requires a base health of 100, 000, Each individual may only consume one, with additional consumption being ineffective and a shelf life of 500 years. He tossed one into his mouth, chewing it. Damn, tastes like a bitter herb. In the main city of Muyin, one of the 108 main cities of the Great Xiao, within a certain open dungeon map, a player team was currently battling a level 15 wolf boss. A beam of holy light descended upon the knight player at the forefront, causing him to feel a surge of energy. Take it easy. The knight player appeared fearsome, blood spewing from his mouth and nose. Come on, uncle. I didn't want this either, but I can't control the healing output. A dark-skinned uncle, around 50 years of age, scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. All right, Shaolin, don't act like you're innocent after benefiting. Ever since Uncle Xiaozue joined our little team, has anyone ever perished? The voice was melodious, belonging to a stunning young lady in her early 20s. Her skin was as fair as freshly fallen snow, with bright eyes and pearly teeth. And her delicate features were complemented by a fitted blue mage's robe that accentuated her enviable figure. Although the mage spoke in such a manner, a suppressed smile danced upon her lips. Linjia, if you possess any skill, do give it a try. The knight player, whose health bar was perpetually full, inexplicably began to spew blood from his nostrils and mouth, creating a ghastly spectacle. The core of this player team was a priest, whose healing prowess was nothing short of terrifying. A single ordinary healing spell could restore an extraordinary amount of health, causing others to bleed profusely. At that moment, the magic wolf boss suddenly unleashed a wide area attack. Steel-like needles of wolf fur shot toward the 7 players, inflicting notable damage and causing their health bars to diminish slightly. Panic and fear etched themselves upon every face. The beautiful mage cried out urgently, Uncle Xiaozue, no, I can handle it. But it was too late. A voice, tinged with weariness, shouted, group heal. Puff, puff, puff. The 7 players, along with a pet dog, collectively erupted in a fountain of blood. The once refined mage, now in a state of disarray, had rich crimson blood splattering from her delicate, sculpted nose.